In a certain timeline of a Sha Lu game, Suin Wufan was defeated by Sha Lu. Consequently, among the Z warriors, only Krillin survived. After 10 years of mere existence, Krillin was killed by Sha Lu. Before his death, he left hope for that timeline, and after his demise, he was reborn at the moment when Tis had just arrived on Earth. This time, I shall undoubtedly vanquish Sha Lu. Chapter 1. Wukong is dead, and we await a year later. Krillin. The voice calling his name was both familiar and unfamiliar. Krillin wished to see the owner of the voice, yet he could not open his eyes, unable to glimpse the figure. For a moment, he could not recall who it was, but he sensed that this person held great significance. He longed to open his eyes and behold them, but he found himself unable to do so. His head felt heavy, and all he desired was to sleep soundly. I must have died, Krillin mused, though the sensation of death this time was unlike any he had experienced before. Is it because I have died too many times? Am I truly lost? All Krillin remembered was using all his strength, yet still being unable to withstand Sha Lu's final attack, the Kamehameha. Krillin did not believe he could withstand Sha Lu's Kamehameha in such a state. To confront Sha Lu, he had even asked Bulma to transform him into an android, only to find that he was still unable to defeat Sha Lu. The gap was too vast. I hope the plan proceeds smoothly. Goten and Mufon, Trunks, everything is entrusted to you. The original plan had Krillin distracting Sha Lu, while Goten and Trunks took Bulma and Dandy to other planets in the universe to resurrect Wufan and Trunks from the future. Krillin's head grew heavier, and eventually, a vision of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared in his mind. In the span of his 40 years of life, they had only known each other for a brief period, nothing more. After 8 years spent in training Goten and Trunks, Krillin had forgotten the taunts of enemies during that time, as well as the fury he felt when 18 was absorbed by Sha Lu. These should have been the most natural things to forget. Yet, in this final moment of life, Krillin still thought of her. I destroyed the remote control out of pity, didn't I? No, it must have been because I liked her. Perhaps Sha Lu's transformation into his perfect form was not due to Vegeta's selfishness, but rather my own. However, if I were to choose again, how would I decide? Haha, how could I have such thoughts? My life has already ended, and Namek has been destroyed by Sha Lu. I cannot be resurrected. Speaking of which, I suppose I died to protect the Earth. My physical form can still be preserved, right? Then I should be able to see Wukong and the others. I am so sorry. Wukong, we couldn't find Namek before Sha Lu. We can only resurrect Wufan and Trunks from the future. Really, I haven't even gotten married yet. Krillin, hey, wake up. This time, it was a harsh woman's voice. Krillin's head was no longer heavy, as if he had just awakened from sleep. He could clearly discern that it was Bulma's voice. However, in his recollection, Bulma had not spoken in such a tone for 8 years. Even when Krillin had requested her to transform him into an android, Bulma had not used such a tone, even in her anger. As Krillin regained consciousness, he saw Bulma. For a moment, he did not know how to react. The Bulma before him appeared remarkably youthful. Krillin, you are too weak. Wukong is battling terrifying foes alongside formidable allies. Upon seeing Krillin awake, Bulma quickly grasped his collar and shook him vigorously. Krillin, lacking any strength to resist, felt his mind in disarray and could do nothing but allow Bulma to shake him. Bulma, stop shaking Krillin. He might have hit his head. Give him some time. Another familiar voice interjected. It was Krillin's master, Kame Sanin. Bulma released Krillin, angrily retorting, should I give him time? Will Wukong's brother give Wukong time? Even if Wukong wins, he still has the treacherous Piccolo Daimao by his side. Do not worry. Piccolo will not harm Wukong or Wufan, Krillin assured. He quickly organized his thoughts and realized he might be situated at the moment Tis had just arrived on Earth. Though he did not know why, he had indeed traversed time. Bulma's modifications had fortified Krillin's spirit. He began to understand why 17 and 18 had killed Drive Jero. They harbored deep resentment towards him, and Krillin empathized with their feelings. When Krillin was modified, he was already quite powerful, while they were merely ordinary humans at the time of their transformation. Krillin, prepare for battle. We are almost there. Only then did Krillin realize he was aboard a spacecraft. After pondering for a moment, he recalled they were heading to the location where Wukong, Piccolo, and Tis were fighting. Krillin knew they would arrive late. At this speed, by the time they reached their destination, Wukong would likely be dead. The spacecraft had limited speed. If it were the old Krillin, he might have felt helpless, but the Krillin of now was vastly different. His Kaso technique could do more than just levitate. He could fly with full force. Thus, Krillin declared, at this rate, we won't make it. I will fly. Upon hearing this, Bulma paused, saying, I know you can fly, but you can't possibly be faster than spacecraft. You can't ride the Kintown either. I apologize for speaking hastily. Don't be too anxious. Clearly, it was she who was anxious, Krillin thought. The spacecraft had already reached its maximum speed. Yet even so, Bulma had immediately seized Krillin when he awakened. The reason Saiyan urged Bulma to let Krillin be was partly because she was the pilot of the spacecraft. Krillin smiled slightly and opened the window, flying out. Once outside the cabin, he was immediately buffeted by the airflow. Bulma, infuriated, exclaimed, "What a nuisance!" She prepared to slow down, only to see Krillin had already flown ahead of her. Krillin gathered his energy and flew with all his might. At that moment, although his battle power was low, his experience from his previous life allowed his speed to rival that of the Kintown. Krillin sensed three powerful energies in the distance. They must be Wukong and the others. Krillin furrowed his brow, then relaxed. He had just sensed a fleeting yet immense power and could not help but exclaim, "No wonder Wufan is so gifted. His talent is indeed formidable." Wufan, it all rests on you. Although Goten and Trunks are equally gifted, they are still too inexperienced. At this moment, Wukong and Bike are completely overpowered by RATZ. Facing RATZ's onslaught, the two strongest individuals on Earth are utterly defenseless. Suin Wukong, do you have any secret techniques left? Panted the one-armed Bike. Suin Wukong replied, "None left. Do you have any new tricks up your sleeve?" Bike smirked, "I have one move originally intended for you. This time, you might need to save me. Can you manage with one hand? It will take a bit of time. You need to help me hold him down. If I can catch his weak point, his tail." Noticing the two were whispering, RATZ scolded, "What are you two mumbling about?" Bike laughed heartily. "Once we deal with him, it will be your turn." "Very well, let us see." Suin Wukong propelled himself towards RATZ with a powerful push from his legs. Caught off guard by Bike's sudden laughter, RATZ was momentarily stunned, allowing Suin Wukong to land a punch that sent him staggering back 2 steps. As RATZ regained his composure, Suin Wukong followed up with another punch. RATZ swiftly extended his arm to block the blow, while his other fist aimed towards Suin Wukong. In an instant, RATZ reclaimed the offensive, relentlessly attacking Suin Wukong with a barrage of punches and kicks. Exhausted from defending himself, Suin Wukong collapsed to the side, using his right hand to brace himself while executing a kick towards RATZ with his left leg. RATZ dodged, causing Suin Wukong to miss, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent Suin Wukong flying. Bike positioned his right hand's index and middle fingers at his forehead, exclaiming, "Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao." Unbeknownst to RATZ, as Suin Wukong was propelled backward, he utilized the momentum to support himself with his hands, hovering in the air. With both hands positioned at his right hip, he shouted, "Kue Pai Chi Gong Bua." RATZ stared in astonishment at Suin Wukong, as the battle power detector's readings fluctuated rapidly before finally settling on a single number. Battle power, 924. What is happening? His battle power has suddenly surged. This kid has managed to gather energy to enhance his battle prowess. Just as RATZ prepared to strike Suin Wukong, the detector flickered again. He turned quickly to see Bike channeling energy through his fingertips, his battle power exceeding that of Suin Wukong's Kue Pai Chi Gong Bua. While RATZ was taken aback by Bike's battle power, Suin Wukong unleashed his Kue Pai Chi Gong Bua towards RATZ. RATZ raised his arms in defense, but the attack struck him directly, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, RATZ emerged unscathed, sneering, "Now, let me return the favor." With that, he flicked his left hand to release a blast of energy. Suin Wukong was unable to evade in time and fell to the ground, where RATZ swiftly moved in and stomped on Suin Wukong's abdomen. Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao. What? Battle power, 1330. How could they control their own battle power? With no time to ponder further, RATZ hurriedly dodged. Damn it, he evaded. Bike thought grimly. RATZ, fuming, declared, "I will kill you both." He raised his right hand, ready to unleash his power, but felt an unexpected weakness. "You were too careless. I have caught your tail." It turned out Suin Wukong had grasped it. Bike now. Use that move from earlier. Well done, Suin Wukong. The energy has suddenly surged. Is it Wukong and Bike? At this moment, Krillin had come to a halt, suddenly recalling that Wukong would perish in this battle. Perhaps Krillin could save Wukong now, but he could not do so. To prepare for the arrival of Vegeta a year later, Wukong must die and undergo training with the King of Worlds. Krillin wrestled with his inner turmoil. He did not wish for Wukong to face death, as he was acutely aware of its sensation. Yet he could not alter this fate, for otherwise, Earth would plunge into a despair far deeper than the one Bike had endured. Wu Qian, Talon Kasi, and the Dragon Balls were all embodiments of hope. If Wukong did not experience this death and subsequent training with the King of Worlds, Earth would be devoid of hope. Ultimately, when Krillin arrived, Sun Wufan was asleep beside Sun Wukong, who had already succumbed to death, while Ratz lay lifeless as well, with Bike standing nearby. Krillin understood that Bike would no longer be an enemy, but a greater adversary was soon to follow. Gazing upon Sun Wukong's corpse, Krillin's tears flowed uncontrollably. He was not powerless to act. Rather, he chose not to, and he was one of the causes of Wukong's demise. 1 year remained, just 1 year. Krillin vowed to alter that future. Chapter 2. A Year of Cultivation. Goku. The heart-wrenching cry of Bulma echoed from the horizon, signaling her arrival. As the spacecraft came to a halt, Bulma dashed forward, while Krillin stood silently to the side. Ha ha! Death is indeed a dreadful affair, isn't it, Krillin? Goku managed a bitter smile, even in death. Goku was gone. Bulma collapsed upon Goku's lifeless form, weeping uncontrollably. For her, this was the first time confronting the reality of Goku's demise. The invincible son, Goku, had perished. After enduring so much, Bulma never envisioned that the little boy she had rescued from the mountains would depart from this world before her. The turtle sage stood quietly nearby, enveloped in silence. Surprisingly, Krillin, who had thought he would remain unaffected by Goku's death, found tears streaming down his face. An outpouring of grief greater than in his previous life. He could have prevented Goku's demise, merely for the sake of preparing for the impending confrontation with Vegeta and Nappa a year later. He had forsaken his dear friend, his comrade who had saved him countless times. This time, it was not due to his incompetence. Had he arrived in time, he could have made a difference. Yet, he had retreated, allowing his cherished friend to face death alone. From a broader perspective, Goku had to endure this demise. Else the Earth would face destruction at the hands of Vegeta. But what did that matter? Krillin's guilt would not be alleviated by such lofty reasoning. It only intensified. Suddenly, Goku vanished, and Krillin understood that he had been transported by the deity. Goku would be training with King Kai and would return stronger a year later to save the Earth once more. Huh, is this yet another scheme of the gods? They must be plotting something trivial again, Piccolo remarked coldly. Bulma, still fearful of the Demon King Piccolo, hid behind Krillin. Piccolo continued, "You should seek the Dragon Balls to revive Goku. A more formidable enemy will arrive on Earth in a year, and I shall take Goku's son." What? That's impossible. Bulma objected, though her protest lacked the usual fervor she displayed. At this moment, Krillin refrained from uttering foolish remarks such as, "Are you planning to consume Gohan?" Instead, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What is your purpose in taking Gohan?" Piccolo replied tersely, "In a year, we will need his strength. I will train him to become a formidable warrior." Upon hearing this, Krillin fell silent. The turtle sage interjected, "This matter should be discussed with the child's mother first. Enough with the chatter, or I will end you," Piccolo declared, his urgency palpable. Without further ado, he lifted Gohan and flew away. "Stop him, Krillin," Bulma exclaimed, rushing to his side. Krillin was at a loss. Whether he could contend with Piccolo was debatable, but presently, no one was better suited to train Gohan than Piccolo himself. Even he and the turtle sage were inadequate, and this was not a matter of ability. Master Roshi is indeed a legendary figure, and Krillin, having imparted combat wisdom to Gohan on Namek, also stands as the last hope for Goten and Trunks after the Cell Games. Both of these disciples possess exceptional skills, yet the students they have mentored differ significantly from the current Gohan. Presently, Gohan lacks any fervor for martial arts, making it impossible for them to be stern with him. Thus, Piccolo emerges as the most suitable mentor for Gohan. Observing Krillin's reluctance, Bulma assumed he was simply afraid and retorted, "You are utterly useless." "Fine. Since that Demon King Piccolo has vowed not to harm Gohan, we shall place our trust in him for now." Bulma then noticed the scouter Raditz had worn and approached to remove it, pondering, is this how Goku's brother located him? How intricate! After her musings, she declared, "Let us seek the Dragon Balls." Krillin had already devised a plan, knowing that Goku would not be resurrected at this time. With the 4-star Dragon Ball at hand, he felt no anxiety and resolved to train alone. He deemed it futile to continue his training under the Supreme Kai, especially in preparation for the formidable threats of Vegeta and the Frieza Force that loomed a year ahead. "Bulma, there will be even more powerful adversaries a year from now. I must train and grow stronger. I will become more formidable. You go and find Yamcha and Tien." With that, Krillin soared into the sky. Bulma murmured, "Krillin seems different somehow. Master Roshi replied. Perhaps Goku's death has profoundly affected him. In Roshi's memory, this was Goku's first death, occurring right before Krillin's eyes. As Krillin's figure faded into the distance, Roshi pondered deeply. Upon returning to Roshi's abode, they summoned Yamcha to assist in the search for the Dragon Balls, hoping to resurrect Goku, but were thwarted by Goku and the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai suggested that Yamcha and the others train at the Kai's palace, which delighted Yamcha. Bulma repaired the scouter, and Yamcha led the way to find Krillin and Tien. Tien readily agreed, while Krillin declined the Supreme Kai's invitation. In the Arctic, Krillin refrained from donning heavy winter garments, opting instead for the Turtle School GI and the weighted clothing that he had requested from the Supreme Kai. He was battling the frigid winds with his own energy, preparing for an extended period of training. Using his own ki to withstand the cold was a training method Krillin had conceived. In an alternate future, Goten and Trunks often struggled to focus during meditation, prompting Krillin to devise this approach. The results were unexpectedly effective, thus he employed it here as well. This method of training was particularly suited to Krillin. His proficiency in ki manipulation far exceeded that of Goku, enabling him to utilize such techniques even when his ki was relatively weak. While Piccolo and Tien possessed stronger ki than Krillin, their lesser skill in ki application rendered their training less efficient. It would prove more beneficial for them to focus on physical training and simply enhance their ki. While cultivating his energy, Krillin did not neglect the fortification of his physical form, engaging in rigorous physical training daily. His regimen closely resembled that of the Turtle School, albeit with heightened intensity. Each morning, he would don a weighted shell of 1,000 kilograms for his jog, followed by swimming while dragging an iceberg, in addition to specialized exercises aimed at enhancing his neural reflexes. The refinement of his corporeal vessel was particularly emphasized by Krillin, for energy resides inherently within the human body. The stronger the physique, the greater the energy. Whether through meditation or the techniques Krillin employed to augment his energy, they merely facilitated the realization of the energy that already existed within. The Elder of Namek's ability to unlock potential operates on the same principle, which is why, after being empowered by the Elder, Krillin and Son Gohan could see their combat abilities continually ascend in subsequent battles. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha were diligently training at the Heavenly Temple. Following Son Gohan's trials for survival, Piccolo officially commenced his training of Gohan. Thus, a year elapsed. Chapter 3, The Saiyan Strike. 2 spacecraft descended from the cosmos, crashing into Earth and creating 2 massive craters in the city, fortunately with no immediate casualties. However, the surrounding populace was thrown about by the force of the collision. Once the dust settled, they beheld the objects that had fallen from the sky. The hatches of the spacecraft slowly opened, and 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged. It was a person. Someone had indeed flown out. Who were they? In an instant, discussions erupted among the crowd regarding these 2 figures. The smaller one smirked, "So, this is Earth? The environment is rather pleasant. It could fetch a handsome price." The larger one sneered, chattering away, "Let us show these country bumpkins a thing or two." With that, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together and thrust his wrist upward. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the city was immediately engulfed in dust. The smaller figure frowned, expressing his discontent to the larger one. "Nappa, refrain from wantonly destroying this planet. It will depreciate in value. If there were Dragon Balls in that city you just obliterated, I would not take it lightly." Nappa hastily apologized. "My sincerest apologies, Vegeta." Evidently, the duo was led by the diminutive Vegeta, who seemed to instill fear in Nappa, who was indeed intimidated by him, second only to Frieza. "Shall we begin our search for the Dragon Balls?" Nappa cautiously inquired. Vegeta responded, "No. First we shall seek out the one who defeated Raditz. Locating him will significantly streamline our search for the Dragon Balls." Nappa glanced at the power level detector, its display fluctuating with data. Once it stabilized, a smile broke across Nappa's face as he relayed to Vegeta, "It appears there are more than a couple with power levels exceeding 1,000. However, they will not pose a challenge for us. There are 2 high combat power readings nearest to us, 1220 and 983. Let us seek them out," suggested Vegeta. Thus, the 2 soared towards their designated targets. "Beep, beep, beep. HM?" Nappa's expression shifted, prompting Vegeta's inquiry. "What is it, Nappa?" "It's nothing," he replied hastily. Vegeta disregarded him, while Nappa pondered. "Did I misinterpret that? Just a moment ago, it seemed the power detector flickered, revealing a value exceeding 3,000. Yet, it vanished as swiftly as it appeared." Nappa dismissed it as a malfunction. After all, the emergence of such a formidable reading on Earth was hard to believe, especially since it disappeared so quickly. He was aware that the combat power of Earthlings fluctuated with battle, but surely it could not simply vanish. How infuriating. Something must have occurred. Piccolo, visibly agitated, urged Gohan, "Prepare for battle. They are approaching quickly." Understood. Soon, Vegeta and Nappa arrived before Piccolo and Gohan. "Oh, a Namekian on Earth. It seems the Dragon Balls were indeed created by you," Vegeta remarked upon recognizing Piccolo as alien heritage. Legends spoke of the Namekians as a remarkable race endowed with extraordinary abilities, including magic. I'd always thought it mere folklore, never imagining it to be true. Meanwhile, in the other world, the Supreme Kai was astonished by Vegeta's words. "No wonder I am different from ordinary beings. It turns out I am an extraterrestrial. Do not worry about me, Mr. Popo. I am merely reflecting." Nappa interjected. "You are the creator of the Dragon Balls, so hand them over. Although you are a Namekian, you're no match for us." Piccolo assumed a combat stance, retorting to Vegeta, "I should thank you for revealing my ancestry. But I'm not the one who created the Dragon Balls. My expertise lies in combat. Whether I can defeat you will only become apparent in battle." Nappa activated his power detector once more, confirming their readings, 1220 and 983. "Oomph. With such strength, you dare pose us?" "Not so, Nappa." As Vegeta removed his own power detector, he cautioned Nappa, "Their combat abilities will fluctuate during the fight, so do not underestimate them." Heeding this, Nappa also removed his detector. Chuckling, "True enough, but I am not that weakling, Raditz." In the distance, a helicopter approached. It was from the television station. At the Kame house, everyone was watching this battle unfold on screen. The camera shifted to reveal a boy in blue, none other than Gohan. "Ah, Gohan. My Gohan has undoubtedly been led astray by the evil Piccolo this past year," cried Chi-Chi, clutching the television and shaking it in distress. The others hurried to pull her away. Vegeta, glancing at the helicopter in the sky, instructed Nappa, "Clean this up." With a sinister chuckle, Nappa pointed toward the horizon, and several helicopters erupted into flames. The television screen at the Kame house fizzled into static, prompting Chi-Chi to wail in distress. Vegeta observed Piccolo and Gohan with a mocking grin, as if a thought had just struck him. He turned to Nappa and inquired, "Do we still have any seeds for the cultivators left? Let us use those for some amusement." Nappa retrieved a vial, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 remaining. He crouched down, scooping up some soil, and remarked, "This earth is quite fertile. It should yield promising cultivators." He scattered the seeds into the ground and poured a nurturing solution over them. Before long, 6 green creatures emerged from the soil. At that moment, Tien Kaiatsu and Yamcha arrived. Weren't there only 2 Saiyans? How did they suddenly multiply? Tien asked, to which Piccolo replied, "It's a long story, but what brings you here? Are you just here to cause trouble?" Tien smirked. "We've made significant progress. Once we deal with the Saiyans, it will be your turn." Indeed, they had made considerable advances, but first they needed to survive this battle. "Has that short one not shown up? Is he too afraid to face us?" Yamcha frowned, asserting, "Krillin will definitely come." He then turned to Gohan with a smile. "You must be Goku's son, just as strong as your father. It seems Piccolo's training is quite rigorous." "Why yes, Uncle Piccolo has been very kind to me," Gohan stammered shyly. Yamcha felt a twinge of frustration. After all, he was a friend of Goku, while Piccolo was technically an adversary. Nearby, Kaiatsu floated in front of Gohan and made a silly face, causing Gohan to quickly hide behind Piccolo. Piccolo, however, was unyielding and pushed him out. "Enough reminiscing. Save it for the afterlife." Vegeta interrupted their banter. "There are 5 of you, yet 6 cultivators. Here is the plan, a one-on-one elimination match. If you win, you may choose to swap out or continue battling. If the cultivators win, the next one steps in while they remain. This continues until either your side or the cultivators is entirely defeated. How'd that sound? To the bitter end? Very well. We accept." Piccolo agreed to Vegeta's proposal, and Tien and Yamcha readily concurred. Recognizing that this arrangement would buy time for Goku and Krillin's arrival, they could sense the overwhelming malevolent energy radiating from Vegeta and Nappa. Tien stepped forward, declaring, "I'll take the lead." On the distant Kame House Island, Master Roshi, Bulma, and the Ox King gathered around the crystal ball of Baba, the fortune teller. Watching the battle unfold, they had already revived Goku, who was hastening to join them. "Really now, where on earth is Krillin?" Bulma lamented, her words tinged with frustration, yet laced with concern. This worry extended not only to Tien and Yamcha, who were in the thick of battle, but also to the whereabouts of Krillin. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, Krillin navigated through the icy terrain. During this period, the Arctic has been enveloped in perpetual daylight, causing Krillin to lose track of time. It was not until he sensed the formidable presence of Vegeta and Nappa that he recalled the significance of the day, the arrival of the two Saiyans. Chapter 4. Tien Shinhan demonstrates his might, stepping forward with unwavering confidence. Tien declared, "I alone am sufficient." An opponent, a cultivator, emerged with a mocking grin and launched an attack towards Tien. Unfazed, Tien extended his right hand into a fist and struck the cultivator squarely in the abdomen. The immense force propelled the cultivator backward, shattering a nearby rock and sending debris flying. The cultivator, however, was not without resilience. After crashing through the stone, he adeptly rolled in midair and landed gracefully. Just as Tien prepared to press his advantage, the cultivator opened the top of his green head, releasing a viscous white liquid. Tien quickly evaded the attack, as did Kairatsu and Yamcha behind him. Only Gohan was momentarily paralyzed by the grotesque sight, failing to react in time. Had it not been for Piccolo, who swiftly intervened and kicked him aside, Gohan would have been caught in the onslaught. The white liquid splattered onto the ground, creating a deep trench where Gohan had just stood, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread. Piccolo scolded, "What were you dawdling for? If you hadn't dodged that, the consequences would have been dire." Gohan quickly apologized, "I'm so sorry." Amidst their exchange, Tien charged forward once more, and the cultivator found himself utterly defenseless. Each of Tien's strikes landed with precision, leaving the cultivator no room to counter. Whenever the cultivator seemed on the verge of collapsing, Tien would deliver a blow that kept him suspended in midair. Suddenly, Tien stretched out his left hand and shouted. The cultivator fell to the ground, struggling momentarily before failing to rise again. How could this be? The cultivator's power was comparable to Raditz. How could this earthling defeat him so effortlessly? Nappa found it hard to believe, considering the cultivator possessed a battle power of 1200, reaching the level of an intermediate Saiyan warrior. Vegeta remarked to Nappa, "Do not be astonished, Nappa. It is evident that his strength far surpasses that of the cultivator. Has he truly ascended from being significantly weaker than Raditz to this level in just a year? Yet Raditz was merely a weakling." Nappa, however, was skeptical, unable or unwilling to accept Tien's prowess. Next, Tien intended to continue his battle, but was met with a cold smile from Vegeta, who retorted, "The fight is not yet over." Tien turned to Vegeta, perplexed. "What are you saying? He can no longer fight. He can barely stand." Yet, to their astonishment, the cultivator struggled to rise, displaying remarkable vitality. Vegeta smirked coldly, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and pointed at the cultivator, who instantly exploded into a burst of energy. Even Piccolo's expression changed, clearly astonished by Vegeta's actions. He remained unsettled, for the destructive power of that Saiyan was undeniably formidable, effortlessly obliterating that green-skinned creature in an instant. "What are you doing?" Yamcha exclaimed in fury, incensed by Vegeta's ruthless slaughter of their comrade. Nappa, equally bewildered, turned to Vegeta and questioned, "Why would you do such a thing?" Vegeta replied with a cold smirk, "Did I not make myself clear? Until one side is completely annihilated. That training partner underestimated me. I warned them to go all out. Since they have already lost, there is no need for them to remain alive." Very well. Let's continue. Hold on. Let me take over. "You should rest for a moment," Yamcha proposed, stepping forward, only to be met with Tien's refusal. "I can still fight. Save your turn for the next round." Yamcha had no choice but to acquiesce. While Gohan and Kairatsu were concerned for Tien, they were also deeply intimidated by the training partner. Piccolo stood silently to the side, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta and Nappa. Nappa exuded a powerful aura, but the small stature of Vegeta concealed a depth of strength that was unfathomable. With his arms crossed, Vegeta urged, "Continue, but do not underestimate them again." The training partners exchanged glances before sending out another one. As this new opponent entered the fray, they launched an immediate assault. Even Tien, despite holding back, struggled to subdue this training partner. Vegeta erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Now this is more like it." Nappa chuckled in agreement. "It's gone, vanished." Gohan gasped, his eyes widening in shock. The speed of the battle between Tien and the training partner was so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing as if they had simply disappeared. "Stop being foolish. It's merely because their speed is too great. Focus on sensing their energy. It's only you who cannot see," Piccolo admonished, arms crossed, dissatisfied with Gohan's lack of awareness. Gohan, who was arguably their third strongest fighter, perhaps even stronger than Tien, was performing poorly. He glanced at Yamcha and Kairatsu, realizing they were both able to see clearly. He hastened to heed Piccolo's advice, concentrating on sensing the flow of energy. "I see it," Gohan exclaimed joyfully, finally able to discern the intensity of Tien and the training partners' clash. One intense battle. They are both incredible. After witnessing the fierce confrontation, Gohan couldn't help but marvel, silently cheering for Tien. Piccolo, unable to watch any longer, resolved that soon Gohan would face a training partner alone. Should he fail to prevail, it would signify that he was merely a hindrance in this battle, his contributions less valuable than that of the little one named Kairatsu, despite his greater power. Meanwhile, Tien continued his fierce struggle against the training partner. As the two combatants engaged in a fierce battle, Tenshinhan delivered a powerful straight punch that forced the cultivator to retreat, swiftly creating distance between them. Unwilling to concede, the cultivator advanced aggressively toward Tenshinhan. At that moment, Tenshinhan's three eyes narrowed in focus, and he struck. With the technique known as the volleyball fist, he instantaneously appeared before the cultivator, adopting a volleyball stance. And with both hands, he executed a crushing blow that lifted the cultivator off the ground. The cultivator lingered momentarily in the air as Tenshinhan raised his hands overhead, propelling the cultivator even higher. With a resounding spike, Tenshinhan soared into the air, unleashing a powerful downward strike upon the cultivator. The cultivator hurtled towards the positions of his fellow cultivators with startling speed and unexpected ferocity. They had no time to react and were struck directly by the incoming cultivator, suffering immense impact. Seizing the opportunity, Tenshinhan placed his hands before his eyes, observing as the cultivator's position drew nearer. He bellowed, "Kikaho!" A tremendous surge of energy erupted between his hands, expanding rapidly and encompassing both Vegeta and Nappa in its wake. Dust and debris erupted into the air, and with a thunderous roar, Tenshinhan gradually descended to the ground, exhaling heavily, having exerted considerable effort in the process. Yamcha approached, patting Tenshinhan on the back, exclaiming, "Well done, Tenshinhan." Both Kairatsu and Gohan expressed their delight, proclaiming how splendid it was. However, Tenshinhan's expression remained grave as he noted that two green-skinned creatures had escaped, and he had failed to strike them. Piccolo, too, bore a serious countenance, recognizing that while the two green-skinned creatures were not formidable, the true threat lay with the two monsters themselves. As the dust began to settle, the area where the enemy had stood was revealed as a deep crater from Tenshinhan's Kikaho. Two figures, one tall and one small, emerged from the pit, both wearing sinister smirks. Upon landing, Vegeta disdainfully remarked, "Your attack merely stirred up a bit of dust. Nothing to worry about. So why don't you come over here?" Nappa shouted in anger as the cultivator, who had previously evaded danger, hurried over. Your recent assault was rather unsportsmanlike, wasn't it?" Vegeta quipped with a smirk. Tenshinhan replied, "Didn't you say that our battle with the cultivators would continue until one side was utterly defeated? You two were standing too close, and I merely miscalculated." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then let us continue. You two can fight together." Vegeta summoned two cultivators simultaneously, adding, "You can team up as well." As Tenshinhan prepared to advance, Yamcha intervened, stating, "You should rest and regain your strength. There will be another fierce battle for you soon, so leave this to me." Chapter 5. The Fear of Son Gohan. Yamcha stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and twisting his neck, confidently eyeing the two cultivators before him. "Fantastic! Young Master Yamcha is here," Puer exclaimed joyously, confident that Yamcha would defeat all the foes. The television was no longer an option, as they now watched the battle unfold through the crystal ball of the fortune-telling old woman. From the previous encounter between the cultivator and Tien Shinhan, it is evident that the cultivator's battle prowess is rather unimpressive. If I were to unleash my full strength, I could easily resolve the situation. Yamcha is brimming with confidence. Wait a moment, if there are two opponents, may we also send forth two warriors? Piccolo inquires of Vegeta. It is perfectly acceptable for all of you to engage simultaneously. Piccolo nods, while Yamcha expresses his discontent, exclaiming, "Is the great demon king Piccolo truly going to involve a child in battling these two green-skinned monsters?" Ignoring Yamcha, Piccolo turns to Gohan, saying, "It is your turn to take the stage." Huh? Gohan is taken aback. Although he fears the cultivators, he steps forward nonetheless. Upon seeing Gohan prepare for battle, Chi-Chi promptly faints. "Damn it, How can Piccolo send a child into battle? Bulma is quite displeased, although she had anticipated Gohan's involvement. Witnessing Piccolo's decision still infuriates her. Can Gohan handle this? Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu are equally concerned for Gohan, even though they sense a formidable power emanating from him. Gohan is still younger than Goku was when he first emerged from the mountains. Piccolo retorts, "Enough chatter. Can't you perceive the strength that boy possesses?" Tien Shinhan and Yamcha indeed recognize that Gohan's combat power is nearly on par with Yamcha's own. While they are astonished by his potential, they cannot help but worry whether he possesses sufficient combat experience. After all, Gohan has only trained for a year. Piccolo urges Gohan, "Go defeat that monster. Are you capable?" "Yes, I can." Gohan replies with determination. Vegeta chuckles. "That little brat must be Kakaroto's son. I never expected the offspring of a low-class warrior to possess such commendable aptitude." Nappa adds, "Indeed, with proper training, he could become a Saiyan warrior as formidable as myself. Just a half-blood." Vegeta scoffs, dismissing the notion. In his eyes, reaching that level of combat power at 5 years old is merely decent. By the age of 5, he had already conquered countless planets. Let the battle commence. I hope your conflict brings me some amusement. The two cultivators respectfully nod to Vegeta before turning their attention to Yamcha and Gohan. Yamcha instructs Gohan, "Prepare for battle." Gohan hurriedly assumes a fighting stance, try to look the part. He possesses immense power that could be pivotal in combat, provided he knows how to fight. Judging by Gohan's reaction during Tien Shinhan's battle, it is clear that Piccolo's training has granted Gohan significant strength, yet he remains entirely inexperienced in combat. Not to mention facing ruthless enemies. Even in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he cannot fully unleash his potential. Although Piccolo's training primarily focuses on sparring, such practice does not equate to genuine combat. Gohan is still merely a novice, despite his already considerable strength. This is precisely why Piccolo desires Gohan to take the stage, for this battle will facilitate significant growth for him. In due time, Gohan will play a pivotal role in this confrontation. The cultivators harness their strength and charge towards Yamcha and Gohan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha positions himself protectively in front of the startled Gohan, intercepting both cultivators. Gohan, regaining his composure, joins the fray to battle the cultivators. Piccolo furrows his brow, clearly dissatisfied with Gohan's performance. Although he had previously left Gohan to fend for himself in the wilderness, believing it would cultivate his combat experience, it appears that he has miscalculated. The two sides engage in a fierce struggle, swiftly navigating through the rocky terrain, and under Yamcha's careful guidance, he and Gohan remain together. Several times, Gohan's neglect leads him to be struck down, each instance aided by Yamcha's intervention. What is happening? Kakaroto's little brat's combat power is soaring, Nappa exclaims, astonished by the fluctuating readings on the scouter. This mixed blood kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, I have no need for a lowly warrior's illegitimate offspring. Vegeta sneers, though Gohan's performance has earned him a modicum of respect. Nappa scoffs, that kid's strength clearly surpasses that of the cultivators, yet he remains overpowered by them. If not for his companion's timely assistance, he would have been eliminated long ago, a true waste. Suddenly, one of the cultivators battling Gohan shrieks, retreating to create distance, and, employing a familiar tactic, cracks its head open, releasing a torrent of viscous fluid. Gohan's heart races with fear upon witnessing the grotesque sight. "Gohan, get back!" Yamcha shouts, delivering a punch that sends his opponent reeling, creating space for Gohan. Beside them, Piccolo can no longer tolerate Gohan's lackluster performance. His energy has begun to reach levels that nearly surpass Yamcha's, yet he still finds himself a hindrance in this battle. Thankfully, he has had the opportunity to engage in combat early on. Otherwise, facing a more formidable foe later would surely lead to his demise. On the other side, Gohan regains his resolve and faces the cultivator once more. For reasons unknown, his fear of the cultivator dissipates as the battle ensues. At this moment, Gohan's combat power continues to rise. 1463, 1492, 1521. His fighting spirit, like his power, ascends steadily. Meanwhile, Krillin comes to a halt amidst the icy expanse. To be precise, he is compelled to stop, for he is utterly exhausted. Throughout the year, his training has focused on mastering an ultimate technique, the Kaioken. In that desperate future, Earth became a playground for the diminutive Cell Juniors. Curiously, Krillin emerged as the sole Z fighter spared by Cell, following which Cell ventured into the cosmos, leaving behind his progeny. The Kaioken technique is Krillin's sole means of contending with the formidable Cell Jr. originally. The Kaioken could be amplified to a maximum of 20 times its power. However, through the collaborative efforts of Krillin and Master Roshi, the modified Kaioken has reached an impressive limit of 40 times. This enhancement has allowed Krillin to rescue others multiple times from the clutches of Cell Jr., though he ultimately remains unable to defeat him, and later, he is surpassed by Goten and Trunks. Both Goten and Trunks possess extraordinary talent. Yet the transformation into Super Saiyan 2 leaves Krillin and others perplexed. Otherwise, he would not have sought to transform himself into an artificial being. In summary, Krillin places great importance on the capabilities of the Kaioken. Thus, he has diligently worked throughout the year to enhance his body's adaptability to this technique, now being able to handle a 5-fold increase. Although the results are commendable, Krillin has also paid a significant price. Aside from the pain endured, his body suddenly feels fatigued, likely due to overtraining the Kaioken. Closing his eyes, Krillin begins to meditate, attempting to discern the issue plaguing his body. After a brief moment, he opens his eyes and rises from the ice. While he has not entirely resolved the problem, he has alleviated it to some extent. The issue is minor. It is merely overexertion, which can be remedied with a senzu bean. Consequently, Krillin continues his flight towards the battlefield. He senses that Tien and the others are engaged in combat against several adversaries of lesser strength, which brings him a modicum of reassurance, as he recognizes them to be the cultivators. Suddenly, 2 energy signatures vanish. They are the cultivators. This is troubling. If they recklessly confront Nappa, it could spell disaster. Beedrill. Gohan, you must hold out until I arrive. Goku, you need to hurry. Chapter 6. Goku arrives on Earth. Gohan's fighting prowess escalates, demonstrating remarkable growth over this period. At this juncture, Yamcha feels he would not be able to match Gohan in battle. It is astonishing. Not long ago, he struggled to track rapid movements. Could it be that he truly is the son of Goku? Contemplating this, Yamcha feels it unjust to be outclassed by Gohan and resolves to conclude this encounter. Yamcha delivers a punch that sends the cultivator before him staggering, unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The attack strikes the cultivator head-on. As Yamcha channels his energy to its peak without holding back, his battle power surges unexpectedly to 1840. Nappa observes the battle power detector, astonished by this significant increase. Vegeta muses. So, after unleashing the energy wave, his battle power has returned to 1440? I see. Gohan dodges, launching a ki blast. Yamcha fires a ki blast, which Gohan narrowly evades, only for it to strike the cultivator. The cultivator, displaying agility, giggles and makes a silly face. Oh no! The cultivator shrieks as the ki blast unexpectedly curves back to hit him. Although this blow is not fatal, Yamcha follows up with another Kamehameha wave, ultimately vanquishing the cultivator. Panting, Yamcha and Gohan descend to the ground, wiping the sweat from their brows. Thank you, Uncle Yamcha. Son Wukong expressed his gratitude politely, which took Yamcha by surprise. How do you know my name? He inquired. My father mentioned it to me. The tall one with 3 eyes is Uncle Tien. The short one with the hat is Uncle Kaiatsu, and the one who is quite short and bald is Uncle Krillin. Upon hearing this, both Tien and Kaiatsu chuckled. That rascal Goku hasn't spoken ill of me, has he? Well, the battle is not over yet. In fact, one could say it has just begun. Piccolo interrupted their conversation, removing his heavy weights and slamming them onto the ground, creating a significant dent, a clear indication of their substantial weight. Oh, my power level has increased. This Namekian possesses a battle strength of 2,500. Such power is not insignificant. He could easily serve as a squad leader within Frieza's army, Vegeta remarked. But Nappa, do not underestimate him. This Namekian is undoubtedly more formidable than he appears. Hey, are you stalling for time? Although I have been cooperating with you. Are you waiting for someone? Nappa queried. There seems to be a considerable power level approaching from the north of this planet. Upon hearing this, Nappa adjusted his scouter. 3,250. How does this inferior planet keep producing such skilled fighters? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Stop being so easily startled. They won't be our match anyway. You should learn from the Earthling skills. This last sentiment Vegeta refrained from voicing. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Tien and the others quickly sensed the energy and confirmed that a strong presence was indeed approaching. Tien and Yamcha were elated. What an overwhelming power. It surpasses even that of King Piccolo. Is it Goku? Yamcha speculated. Tien shook his head. No, it isn't Goku. His energy differs from Goku's. It must be Krillin. To their surprise, Krillin had grown so powerful, truly impressive. Tien couldn't help but marvel. considering he had always been stronger than Krillin prior to this. What? It's Krillin? I never imagined he would become this formidable through his own training. Yamcha echoed Tin's sentiments, reflecting on their camaraderie and his own relationship with Goku as fellow disciples. Now, they had both surpassed him, yet Yamcha had not lost hope. He firmly believed he too would become stronger. Of course, survival in the forthcoming battle and achieving victory was paramount. Kakarote's little brat has just finished fighting. Should we wait for him? He suggested, referring to the approaching Kakarote. It seemed Vegeta had mistaken Krillin for Goku. Yamcha and Tien exchanged glances, finding the situation advantageous for their side, and nodded at each other before directing their gaze towards Piccolo. They could not claim to fully trust Piccolo, as they were uncertain of his intentions. For now, they could only assume they were on the same side. Anything beyond that, such as the potential for collaborative combat, remained unconfirmed. They were certain that none of them could defeat their opponents alone. At present, the aura emanating from Krillin is formidable, yet it pales in comparison to that of the towering giant, let alone the unfathomable prowess of the diminutive figure. This should be evident to Piccolo as well. While the true extent of Piccolo's strength remains uncertain, it is undeniable that he cannot surpass the might of the giant. Nodding in agreement, Piccolo acquiesced to Vegeta's generosity. Vegeta, dismissive of the Earthlings whom even Raditz could not contend with, found their potential to control energy intriguing, thus granting Piccolo and his companions ample time. Seated cross-legged in the air, Piccolo commenced his meditation. Previously, he would have refrained from such a tactic in the midst of battle. But now that his adversaries regarded him with such disdain, it played right into his hands. Tien and Yamcha, mirroring Piccolo, began their own meditations, elevating their states to their utmost potential. They no longer needed to suppress their energy. In the presence of masters like Vegeta and Nappa, the notion of conserving strength was utterly futile. Vegeta noted a slight increase in their combat abilities, particularly that of the Namekian, whose power had astonishingly reached 3,000. They merely unleashed the strength that they had previously restrained. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a matter of simple technique. Vegeta felt no interest in the enhancement of their fighting prowess. He had seen through the Earthlings' tactics. It appeared they had entered a truce. Perhaps they were frightened, especially since their companions had been vanquished by Tien and Yamcha. Very well, let us swiftly eliminate them all. Bulma, clutching Oolong's neck with her left arm, yelled at the crystal ball of the fortune teller, while furiously pounding Oolong's head with her right fist. The inhabitants of Kame House gathered around the fortune teller's crystal ball, engrossed in the unfolding battle, save for Chi-Chi, who had fainted from the overwhelming tension when Gohan took the stage. Master Roshi, adjusting his sunglasses, remarked gravely, "It is not as it seems. The enemy is exceedingly formidable. They are operating on an entirely different level. Tien and the others are under immense pressure, and I find myself utterly helpless." Gripping his cane tightly, the once great martial arts master acknowledged that he had fallen out of sync with the times. Though he had not trained at the Heavenly Temple this past year, he had not grown complacent. Yet, his potential could not compare to that of the younger warriors. Curse it, Goku! Hurry back and drive them away!" Bulma cried out. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Master Roshi turned to Bulma. "Do you not possess Raditz Scouter? Use that to take a look." "Oh, right," Bulma exclaimed, retrieving the scouter and activating it. Immediately, it began to operate. To the north, a high power level was moving swiftly. It must be Krillin. Goku has returned. The scouter detected a sudden surge of energy at the Heavenly Temple, without a doubt. It was Goku. Bulma tapped the scouter and gasped. His power level is an astounding 5,000. Excellent. Tien and the others barely exceed 1,000. And I recall Piccolo's maximum output was around 3,000. Goku will undoubtedly triumph over the enemy. Hurry, take a look at the enemy's data, Master Roshi urged. Bulma complied and operated the device. There it is. A multitude of high-energy reactions. Battle power of 4,000. This is splendid. As long as Yamcha and the others can hold until Goku arrives, victory is ours. Is that so? Splendid. With Goku resurrected, my Gohan need not engage in battle. Kiki, who had been resting, suddenly awoke and addressed Bulma. Goku is almost here, right? Yes, it should be Krillin who arrives first. After all, the Heavenly Temple is quite distant. Oh, that's fine. They seem to have ceased fighting. As long as Goku arrives before the battle commences, we'll be all right. Poor Gohan. Kiki lamented. As she held up a crystal ball, Master Roshi inquired, "What about the other one, Bulma?" 18,000. Chapter 7. Tien and Kaiotsu. Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow, gazing towards the heavenly temple, raising his right hand to operate the battle power detector. His eyes widened in shock as he turned to Nappa. Nappa, go and deal with them, including that Namekian. If all else fails, we shall head to Namek. Their Dragon Balls may prove more advantageous. In an instant, Piccolo, Tien, and the others swiftly prepared for battle. What is going on, Vegeta? Nappa queried, puzzled. Vegeta pointed towards the heavenly temple. A formidable battle power has suddenly emerged. 5000. Though not insurmountable, the succession of powerful warriors appearing on this planet unsettles me. Very well. Nappa stepped forward, grinning ominously at Gohan. Gohan, momentarily terrified, plopped down onto the ground, but quickly regained his stance, gazing resolutely at Nappa. Although fear gripped him, he understood from their previous encounter that succumbing to terror would only exacerbate the situation. It was precisely his overwhelming fear that had hindered Uncle Yamcha. He could not allow fear to dominate him again. Nappa charged forth, and Tien stepped up to intercept him. Though Tien was acutely aware of his inferior strength compared to Nappa, it was imperative that someone hinder Nappa's advance. If he breached their defenses, everyone would fall within Nappa's strike zone. At that point, only he and Piccolo might stand a chance, and that would spell disaster. Tien extended his left arm and swept it across, while Nappa brought his hand down in a powerful chop. The two forces collided, resulting in an overwhelming advantage for Nappa. Tien cried out in agony, clutching his left arm in pain. His left arm had been severed with brutal force. He had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength. Grimacing through the pain, Tien ascended into the air, attempting to evade Nappa, but Nappa's speed far exceeded his own. In an instant, Nappa soared over Tien's head, delivering a devastating punch that sent Tien plummeting to the ground. As Piccolo and Yamcha prepared to assist, Nappa's right fist descended, unleashing a wave of energy. Piccolo and the others could only retreat to evade the onslaught, as the energy wave struck the ground, carving a deep and extensive chasm. Subsequently, Nappa lunged at Tien Shinhan, who, unable to evade, was forced to endure the brunt of Nappa's assault. Nappa relentlessly attacked Tien, who, with only one arm, could do little but withstand the blows. After Nappa delivered a powerful punch to Tien's abdomen, he ceased his assault, leaving Tien in agony as he knelt on the ground. Piccolo was astonished. Nappa's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He had been focusing on the Saiyan, named Vegeta, only to realize that Nappa alone possessed the power surpassing all of them combined. Glancing at Gohan, Piccolo clenched his teeth and urged, Gohan, listen carefully. You must fight with all your might. Gohan trembled at the sight of Nappa. The image of his severed arm was too traumatic for him to bear. Gohan, Piccolo shouted, snapping Gohan back to reality. If you cannot muster the resolve to fight, then get out of here. Yes, Gohan replied, steeling himself. Nappa, stepping on Tien's severed arm, prepared to finish him off with a punch. Tien, Uncle Tien, Goku exclaimed, horrified. Damn it. Kaiatsu attempted to restrain Nappa with his psychic abilities, but to no avail. Yamcha unleashed a Kamehameha, aimed directly at Nappa's head. The impact caused Nappa to momentarily sway, turning his attention toward Yamcha, abandoning Tien as he charged toward Yamcha. Special beam cannon. Piccolo clasped his hands together, unleashing the technique upon Nappa. Nappa, unfazed, absorbed the blow, pausing only briefly before continuing his advance toward Yamcha, disregarding Piccolo entirely. Yamcha hastily retreated as Piccolo pulled Gohan aside, but Kairatsu was caught off guard. Being knocked aside by the charging Nappa, Nappa did not attack Kairatsu. He merely collided with him. Kairatsu fell to the ground, feeling as though his body had shattered. Kairatsu! Tien cried out. Yamcha, be careful. Piccolo warned, but it was too late. Nappa had already caught up to Yamcha. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha threw a punch at Nappa's face, but Nappa did not flinch, allowing Yamcha's fist to collide with his face. Ugh! Yamcha gasped in shock. It was as if his fist had struck a steel plate. The sensation was one he hadn't felt in a long time, as he had previously been able to punch through steel. Faced with Nappa, Yamcha felt utterly childlike. Despite delivering his strongest punch, Nappa showed no sign of faltering or retaliating, simply continuing his advance. Yamcha found himself unable to retract his fist, forced to retreat as Nappa moved forward. Nappa pressed on, while Yamcha was pushed back. At that moment, Piccolo deftly sidestepped to Nappa's flank and delivered a powerful kick, sending Nappa flying. Yamcha finally found a moment to breathe, his right arm throbbing with intense pain that distorted his features. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow, and he was severely drained of energy. His condition only slightly better than that of Tien. Nappa, having been sent flying over 10 meters, came to a halt, sneering at Piccolo. Namekian, that kick was rather impressive. Piccolo ignored Nappa and turned to Yamcha, asking, "Are you alright? Can you continue fighting?" Vegeta shouted, "Nappa, you fool. Look behind you." "What?" Nappa turned around, seeing nothing. Confusion crossed his face. Vegeta wouldn't make baseless claims. Then Vegeta added, "Idiot. It's on your back." Nappa glanced over his shoulder and was taken aback. It was Dend, who had stealthily climbed onto Nappa's back when he was distracted, startling him. "You little brat, get off me." Nappa reached back with both hands, but could not grasp Dend. In his fury, Nappa slammed his back against the mountaintop, crashing into the earth. Tien shouted hoarsely, "Dend, run." Clinging to Nappa's back, Dend replied, "Tien, farewell. You must survive." Tien gazed at Dend in disbelief, exclaiming, "Dend, you can't. No, don't." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted as Dend chose to self-destruct, enveloping both himself and Nappa in smoke. "The days spent with you, Tien, have truly brought me joy. I'm immensely grateful for these years, so you must live on." Dend's parting words went unheard by Tien. "Dend!" Tien cried out, tears streaming from his 3 eyes, filled with regret. "You've already used the Dragon Balls to return once. You cannot be revived again. I should never have brought you along." Piccolo watched the smoke with a smile. To choose self-destruction and take down an enemy? It seemed Dend had entered this battle with a resolve to perish. Impressive, indeed. However, in the next moment, Piccolo's smile faded. As the smoke cleared, Nappa's figure emerged, slightly disheveled but unharmed. Wiping his chin with the back of his hand, he scoffed, "Humph, what a waste of effort. It seems you still do not comprehend my might." "Impossible," he asked, completely unscathed. "How infuriating. Dend sacrificed everything." Yamcha lamented. Nappa glared at the group, grinning maliciously. "Having dealt with him, it's your turn next. I shall ensure you reunite with that little brat in another world. Thank me later." Who should I deal with first?" Before he could decide, Tien's furious voice rang out. "You scoundrel, I will not let you escape unscathed." Memories of growing up alongside Dend, training and playing together flooded Tien's mind. The notion of embarking on a deceitful escapade alongside the pig, deer, and butterfly was born within, and Dumpling would willingly join in this unscrupulous endeavor. The desire to engage in a fair confrontation with Sun Wukong ignited within, prompting Dumpling to defy the Master's orders to fulfill this wish. The yearning to depart from the sect in pursuit of one's own martial path was met with Dumpling's unwavering support. In the end, the thought of Dumpling's demise weighed heavily on Tianjin Fan's mind, leaving him devoid of the means to resurrect his friend with the Dragon Balls. Rage consumed Tianjin Fan's thoughts. There could be no forgiveness. The resolve to eliminate that scoundrel echoed relentlessly within him, driving him to the brink of madness. He could no longer remain calm. He required a voice to drown out the tumultuous thoughts. "Kamehameha!" Tianjin Fan roared, his voice surpassing all others in volume. He unleashed the Kamehameha, a culmination of all his strength and essence as a man. The force was tremendous, catching Nappa off guard, who could only endure the full brunt of the attack. Did this strike vanquish Nappa? Tianjin Fan could not ascertain, for he had expended the last vestiges of his energy and life force. He collapsed to the ground, slipping into a deep slumber, unknown to all how long this sleep would endure. What remained certain was that the hero would awaken once more, for his friends would undoubtedly arrive and triumph over all adversaries. Chapter 8. The Reckless Valor of Piccolo. The Kame house was enveloped in silence, with no further words exchanged among the group. In less than a minute, Dumpling and Tianjin Fan had perished in battle, their sacrificial attacks failing to vanquish the enemy. How could this be? How could a being as formidable as Tianjin Fan be dispatched so effortlessly? What were they to do? Dumpling could no longer be revived by the Dragon Balls. Even if Goku triumphed over the foe, Dumpling would remain lost. Bulma and Poir wept, with even Oolong shedding tears. At that moment, Chi-Chi awakened, and upon witnessing the expressions of those around her, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. In a state of anxiety, Chi-Chi inquired, "What has happened? Is my lunch in jeopardy?" The Ox King replied, "It is not Gohan. It is Tianjin Fan and Dumpling who have fallen in battle." Chi-Chi fell silent, murmuring in a voice only she could hear, "Goku, you must hurry. Damn it, it hurts so much. Ha ha ha." This technique is indeed formidable. Nappa had not succumbed, though he bore injuries, indicating that he was not unscathed. What? Even Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha, executed at the cost of his life, merely caused him minor injuries? Yamcha was astounded. Nappa had withstood the attack with apparent ease. The magnitude of Nappa's strength was truly terrifying, as he had absorbed the blow without faltering. In that moment, even Piccolo felt a chill of fear, and Yamcha found himself devoid of the will to resist. This adversary is insufferable. Even if Goku were to arrive, would he stand a chance? Do not surrender too soon, Piccolo whispered urgently to Gohan and Yamcha, while Nappa merely observed with a mocking grin. At this juncture, Goku soared upon the flying Nimbus, racing toward the battlefield. Krillin was also nearing, with only 3 minutes remaining. Son Wukong and Krillin sensed each other's presence. Yet the long-lost friends did not take a moment to reconnect. Instead, they hurriedly rushed towards a singular destination from their respective positions. The recent demise of Dumpling and Tien was abrupt and left no room for sorrow. Their only focus was on hastening their journey. Hey, what are you whispering about? Chuckled Nappa. Regardless, you stand no chance against Lord Nappa. Let us deal with that earthling first. With that, Nappa unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth. Piccolo, with a disdainful grunt, positioned himself in front of Yamcha, his hands clasped as he employed the special beam cannon to deflect the attack. It seems you have underestimated me, Piccolo proclaimed as he soared into the air, charging towards Nappa. The latter sneered, how foolish. I was planning to save you for last, but you're far too slow. Nappa transformed his right hand into a blade, perceiving Piccolo's speed as that of a tortoise. However, just as Nappa was about to strike Piccolo, the latter's form morphed into an afterimage, causing Nappa to miss. The real Piccolo was now positioned a few meters to Nappa's side, a distance that Nappa could close in an instant. Damn it, where do you think you're going? He shouted, only to realize that Gohan had vanished. Suddenly recalling something, Nappa swiftly turned around. Special beam cannon. Gohan had already readied his attack, launching a direct hit to Nappa's face. Caught off guard, Nappa stumbled towards Yamcha, who was elated, having already prepared his stance. Kamehameha. Yamcha gathered all his energy for this attack, capable of surpassing his opponent's training by twofold. Yamcha, go for it. Avenged Dumpling and Tien. The onlookers at Kame House, including Bulma, were invigorated, cheering for Yamcha. Gohan is truly impressive. He'll surely become a martial artist, as formidable as Goku. The Ox King, witnessing Gohan's prowess, felt a sense of pride. However, the previously joyful Chi-Chi, hearing her father's words, angrily grabbed his collar, exclaiming, Dad, what are you talking about? My Gohan will become a scholar. Yes, a scholar. Chi-Chi, please remain calm. How can I be calm when my Gohan might go astray? Yamcha, as Kamehameha, struck Nappa, pushing him towards Piccolo. With a mocking smile, Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, who remained motionless, before advancing and delivering a powerful punch to Nappa's bald head. Nappa was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a significant crater. As he regained his footing, his features contorted with rage, he bellowed, You monkeys dare to strike Lord Nappa? I'm furious. Observing the spectacle, Vegeta couldn't help but scoff. What a fool. In the next moment, Nappa's expression shifted as he slowly turned around to find Yamcha standing right behind him, gripping his tail tightly. Nappa's face darkened as he glared furiously at Yamcha. As Piccolo descended, he brought his right hand, with the index and middle fingers pressed together, to his brow. A tremendous energy coalesced at his fingertips, causing arcs of electricity to flicker and intensify. With a cold smirk, he gazed at Nappa, perceiving him as already defeated, especially in light of Vegeta's apparent reluctance to engage. Nappa trembled, seemingly gripped by fear. Piccolo taunted, What's this? Are you contemplating surrender? Yamcha, do not let go. Yamcha replied with a smile, Of course not, but this technique of yours is rather time-consuming. Suddenly, Yamcha furrowed his brow, having heard Nappa's laughter, which was soon echoed by Vegeta. What are you laughing at? Piccolo inquired, receiving no response other than their mirth. Nappa threw his head back in boisterous laughter, his guffaws growing louder. A nagging sense of foreboding crept into Piccolo's mind. Realizing the peril, he hastily unleashed a wave of energy. Special beam cannon. However, Nappa forcefully struck Yamcha's head with his elbow, causing Yamcha to feel his consciousness slip away. Nappa then seized Yamcha by the neck, lifting him like a chick before himself, dodging to the side. Ultimately, Piccolo's attack merely pierced Yamcha as Nappa evaded it. Namekian, why do you slay your own comrades? Are you surrendering? He mocked, laughing heartily. Piccolo was left dumbfounded, incredulous. How is this possible? You were clearly caught by the tail. Nappa nonchalantly discarded Yamcha, scoffing, Do not compare us to that fool Raditz. We would never leave our weaknesses unrefined. Your technique is quite impressive, but even if it struck me, I would simply pass through. Yamcha, cried out in anguish, while Bulma could no longer contain herself, embracing Master Roshi in tears. Both Master Roshi and Ox King fell silent, their hopes extinguished. Gohan, Chi-Chi's heart-wrenching cries echoed. And within the crystal ball, Nappa's gaze fixed on Gohan, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he bellowed, "Die, you little brat." With that, Nappa extended his right hand, unleashing a wave of energy that Piccolo could feel was immensely powerful. Gohan was paralyzed by fear, despite his prior resolve to fight. He was merely a 5-year-old child, immobilized by the imminent threat of death. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed Piccolo's impending doom. The specter of death drawing ever closer, an escape seemed impossible. At that moment, as Nappa released his energy wave, Piccolo sprang into action, not to attack Nappa, but to rush toward Gohan, recklessly charging forth. He understood that if he did not intervene, the child would perish. What would become of him? Piccolo had no time to ponder. Nappa's energy wave was upon them, and he positioned himself before Gohan. He had made it. With arms outstretched, Piccolo shielded Gohan from harm. The energy wave crashed against Piccolo. Thud, thud, Piccolo fell to the ground, gazing up at the sky, and chuckled. How embarrassing. The great Piccolo, sacrificing himself to protect a mere child. It is all your fault, you father and son. Your innocence has infected me. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, you must survive. In his final moments, Piccolo heard the furious roar of Nappa, and he smiled, gently closing his eyes. In the heavenly temple, the deity wore a satisfied smile before dissipating. Alone in the temple, Mr. Popo wept, once again left to guard the temple in solitude. Chapter 9. The Wrath of Krillin. Krillin looked at Nappa, whom he had knocked down, his face etched with fury. He spotted Tien's lifeless body. Only the right arm remained, while the left was severed. Yamcha lay in a pit, bloodied and battered, his eyes wide open yet devoid of pupils. His left chest had been pierced, just like Goku a year ago. Krillin did not see Kairatsu's body. He already knew Kairatsu's fate. Nappa stood, glaring angrily at Krillin, but Krillin ignored him, casting a complex glance at Vegeta. He was at a loss, consumed by rage, wanting to annihilate both Nappa and Vegeta. Turning back, he sensed that Piccolo's energy had completely vanished. He was gone. Krillin felt immense guilt. If only he had arrived just a second earlier, he could have saved Piccolo. In Krillin's eyes, Piccolo was not merely a temporary ally against a common foe or an enemy as the Demon King. He was a comrade, a friend, though Piccolo might not share that sentiment. At that moment, Krillin was not the only one filled with rage. Gohan was equally furious. "Ah!" Gohan shouted in anger, his energy surging. Special beam cannon. A wave of energy surged towards Nappa, who had shifted his focus from Krillin back to Gohan. 2,800? Their combat power is truly astonishing. If that little bald head and the soon-to-arrive Kakarot are similar, they must not be underestimated. Nappa raised his right hand, deflecting the energy wave. "My hand gone numb. Hith. That little brat truly has some skill." Despairing, Gohan apologized to Piccolo's lifeless body. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I can't avenge you all." Gohan slumped helplessly to the ground. His battle power has plummeted again. "How peculiar," Vegeta muttered quietly. The battle power detector showed Gohan's level had dropped to 1,500. Nappa sneered, disregarding Krillin as he aimed to eliminate Gohan first. Once more, Nappa unleashed an energy wave at Gohan, but this time, Krillin stood protectively in front of him, simply extending his right hand. Nappa's energy wave dissipated upon contact with Krillin's hand. He did not unleash his own energy, but stood before Gohan like an insurmountable mountain. Only Nappa, facing Krillin directly, could truly grasp the formidable presence he exuded. "Cut it out, Vegeta. What's that guy's combat power?" Nappa inquired, turning to Vegeta, as he could not rely on Ki to gauge his opponent's strength. Vegeta, with a stern expression, replied, 3,200. Nappa scoffed. "That is even less than that Namekian. He is no match for me." Observing this, Vegeta cautioned, "Nappa, do not underestimate him. He is not as simple as you think." Nappa nodded dismissively, and Vegeta, recognizing his lack of sincerity, chose to disregard him. For Vegeta, at this moment, the most pressing concern was wishing for immortality. "Can you still move, Gohan?" "You are." Gohan and Krillin had only exchanged hurried glances, thus Gohan did not remember him. Krillin, aware of this, introduced himself again, saying, "I am Krillin, a friend of Goku." At this, Gohan recalled, "Oh, you are Uncle Krillin. Dad always talks about you." I'm so sorry that everyone has died. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, and Uncle Kaiatsu. Krillin helped Gohan to his feet and gently said, I know, please do not cry. If you still have strength, could you help me take their bodies to a safe place? Although he could call upon King Yemma to restore their physical forms, Krillin did not wish for his comrades' remains to suffer further indignities. Seeing that Krillin did not regard him as a threat, Nappa became furious. He charged at Krillin with full force, closing the distance in an instant. Just as he was about to throw a punch, he found himself hurtling backward instead. Nappa spun mid-air, halting his descent, utterly humiliated that he had failed to perceive his opponent's movements. Vegeta admonished, Fool, I told you not to underestimate him. Yes, I'm sorry, Nappa replied meekly in the face of Vegeta's ire. Yet when addressing Krillin, Nappa shouted, You bastard, soon you will witness the power of Lord Nappa. Krillin met Nappa's gaze, flames of fury igniting within him. His combat power surged to 3,800. One could only wonder if he had any strength left in reserve. Vegeta, observing the anger etched on Krillin's face, mused to himself, he must have unleashed everything he has. But I wonder how strong he can truly become. Confronting Nappa, Krillin soared into the sky to face him directly, while Gohan cradled Piccolo's lifeless body and flew away from the battlefield. This development brought a sigh of relief to Chi-Chi and the others gathered before the crystal ball. Krillin had displayed formidable strength upon his arrival. Regrettably, had he arrived just a minute earlier, perhaps Yamcha could have been saved, and at the very least, Piccolo would not have met his demise. Witnessing Piccolo sacrifice himself to protect Gohan had significantly altered their perception of him. Though rage consumed Krillin's mind, he was all too familiar with the agony of death. Nappa swung his fist, landing a right hook on Krillin's face, causing his neck to twist to the right, along with a slight shift of his body. The punch from Nappa was indeed forceful. It was merely that, within the span of a year, Krillin's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Krillin restored his composure. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he then delivered a powerful blow to Nappa's abdomen, who remained unfazed, his face contorting in pain. Gritting his teeth, Nappa retaliated with another strike to Krillin's midsection, a tit-for-tat exchange. This time, Krillin glided back several meters before coming to a halt, maintaining his cold gaze upon Nappa as he advanced. Enraged, Nappa unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Krillin, who refrained from countering, allowing the onslaught to continue unabated. Krillin's unwavering focus never wavered, even as Nappa's relentless barrage rained down upon him, his eyelids remaining unblinking. Nappa's assaults could not divert Krillin's gaze, which unnerved even the most ruthless of adversaries. What was happening? Why did Krillin not retaliate? Perhaps he was simply outmatched. Nappa's combat strength reached an astonishing 4,000, while Krillin's, despite a recent enhancement, stood at a mere 3,800. Was it time to wait for Goku? Goku, please hurry. Krillin, you must not perish. Goku, I implore you. The spectators gazed anxiously at the crystal ball, their faces etched with concern for Krillin. As too many friends had already perished that day, they understood that if both Goku and Krillin were vanquished, the fate of humanity would be sealed. The crystal's focus tightened on Krillin's face, and only Master Roshi noticed the depth of Krillin's gaze. He realized that Krillin was not incapable of defending himself, but rather unwilling to do so. Nimbus, please hasten your speed. Goku's anxiety escalated, calculating that at this pace, he would need 3 more minutes. Along the way, Kaiatsu, Tien, Yamcha, and even Piccolo had succumbed one after another. Had Krillin not arrived, Gohan would have met a similar fate. How could Goku not be frantic? He feared for Krillin's life. Under Krillin's unwavering gaze, Nappa's fists grew heavier, and an inner trepidation began to consume him. He wanted to cease his assault, yet he felt entrapped by Krillin's eyes, compelled to continue striking until either his opponent lay lifeless or he himself was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, Nappa noticed a shift in Krillin's focus. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to follow Krillin's line of sight, discovering Gohan attempting to move Yamcha's lifeless body. He had successfully transported Piccolo and Tien to safety, leaving only Yamcha behind. Nappa smirked malevolently, launching an energy blast at Gohan while simultaneously sweeping his leg towards Krillin, sending him hurtling away. In a state of urgency, Krillin positioned himself sideways towards Gohan, extending his right hand in Gohan's direction while his left arm pointed in the opposite direction. He unleashed an energy wave with his left hand, propelling himself towards Gohan via the recoil, and simultaneously fired another energy blast with his right hand. Krillin's timely intervention thwarted Nappa's energy blast, and he soon found himself inverted before Gohan. Uncle Krillin, your son Gohan is quite concerned about you. But before he could finish speaking, Krillin interrupted him. Don't worry about me. You should quickly take Yamcha and leave. Understood. Gohan hastily took Yamcha away, but his strength had diminished significantly, causing him to fly at a sluggish pace. Krillin straightened himself and soared back in front of Nappa, coldly declaring, now it's your turn. Chapter 10, The Demise of Nappa. Ha ha ha. Did you think that this is all I have? This is not even a fraction of my power. I want to underestimate you again, Nappa chuckled. Krillin remained unfazed by Nappa's words, merely gazing at him with a frigid stare. Nappa momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure. Finally able to meet Krillin's gaze head-on. Let me show you my true strength, Nappa exclaimed, his energy escalating, muscles bulging, his form growing immensely, as his power surged beyond mere doubling. Yet, Krillin's expression remained unchanged. Nappa erupted into laughter and threw a powerful punch at Krillin, who did not flinch or evade, and was sent hurtling backward. Nappa swiftly pursued, appearing behind Krillin to deliver a kick to his lower back. At that moment, a crimson aura burst forth from Krillin's body. Nappa's kick met nothing but air. Facing each other, they exchanged punches, each landing solidly. Vegeta furrowed his brow as the battle power detector indicated Krillin's strength had doubled, reaching 7,600. This power level was nearing Nappa's full capacity, though it had yet to surpass it, leaving uncertainty about Nappa's potential increase. As they traded blows, Nappa's power still outmatched Krillin's, yet he found himself unable to defeat Krillin. Each of Nappa's punches landed with a sense of futility, despite being fueled with lethal intent. Conversely, every strike from Krillin felt weighty to Nappa, each blow inflicting pain. Watching the fierce clash, Vegeta sensed something amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint the issue. Observing Nappa being subdued by Krillin, he cursed under his breath, "Fool. It seems I must intervene myself." Realizing that prolonging this battle was detrimental, Nappa attempted to retreat, hoping to create distance. Krillin, however, would not allow it, pressing forward to continue his assault. Nappa fought while retreating, and Krillin advanced while attacking, their clash intensifying. At this point, Nappa had lost all of his earlier arrogance, left in a disheveled state by Krillin's relentless onslaught. The spectators of the Kame House were filled with exhilaration. Until now, they had suppressed their excitement, believing they would have to wait for Goku's arrival. Yet here was Krillin overpowering Nappa. But why didn't Krillin fight back earlier? Bulma questioned, perplexed. Perhaps he was feigning weakness. Chi-Chi speculated uncertainly. Everyone turned to Master Roshi, hoping this martial arts sage could provide clarity. The outcome left everyone disheartened. Even Master Roshi could not comprehend Krillin's previous actions. At that moment, Krillin was engulfed in fury. Yet he appeared to maintain a semblance of composure. However, refraining from retaliating against Nappa's assault did not seem like a display of calmness. None could fathom Krillin's inner turmoil. He had been granted a second chance at life, destined to alter the course of this timeline and avert that despairing future. Whether it was the future Trunks faced or the challenges he himself encountered, he ought to have changed everything. Yet he succeeded in altering nothing. He remained indifferent to Goku's death, for his inaction led to Goku's demise, merely due to his inadequacy and the Earth's requirement for a deceased Goku to save it. Then came the deaths of Kaiotsu, Ten, Yamcha, and Piccolo. Their deaths were not imperative. Had they lived, the Earth would not have met its end. Yet, Krillin failed to save them, for he was too late. The reason for his tardiness was absurd. He was not far away on King Kai's planet, needing to traverse the distant Snake Way. He was on the same planet as his comrades, and still, he arrived too late. Once again, it was because of Krillin that his friends perished. Krillin was not powerless. His strength could have altered the fate of his fallen companions. Yet in the end, they still succumbed. It was no different from another timeline or the experiences Krillin had previously endured. He recalled that bleak future where everyone fell victim to Cell. With a powerful punch, Krillin repelled Nappa and created distance before coming to a halt. Nappa was already panting heavily, having engaged in a prior battle before facing Krillin. Krillin regarded Nappa with indifference, saying, "You are curious as to why, despite your superior strength, you cannot defeat me, aren't you?" Nappa remained silent, eyeing Krillin warily as he took a fighting stance, prepared for battle. "It was simple. I was inherently stronger than you, significantly so." Nappa sensed this too, though he was reluctant to admit it, stubbornly retorting, "Stop boasting. Your little friends thought they could defeat Lord Nappa, and what happened? Ha ha ha. Oomph. I shall ensure you are devoid of laughter soon enough. Believe me." As those words left his lips, Krillin's aura surged crimson, amplifying his power further. He unleashed the Kaioken times 3, causing his combat prowess to soar once more. Prior to this, Krillin had already been utilizing the Kaioken times 2. Now, his energy far surpassed that of Nappa. Krillin. It was Goku's voice. He had finally arrived. How splendid. Goku had come. The inhabitants of Krillin Tower exhaled in relief. Goku was the kind of person who, despite his often unreliable demeanor, brought a sense of reassurance in critical moments. It had always been this way. Goku, do not approach. I must vanquish him. This is one individual I cannot forgive. You deal with the one standing aside. Defeat him. Krillin interjected, preventing Goku from coming any closer. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Goku halted his Nimbus cloud, sensing the newfound strength emanating from Krillin. However, the aura surrounding Krillin, reminiscent of the Kaioken technique, instilled a sense of unease within Goku. He understood well that such techniques carry significant side effects. Even he could only utilize it at double power without incurring severe repercussions. Goku speculated that Krillin was currently employing a threefold increase in power, which raised concerns about Krillin's ability to endure it. Nevertheless, Goku ultimately acquiesced to Krillin's request. Descending from a Nimbus, he soared towards Vegeta, standing face to face with him. Goku declared, I am Son Goku, and I have come to defeat you. Vegeta regarded Goku with skepticism. Despite the combat power detector indicating a mere 5,000, Vegeta did not underestimate his opponent. When the little bald-headed warrior had first arrived, his power level was only 3,800, yet it had since escalated to a level that even Vegeta could not disregard. Thus, Vegeta would not take Son Goku lightly. So you are Raditz' useless brother, Kakarot. It is indeed remarkable that a low-class warrior has reached such a level. But do not think for a moment that you can triumph over me, the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta proclaimed, pointing to himself with his thumb. Goku's expression darkened. He could feel the formidable strength of his adversary. He retorted, I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku, who was raised on Earth. I will not allow you to destroy my planet, and I will certainly defeat you. Krillin, facing off against Nappa, furiously declared, you have killed my comrades. You are unforgivable, and I will end your life. Stop your grandstanding and die. Nappa sneered, extending his right hand to unleash an energy wave. Krillin, undeterred, allowed Nappa's energy wave to strike him, dissipating harmlessly upon impact, leaving him unscathed. Nappa groaned, clutching his abdomen in agony. Krillin seized Nappa by the neck with his left hand, struggling to maintain his grip due to the disparity in size. Then, with a flurry of punches, Krillin relentlessly struck Nappa's head, rendering him dazed. After a moment, Krillin paused, declaring, I will not allow you to die so easily. With a sudden force, Krillin hurled Nappa to the ground, creating a deep crater. Despite the brutal assault, Nappa retained his fighting spirit, struggling to rise and glare at Krillin. As Krillin approached, Nappa retreated, yet the distance between them continued to diminish. When they were merely 2 meters apart, Nappa's expression shifted from fury to fear. He halted, pleading, please, spare me. Krillin ignored him, continuing his advance. As they closed the gap to 1 meter, Nappa suddenly erupted into a violent attack. Ugh! Krillin pressed his knee against Nappa's abdomen, causing Nappa to kneel in agony, his head bowed deeply against the ground. Yet Krillin did not relent. He seized Nappa's head and relentlessly assaulted this incapacitated foe. Each of Krillin's strikes was meticulously calculated, sparing Nappa's life, transforming the encounter into a one-sided act of cruelty since Krillin had unleashed the Kaioken times 3. This spectacle was captured within the crystal of the fortune teller, and as Bulma and the others beheld the scene, they did not experience the anticipated thrill of vengeance. Instead, their expressions darkened with concern, not for Earth's future, but for their friend, Krillin. Master Roshi finally comprehended why Krillin had refrained from retaliating, why he was inflicting such torment upon Nappa. Krillin was venting his fury. He was exacting revenge for the deaths of his comrades. Within the crystal, it seemed Krillin had unleashed enough of his pent-up rage, culminating in a powerful energy wave that obliterated Nappa. A collective sigh of relief escaped the occupants of the Kame house, as they shared the thought that Krillin had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 11. Goku versus Vegeta. Unleash your full power. Just uttering such words, you are even inferior to that bald head, Vegeta remarked to Son Goku. At this moment, Goku was perceived by Vegeta to possess a mere combat power of 5,000. Such a level of strength was hardly worthy of Vegeta's regard, yet since his arrival on Earth, His worldview had been continuously reshaped. Initially, the strength displayed by few individuals was impressive, but not shocking. It was the subsequent appearance of that little bald head that had seen a meteoric rise in power, which then stabilized. Vegeta did not dismiss the possibility that Goku might possess similar capabilities. Thus, he refrained from underestimating Goku based solely on his apparent weakness. Very well. I shall demonstrate my full power, Goku declared, positioning himself with feet apart, knees slightly bent, and arms flexed in a firm grip. A formidable aura emanated from him, steadily escalating to the point of shaking the very earth beneath them. 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Vegeta scoffed, discarding his power-level scouter and shattering it in his grasp, deeming its continued use pointless. With a mighty exclamation, Goku's energy surged, creating a tempest that swept the earth away, rocks flying as he stood at the center of a newly formed cone. Vegeta sneered, "Such a level cannot defeat me. It is not over yet. This is the Kaioken doubled." Goku's body erupted in crimson flames, his power soaring. At this moment, Vegeta began to acknowledge his opponent. "Kakarot, it seems you too can rise. But do not presume you can defeat me. You are merely a lowly warrior." Both warriors took their stances, preparing for combat, with Vegeta positioned above Goku, exuding an air of superiority. They locked eyes, Goku studying Vegeta intently, searching for a weakness. Vegeta, on the other hand, appeared rather indifferent towards Goku, his expression revealing a hint of disdain. A gust of wind swept through, causing a stone to tumble down the mountainside and crash to the ground. With a resounding clash, the two surged towards each other simultaneously, one ascending, the other descending. The impact of their arms colliding unleashed a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward. Gohan, who was on his way to meet Goku, was caught off guard by this force, tumbling backward and hitting the ground, his stamina running perilously low. His lack of experience rendered him oblivious to how to conserve his energy, making each battle feel like an uphill struggle. As Goku and Vegeta continued their fierce confrontation, Goku relentlessly attacked Vegeta with extraordinary vigor, yet he found himself unable to land a single blow, with Vegeta effortlessly evading each strike. A slight smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he swiftly delivered a punch to Goku's face, sending him hurtling away. Goku quickly regained his balance, only for Vegeta to close the distance and strike him again. Time and again, Vegeta would position himself ahead of Goku, launching another attack before Goku could stabilize himself. Under Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Goku struggled to regain his footing. Inwardly, Goku realized, "I must extricate myself from this situation. This guy is merely toying with me. Damn it!" With a fierce shout, he propelled himself away, using the recoil to his advantage. Kamehameha. Vegeta extended his right arm to block, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Goku charged once more, persistently assaulting Vegeta, who continued to evade effortlessly. "What is the matter, Kakarot? Is this all you can muster?" Vegeta taunted. Instead of responding with anger, Goku smiled and pressed on with his attacks. Futile, Vegeta retorted, initiating his counterattack. In an instant, Goku found himself ensnared within the rhythm of Vegeta's offensive. Enduring blow after blow, Goku grasped Vegeta's right hand with his left, but Vegeta's strength was overwhelming, allowing him to break free and land a punch squarely on Goku's face. As Goku fell to the ground, he came to an understanding of Vegeta's formidable prowess, not merely in strength but also in technique, leaving him unable to discern any vulnerabilities. Vegeta landed gracefully, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority that starkly contrasted with Goku's predicament. With a mocking grin, Vegeta remarked, "You began by boasting about defeating me. Yet this is all you can achieve? A lower-class warrior truly is a lower-class warrior. Do you know, Kakarot, that is a Saiyan? 1's battle power is assessed at birth. Those like you, with such feeble combat metrics, are classified as lower-class warriors and dispatched to planets devoid of formidable opponents." Goku chuckled in response. "Well, I consider myself fortunate to have been sent to Earth. Besides, as long as I keep striving, I can grow stronger. After all, even those who are deemed inferior can eventually catch up to the prodigies." Vegeta could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming how utterly ridiculous it was. After all, for a lower-class warrior, such as yourself, to spar with a super genius like me is indeed a tremendous honor. It seems I must enlighten you on the true meaning of genius, as well as the insurmountable chasm that lies between us. Goku chuckled, having previously gleaned some insight into this Saiyan's prowess from King Kai. However, upon their actual encounter, he found that Vegeta's strength surpassed his expectations. Even with Goku employing the Kaioken ×2, he could not inflict any harm upon Vegeta, which was one of Goku's most formidable trump cards. Faced with such a scenario, Goku felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, and he could not deny the profound impact of his Saiyan heritage. His belligerence was deeply rooted in his bloodline, and the stronger the opponent, the greater his excitement became. Why the laughter? Have you decided to concede? Or do you possess other hidden cards that you believe could defeat me? Vegeta inquired. Laugh. Am I laughing? Why are you trembling? It is far too late to be afraid now. Trembling? No, I am merely overwhelmed with excitement. Excitement? Despite being a lowly warrior, you exhibit a commendable combat instinct. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the unparalleled might of the Saiyans. Vegeta aura transformed dramatically, radiating power that summoned fierce winds and unleashed chaotic thunderbolts across the sky. His strength was so formidable that it altered the very climate. The surrounding mountains crumbled under the weight of his presence, and Goku, facing this overwhelming force, felt an intense dread. Even the clouds were scattered. With merely the release of his energy, the atmosphere shifted, and only then did Goku truly comprehend Vegeta's strength. Prior to this, even while facing Goku's Kaioken ×2, Vegeta had effortlessly defeated him without exerting his full power. Goku trembled, responding, Vegeta, you are undeniably powerful, but I have not yet been defeated. I will certainly overcome you. Kaioken ×3. This time, Goku's muscles swelled, his aura surged dramatically, causing the very ground to quake beneath him. Beep 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 beep. The combat power detector worn by Bulma blared incessantly, drawing the attention of those nearby. What is happening? Bulma, your detector is going off nonstop. What's the situation? Master Roshi inquired. Bulma gazed at the detector and replied, it seems Goku's power level has changed. 16, 917, 519, 221, 000. Boom. The combat power detector exploded. Quickly, sister, switch to Goku's feed. Master Roshi urged. The fortune teller complied, twirling her hands around the crystal ball, which then displayed the scene of Goku's battle. Meanwhile, Krillin, having just defeated Nappa, remained motionless, his expression heavy, causing concern among his companions. At this moment, Krillin snapped back to reality, noticing the fierce clash between the two warriors. Chapter 12. Kamehameha versus Gallic Gun. Do you still have strength, Gohan? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Please go help my father. Upon seeing Krillin, Gohan hurriedly spoke, his heart filled with urgency as he had witnessed Goku being relentlessly beaten, clearly outmatched. Yet, he recognized that his own intervention would only hinder the situation. The moment he saw Krillin, hope surged within him. Krillin smiled, gently ruffling Gohan's hair, and said softly, It's all right. Your father hasn't lost yet. Have faith in him. He is the strongest person on Earth, and he will surely triumph. Krillin had no intention of intervening in the battle at this moment. He believed that Goku himself would not wish for his interference. He resolved not to act until one of the two combatants was defeated. Thus, he advised Gohan, observe the fight closely. If you do not wish for Krillin and the others to risk their lives for you again, you must become even stronger. Yes, Gohan nodded earnestly, directing his gaze towards the clash between Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Goku, harnessing the immense power of the Kaioken X3, had surpassed Vegeta by a significant margin, a fact that Vegeta was certainly aware of. Although he could not sense ki, being directly confronted by Goku made it impossible for him to ignore the overwhelming pressure Goku exerted. Yet, he was unwilling to accept it. His pride would not allow a lower-class warrior's power to eclipse his own, especially one from the same race. However, Goku was not without his struggles. Currently, he could only maintain the Kaioken X2, as forcibly employing the Kaioken X3 would impose severe strain on his body. Meanwhile, Krillin still had reserves of energy left. Though even at full strength, he might not be able to defeat Vegeta. His assistance could potentially bring a swift conclusion to the battle. For Goku, the Kaioken X3 was already a taxing endeavor, but for Krillin, who had mastered an improved version of the technique, it posed no burden at all. Even with Goku's power far exceeding his own, Krillin estimated that if Goku were to utilize the enhanced Kaioken, he could sustain an 8-fold increase in power for an extended period. If pushed beyond his limits, he might reach 10-fold. Krillin, noticing Gohan seated on the ground, visibly fatigued, lamented his oversight. He had completely forgotten to request some senzu beans from Goku. While he himself was not in immediate need, Gohan undoubtedly required them at this moment. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku had engaged in combat, the tide still favoring Goku, albeit with their positions reversed. Vegeta had just unleashed his full strength in an attempt to obliterate Goku, only to be met with a resurgence of power from Goku that surpassed even his own. Goku swiftly maneuvered behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick to his side, sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. Before he could regain his footing, Goku was upon him again, landing another punch. Vegeta was repeatedly knocked down and sent flying. The ordeal was excruciating, particularly for Vegeta, whose pride and self-esteem had been utterly shattered by Goku. As Goku let out a painful cry, he momentarily halted, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, his expression a portrait of agony. Clearly, the forced utilization of the triple Kaioken was beyond Goku's physical limits. His body could no longer endure the strain. Consequently, Vegeta seized the opportunity to escape Goku's onslaught and landed safely. Goku silently lamented the near miss of completely vanquishing Vegeta, which irked him considerably. Feeling waves of pain coursing through him, Goku reflected, "My body cannot indeed withstand the triple Kaioken. That Vegeta is formidable beyond measure. If this continues, I shall be the first to fall." However, Vegeta's fury exceeded Goku's own. Gazing at his hands in disbelief, he exclaimed, "How can this be? This is utterly impossible. I am the Prince of Science, a super genius warrior. How could I lose to a lowly fighter like you? I am the strongest warrior in the universe. Cursed be this fate. I will not spare you. I shall annihilate you without mercy. I would forsake this planet if it meant I could destroy you along with it." Goku, in a mix of astonishment and anger, exclaimed, "What did you say?" Vegeta ascended into the sky, hands interlocked, addressing Goku. "Let us see if you can withstand this technique. If you evade it, the Earth will be obliterated." "Ha ha!" Goku retorted vehemently. "How could you do such a thing, you heartless fiend? There is no choice but to confront this head-on." With determination, Goku tore apart his already tattered shirt, an aura of crimson energy erupting around him as he reactivated the triple Kaioken, positioning his hands at his right waist. This was the essence of the Kaioken technique. The clash of their energies shattered the surrounding rocky terrain, prompting Krillin to recognize a familiar figure. A nimble, rotund figure darted through the debris. It was Yajirobe. Initially reluctant to intervene, he felt an undeniable urge to check on the situation, observing the titanic collision of energies. Yajirobe thought, "If Goku loses, I must flee at once." In the sky, Vegeta laughed maniacally. "You shall never withstand my Gallic gun. Together, you and this planet will be reduced to cosmic dust. The Earth will soon become but a wisp in the universe. Ha ha ha." As Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, Goku retaliated with the Kamehameha. They released their energy waves almost simultaneously, the two formidable forces colliding with tremendous impact. Krillin and Gohan felt a powerful gust sweep over them, nearly sending Gohan flying, but Krillin's quick reflexes saved him. Yajirobe was hurled against a rocky outcrop, crying out, had I known this would be my end, I would have indulged in more meat buns." Krillin, with a grave expression, observed the clash of their ultimate techniques, ready to intervene at any moment. As the two energy waves collided, they proved to be evenly matched, prompting Vegeta to exclaim in disbelief, "This is impossible. Your technique is on par with my Gallic gun. How infuriating. Perish." Gradually, Goku felt his strength waning as his Kamehameha wave was pushed back. Krillin surged forward, his body enveloped in a fiery crimson aura, and he unleashed a threefold Kaioken. At that moment, Goku shouted, "Kaioken times 4? Instantly, Goku's battle power surged once more, and the Kamehameha regained momentum, pushing back against Vegeta. Vegeta, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? It's pushing me back." Goku yelled triumphantly as the Kamehameha forcefully overwhelmed Vegeta's Gallic gun, sending Vegeta hurtling away, seemingly destined for outer space. This brought Krillin a sense of relief as he ceased his threefold Kaioken and gradually approached Goku, fully aware that Vegeta was not yet defeated. Gasping for breath, Goku's upper body trembled with exertion. Seeing Goku triumph, Yajirobe joyfully leaped forward and exclaimed, "Goku, you're incredible. Truly worthy of being my brother." Goku, his expression grim, turned to Yajirobe and inquired, "Yajirobe, how did you end up here?" Yajirobe, grinning widely, replied, "Didn't you notice my arrival? Honestly, are you fighting with a death wish? You've saved the Earth once again by defeating such a formidable foe. Well done." Yajirobe lightly patted Goku on the back, only to elicit a pained reaction from him. Goku cried out, clearly at his physical limit. Krillin shouted, "Yajirobe, stop. Goku has already sustained significant injuries." Goku admitted, indeed. That last attack was beyond my capacity to endure. Yachirobe looked at Goku with concern, stating, "It seems you are in a dire situation." Gritting his teeth, Goku urged, "Listen. Yachirobe and Krillin, you must leave this place at once." "What could it be?" Yachirobe glanced at Krillin, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 13, The Artificial Full Moon. Enduring the pain, Goku told Yachirobe, "Yes, that fiend is not dead yet. If he could be defeated so easily, I wouldn't he have to struggle so hard?" In response, Yachirobe remained unperturbed, smiling and assuring Goku, "That's all right. You're far stronger than he is." Goku gazed at the sky, exclaiming, "No, I've already exhausted all my strength with that last move." Yachirobe's expression shifted as he looked at Goku and said, "Well then, I shall take my leave. Do your best." Just as Yachirobe was about to depart, Krillin grabbed him. What are you doing?" Yachirobe protested. "Ignoring him." Krillin turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, didn't T. Krillin give you any senzu beans?" Goku suddenly realized, right? The immortal Krillin bestowed upon me 2 magical beans. I consumed one on the journey, leaving me with another. Observing this, Krillin tugged at the corners of his mouth, feeling a sense of exasperation. Had he truly forgotten? Sun Wukong cried out in anguish and beseeched Krillin, "Please assist me in locating it. I find myself utterly immobilized." Complying with his request, Krillin rummaged through his belongings and produced a magical bean. He split the bean in half, offering one portion to a Kairobai and gesturing toward a specific direction, instructing, "This half is for Wukong's son, Son Gohan. He is situated over there." Subsequently, Krillin discreetly confided in a Kairobai, Saiyans possess a particular vulnerability, their tails. For the moment, refrain from departing. Find a place to conceal yourself. If you can seize the opportunity to sever his tail, you shall be hailed as a great hero. I assure you, at that time, you may indulge in whatever delights your palate. A Kairobai, however, paid little heed to Krillin's counsel, intent on locating Son Wukong's son and then indulging in a grand feast in the city. As for battling that monster, how absurd. Krillin held no expectation that a Kairobai would remain to fight. He merely divulged to him Vegeta's weakness, which sufficed. "Krillin, you may take the magical beans and depart." Sun Wukong managed a strained smile, which Krillin found rather unappealing on his face. Without hesitation, Krillin tossed half of the magical bean into Sun Wukong's mouth, exclaiming, "Do you truly have so little faith in me? Are you unable to perceive my growth?" As the magical bean took effect, Sun Wukong immediately felt revitalized. His body rejuvenated and invigorated. Within the Kame house, the onlookers rejoiced at the sight of Sun Wukong triumphantly defeating Vegeta. Yet the somber thought of the fallen heroes weighed heavily upon their hearts. With Piccolo deceased, it was inevitable that the Supreme Kai, who was intrinsically linked to the Demon King Piccolo, would also perish. This meant that the Dragon Balls would no longer be of use. Unaware of the events transpiring on Namek, they believed that the heroes who had sacrificed themselves in this battle, along with the innocent humans annihilated by the Saiyans, would never be resurrected. The grief deepened within them. Had Piccolo survived, at least Tien and Yamcha could be brought back. The turtle hermit appeared despondent. To him, Tien and Yamcha were far too young. Their futures brimmed with limitless potential. They might have reached realms of martial arts beyond his comprehension. Yet now these 2 extraordinary youths lay before him lifeless. The era of martial arts deities had long since faded. He did not cease striving to embrace the new age. Yet, the stark reality was that his presence on the battlefield would only serve as a hindrance. The turtle hermit wished fervently that he could take their place in death, but what could he do now? With a heavy sigh, the turtle hermit addressed the group. "Let's go and bring them back." As everyone began to prepare for their departure, suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, "Wait, look at Goku and Krillin. They appear entirely unperturbed." Master Roshi immediately sensed that something was amiss. In the divination crystal, Yachirobe had suddenly fled. Although Goku had recovered from his injuries, both he and Krillin remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the sky where Vegeta had ascended. Bulma exclaimed, "What's going on? Is that damned bastard still alive?" "I don't know. Perhaps a new foe has emerged," she continued. "Sister, we must quickly locate that Saiyan." The fortune teller hastily cast her spell, and Vegeta materialized within the crystal. "Damn it! Kakarot's power level has surpassed mine. How could this be? I am Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan race, the mightiest warrior in the universe," he shouted in frustration. After a moment, Vegeta regained his composure. "Oomph," he chuckled, noticing that both Kakarot and that mixed-blood brat lacked tails. This indicated that, even under the full moon, they would not be able to transform into the mighty great ape with tenfold power. Haha, Kakarot, prepare to witness the overwhelming destructive force of my transformation into a great ape. Though I despise that hideous form, I shall not be defeated by you so easily. Vegeta lifted his head, having deliberately chosen to arrive on Earth on the night of the full moon, eager to eliminate the Earthlings. Yet, he found himself cornered by Kakarot, forced to resort to transformation to defeat him. Damn it! Vegeta pondered, perplexed. Logically, the moon should have appeared by now, yet there was no sign of it. On King Kai's planet, North Kai chuckled softly, knowing that Vegeta remained unaware that Earth's moon had been destroyed by Piccolo a year prior. His attempt to transform into a great ape with the moon's aid was futile. Meanwhile, with Goku fully healed and the formidable Krillin at his side, the heavily injured Vegeta stood no chance of victory. How curious. What is he searching for? Kikirimarkt, observing Vegeta esse restless scanning. Bulma replied, he intends to find the moon. By harnessing its power, he hopes to transform into a great ape and become stronger. Indeed, it seems we haven't seen the moon in quite some time, she mused. Master Roshi added, it was Piccolo who, upon witnessing Gohan transform into a great ape under the full moon, destroyed it a year ago. Bulma recalled how Master Roshi had once obliterated the moon, preventing Goku from transforming. Thankfully, Piccolo had the foresight to do this. We are surely destined to win. Goku gazed at the sky, noticing Vegeta's frantic searching, and felt puzzled. How strange. What is he looking for? Why doesn't he attack? Krillin, understanding Vegeta's futile quest, knew it was in vain. Wait, there's truly no moon. How could this be? Vegeta fumed. Damn it, it must be Kakarot's doing. That wretched Kakarot actually destroyed the moon in advance. Vegeta, disheartened, remarked, it seems I have no choice. Though it may deplete some energy, it must be done. Oomph. That boy's panicked expression will surely be amusing. Ha ha ha. With that, Vegeta descended. Goku, in a hurry, turned to Krillin and said, he's coming down. The two assumed their stances, preparing for battle, their gazes fixed intently on Vegeta. Upon landing, Vegeta looked at Goku and inquired, you were the one who destroyed the moon, weren't you? Yet, you will still lose. The moon? What are you talking about? Goku was utterly perplexed, with two giant question marks looming over his head, while Krillin facepalmed. Realizing that Goku was still unaware of the situation, Vegeta scoffed, stop pretending to be oblivious. Allow me to enlighten you about the Saiyan's secret transformation under a full moon. Transformation? Goku still feigned ignorance, prompting a silent sigh from Krillin, as it was inevitable that Goku would eventually learn the truth and blame himself for it. Vegeta continued. When the full moon rises, it emits 17,000 watts of Blutz waves. If a Saiyan's eyes absorb such potent Blutz waves and react through their tail, they will transform. You must have been afraid of losing control during the transformation, which is why you severed your tail, right? For elite warriors, transformation does not impair rationality in the slightest. Thus, transformation is a formidable weapon for Saiyans. To ensure they can transform at will, Saiyans have mastered the creation of an artificial full moon that generates Blutz waves exceeding 17,000 watts. A sphere of light materialized in Vegeta's hand, and Krillin grasped the principle behind the artificial moon. I apologize for the wait, Kakarot. Your demise is imminent. A low-class warrior like you will never surpass me. I am a super genius warrior. Goku was taken aback, exclaiming, after that sphere of light formed in Vegeta's hand. His energy plummeted dramatically. I don't understand what he's planning, Krillin thought, observing Goku, who seemed to be entirely oblivious to Vegeta's exposition. Vegeta laughed heartily, just as he was about to strike. But Krillin preempted him. Krillin charged at Vegeta, instantly employing the Kaioken ×3, appearing before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. He extended his right hand towards the sphere of light Vegeta held and unleashed a ki blast, severely wounding Vegeta and reducing his power. Before he could react, the sphere was struck directly by the ki blast. Bang! The sphere in Vegeta's hand exploded instantly, radiating a brilliant light akin to that of the moon. This is the artificial full moon. Chapter 14. The final move, Spirit Bomb. You must be Goku's son, Gohan, a chubby figure, none other than Yajirobe, observed. At that moment, Gohan lay on the ground, having sustained no serious injuries. He merely lacked the knowledge to conserve his energy during the battle, resulting in excessive fatigue. Additionally, being caught in the fray between Goku and Vegeta had completely drained his already limited stamina. He now struggled to perform such a simple gesture, and upon glancing at a Kairobe. Sun Wukong's son displayed a wary expression, for he was unfamiliar with a Kairobe. Observing the disheveled state of the 5-year-old Sun Wukong, a Kairobe could not help but feel a twinge of shame. The thought of battling against a Saiyan that resembled a monstrous force almost took root in his mind. But he quickly recalled the delightful taste of meat buns, which dispelled the unsettling notion. "Do not look at me in such a manner," a Kairobe said. "I am a Kairobe, a friend of your father, Sun Wukong." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remembered that his father had indeed mentioned a Kairobe. He was a friend after all. With that, Sun Wukong relaxed his guard, lowering his head and no longer regarding a Kairobe with suspicion. He was utterly exhausted and murmured, "Uncle a Kairobe, please assist my father and Uncle Krillin." A Kairobe hesitated momentarily, but quickly donned a cheerful expression. "It's all right. They will undoubtedly prevail. My presence would only hinder them." At this juncture, a Kairobe thought to himself, if they were to lose, all would be lost, and he resolved to indulge in several meat buns later. "Oh, by the way, here is half a senza bean. Eat it, and you shall recover." A Kairobe produced the half senza bean, preparing to help Sun Wukong consume it. However, Sun Wukong declined, saying, "Perhaps you should save it for my father or Uncle Krillin." "No need to worry. Your father has already consumed one and is in excellent health. That wretched Saiyan has sustained significant injuries, while your father and Krillin are in prime condition. They will surely triumph." Without further ado, a Kairobe placed the half senza bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. Upon hearing a Kairobe's words, Sun Wukong relaxed and swallowed the bean. Sun Wukong stood up, extending his arms to assess his body. How miraculous! He felt completely restored. He had not anticipated the senza bean's extraordinary properties. With his stamina renewed, he could now sense energy and immediately detected the auras of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Vegeta. At that moment, he noted that Vegeta's energy had significantly diminished, barely surpassing his father Sun Wukong's, yet still limited. He realized that his father had not yet employed the Kaioken technique, which he had heard about from Krillin, a martial art capable of exponentially amplifying one's energy in an instant. With this revelation, Sun Wukong felt reassured. Upon sensing Krillin's energy, he discovered it was not much higher than Piccolo's, suggesting he too might be utilizing a technique akin to the Kaioken. With this thought, Sun Wukong's confidence surged. He believed that the two of them combined could undoubtedly vanquish their foe. Just then, he noticed a sudden drop in the enemy's energy and quickly turned to see a glowing orb in Vegeta's hand. Krillin's energy surged dramatically. Moments later, an explosion ensued, an eruption from the luminous sphere. It bore no destructive power. Rather, it emitted an intensely brilliant light. Son Gohan's face was etched with concern as he perceived a radiant glow, stirring an inexplicable unease within his heart. Simultaneously, he sensed an immense power surging forth. Before him, Son Goku observed as Vegeta's physique expanded, not merely a slight growth, but a monumental transformation that magnified his entire being severalfold. Curiously, his attire also swelled in proportion. Above him, a full moon loomed, and with a thunderous roar, the primal ferocity hidden within his bloodline erupted in that moment. Son Goku was taken aback. While Krillin appeared less surprised, he had previously been unaware of how Vegeta had conjured the artificial moon, having not witnessed its creation in his former life. Krillin had intended to intervene, but was a moment too late. Of course, had his aim been to vanquish Vegeta without the necessity of sparing his life, he could have easily done so before the transformation occurred. However, Krillin hesitated, for collaboration with Vegeta against Frieza on Namek was essential. It was not solely the need for Vegeta's strength that motivated him, but rather the hope of ensuring that Trunks' birth would remain unaffected. Though he felt a twinge of guilt for Yamcha, he resolved that, since Bulma chose Vegeta, he would refrain from killing him for the sake of Bulma and Trunks. Since his rebirth, Krillin had been consumed by anxiety over whether he might inadvertently alter the births of Trunks and Goten in this timeline. Thus, he exercised utmost caution regarding the situation with Vegeta. Consequently, while Krillin enjoyed certain advantages from his rebirth, his path was far from easy. Vegeta had completed his transformation and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You should lament the loss of your tail, Kakarot. Ha ha ha, your doom is at hand." Son Goku gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure of Vegeta, whose transformation was not just a mere increase in size, but a staggering amplification of his power as well. "How could you become like this? A giant, monstrous ape?" Vegeta, reveling in Goku's shock, retorted, "Humph. Let me enlighten you. Saiyans transform into colossal apes with tenfold battle power upon seeing a full moon. Lowering his gaze, Goku recalled his grandfather's words about the terrifying giant apes that emerged on moonlit nights, and how his grandfather had met his demise at the hands of one. The deity had also warned him that his tale would bring forth calamity. Observing Goku's expression, Krillin silently shook his head, recognizing that this was a truth Goku would inevitably come to understand. Goku's voice was heavy with realization as he murmured, "Ah, I finally grasped the truth. The giant ape that trampled my grandfather and wreaked havoc at the martial arts tournament was indeed me." At that moment, Goku was engulfed by guilt, realizing that the Saiyans had come to Earth because of his existence. He was the harbinger of suffering and calamity for the planet. "Forgive me, grandfather. This Saiyan is overwhelmingly powerful, and even with Krillin's assistance, I lack the confidence to defeat him. If I should fall, please come to the afterlife to accept my apologies." Vegeta, noticing Goku's bowed head, chuckled, "Kakarot, are you afraid?" Sun Wukong remained silent, raising his head to fix his determined gaze upon Vegeta. It seemed that he had no choice but to employ that technique. He quietly whispered to Krillin, "Krillin, listen to me, I have one last ultimate move." In the distance, what was that creature? How could such a monster exist? Yachirobe, witnessing the sudden appearance of the giant ape, was left speechless, overwhelmed by its formidable presence. He too wore the same attire as the Saiyans. Could it be that he was also a Saiyan? As Gohan prepared to charge forward, Yachirobe hastily restrained him, saying, "Do not act impulsively." Gohan, filled with urgency, replied, "Uncle Yachirobe, that guy is the Saiyan Vegeta we just encountered. He is now exponentially stronger than my father and Uncle Krillin. We must assist them." Yachirobe asserted, "Do you not understand that if we intervene, we would only hinder them? Stop this foolishness." Upon hearing Yachirobe's words, Gohan fell silent and, in a soft voice, questioned, "Are we to merely watch as my father and Uncle Krillin are defeated? Uncle Piccolo has already perished." Gohan quietly sobbed, burdened by responsibilities far too heavy for one of his age. Observing Gohan's pitiful state, Yachirobe felt a pang of guilt. Yet he knew his earlier words held truth. "Do not cry." Yachirobe comforted, "We still have a chance. Krillin just informed me that Saiyans possess a weakness, their tails. If we can find an opportunity to sever that Saiyan's tail, he will revert to his original form." In a moment of urgency, Yachirobe recalled Krillin's revelation and conveyed it to Gohan to steady him. Seeing a glimmer of hope in Yachirobe's words, Gohan exclaimed, "Let's not delay, we must go." As he prepared to fly off, Yachirobe quickly grabbed him, insisting, "We cannot confront him head-on. We are no match for him. We must rely on our wits." Gohan turned to Yachirobe and asked, "How do we outsmart him?" Yachirobe smiled, "Just follow my signal when the time comes." Gohan nodded, his gaze shifting to the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Krillin were engaged, worry etched across his face. Krillin, having grasped Sun Wukong's intent, realized that despite having trained on King Kai's planet for a year and learning the Kaioken technique, he had never mastered the Spirit Bomb. In his previous life, he had only executed the Spirit Bomb under Sun Wukong's guidance to combat Vegeta. To generate a Spirit Bomb powerful enough to defeat Vegeta in his current state would require significant time. And Sun Wukong had no intention of letting Krillin bear that burden alone. It was simply unrealistic. Thus, this delaying tactic will be executed by both of them together. Both warriors unleashed a crimson aura, employing the Kaioken technique simultaneously. Sun Wukong activated the threefold Kaioken. This time, the swelling of his upper body muscles was less pronounced, indicating that the strain of the threefold Kaioken on his physique was not as severe as it had been previously. Klein, too, harnessed the power of the Kaioken multiplied fivefold. Yet, any further exertion would undoubtedly burden his physical form. At present, he still fell short of Son Goku, who, even under immense strain, could persist in battle for an extended duration. This time, both warriors summoned their utmost strength, as the two brothers-in-arms joined forces once more after many years apart. They aimed to create an opportunity through combat, one that would allow the Spirit Bomb to unleash its full might. Chapter 15, Master Roshi Sets Out. The inhabitants of the Kame House were taken aback by the Saiyant's ability to conjure an artificial full moon. Master Roshi, having faced the great ape firsthand, comprehended the immense power it possessed, and this Saiyan was exponentially stronger than the Goku of yore. Could victory be attained? It was certainly within reach. That young man had already wrought numerous miracles. How much less overwhelming was the pressure once exerted by King Piccolo? While everyone placed their hopes in the Dragon Balls and the Mafuba, he single-handedly triumphed over King Piccolo. Wait, the Mafuba? Yes, the Mafuba. Master Roshi rose. Realizing what he must do, he turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, please take me to Goku and the others. Don't act so rashly, exclaimed Master Potato. Please, remain calm. Master Roshi replied, I am quite composed. I know precisely what I must undertake. Even I can accomplish that which lies within my capabilities. I intend to employ the Mafuba. What? Master Roshi chuckled. There's no need to worry about me. Although I may not be as spry as the youth, I have not been idle over the years. Even using the Mafuba will not claim my life. Of course, should I fail, instant demise would be my fate. Upon hearing this, Ox King felt a pang of shame. In that case, let us embark together. Thus, the people of Kame House set forth on their journey. Krillin soared into the air, landing atop Vegeta's head. Vegeta laughed heartily, declaring, to me, you all resemble mere insects, easily crushed at my whim. With that, Vegeta extended his right hand, reaching for Krillin with astonishing speed. Initially, one might assume that his enlarged form would result in a slower pace. However, it became evident that although his power surged, his speed was not diminished, but rather enhanced. Despite the swiftness of Vegeta's grasp, it was ultimately in vain. He clutched only a mere afterimage. This was the afterimage technique. Vegeta! Krillin's voice resonated above him. Enraged, Vegeta looked up to find Krillin directly overhead. Krillin spread his hands, fingers splayed against his forehead, shouting, Solar Flare! In that instant, to Vegeta's eyes, Krillin's head radiated a brilliant light, dazzling as the sun itself, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. Ah! Vegeta cried out, shielding his eyes with both hands. Blinded by Krillin's solar flare, he could scarcely see, when suddenly he heard Goku's voice calling out, Vegeta! From the right, Vegeta swiftly turned, instinctively striking towards the source of the sound with both hands. His attempts were futile, as an overwhelming force propelled him from behind, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. It was Goku. At that moment, Goku's speed surpassed even that of Vegeta, having successfully executed a feint to bring him down. In the sky, Krillin raised his right hand above his head, a surge of energy manifesting at his fingertips. This energy spun and compressed, ultimately forming a disc-like shape. It was Krillin's ultimate technique, the Kienzan. He understood that if he could sever Vegeta's neck with this attack, the prince would surely meet his demise. However, that was not his intention. He aimed to slice off Vegeta's tail instead. With a decisive throw, Krillin unleashed the Kienzan, targeting Vegeta's tail. A sudden chill enveloped Vegeta, prompting him to instinctively roll aside, narrowly evading the Kienzan as it grazed his hair and dissipated into the ground. Had that scoundrel truly learned to sense energy? Krillin was astonished. In a previous life, he had attempted to use the Kienzan to sever that very tail, only to have it avoided by Vegeta's keen awareness of energy. Krillin had to concede, Vegeta was indeed a prodigy. Now, all he could do was hope that Goku's Spirit Bomb would succeed, praying that Vegeta's luck would allow him to withstand that attack. In truth, Krillin's intention to sever Vegeta's tail was, in a sense, an act of salvation. After all, the outcome of the Spirit Bomb was unpredictable. At that moment, Goku charged forward once more, delivering a kick to the recovering Vegeta. Vegeta merely shuddered slightly before rising again, clearly unfazed even by Goku's triple battle power. As Vegeta prepared to retaliate against Goku, Krillin swiftly positioned himself in front of him. With arms outstretched, Krillin unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Vegeta's face, forcing him to abandon his confrontation with Goku and raise his right hand in defense. Suddenly, Vegeta exerted force through his right hand, striking Krillin with a powerful slap, prompting him to retreat hastily. In that instant, Vegeta propelled himself backward, his immense form sliding toward Krillin's direction. Krillin was unable to evade in time, and was directly struck down, his body pinned beneath Vegeta's head, immobilized as they slid together. The tremendous impact jolted through Krillin, causing him excruciating pain. His right arm felt as though it had been shattered, a piercing agony coursing through him. Struggling to adjust, Krillin aimed a wave of energy at Vegeta's head, utilizing the recoil to momentarily free himself from the prince's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin swiftly activated the Kaioken X10. His aura tinged with a crimson hue, his expression a mask of agony. The Kaioken X10 could potentially ruin his body in an instant, yet he had no other choice. Krillin relentlessly fired energy waves to increase his speed, noting that Vegeta's velocity was no longer as formidable as it once had been. He was now merely flying at a level far below his earlier astounding leaps. The energy waves unleashed by Krillin struck him fully, presenting numerous obstacles. Sun Wukong swiftly pursued, delivering a powerful kick to Vegeta's neck, forcing Vegeta to halt, unable to disregard the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin exhaled in relief and hastily deactivated the Kaioken. Though his upper body muscles had yet to return to their normal state, his body had already exceeded its limits. Engulfed in excruciating pain that would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious, he quickly adjusted his physique, endeavoring to alleviate the overload. In his previous life's battles, he had frequently pushed his body beyond its limits, which had enabled him to learn the conscious regulation of his physical state. Vegeta swung a mighty palm, sending Sun Wukong flying without resistance. Subsequently, Vegeta charged forward, extending his right hand in an attempt to seize Krillin. In a moment of desperation, Krillin released a powerful energy wave upwards. Utilizing the recoil and gravitational pull, he plummeted to the ground at an astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, Krillin unleashed another energy wave, propelling himself away from the scene. Vegeta was poised to give chase, but was obstructed by the arriving Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong threw a punch at Vegeta's face, yet had no effect. Vegeta laughed heartily, taunting, "Is that a mere tickle?" Sun Wukong opened his hand and aimed an energy sphere at Vegeta's left eye. A scream erupted from Vegeta, who furiously cursed, "Kakarot, you despicable fiend." His left eye was tightly shut, unable to open temporarily. He hastily retreated and expelled an energy wave from his mouth, while Sun Wukong darted to Vegeta's left side, attempting to launch an attack from Vegeta's blind spot. However, Vegeta's massive form surged towards Sun Wukong. Despite Sun Wukong's strategic positioning, Vegeta instinctively discerned his potential location. Sun Wukong quickly ascended to evade, but Vegeta's body twisted, exposing his right eye, which directly spotted Sun Wukong as he unleashed an energy sphere at him. The distance was too short for Sun Wukong to evade, and he was struck head-on by Vegeta's attack. Staggering, he struggled to maintain his balance, while Vegeta steadied himself and reached out to grasp Sun Wukong. Should he succeed, Sun Wukong would surely meet his demise. Just as Vegeta was about to seize him, he abruptly leaped back to evade, narrowly avoiding a key disc that grazed his cheek. It was Krillin who had intervened, having finally adjusted his body to a functional state. He swiftly executed an energy slice to support Sun Wukong. This timely rescue allowed Sun Wukong to create distance from Vegeta, as prolonged proximity to him was unwise. Although Vegeta's Grade 8 form was swift, it lacked agility, a fact that they could exploit in battle. "Ah, you wretched insect, daring to mar my visage," Vegeta bellowed, charging at Krillin, his fury amplifying his speed. In response, Krillin activated the five-fold Kaioken, soaring into the air with his hands raised, preparing to unleash the solar flare once more. Yet, a cry of anguish escaped Krillin as he plummeted to the ground. His body was truly unable to endure any longer. It had not been acclimatized to the reckless use of the Kaioken technique. "Krillin," Goku shouted anxiously, as the events unfolded too rapidly for even him to catch up. "Damn it! Fourfold Kaioken!" Goku unleashed the fourfold Kaioken, his speed dramatically increasing as he surged toward Vegeta and Krillin. Seizing the opportunity while Krillin was plummeting, Vegeta grasped him firmly and squeezed. An overwhelming pressure enveloped them from all directions, nearly causing Krillin to lose consciousness. Vegeta swiftly turned and forcefully hurled Krillin towards Goku, who had no choice but to catch him. Goku intended to mitigate the impact to lessen the damage to Krillin as well as himself. However, at the moment of contact, they collided and were sent hurtling backward, crashing into one rocky mountain after another. As the dust settled, Vegeta surveyed the debris of the mountains, unsure if they lay buried beneath the rubble. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the debris with astonishing speed, reaching above Vegeta's head in an instant. Reacting instinctively, Vegeta looked up and swung down with force. Solar Flare. Vegeta struck Krillin, who successfully unleashed the solar flare in return. Vegeta clutched his eyes in agony, filled with an intense loathing for Krillin. Far above in the sky, a flying vehicle sped through the air. Inside, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Oolong Poir, the Ox King, Baba the Fortune Teller, and Master Roshi were all present, none missing. Master Roshi cradled a rice cooker, believing he could no longer hide. He resolved to stand as a martial artist, a master to Goku and Krillin, ready to fight. The Mafubo was his final trump card. Chapter 16. The Warrior in the Gale, standing atop a rocky mountain. Goku raised his hands high and proclaimed, "Earth, Ocean, all living beings on this planet, please grant me a fraction of your vitality." Meanwhile, Vegeta, still in torment, shielded his eyes and screamed, "Damn you, monkey! My eyes!" Vegeta stumbled about in a frenzy, unable to pause, fearing whether that little bald head was still alive. The technique known as the key sphere ring instilled dread within him. If struck, he would surely be severed. Thus, he rampaged about, terrified of being targeted by Krillin. However, Krillin had no intention of attacking Vegeta. He was incapacitated on the ground, rendered immobile by the weight of Vegeta's slap. The real concern was not Vegeta, but rather Krillin himself. Positioned not far from Vegeta, Krillin feared being crushed by the latter's massive frame or struck by falling stones as Vegeta careened about. It could indeed be fatal. Thus far, fortune had favored Krillin, with only a few small rocks landing on him, their impact negligible. It felt akin to a mosquito bite during a torturous ordeal, hardly significant in his current state. Very well. Revisiting the prelude, Krillin beheld a colossal boulder hurtling toward him, an omen of imminent demise. At that critical juncture, Gohan manifested before him, swiftly lifting him away from peril. "Thank you, Gohan," Krillin managed to utter with great difficulty. Gohan replied, "It is I who must express my gratitude to you, Uncle Krillin." At this moment, Goku's Spirit Bomb was nearing completion, requiring but a fraction more energy to unleash the formidable force gathered from the majority of Earth's beings. Vegeta, having regained his composure, was now able to open his eyes once more. Krillin hastily urged, "Gohan, throw me out." Gohan, taken aback, found himself perplexed by Krillin's request. How can I possibly do that? In truth, after Krillin collided with Goku and plummeted, he had become nearly immobile. He had devised a plan for Goku to hurl him forth to execute the solar flare, thereby creating an opportunity for Goku to unleash the Spirit Bomb. Initially, Goku opposed this notion, but after Krillin's repeated insistence and assurances of his safety, Goku acquiesced, understanding that failure to act would spell doom for everyone on Earth. Once Krillin elucidated his intentions, Gohan grasped the gravity of the situation, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. "No, I cannot allow you, Uncle Krillin, to sacrifice yourself. I will stop that Saiyan." Gohan soared toward Vegeta, wondering about the whereabouts of Uncle Yajirobe, as he had embarked on the journey alongside him. However, there was no time for contemplation. Vegeta was already on the cusp of locating Goku. Meanwhile, Yajirobe was racing toward Krillin, unable to match Gohan's speed, and could only follow from a distance. Upon witnessing Gohan's approach toward Vegeta, Yajirobe hesitated but ultimately decided to check on Krillin first. "Kakarot, are you surrendering?" Vegeta chuckled as he observed Goku raising both hands in surrender. Goku, startled, thought, "How could this be? Damn it, I was so close." Then he noticed something amiss. 2 moons? That was not right for Earth. It was Kakarot. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned the anomaly. He spotted the immense spirit bomb hovering above Goku's head and felt an ominous dread. The colossal energy sphere posed a significant threat. "You will not prevail, Kakarot," Vegeta declared, preparing to unleash an energy wave when Gohan arrived just in time. Gohan executed a powerful kick to Vegeta's chin, diverting his attack and sparing Goku from harm. "You little brat, perish!" Vegeta struck out, sending Gohan flying with ease. With Gohan temporarily out of the fight, Vegeta turned his attention back to Goku, who was now fully prepared to unleash the Spirit Bomb. 5 times the Kaioken. Sun Wukong unleashed a quintuple Kaioken, propelling a colossal Spirit Bomb towards Vegeta. As Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy, Wukong effortlessly evaded it, swiftly closing the distance between them. Fixating on Vegeta's malevolent aura, Wukong directed the immense Spirit Bomb towards him. With a fierce roar, Vegeta found himself unable to evade the attack and was left with no choice but to confront it head-on. He raised both hands to emit a counterwave, attempting to push the Spirit Bomb back. Yet all his efforts proved futile as the bomb bore down upon him relentlessly. He could only extend his hands in a desperate attempt to block, but it was an exercise in futility. Under the tremendous force of the Spirit Bomb, even the formidable Vegeta was rendered powerless, swiftly succumbing to defeat. In the air, Wukong sensed that Vegeta's energy had dwindled to an exceedingly faint level, continuously dissipating until it vanished entirely. A sigh of relief escaped Wukong as he released the quintuple Kaioken, the crimson aura surrounding him dissipating. He glided gently to a rocky outcrop. The strain on his body had left every muscle aching and trembling unnaturally from overexertion. Yajirobe finally reached Krillin, horrified by his condition. With utmost care, he lifted Krillin, exclaiming, "It seems Goku has triumphed. Thank goodness. You must not die." They had worked so hard for this victory. Krillin, though acutely aware of Vegeta's defeat, was painfully aware of his own injuries. Despite his battered state, he could still sense the absence of Vegeta's energy, a clear indication of his demise. His emotions were tumultuous. Even in their previous life, his bond with Vegeta had been merely one of shared struggles on Namek. However, primarily due to Bulma and Trunks, Krillin was adamantly opposed to the notion of Vegeta dying here. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have aimed his spirit slash at Vegeta's neck from the very beginning, sparing himself from his torment. Let us halt here. It's best you don't get too close, Master Roshi advised, instructing Bulma to stop the vehicle while he continued on foot. Obediently, Bulma brought the hovercraft to a halt, and the group disembarked. You all should stay back for now. Once everything is resolved, we will await your return, Master Roshi said, clutching a rice cooker before dashing ahead. Gohan stood up, elated to see Wukong had defeated Vegeta, and soared towards him. Suddenly, his joy morphed into shock, which was swiftly replaced by fear as he beheld a massive, furry hand extending from behind Wukong. In that instant, both Wukong and Krillin sensed an overwhelming surge of energy awakening. Goku! Krillin shouted, startling Yajirobe, who looked up to witness a terrifying sight. Wukong instinctively turned around. But it was too late. The colossal hand grasped him. In that moment, Wukong experienced the same pain that Krillin had endured earlier. Ah! Son Wukong let out a piercing scream, for within Vegeta's immense strength lay a profound sense of hatred. How could Vegeta not harbor such animosity? As the prince of the Saiyans and a superlative warrior, he found himself cornered by a lowly fighter, nearly losing his life in the process. With all his might, he gripped son Wukong, determined not to relinquish his hold this time. He intended to crush him to death. Yajirobe, quickly expend all your energy and throw me over. Yajirobe responded in shock. Huh? Krillin, in a state of urgency, declared, there's no time to explain. I'll find a way. Did Krillin possess a solution? No. Yet he knew he must fight, using every last ounce of his strength. Deeply moved, Yajirobe realized that if everyone were to be defeated, what was the point of his incessant flight? Where could he escape to? Surely there was something even he could accomplish. Thus, Yajirobe replied, I'll carry you. He hoisted Krillin onto his back and dashed forward. Even Yajirobe would strike when a moment called for it. Witnessing son Wukong's plight sent chills down Gohan's spine. Ah! Gohan shouted as he charged forward. Vegeta, having just been struck by a spirit bomb, was undoubtedly gravely injured. With his right hand clutching son Wukong, he struggled to rise. But upon seeing Gohan approach, he swung his right fist, sending Gohan crashing to the ground. Gohan quickly regained his footing and lunged at Vegeta once more, who was now half-squatting. Gohan darted beneath Vegeta's legs, causing Vegeta to nearly topple over. Gohan recalled Yajirobe's earlier words about the Saiyans' weakness, their tails. If he could sever Vegeta's tail, the Great Ape transformation would be undone. Just as Gohan prepared to strike at Vegeta's tail, Vegeta abruptly sat back, crushing Gohan beneath him. Ugh! Gohan cried out, and the sounds of their agonized screams brought a sense of satisfaction to Vegeta. Rising to his feet, he turned to face the prone Gohan, raising his right fist, which still clutched son Wukong, poised to bring it down upon Gohan. However, Vegeta's body froze as he felt the severing of his tail. Just as he was about to strike, Yajirobe, carrying Krillin and wielding a sword in his right hand, leaped and cleaved through Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, caught unaware, was stunned as he turned to see Yajirobe. Ah, my tail! You scoundrel! Yajirobe, having succeeded, swiftly fled like the wind, realizing he could be of no further assistance. Remaining would only hinder progress. Son Wukong would surely triumph. Chapter 17. The Defeat of Vegeta. Ah, my tail! Vegeta wailed, his tail severed. His body began to shrink, and his hands could no longer grasp son Wukong, who slipped from his grip. Vegeta has reverted to his original form, looking exceedingly disheveled and far removed from his previous domineering demeanor. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Vegeta scans his surroundings, desperate to locate the scoundrel who severed his tail. However, Yajirobe has quickly concealed himself after the deed, and at this moment, Vegeta is unable to sense the presence of others, rendering him incapable of finding him. In reality, Yajirobe is not far from Vegeta. He merely needs to navigate around the rocky outcrop to spot him. Klein, perched on Yajirobe's back, whispers, well done. Thanks to you, Yajirobe, Vegeta is nearly incapacitated. Let us seize this opportunity to defeat him. Yajirobe grits his teeth in response. I refuse to engage in battle with such a wretch. I've done all I can. The rest is up to that Goku kid. Faced with Yajirobe's unwillingness to fight, Klein feels helpless acknowledging that he himself is utterly incapable of combat at this moment. In fact, he reflects, it is he who has hindered Akairobe's efforts. Let us retreat to the rocky hill. From there, we can better assess the situation and respond accordingly. Klein suggests. After pondering for a moment, Akairobe nods in agreement. Very well. He then hoists Klein onto his back and ascends the rocky terrain. Midway, Akairobe's eyes well up with tears, surprising him. Klein, puzzled, inquires, Akairobe, why are you crying? Akairobe replies, it's nothing, just sand in my eyes. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washes over Akairobe as he climbs with Klein on his back, bringing to mind an old memory. Goku, you must prevail, he silently implores. Suddenly, Klein turns around, sensing an approaching energy. It is Master Roshi. The turtle hermit is nearing the battleground where Goku and Vegeta are clashing. Having just passed the rocky outcrop where Tien and others are situated, he does not linger. His purpose is to assist Goku and Klein in battle. Vegeta, having failed to locate Akairobe, bellows in rage, I shall obliterate this accursed planet. Goku, battered and bruised, struggles to rise and retorts, I will stop you. Kakarot, Vegeta roars, lunging forward with a clenched fist aimed at Goku, landing a blow that sends him crashing to the ground. Dad! Gohan, who had been lying on the ground, scrambles to his feet upon witnessing Goku's fall. He rushes to Vegeta, ramming his head into the Saiyans' face, and they both tumble down. Akairobe, it seems they can no longer fight. It is your turn. Klein urges, as Akairobe sets him down on a rocky hill. Together, they lean over the cliff. Observing the battle, Akairobe glances at the fallen Goku, then at Vegeta and Gohan, and nods resolutely. Rising, he draws the katana from his waist, the very blade that severed Vegeta's tail. Here we go. Saiyans, meet your demise. Akairobe leaped from the mountainside, brandishing his katana with fierce determination. His corpulent form surged toward Vegeta, embodying his resolute spirit. Just as Akairobe's sword was about to descend upon Vegeta, the latter soared into the air, executing a perfect 360-degree spin before delivering a powerful kick to Akairobe's right flank. Akairobe was sent hurtling to the left, a piercing pain radiating from his side. After landing heavily on the ground, Vegeta clearly felt the toll of the encounter. He staggered to his feet, glaring menacingly at Akairobe. Seething, you wretched fool dare to sever my noble tail. This is unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. As Vegeta approached Akairobe, he callously kicked Gohan, who was attempting to rise, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Gohan writhed in pain, utterly incapacitated. Similarly, Goku's condition was dire, worse than Krillin's, with little strength remaining. Akairobe, run. Goku's heart raced with urgency, yet he could only watch helplessly as Vegeta advanced on Akairobe. Gohan tried to rise again, but fell heavily once more. Clutching his side, Akairobe felt blood trickling from his mouth. Terror etched on his face as he beheld Vegeta. He resembled a monster. Struggling to stand, Akairobe forced a smile. Why, yes, I apologize. I merely intended to jest. I truly admire you. Your companions, they're gone, aren't they? Please, grant me a chance to serve you. Before Akairobe could finish, he was struck down by a punch from Vegeta. Gohan surprisingly rose once more, charging at Vegeta, catching him off guard. He had not expected Gohan to stand again. Vegeta swung back, but Gohan leaned forward, delivering a right hook that landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief. You little half-breed, you insolent wretch. He stumbled forward, gripping Gohan's shoulders tightly, slamming his head against Gohan's forehead, rendering him unconscious. You scoundrel, I shall not relent. Akairobe raised his katana, aiming to strike Vegeta. In a swift motion, Vegeta hurled Gohan toward Akairobe, who caught him clumsily. Vegeta advanced, delivering another punch that sent Akairobe sprawling. Let the slaughter commence with you. Then, that half-breed brat, Kakarot, shall be last. That little bald one must already be dead. He laughed maniacally, preparing to attack. On the mountainside, Krillin struggled to rise, astonished by Vegeta's tenacity. If this continued, not only Trunks, but everyone would perish. Though he sensed a powerful energy, he did not wish to engage in battle. Just as despair enveloped them, an ancient voice echoed, Stop. Vegeta halted and turned around, only to find an elderly man clad in black, with a bald head and a white beard. This man was none other than the Turtle Hermit, the revered martial arts master of Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, once esteemed as the god of martial arts. Vegeta gazed at the newcomer, his battle power detector malfunctioning, rendering him unable to gauge the old man's strength. Observing the Turtle Hermit cradling a rice cooker, Vegeta chuckled. "Old man, have you lost your way?" The turtle hermit ignored him, silently placing the rice cooker on the ground. Then he positioned his hands at his waist and declared, "Turtle School, Kamehameha." Vegeta extended his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the Kamehameha wave. He mocked, "Is this all the power you possess, old man?" Krillin, feeling heavy-hearted, glanced at the turtle hermit, realizing what his teacher intended to do. He had heard Tien Shinhan speak of the Mafuba technique. The turtle hermit asked, "Would you care to send this old fool on his way, perhaps?" Vegeta sensed something amiss and cautiously approached the turtle hermit. "I do not wish for you to disrupt my killing spree." Now was the moment. As Vegeta closed in, the turtle hermit assumed his stance, prompting Vegeta to gasp in alarm and prepare for defense. Mafuba. Vegeta was taken aback, feeling himself levitating, as if his body were being stretched. He spun around, shrinking as he drew closer to the rice cooker. "No, he's trying to suck me into that cooker." Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, never anticipating that such a frail old man could wield such power. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, merely displacing a small stone. The stone rolled down, striking the rice cooker and thwarting the turtle hermit's efforts. Vegeta gasped for breath, his heart racing with fear. "You old fool, I must eliminate you first." He advanced and delivered a punch to the turtle hermit, then extended his right hand to gather energy into a sphere. Krillin, frantic, tumbled down the mountain, charging toward Vegeta. What? Adjusting his angle, Krillin unleashed a wave of energy toward the mountainside, propelling himself toward Vegeta with the force of the recoil. Vegeta, caught off guard, was struck head-on by Krillin. Both collapsed to the ground, leaving Krillin unable to move. Vegeta retrieved a remote control from his person and pressed one of its buttons. Yajirobe struggled to rise, wielding a katana as he approached Vegeta. A spherical machine approached. It was Vegeta's spaceship. "Huh, here it comes." Vegeta crawled toward the spacecraft, and as he reached it, Yajirobe closed in. "You're dead this time," he exclaimed, raising his katana to strike. Krillin furrowed his brow, uncertain how to intervene, desperate to plead with Yajirobe to allow Vegeta to escape. Far away in the north of Planet King, the North King let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "What a challenge it has been. They have truly battled to this extent." However, the root of evil had not been eradicated. The North King lifted his gaze, uncertain of where to direct it. Just as Akairobe was about to make a move, he was halted by his son Wukong. Although Akairobe thought son Wukong had lost his senses, he nonetheless complied. Observing this, Krillin peacefully closed his eyes. Next would be Frieza. Perhaps it was best to take a brief respite. He felt utterly exhausted. Krillin succumbed to slumber, unable to withstand his fatigue. Vegeta piloted a spaceship away from Earth, and after setting the destination, he too fell into unconsciousness. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 18, A New Hope. When Krillin awoke once more, it was the third day. He lay in a hospital room, with son Wukong occupying the adjacent bed. Their ward was crowded with familiar faces. Master Roshi, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Oolong were all present. "Krillin, you've finally awakened," exclaimed Bulma, her relief palpable. "It's wonderful to see you awake. We were all so worried during your prolonged unconsciousness." Krillin surveyed the room, noticing that son Wukong had already regained consciousness, wearing a joyful expression as he gazed at Krillin. It was evident that Krillin's revival brought him great happiness. At that moment, both Krillin and son Wukong were swathed in bandages like mummies, resting in their beds. They had sustained severe injuries in their battle against Vegeta, and healing with the existing medical knowledge would require a significant amount of time. Gohan was also in the room, though he was not lying down. His injuries were comparatively less severe than those of son Wukong and Krillin, and he was currently seated at son Wukong's bedside, having received treatment. Gohan was now able to stand and move about with minimal difficulty, though his bandages remained intact. One could indeed say that he was the son of son Wukong. While Gohan's injuries could be considered light in contrast to those of son Wukong and Krillin, they were still significant. Typically, a person sustaining injuries like Gohan's would require a month of bed rest before being able to move, illustrating Gohan's extraordinary resilience. The joy among the group, however, did not linger for long. With Krillin's awakening, their relief was inevitably shadowed by thoughts of those who had sacrificed their lives. Observing the somber atmosphere return, Krillin spoke up, unaware that the others were still oblivious to the matter regarding Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. In truth, Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo all had the potential for resurrection. In an instant, every occupant of the ward turned their attention to Krillin, clearly unaware of this information until now. Krillin exhaled and continued. This is the information I gleaned from that Namekian, Nappa. He mentioned that they came to Earth primarily to ascertain the viability of the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls prove feasible, they will journey to Namek. This implies that Namek may possess Dragon Balls. If we can locate the Dragon Balls on Namek, then everyone can be brought back to life. After Piccolo's resurrection, the deity shall also be revived, and thus, the Dragon Balls on Earth shall be restored as well. How splendid! Oolong and Puer grasped each other's hands in jubilation. Their exuberant cheers attracted the attention of the doctor. Hush! One must not speak loudly in the hospital. Oh, has Mr. Krillin awakened? Congratulations. Please hold on a moment. We shall conduct a checkup shortly. With that, the doctor turned away to prepare for Krillin's examination, reiterating the importance of maintaining silence within the hospital to ensure the patient's rest. Upon receiving this news from Krillin, everyone was invigorated. However, Bulma doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Do you know the location of Namek? Presently, Krillin was indeed unaware. Although the North KO had informed them in the previous life, the task of recording the coordinates had been entrusted to Bulma, causing Krillin to completely forget the specific coordinates of Namek. Son Goku remarked, I can inquire about it telepathically with a KO. KO-sama, do you know the coordinates of Namek? On KO's planet, the North KO stood with arms crossed, smiling. Of course I know. I am a KO. I have found it. The coordinates are as he elaborated on the coordinates. He also shared tales of Namek's customs and the reasons for Piccolo and the deity's presence on Earth. To this day, the Namekians have been diligently working to rebuild their planet. Oolong pondered aloud. If they possess Dragon Balls, why do they not use them to restore their planet's ecosystem? The Dragon Balls cannot grant wishes beyond the capabilities of their creator. By the way, would you like to convey a message to them? The individuals in the hospital room were perplexed, for the KO had not been speaking to them. Only Krillin understood. They must have already arrived. Let me take the lead. A familiar voice resonated, instantly bringing tears to the eyes of Bulma and Puer. It is Yamcha. Both Bulma and Puer exclaimed in unison. On KO's planet, Yamcha rested his hand on the North KO's shoulder, grinning. As of now, I, Tienkatsu, and Piccolo are training under KO-sama. Son Gohan joyfully exclaimed. Uncle Piccolo is there too. Yamcha comforted Bulma and Puer for a while before falling silent, while Tien and the others remained quiet. The KO chuckled. Goku, they are even faster than you. Oolong interjected. Now that we know the coordinates, we can set out, right? Bulma's expression fell, lamenting, unfortunately, even with my father's advanced spacecraft, which boasts the most sophisticated engine on Earth, it would take thousands of years to reach Namek. Son Goku inquired, KO-sama, do you have any solutions? The North KO's antenna bent slightly, responding, I have no solution either. Krillin suggested, we could utilize the Saiyan spacecraft, the one belonging to Nappa, whom I defeated, should be usable. At that moment, Yajirobe chimed in, speaking of which, I believe I have found a remote control. As Yajirobe retrieved a remote control, Bulma immediately snatched it away, exclaiming her intent to prepare. However, Goku lamented, but we are all confined to our hospital beds. Krillin sighed in agreement. Indeed, I am utterly immobilized. Goku gazed at the ceiling, silently reflecting. The doctor said it would take me at least 3 months to recover. Krillin seemed to fare worse, requiring 5 months, with no guarantee of full recovery. The only one capable of movement was Gohan, yet sending him was out of the question. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi quickly embraced Gohan, asserting, absolutely not. Gohan must refrain from engaging in any perilous activities. He must focus on his studies. Shielding Gohan protectively, she eyed Goku with caution. Goku, taken aback by Chi-Chi's fierce glare, offered an awkward smile and refrained from further comment. At that moment, Gohan declared, I must go. Chi-Chi turned to him in disbelief. Although Gohan averted his gaze, his expression remained resolute. Kiki exclaimed in frustration, Gohan, do you understand the gravity of your words? It's all that evil Piccolo's influence. She continued, you need to concentrate on your studies. Gohan retorted, Mother, you are the one who doesn't comprehend. Uncle Piccolo and the others sacrificed themselves to protect Earth. Now that we have a means to revive them, how can we abandon that hope? Father and Uncle Krillin have sustained severe injuries. I'm the only one who can go. I must. Gohan's unwavering gaze met Chi-Chi's, filled with determination. In response, Chi-Chi wept. Oh no, my Gohan has gone astray. He dares to defy his mother. Just then, a voice interrupted. We've already stated that loud noises disturb the patients. If this continues, we shall have to ask you to leave. Hearing this, Chi-Chi quickly quieted down. After the doctor and nurses completed their examinations on Goku and Krillin, they offered a few brief instructions before departing, reiterating the prohibition on noise within the hospital. The Saiyan spacecraft had been reclaimed by the Earth government. However, the remote control remained in their possession, and Bulma was optimistic that she could repair it for use. Leaving the hospital room, she was filled with excitement. Yet, she pondered on the lengthy recovery required for both herself and Krillin. Surely, Gohan could not go alone. Goku, lost in thought, stared at the ceiling. Chi-Chi insisted. Gohan should not go. Goku sighed, but Gohan is our only option. Gohan affirmed, I must go. With a reluctant tone, Chi-Chi urged. Promise me you'll diligently study upon your return. Gohan's spirits lifted at her words, and he nodded earnestly. All eyes turned to Gohan. Despite being the strongest among them capable of battle, concern lingered for him. Karen reassured them, do not fret. The new Senzu beans will be ready in a month. And by then, Goku and Krillin will be fully restored. Chapter 19, Preparation. The following day, Bulma rushed into the hospital room in a flurry, startling everyone. She had changed her hairstyle. Chi-Chi was attending to Sun Wukong, who was entirely unable to move and, consequently, could not feed himself. Krillin was in a similar predicament. Though unfortunately, Launch had mysteriously vanished, leaving Oolong to feed him. While Krillin did not resent Oolong, he could not help but feel a tinge of envy towards Sun Wukong. After all, Krillin was a year older, yet Sun Wukong had already settled down with a beautiful and virtuous wife and a delightful, understanding son. How could one not feel envious of such a life? Everyone, turn on the television. Bulma exclaimed as she entered, prompting Master Roshi to quip. I thought you were the nurse. Quite reckless, aren't you? Enough chatter, Bulma retorted, shaking her fist at him. The television flickered to life, broadcasting a news report. Scholars had yet to decipher the spacecraft, and speculation ensued. As they absorbed the news, a wave of concern washed over them. They had not kept up with current events, and were only now realizing that the government had reclaimed the spacecraft, making its future use exceedingly difficult. This is dreadful. Bulma chuckled, but fret not, we have this remote control. She produced the remote and declared her intention to manipulate the spacecraft, envisioning the surprise it would evoke. Krillin, sensing impending doom, abandoned his meal and urgently warned Bulma, "Do." Ignoring him, Bulma reassured, it's fine, don't worry, I'm a genius. I figured it out last night. Just watch, it only needs to move. After a flurry of commands, she turned to the screen, asking, did it move? Bang! Krillin rolled his eyes, foreseeing the outcome. The spacecraft exploded on screen, plunging the hospital room into silence. What happened? Let me see. Sun Wukong's voice shattered the stillness. Bulma swiftly turned off the television and, turning to Yachirobe, scolded, this is all your fault for picking up that useless remote. Yachirobe retorted, it was your reckless pressing that caused the explosion. Bulma, gritting her teeth, demanded, what did you say? Yachirobe recoiled slightly, muttering, nothing. Master Roshi sighed, realizing that their last hope had vanished. Wait, the spacecraft was destroyed? Sun Wukong gasped. Bulma, feeling sheepish, admitted, yes, that is indeed the case. Did you cause this, Bulma? How careless can you be? Bulma raised her fist, then lowered it, saying, I never intended for you to say that. Sun Wukong lamented, this is terrible. Even the flying Nimbus might not suffice. Krillin gazed out the window, pondering, Mr. Bobo should be arriving soon. Although the timing may not be quite right. We can only place our hopes on Mr. Bobo now. Indeed, Mr. Bobo poked his head out of the window. You are in need of a spaceship, are you not? I know where to find one. Who among you will accompany me? Yajirobe inquired, Mr. Bobo, have you truly discovered a spaceship? Mr. Bobo replied, perhaps. Bulma asked quietly, who is this Mr. Bobo? Goku responded, Mr. Bobo lives with the god of heaven. Moreover, he has resided in the heavenly palace for a time even longer than the god himself. Yajirobe, perplexed, asked, what do you mean by perhaps? Mr. Bobo replied nonchalantly, I believe it could be a spaceship, but I cannot be certain. Thus, I would like one of you to accompany me to confirm whether it is indeed a genuine spaceship. Krillin suggested, Bulma, you should go. Bulma pointed to herself, saying me. Krillin affirmed, of course, you are the only one who understands matters of a spaceship. Bulma eyed Mr. Bobo warily, asking, is there any danger to my life? I can't shake the feeling that this person's gaze is rather terrifying. Despite her apprehensions, Bulma followed Mr. Bobo. After a while, Bulma returned to the hospital. She excitedly recounted what Mr. Bobo had said about the spaceship that originally belonged to Piccolo, exclaiming, just like that, we have a spaceship. Bulma added, if we utilize that spaceship, we can reach Namek in just 1 month. Furthermore, the interior of the spaceship is spacious enough for modifications, such as adding a bathroom and sound system. Master Roshi remarked. A faint hope is about to materialize, meow. The more Bulma spoke, the more exhilarated she became, eagerly anticipating their departure in 5 days. Mr. Bobo, we will rely on you. That is not possible. Mr. Bobo flatly refused. Bulma questioned, why not? You must go. You are the only one who understands the Namekian language. Mr. Bobo replied, I truly cannot go. The Heavenly Palace cannot be left unattended for 2 months. Do not worry. I will teach you the Namekian language. Bulma was not reassured by this response. Krillin stated, Bulma must go, in case of an emergency. She is the only one who understands the machinery. Bulma lowered her head, conceding, that is indeed the case, but I cannot go alone. Gohan interjected, I will go too. Chi-Chi hurriedly protested. Gohan. Faced with Gohan's determined gaze, Chi-Chi relented. She bowed her head, visibly disheartened, while Gohan turned away, avoiding her gaze. Ox King patted Chi-Chi on the shoulder, saying, yield, Chi-Chi. Let Gohan board the spaceship. Chi-Chi nodded. Gohan, do your best. Gohan beamed with joy. Bulma furrowed her brow, saying, is it just me and Gohan? With only Gohan, I still feel uneasy. After all, Gohan is merely a 5-year-old child, no matter how strong he may be. Bulma surveyed the surroundings, while Yachirobe shook his head repeatedly, and Master Roshi appeared eager to join. Yachirobe declared, I absolutely cannot go. I had no expectations of you, was the response. Master Roshi chuckled. It'll take 2 months for a round trip. Well, I might as well accompany you. Bulma retorted angrily. Your presence would only heighten the danger. Gohan is still here. Chi-Chi echoed Bulma's sentiment, stating, Master Roshi truly cannot go. Our Gohan might be led astray. Bulma, with a tone of disappointment, remarked, both Krillin and Goku are severely injured, so it must be Gohan and me who venture forth. Son Goku chimed in, I want to go too. I'm very curious about what the dragon on Namek looks like. Bulma replied, Goku, you should focus on your recovery. After all, that Saiyan might return at any moment. You must find a way to defeat him. Goku could only respond, is that so? Then I must rely on you all. Noticing Chi-Chi's lingering anxiety, Bulma reassured her. Do not worry, Chi-Chi. We will encounter no peril. Once we locate the Dragon Balls and revive everyone, we shall return. At her words, Chi-Chi felt slightly at ease. Ox King also provided comfort, saying, Lord Ko has mentioned that the Namekians are gentle and kind-hearted beings. Gohan and Bulma will surely be safe, so rest assured. Very well. Chi-Chi instructed Gohan, you must take good care of yourself. Gohan nodded in agreement, assuring her, don't worry, Mom. We will return safely. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, I have a favor to ask of you, Chi-Chi. Goku and I intend to check out of the hospital. Staying here serves no purpose, and we can wait for the sins of beings to mature elsewhere. Please, could you and Master Roshi assist us with this? Staying longer is merely a waste of resources. He winked at Master Roshi, who immediately understood and joined in persuading Chi-Chi, ultimately leading her to consent. Although Goku found this peculiar, he sensed that Krillin had his reasons and opted to remain silent, entrusting everything to Krillin. After Chi-Chi and Master Roshi departed, Bulma inquired, Krillin, what were you trying to discuss with us away from Chi-Chi? Oh, was it that obvious? Krillin replied. Bulma scoffed, of course. I am a genius. There is no way you could deceive me. Is that the reason? Krillin mused inwardly, noting the resemblance. He thought to himself, avoiding Chi-Chi was to spare her from worry, especially since they might encounter Vegeta. He silently added, and the even more formidable Frieza force. Vegeta? Bulma questioned, perplexed by the unfamiliar name. He is the Saiyan who escaped. Krillin explained nonchalantly. What? Bulma exclaimed, gripped by fear. Krillin quickly reassured her, it's fine. As long as you hide well, he won't discover you. Once Goku and I recover, we will handle him. However, despite his words, Krillin felt uncertain, knowing that the Frieza force posed an even greater threat. Had it not been for the circumstances, Krillin would have been reluctant to allow Bulma to go after learning about Frieza's army. After all, in their previous life, they had never even considered that Vegeta would join. Is that so? But doesn't that mean we must wait for your recovery? If we go ahead, wouldn't it be of no significance? Krillin shook his head and replied, the purpose of your early departure is to prevent the enemy from gathering the Dragon Balls and realizing their wishes as much as possible. In the past, Demon King Piccolo killed the Eternal Dragon after fulfilling his own wish, fearing that others would use the dragon's power against him. We cannot be certain of the enemy's nature, thus we must be thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Bulma nodded. If the enemy were to realize their wishes and slay the Eternal Dragon first, it would spell disaster. Bulma then inquired, But why did you use the excuse of leaving the hospital to deceive Chi-Chi, including Goku? Krillin responded, because I truly need to be discharged. And I also require Goku's release. In the next 5 days, Goku and I will conduct specialized training for Gohan. Specialized training? Chapter 20, The Target Planet Namek. After completing the necessary procedures, Son Goku and Krillin successfully discharged from the hospital. Krillin returned to Kame House, while Son Goku did not go home, but rather headed to Kame House. Naturally, Gohan accompanied them, as Krillin and Son Goku had discharged early to provide Gohan with specialized training. Gohan's physique had already been honed remarkably by Piccolo. No matter how hard Goku and Krillin tried, there would be no significant physical improvement for Gohan in these 5 days. Thus, they unanimously decided to focus on training Gohan's control over his ki. To this day, the mastery of ki remained a weakness for Gohan during previous battles. His efforts yielded little, resulting in his stamina consistently lagging. On Kame Island, Son Goku and Krillin reclined in chairs while Gohan stood in the water. The sea lapped just above Gohan's feet, creating ripples that spread outward from him. Son Goku called out, "Gohan, you must control the rhythm of the ripples." It was a bit chaotic just now. Gohan quickly responded, "Yes." Under Gohan's feet, the ripples ceased their disorder and became orderly. Even though Krillin was well aware of Gohan's exceptional talent, witnessing Gohan correct himself immediately after the reminder still left him in awe of Gohan's remarkable abilities. Krillin remarked to Son Goku, "Gohan might surpass you. His current display of talent is far superior to yours. He is a very intelligent child. If he dedicates himself to martial arts, he will undoubtedly become an extraordinary martial artist." Son Goku replied, "However, Gohan wishes to become a scholar when he grows up. After this incident, let him choose for himself. Indeed, my Gohan will surely become an outstanding scholar as he matures." Hearing Son Goku's words, Chi-Chi felt elated. She believed that if Gohan were given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose to become a scholar. Krillin chuckled in agreement, "Yes. Gohan is such a bright child. If he focuses on his studies, he will surely become an illustrious scholar in the future." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Chi-Chi's face blossomed with joy, and she couldn't help but find him more agreeable. With Son Gohan and Son Goku both present at Kame House, it was only natural for Chi-Chi to join them, taking on the role of head chef for the days to come. Within the confines of Kame House, Chi-Chi remained vigilant against Master Roshi and Oolong, anxious that they might instill unhealthy thoughts in Son Gohan. Under Chi-Chi's watchful eye, Oolong and Master Roshi spoke to Gohan with utmost caution. Of course, if Master Roshi did not overstep his bounds, Chi-Chi would not be overly harsh with him, given his status as an elder. Krillin's words brought Chi-Chi great delight, prompting her to say, "I shall step out for a while to procure some ingredients. You both are still not well and need proper nourishment. Oh, Krillin, please keep an eye on things for me. If Master Roshi or Oolong say anything strange to Gohan, let me know." With that, Chi-Chi cast a fierce glance at Master Roshi and Oolong, who were engrossed in the television, before departing from Kame Island. Watching Son Gohan train, Goku remarked to Krillin, "Your method is truly effective. Once I recover, I shall give it a try myself. My energy has been surging too rapidly of late. I find it somewhat difficult to control." Krillin chuckled. "Isn't this just the technique we used when we were children? I merely modified it to transform the method of enhancing energy into one of controlling it." Goku smiled, reminiscing about the days spent training alongside Krillin in their youth, a time he fondly cherished. At that moment, Son Gohan was becoming quite adept, so Goku instructed him to amplify the wave of energy. Following Goku's guidance, Gohan slightly increased the energy's dispersion, but this caused the waves to become chaotic. Gohan quickly focused, striving to regain control over his energy. After a while, the waves beneath his feet stabilized. Thus, the day passed, marking a resounding success in Gohan's training. His mastery over energy had significantly improved, ensuring that it would not be squandered in future battles. That evening, they indulged in a hearty feast. Since Launch had departed, Krillin had not experienced such delectable cuisine. After all, his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Chi-Chi and Launch. In fact, Krillin's cooking was only superior to that of Master Roshi and Oolong. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief, admiring his own decision. However, regarding the disparity in care, while Goku enjoyed Chi-Chi's attentive meals, he was left under Oolong's care. Krillin felt a profound psychological disparity. Unbidden, he recalled the girl who had kissed him. It was perplexing. The two hardly knew each other, yet he could not shake her from his memory. Strange indeed. Even after a decade, her image remained vividly etched in his mind. Noticing Krillin's distraction, Oolong inquired. Krillin, what are you pondering? Are you worrying about the situation on Namek? Bulma and her father are currently repairing the spaceship, and I believe they will complete it within 5 days. Snapping back to reality, Krillin replied, Ah, it's nothing. Master Roshi smirked. I suspect our young Krillin is daydreaming about a girl. At that moment, Krillin felt his face flush with embarrassment. Master Roshi chuckled. Look, he's blushing. Oolong also laughed, ready to join in the teasing, but unexpectedly, Chi-Chi interjected. Master. She glared sternly at Master Roshi. Startled, he shrank his neck and lowered his head to eat. Gohan wanted to inquire about something, yet upon meeting his mother's fierce gaze, he obediently bowed his head and resumed eating. Krillin marveled once more at the wisdom of his decision. The following day, Goku and Krillin commenced a new training regimen focused on Gohan. While it was termed new, it bore little distinction from the previous day's exercises, merely involving some distractions as Gohan balanced on the rippling water. Gohan stood in the water, the waves beneath his feet rapidly expanding. Periodically, Oolong would toss a stone near Gohan's feet. Gohan needed to respond swiftly, recalibrating the rhythm of his energy as it was disrupted by the ripples caused by Oolong's stones. This task proved quite challenging, particularly due to the need for speed. To adjust the disturbed waves, Gohan had to fine-tune the intensity of his energy. Krillin insisted on quickness, and the varying force with which Oolong threw the stones further complicated Gohan's ability to control his energy's intensity and application. After Krillin inadvertently praised Gohan's intelligence and mentioned that he could become a great scholar if he chose to pursue his studies, Chi-Chi cheerfully went to buy ingredients. That evening, a sumptuous feast awaited, although Gohan's training remained incomplete, much to the satisfaction of both Goku and Krillin. On the third day, at Gohan's request, Goku and Krillin abandoned their original training plan to continue with the second day's exercises. The outcome astonished both Goku and Krillin. Gohan's control over his energy had nearly reached Goku's level. Had Gohan dedicated a month to mastering this skill, he might even surpass Krillin. Krillin admired this family, Goku, Gohan, and Chi-Chi. Especially Chi-Chi, who had prepared a lavish dinner each night over the past 3 days without repeating a single dish aside from rice. Both Krillin and Master Roshi felt elated, a sentiment they had not experienced since Launch's departure. Sigh, it was almost enough to bring tears. On the fourth day, Goku and Krillin took turns engaging Gohan in meditative combat, using this method to enhance his fighting skills. Gohan quickly grasped the technique of meditative combat, gaining valuable experience from these encounters. Throughout the process, both Goku and Krillin were astonished by Gohan's rapid progress, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, the training from the previous 3 days had played a significant role. Otherwise, Gohan's advancement would not have been so swift. After concluding a session of meditative combat, Krillin and Gohan found themselves breathless, for such battles were mentally taxing and also drained their physical stamina. Krillin exhaled deeply and remarked to Sun Wukong, Phew, I nearly succumbed to defeat at your hands. You truly are formidable. Sitting obediently on the ground before Krillin, Sun Wukong replied, I am in awe of you, Uncle Krillin. You possess an array of impressive techniques. The day's training swiftly came to a close, and after dinner, Chi-Chi took Sun Wukong away. According to Chi-Chi, tomorrow marked the day humanity would ascend into the cosmos, and as a leading figure in this venture, Sun Wukong had to prepare thoroughly. That night, Krillin and Sun Wukong shared a room. Krillin, you have undergone such a remarkable transformation, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed. In response, Krillin chuckled, People inevitably change. I must say, your transformation after your demise is quite significant as well. Is that so? Sun Wukong inquired. By the way, Krillin, about that method of yours that instantaneously boosts combat prowess. Oh, that. I wanted to ask you as well. Why does your technique resemble mine so closely, yet yield such different results? My technique is called the Kaioken. Taught to me by Lord Ko, Krillin explained. I see. Mine was a personal invention, initially intended to impress you, but it seems you have mastered it too. Although Krillin felt a twinge of embarrassment about the imitation, he thought it best to remain silent. Nevertheless, there must be some distinctions, Krillin asserted. Sun Wukong concurred, and together they shared their respective versions of the Kaioken. Wow, Krillin, your technique surpasses the one taught to me by Lord Ko. What is its name? Krillin pondered. It doesn't yet have a name. Why not call it the new Kaioken? Isn't that inappropriate? Krillin jested. Should it be named Krillin Fist instead? Ultimately, they settled on the name for this enhanced version of the Kaioken, the new Kaioken. On the 5th day, Bulma arrived at Kame House ahead of everyone else. Huh? Is Wukong not here? Son Wukong chuckled. Bulma, what else with your attire? At that moment, Bulma sported a chic short haircut and donned an eccentric outfit. Stifling the urge to strike Son Wukong for his mummified appearance, Bulma listened as Krillin explained the situation, resigned to waiting. Both Krillin and Son Wukong felt disheartened, as breakfast consisted solely of leftovers from the previous day. After a while, the Ox King finally arrived with Chi-Chi and Son Wukong at Kame House. Ha! Ha ha! Son Wukong and Krillin erupted into laughter at Son Wukong's appearance. Although Krillin had braced himself, he could not help but laugh upon seeing him. With his head bowed and cheeks flushed, Son Wukong felt embarrassed. Before their departure, Krillin instructed Bulma and Son Wukong. Once you reach Namek, do not act impulsively. First, locate a Dragon Ball and conceal it. We shall discuss the rest upon my and Wukong's arrival at Namek. It is imperative that you protect yourselves. After exchanging their farewells, Bulma and Son Wukong boarded the spaceship and set off. Chapter 21. The Growth of the Senzu Bean. Aboard the spacecraft, Son Wukong changed out of the elementary school spring outing attire that Chi-Chi had prepared for him, donning instead the garments he wore during his training with Piccolo. Noticing Bulma's somewhat displeased expression, Son Wukong innocently remarked, Aunt Bulma, why do you seem so unhappy? Bulma, reminding herself repeatedly that he is the son of Son Wukong, adjusted the spacecraft to autopilot and stepped into another room. How foolish it was to choose such an outfit. After being teased by Son Wukong, Bulma had already harbored discontent with her attire. Coupled with the childish spring outfit Chi-Chi had chosen for Wukong, Bulma quickly became aware of how ridiculous her own outfit appeared. When Bulma re-emerged into the main chamber, she had changed into a different ensemble. At that moment, Son Wukong was seated in meditation, deep in his training. After a while, Bulma began to feel bored. She retrieved some magazines and snacks she had brought along, reclining on the sofa to indulge herself. However, this journey was destined to be a lengthy one, with calculations indicating that it would take 34 days to reach Namek. As the road stretched on, Bulma's magazines soon dwindled. Meanwhile, Son Wukong continued his meditation training, remaining awake and focused each day. On Turtle Island, Son Wukong and Krillin lay back in chairs, basking in the warm sunlight, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Wukong, shouldn't we head back soon? Chi-Chi, having seen off Son Wukong, intended to bring him back to Fry Bread Mountain. However, Son Wukong declined, reasoning that since they had to wait for the magic beans to mature, it would be better to wait here. Otherwise, they would have to make an extra trip once the beans were ready. Krillin added, we could also take this time to discuss martial arts, which would make us even stronger. That way, if the Saiyans return, Wukong won't need to exert himself. Son Wukong agreed, saying, indeed, the stronger we become, the more peace of mind Wukong will have to focus on his studies. Krillin glanced at Son Wukong, having always thought of him as rather simple, but was pleasantly surprised by his cleverness this time. Hearing both Son Wukong and Krillin speak thus, Chi-Chi found their reasoning sound and decided to remain to care for Son Wukong. This delighted Krillin, for if Chi-Chi took Son Wukong back to Fry Bread Mountain, the cooking duties would fall to Master Roshi and Oolong. Were Oolong to learn of Krillin thoughts, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, Oolong had originally lived in Bulma's home, enjoying a life of high quality, and now, to care for Krillin, he found himself on Turtle Island, only to be looked down upon by Krillin. Thus, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi settled on Turtle Island. Son Wukong and Krillin would often recline together in the lounge chairs before the Turtle House, reminiscing about their past training experiences and discussing martial arts. Master Roshi would occasionally join in, sharing memories of days gone by and engaging in the exploration of martial arts, regardless of their individual combat prowess. From the perspective of martial arts cultivation, the three are unparalleled masters within the universe. They engage in profound discussions on the martial path, each deriving immense benefit from the exchange. When the urge for a duel arises, Son Wukong and Krillin often engage in meditative battles. In terms of pure technique, surprisingly, Son Wukong finds himself losing more often than winning. As they analyze their previous meditative encounters, Master Roshi also offers his insights from the sidelines. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and the martial arts realms of the trio have significantly advanced. One day, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi are lounging outside the Kame House, basking in the sun. It is nap time, a harmonious blend of work and rest, reminiscent of their past training. Suddenly, Yachirobe arrives on his bike, announcing that the Senzu beans have ripened, though there are only 7, so they must use them sparingly. Son Wukong and Krillin leap from their seats, soaring toward Yachirobe with joy. Yachirobe produces a small pouch containing the beans and hands 2 of them to Sun Wukong and Krillin. They quickly consume the beans, and upon ingestion, feel an exhilarating lightness as their injuries completely heal. Sharing a knowing smile, they promptly remove the bandages adorning their arms. With a thud, their arms collide, sending a powerful gust of wind swirling around them, as if they were the epicenter of a storm. Krillin smirks and exclaims, "Wukong, it seems we share the same thoughts." Sun Wukong, equally buoyant, replies, "Indeed. Yet, the meditative battles still leave me yearning for more excitement." Their energies begin to surge, and, as they reach a certain threshold, Krillin's aura initially halts under Sun Wukong's pressure. However, Krillin's energy transforms into a vibrant red, continuing to ascend. Although their energies soar, they remain cleverly confined within a 1-meter radius centered around them. Gradually, Sun Wukong's energy begins to be suppressed by Krillin's, prompting a grin from Sun Wukong as his own fiery aura ignites. Both are enveloped in a crimson glow, yet their expressions remain composed and untroubled. Eventually, their energies reach a harmonious balance, a stalemate of formidable strength. Master Roshi, taken aback by Krillin's remarkable progress, observes in awe as he makes a spirited comeback in such circumstances. Over the course of the month, Sun Wukong has made strides in his martial arts realm, while Krillin has advanced in all aspects. Yachirobe gasps, "Are you two planning to compete here?" Sun Wukong and Krillin lock eyes, their gazes brimming with combat spirit. After a month of meditative dueling and relentless analysis, it feels akin to gazing at a sumptuous feast while enduring hunger, the tantalizing aroma beckoning and tormenting their desires. Now, as they look at each other, drool nearly escapes their lips. Master Roshi observes the two, choosing not to intervene, intrigued to see the outcome should they engage in battle. In terms of sheer energy output, Krillin may not rival Sun Wukong. However, over the past month, he has repeatedly articulated martial insights that have garnered immense respect from both Master Roshi and Sun Wukong. In terms of martial prowess, Krillin has ascended to a realm unknown even to Master Roshi. Thus, even Master Roshi cannot confidently predict the outcome of their confrontation. Krillin remarked, "I can amplify my energy tenfold, but any further increase may hinder my stamina for prolonged combat." "What about you, Wukong?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "I can manage 4 times my usual energy, but I believe I can push it even higher." "Is that so? It appears I may not stand a chance against you." At this moment, the energy radiating from both warriors was comparable. However, Krillin had reached his limit while Sun Wukong still had the capacity to elevate his power further. The disparity was now unmistakable. Sun Wukong grinned. "Well, we won't know until we actually fight. After all, the abilities you displayed during our month of meditation and training have impressed both me and Master Roshi greatly." With that, they turned their attention to one another. "Shall we call it day?" Wukong nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, they diminished their energy, returning to their normal states. Yajirobe and Master Roshi collapsed in disbelief, realizing that the two had no intention of engaging in battle at all. "If Vegeta hasn't made significant progress, either you or I could easily defeat him," Krillin stated. "Do not underestimate Vegeta. That fellow shares the same lineage as you and is undoubtedly a genius. One cannot definitively assert whether he will make substantial advancements, so we must not take him lightly." Sun Wukong nodded. "It seems we still need a journey to Namek." Krillin's gaze deepened. He understood they were about to confront a formidable adversary on Namek, one far more fearsome than Vegeta. Currently, Krillin felt utterly powerless against Frieza, as the gap between them was insurmountable. The two looked at each other, both eager to engage in battle, yet recognizing that the time was not right. They had more pressing matters to attend to. They must revive their fallen comrades. They exchanged smiles, and Sun Wukong declared, "Once all of this is over, let us have a proper match." Krillin nodded, yet he was acutely aware that if they were to fight then, Sun Wukong's strength would have undoubtedly surged. By that time, they would likely exist in entirely different realms of power. Chapter 22. The Departure of Sun Wukong and Krillin. Wukong, Professor Brief should be nearing completion with his modifications, correct? Sun Wukong replied, "I'm not certain. When I called this morning, Professor Brief mentioned he was still a bit short of finishing. It may not be ready yet." Standing in the ocean, the two felt the continuous ripples beneath their feet, their energies intertwining harmoniously without a hint of chaos. They were employing the training methods used for Gohan, and the waves emanating from their feet showcased their remarkable mastery over energy. Standing in the sea, Sun Wukong and Krillin engaged in a casual conversation, their boredom palpable. They were not sparring. The anticipation of their duel had reached a crescendo, and once they commenced battle, it would be difficult to halt. Despite their eagerness to clash, neither dared to suggest it. Krillin was acutely aware that he would not stand a chance against Sun Wukong, especially since Wukong had not exerted his full strength during their prior exchanges. Over the past month, Sun Wukong had mastered the new Kaioken, and his potential multiplier surely exceeded 4 times, perhaps even more. Krillin proposed, "Why don't we go visit Bulma? After all, Oolong returned to her house yesterday after we recovered." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency to ascertain Professor Brief's progress. He muttered, "Bulma mentioned it would take 34 days to arrive. And considering the time that has passed," Krillin sighed, recalling how Sun Wukong had never applied himself in this regard during his training years. "So, Gohan and Bulma have 4 days left until they reach Namek. We must hasten our efforts. Otherwise, if they encounter Vegeta, it could spell disaster." After calculating the time, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. Should Gohan and the others fail, waiting another year would be the best-case scenario. There was also the alarming possibility of the enemy destroying the Dragon Balls. Krillin thought to himself, Vegeta is not the real threat. The true horror lies with that monster Frieza. He glanced at Sun Wukong, contemplating how to transform him into a Super Saiyan. After all, even the new Kaioken had its limits, capped at 40 times. Krillin surmised that a 40-time Sun Wukong would likely be insufficient to confront Frieza. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Wukong could even employ the 40 times Kaioken later on, necessitating careful consideration of their battle strategy on Namek. Krillin suggested, "Let us visit Professor Brief. Perhaps there is something we can assist with." With memories of aiding Bulma in mind, he felt confident he could be of help if the professor required assistance. Thus, the two resolved to head to Bulma's home. "Chi-Chi, we're going to see Bulma. If Professor Brief is nearing completion of the spaceship, we may not return. I will make haste to bring Gohan back from Namek, so do not worry." They traveled without any means of transportation, simply soaring towards Bulma's residence. As they entered the city, their descent caught the attention of onlookers, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Upon reaching Bulma's home, the initial surprise of the pedestrians waned, as they assumed it was merely a new achievement of Professor Brief's research. The moment they landed, they encountered Mrs. Brief, who was tending to her flower beds with a smile. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Krillin, she immediately set aside her work and exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed Goku and Krillin. Your bodies appear to have recovered quite well." Goku responded, "Yes, I am completely healed." Krillin inquired, "How is Professor Brief doing?" Mrs. Brief replied, "It seems there is still some modification work to be completed." "Oh, that is rather unfortunate. How much longer will it take? Could you take us to meet Professor Brief?" Mrs. Brief affectionately linked her arm with Goku's and smiled. My, little Goku has grown so tall." As for Krillin, he remains quite unchanged. Krillin felt speechless. Although he could not compare to Goku, he had indeed grown significantly since childhood. At the very least, the height difference between him and Tien and Yamcha had diminished. Mrs. Brief led Goku and Krillin in search of Professor Brief, chatting animatedly along the way. "Once you defeat the Saiyans, you must come to visit often. I recently discovered an exquisite cake shop. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, Earth would be doomed. At that point, we would be unable to enjoy such delights." Goku and Krillin were at a loss for how to respond, merely offering a couple of polite laughs. Fortunately, the journey was not long, and upon seeing a massive apparatus before them, both Goku and Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. "My dear, Goku and Krillin have arrived." Goku quietly remarked to Krillin, "Isn't this the spaceship of my brother Raditz? It has changed remarkably." Krillin found it unremarkable. Under Professor Brief's repairs, how could it not be enhanced? However, he did concede that perhaps the modifications were a bit excessive. Professor Brief emerged from the spaceship, smiling. "Have your injuries completely healed? The Senza beans truly are miraculous." Observing the transformed spaceship, Goku curiously asked, "Is this not fully repaired?" Krillin, in exasperation, noted, "A spacecraft of such advanced technology certainly requires meticulous attention to detail. What you see is merely the exterior. How can one ascertain the complete restoration from the outside?" "Correct, Professor Brief." Professor Brief nodded and replied, "Indeed. There's still a minor amount of work left." "Well, why don't you come in and take a look?" Mrs. Brief enthusiastically exclaimed. "I will fetch some drinks and sweets, and I'll also call Oolong and Puer." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you," the two replied as they boarded the spaceship, following Professor Brief to tour its interior. Upon seeing the vast space within, Goku was astonished. It's enormous. I can't believe this once small spaceship has expanded to such size. Professor Brief responded, I designed it all according to your specifications. Nearly every aspect has been modified. Goku eagerly surveyed the interior of the spaceship, filled with joy. Here, I should be able to train effectively. Professor Brief mused. The scientific achievements of the Saiyans astound even me, a genius. It is truly remarkable. With the spaceship, we can reach Namek in just 6 days. Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. Which one is the gravity device? Krillin, too, was intrigued. Although he had frequently utilized gravity devices in his previous life, he was nonetheless excited to witness the effects of this debut gravity apparatus. This one, it is complete, Professor Brief stated as he led Sun Wukong and Krillin to a device, pointing out, this is the switch for the artificial gravity device, and this is the controller. As per your request, it can elevate gravity up to 100 times. At this juncture, Professor Brief cautioned, this must not be misused. If you activate 100 times gravity, your body weight will increase to 100 times its original weight. For instance, if Wukong weighs 60 kilograms, under 100 times gravity, he would weigh 6,000 kilograms. A typical individual would not survive such an ordeal. Sun Wukong crossed his arms nonchalantly, replying, I have no problem with that, but it might be a bit challenging for Krillin. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin retorted angrily, don't underestimate me. If I use the New World King Fist, it would be entirely manageable. Sun Wukong chuckled, my apologies, my apologies. Krillin then asked Professor Brief, is the spaceship not ready for takeoff yet? Ah well, it is ready. The data has been inputted, and you only need to press the launch button to fly to Namek, replied Professor Brief. Is there anything else that remains unfinished? Professor Brief replied casually. Only the stereo sound amplification system has yet to be finalized. You will certainly need some delightful music to accompany you on your journey. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words, while Sun Wukong exclaimed, is that all? Just that remaining? Hearing Wukong's words, Professor Brief frowned. What do you mean, just that? Music is of utmost importance. Sun Wukong quickly interjected, we don't need music. The situation is urgent. We must depart immediately. Professor Brief asked, perplexed, is it really that urgent? Krillin's expression grew serious, as he stated, perhaps the situation is more dire than we anticipated. Naturally, Krillin was referring to the Frisia Force. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Krillin urged Professor Brief, quickly teach me how to pilot. Professor Brief meticulously explained the operation of the spaceship to both of them. Once they had learned, they prepared to embark. After Professor Brief exited the spaceship, Krillin promptly activated it. At that moment, Mrs. Brief arrived with Oolong and Pu'er, albeit a bit late. Professor Brief watched as the spaceship vanished from sight, remarking, I never imagined that the hastily modified device could actually fly. Oolong inquired, where are Wukong and Krillin? Oh, they have already taken off, Professor Brief responded. Oolong expressed his discontent. After I went to Kame House to look after them for a month, they didn't even come to see me upon arriving here. Pu'er said, they must be in a hurry. Suddenly, someone joyfully exclaimed, as before him stood a chamber filled with liquid. In the chamber lay a man, the very same who had been vanquished by the combined might of Wukong and others, Vegeta. He deftly manipulated the device before him, causing the liquid within the chamber to recede. All done. You may open your eyes now. Vegeta blinked awake, his body finally restored to its full vigor, though regrettably, his tail had not returned. He dismissed the matter with a nonchalant remark, it matters not, it shall grow back in due time. And Frisia? He inquired. He just stepped out. Chapter 23, on Namek. Has he grown weary of this planet? This was Frisia's planet number 79, one of his established bases. As Vegeta donned his attire, he prepared to depart. Lord Shoei requests that you visit the training room upon your recovery. He has something to discuss with you. Vegeta scoffed. Humph. Tell him I have nothing to say to him. Ah, you forgot this. A figure brandished a power-level scouter, addressing Vegeta. Without a glance back, Vegeta replied, keep it, I no longer require it. What? As he strode down the corridor, Vegeta seethed. Damn it, I will ensure those scoundrels find no rest in death. Should he first seek the Dragon Balls on Namek, or exact his vengeance on Earth? For a moment, he found himself at an impasse, uncertain which path to choose. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his way. It was his old adversary, Shoei, yet Vegeta regarded him with indifference. After all, once he transformed into a great ape, he would stand only beneath Frisia in might. However, if he could not surpass Frisia, then being stronger than Shoei and others would be of little consequence. I have no words for you, nor do I wish to hear your drivel. Step aside. Vegeta felt invigorated, aware that he could effortlessly defeat Chioi now. It had been long since he had endured such grievous wounds in battle. He could sense his power escalating, albeit intentionally suppressing it to a mere 180,000. As he brushed past Chioi, the latter grasped his shoulder and said, "Hey, listen, Frisia is furious about your unauthorized attack on Earth." Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. He has no say in the matter. Chioi, remove your filthy hands. He had resolved to sever ties with Frisia, for he had glimpsed the hope of overcoming him through the Dragon Balls. Chioi, undeterred, continued, "However, Frisia is magnanimous. He has forgiven your reckless actions, as you have acquired invaluable intelligence." Vegeta's body tensed as he fixed his gaze on Chioi. "What did you say?" Seeing Vegeta's reaction, Chioi's heart swelled with delight as he chuckled. "Frisia is quite pleased. You may even achieve immortality." "Are you saying Frisia has departed?" "Indeed, Frisia has gone to Namek." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta swiftly turned back, requesting a power-level scouter from his caretaker. In haste, he exited Frisia's planet number 79, setting forth towards Namek. Chioi followed closely behind. Had it not been for King Frisia's orders, he would have launched an immediate attack on Vegeta. Their spaceships glided towards planet Namek, driven by disparate motives yet converging upon the same destination. Is that truly planet Namek? It is utterly enchanting. Bulma leaned against the spaceship's window, captivated by the beauty of the nearby planet, unable to suppress her awe. They were on the verge of landing on Namek, a prospect that exhilarated both Bulma and Gohan. "Look, it seems 2 shooting stars have just streaked by. What a good omen. We are surely destined to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wishes," Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Gohan, having concluded his meditative training, felt revitalized and his energy had significantly increased. Unfortunately, Bulma's battle power detector was malfunctioning. Otherwise, she could have gauged the remarkable progress Gohan had made through his meditation. Returning to the control panel, Bulma instructed Gohan, "Fasten your seatbelt. The landing might be rather turbulent." "All right." Gohan nodded, settling back into his seat and securing his belt. "Next, let us select a suitable terrain for landing." With a rumble, Bulma successfully navigated the spaceship to land on Namek. She raised her hands in triumph, exclaiming, "We have successfully landed on planet Namek." Gohan, equally thrilled, responded, "This is wonderful. But wait, I need to assess the atmospheric conditions first." Bulma focused on her controls, relieved to have the reconnaissance device on board. If only the environment of Namek were suitable for Earthlings. Fortunately, she had prepared oxygen masks, albeit with a time limit. Bulma saw Gohan had already exited the spaceship and fell to the ground in disbelief. Gohan surveyed his surroundings and murmured to himself, "This place resembles the area where Uncle Piccolo trained me. This must be Uncle Piccolo's homeland, planet Namek." Clenching his fists, Gohan resolved, "This time I must succeed." Bulma rushed out of the spaceship, admonishing Gohan, "Why did you rush out without considering the consequences? What if the air on Namek is unsuitable for us? You reckless fool." Gohan quickly apologized, "Yes, I'm sorry." Bulma sighed, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar. "Forget it. You are just like your father. Let us search for the Dragon Balls. I hope that Saiyan hasn't arrived on Namek yet. If we can gather the Dragon Balls before he does, our mission will be accomplished. Then, Yamcha and everyone else who was killed by the Saiyan can be revived." Bulma exclaimed excitedly, "Look, for Dragon Balls are all located together. We are incredibly fortunate, haha." Just as Bulma celebrated, she noticed Gohan's serious expression. "Gohan, what is wrong? Have you discovered something?" Gohan nodded, pointing in a direction. "Over there, there's an immense energy. That direction aligns with where the 4 Dragon Balls are located." "Energy?" Son Gohan nodded, acknowledging the strength present around him. Bulma, however, dismissed his concerns with a light-hearted remark. "Oh, don't be so tense. We are on Namek after all." Given the prowess of both Kami and Piccolo, it's hardly surprising that there are formidable energies here. Despite her reassurances, Son Gohan still felt an unsettling aura emanating from the surrounding wealth. Noticing his apprehensive expression, Bulma comforted him. "It's all right. Didn't Lord Kai mention that the Namekians are quite gentle?" She raised the dragon radar in her hand, exclaiming, "Look, the dragon radar indicates that there are 4 Dragon Balls over there." Son Gohan felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking perhaps it was indeed the Namekians. With hands on her hips and brimming with enthusiasm, Bulma declared, "All right, let us go meet the Namekians." Son Gohan nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us set off." Thus, they proceeded toward the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. After confirming that the Dragon Balls had not moved for a considerable time, they relaxed and continued their journey. To match Bulma's pace, Son Gohan slowed his flight. Thank goodness I brought the vehicle. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you, he remarked. Suddenly, Bulma halted the vehicle, prompting Son Gohan to quickly fly back. At that moment, Bulma's expression changed, and she trembled while gazing at the dragon radar, saying, "The 4 Dragon Balls have suddenly started moving at high speed. Could it be?" Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan replied, "I just sensed a familiar aura. It's that Saiyan. I'm certain of it. Moreover, there's another presence that matches his." Bulma suggested, "Perhaps we should head back." Son Gohan shook his head firmly. "We must find at least 1 Dragon Ball. If they gather them first, the consequences would be dire." He addressed Bulma. "Aunt Bulma, you should return to Earth. Let me handle the search for the Dragon Balls." Handing the dragon radar to Son Gohan, Bulma responded, "No problem. I'll head back to Earth immediately. Rest assured, I will bring Goku and Krillin with me." With that, she drove towards the spaceship. Son Gohan focused on the dragon radar, determined to locate a Dragon Ball first. Thunder rumbled as, in a village on Namek, Namekian bodies lay scattered across the ground. Surrounding them were aliens clad in battle armor similar to Vegeta's. A diminutive figure sat in a floating chair, flanked by 2 individuals, one short, plump and pink-skinned, the other tall, robust and blue-green. The other aliens clustered around the seated figure, clearly recognizing him as their leader. A soldier approached, cradling a massive Dragon Ball, and respectfully announced, "We've found another one. Congratulations, Lord Frieza." Frieza smiled, "Oh ho ho. Excellent. That makes 4. The soldier handed the Dragon Ball to the pink-skinned individual beside Frieza, who commanded, "Hold on to it tightly, Dodoria." It seems Vegeta is also on the hunt. He is already aware that Vegeta has arrived on this planet. Dodoria respectfully stated, "Yes. They are indeed the most formidable, malevolent force in the universe, the Frieza Force. Seated upon the throne is none other than the legendary tyrant, Frieza himself. Flanking him are his trusted lieutenants, Dodoria and Zarbon, both of whom surpass even Vegeta, whom Krillin and the others previously faced." Zarbon spoke up, "Lord Frieza, the tracker, has just landed. Reports indicate that unidentified spacecraft are approaching planet Namek." Frieza replied, "The question is, how shall I deal with the treacherous Vegeta?" Zarbon responded, "Leave Vegeta to Kaiatsu. They have always been at odds with one another, and their powers are comparable, so Vegeta will certainly find himself at a disadvantage." Frieza nodded, clearly pleased with Zarbon's strategy. Far from their location, Vegeta stood atop a mountain peak, the voice of Kaiatsu emanating from a scouter. Kaiatsu laughed boisterously. "Ha ha, this is Lord Frieza's command. Vegeta, did you hear that? This time, I shall surely kill you." Vegeta scoffed. "Kaiatsu, who are you trying to intimidate? Do you possess the capability to kill me? I've been waiting for you. Come at me." As Kaiatsu rapidly approached, he taunted, "Ha ha, are your eyes merely useless holes? Take a good look at the scouter. My power level far exceeds yours." Vegeta smirked, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 24. Vegeta's Power. Goku and Krillin were engaged in physical training aboard their spacecraft, with the gravity device set to 40 times Earth's gravity. It was now the 4th day of their journey. In just 2 more days, they would reach planet Namek, and both had made significant progress over the past 4 days. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Goku turned to Krillin and said, "I think I've nearly adapted to the 40 times gravity. Should we raise it to 50? Upon hearing this, Krillin plopped down onto the floor, exclaiming, "All right, but I won't last long. You can handle it on your own." The 40 times gravity was already a strenuous challenge for Krillin, and increasing it further would render him immobile unless he utilized the Kaioken technique, which would prevent him from gaining any training benefits. Noting the troubled expression on Goku's face, Krillin chuckled, "No worries, I'll meditate and train my mind. You go ahead and train as you wish, after all. We still have 5 senzu beans." Goku nodded and adjusted the gravity to 50 times. Instantly, Krillin felt a weight pressing down on him, prompting him to sit cross-legged and begin meditating, his energy steadily rising. Goku marveled. Krillin has made tremendous progress these past few days. He looked forward to their upcoming duel, knowing Krillin would grow even stronger. Just as Goku prepared to commence his training, the voice of the North Kai echoed, "Goku, how did you end up in space? Are you heading to planet Namek?" Krillin also exited his meditative state, though he remained seated as standing was currently a challenge for him. Sun Wukong remarked, "Indeed, if Vegeta were to journey to Namek, it would be impossible for Gohan to succeed alone. With your current prowess, you should easily overpower Vegeta, right?" It was Yamcha's voice, adding, Perhaps even I could emerge victorious. Haha, you still have a long way to go. North Kai interjected, Wukong, do you possess the confidence to defeat Vegeta? Son Wukong responded, if Vegeta hasn't made significant progress, I could win even without using the Kaioken. However, Saiyans seem to experience a substantial power surge each time they recover from the brink of death, much like in our previous battle when my strength increased dramatically twice. Krillin chimed in, Wukong, do you recall that time when you hit him with a spirit bomb, and his energy completely vanished for a while? Son Wukong nodded, yes. I was certain his energy was gradually waning and then disappeared entirely. It was all part of his scheme. I wonder how Gohan and Bulma are faring. I hope they haven't encountered Vegeta. North Kai said, well, I might as well help you investigate. Son Wukong exclaimed in delight, really? That would be splendid. North Kai trembled as he spoke. Indeed, there is an extraordinarily powerful energy, far surpassing Vegeta's. The source is Frisia. North Kai's voice trembled in shock, startling everyone. Son Wukong was equally astonished. I can't believe it. There exists someone whose strength exceeds Vegeta's. Despite the grim situation, a thrill coursed through him. North Kai cautioned, Wukong, Frisia is an exceedingly malevolent being. You are nowhere near his match. You must not confront him directly. What if he obtains the Dragon Balls? Wukong queried. North Kai sternly commanded, Wukong, this is a directive from KO. You are absolutely forbidden from approaching him. You must find a way to escape with Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, and the Namekians. All right, Krillin, I entrust this task to you. Keep an eye on Wukong and ensure everyone escapes. Listen closely. My words are not just for your benefit, but for the safety of all the planets. Attacking him will surely end in failure, with unimaginable consequences. Is he truly that formidable? I yearn to test my strength, Wukong mused. North Kai thundered, you are absolutely forbidden from approaching him. Observing North Kai's frantic demeanor, Tien and the others began to grasp the terrifying nature of their adversary. Krillin sat in silence, likely the one most acutely aware of Frisia's dreadful power, having experienced it firsthand. With their current strength, they were entirely outmatched, as Frisia's true might far exceeded North Kai's estimations. Yet, they were not devoid of the prospect of victory. Piccolo placed a reassuring hand on North Kai's shoulder, stating, Old son, let us gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect ourselves. After a month of rigorous training, our strength has significantly improved. We shall train relentlessly until we surpass you. And then together we will journey to Namek to defeat that so-called Emperor of Evil. The North Kai, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Stop spouting nonsense. You have no comprehension of Frisia's true power. There is no time for idle chatter. Let us resume our training forthwith. If you intend to confront Frisia, I shall no longer instruct you. We must agree to never venture to Namek. Very well. Piccolo readily acquiesced, and the North Kai believed him without hesitation. Everyone swiftly commenced their training, for the earlier assessment of cold jokes proposed by the North Kai had already consumed a significant amount of time for Piccolo and Tien, and time was of the essence. Tien pondered, merely participating in the same training as Goku will not allow me to surpass him. I must discover my own path. Piccolo harbored similar thoughts. Meanwhile, on Goku and Krillin's side, Goku chuckled. Even if I cannot battle Frisia, there is no harm in enhancing my own strength. Krillin replied, Goku, feel free to increase the gravity as you wish. I am unperturbed. Thanks, Krillin. Standing before Vegeta, Kaiotsu placed his hands on his hips and declared, Vegeta, your demise is imminent. Our rivalry must reach a conclusion. Ha ha ha. Vegeta smirked lightly. Observing the power level detector, Kaiotsu laughed. Humph. Look at your pitiful power level. How can you possibly find joy in that? You are doomed. Vegeta regarded Kaiotsu with disdain and said, Do you wish to battle me? Allow me to demonstrate a skill I learned from the Earthlings. Ha ha ha. What remarkable technique have you acquired? Is it the art of a swift escape? Vegeta assumed a stance. It is the ability to control my power level at will. Kaiotsu, astonished, asked, What did you say? Control your power level? Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Kaiotsu. Pay close attention to your detector. Observe my power level. On Kaiotsu's power level detector, the numbers fluctuated wildly. What? Your power level was once comparable to mine. Vegeta, reveling in Kaiotsu's astonishment, boasted. This is a skill I acquired through fierce battles on Earth. You fool. What can you? A worthless being who idles before Frisia possibly compared me? Just watch. Ah! Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his energy surging, causing debris around him to levitate. Kaiatsu stared in shock at the power level detector. 190,000, 210, 000, 220, 000. Bang! Kaiatsu's power level detector reached its limit and exploded. Kaiatsu, filled with dread, looked at Vegeta, instinctively retreating. Meanwhile, Frisia's aide, Zarbon, whose own power level detector also exploded, inquired. What happened, Zarbon? Is something amiss? Zarbon replied. The detector must be malfunctioning. Just moments ago, it indicated that Vegeta's power level exceeded 220,000. Dodoria chuckled. It must be your detector that has malfunctioned, considering that yours is rather outdated. Why not try my latest model? Zabon inquired. What is the reading? Dodoria was taken aback. Strange, has mine failed too? Vegeta's power level has reached 240,000. Zabon frowned. 240,000? Has he surpassed us? How is that possible? He should only be at 180,000. Frisia laughed. There's nothing astonishing about it. Vegeta has been engaged in battle. He must have learned some exceptional techniques on Earth. Even with a power level of 240,000, if you two combine your strengths, you can contend with him. Vegeta's arrival on this planet likely shares our common goal. He too desires eternal life. Otherwise, he would never have had the audacity to challenge us. It seems he no longer regards me with any measure of respect, daring to venture to Earth without my command. Such reckless bravery is foolish. He poses no real threat to me. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, glanced at Chio-E, who hastily interjected, Wait, Vegeta, I have a brilliant idea. I can assist you. I have long harbored discontent with King Frisia. No, with Frisia. If we join forces, we can easily defeat Dodoria and Zabon. Vegeta scoffed. Do not attempt to deceive me. Your words only repulse me. As Chio-E retreated, he discreetly gathered energy while maintaining a facade of conversation with Vegeta. No, that's not it. You must trust me. Vegeta regarded Chio-E, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Chio-E's expression brightened as he glanced over Vegeta's shoulder, exclaiming, Ah, King Frisia. Feigning astonishment, Vegeta turned swiftly. What? Chio-E, filled with glee, raised his hands and unleashed a barrage of energy at Vegeta, boasting, Vegeta, you fool. Upon the cessation of the bombardment, Chio-E gazed triumphantly at the devastation before him. Vegeta had been reduced to ashes. Chio-E laughed heartily. Haha, you truly are unfortunate. Vegeta, no matter how high your power level, this blow surely seals your fate. Just as Chio-E reveled in his victory, a voice of dread echoed from behind him. You underestimate me greatly. Such pathetic tricks can only be employed by a fool like you. Turning around, Chio-E was shocked to see Vegeta standing unharmed behind him. How is this possible? Vegeta replied coolly, My power level has increased, and so has my speed. Moreover, I have learned more on Earth than mere energy control. I have also mastered energy perception. Now, I am thoroughly enraged. As Chio-E turned to flee, Vegeta shouted, Where do you think you're going? In an instant, Vegeta soared before Chio-E and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Chio-E, overwhelmed by pain and unable to resist, was sent flying. Vegeta raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers towards Chio-E, who then erupted in an explosion. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood before a house constructed atop a mountain peak, surrounded by desolation for miles. The dragon radar indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball in this remote area. A tall figure emerged, coldly instructing Sun Wukong to leave. Just as he was about to respond, an aged, hoarse voice called from within the house. Neru, allow him entry. Neru respectfully acknowledged, yes, and ushered Sun Wukong inside. Chapter 25. The remarkable potential of Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong entered, he perceived Neru's formidable power. He sensed that Neru was significantly stronger than Vegeta, though fortunately, he did not appear to be an adversary. Inside, he encountered a massive, elderly Namekian seated wearily in a chair. This was the Grand Elder of Namek. You're an extraterrestrial visitor, are you not? Neru introduced the aged Namekian to Sun Wukong. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. Those villains have nearly annihilated the majority of my children. Their cruelty knows no bounds. It seems they aim to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. You visitor, have come for the Dragon Balls as well, have you not? Sun Wukong nodded, but as he opened his mouth to clarify that he was not allied with those villains, the Grand Elder offered a gentle smile, saying, Do not worry. I know you are different from them. Your spirit is remarkably pure. Sun Wukong asked, Great Elder, could you grant me the Dragon Ball atop your head? I pledge to thwart those villains from acquiring the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder did not respond directly, but remarked, "The Dragon Balls symbolize the wisdom and strength of the Namekian people. They embody our hope. Only those who possess both strength and wisdom can earn the recognition of the 7 Elders and gather all 7 Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong stepped forward, pleading, "I implore you. We need to fulfill our wishes to restore the Dragon Balls of Earth." The Grand Elder was taken aback. "What? Are you suggesting that Earth possesses Dragon Balls? Does this imply that Namekians exist on Earth?" Sun Wukong affirmed, "Indeed, Uncle Piccolo is a Namekian." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Could he be the child of Caddis? He indeed reached Earth safely. He was a genius capable of creating Dragon Balls among the dragon race. Has he perished? How did that genius meet his end? Did he succumb to old age or fall victim to foul play? He was killed by a Saiyan named Vegeta, Sun Wukong replied. A Saiyan? The one who could slay that genius from the dragon race must be a Super Saiyan. Then, Sun Wukong looked puzzled. What? I am unfamiliar with this Super Saiyan. The Grand Elder beckoned Sun Wukong closer. Come forth. Nero became anxious. Great Elder, this. The Grand Elder gestured for Neru to remain calm. Neru, you should sense it too. This child is kind-hearted. Sun Wukong approached, sensing that the Grand Elder meant him no harm. The Grand Elder placed his left hand upon Sun Wukong's head. Let me understand your past. Ah, he is quite fond of you. However, he is not the Dragon Clan prodigy I am familiar with. He seems somewhat incomplete as a child. You possess remarkable courage, and I am willing to assist you wholeheartedly. This Dragon Ball shall be bestowed upon you. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm. Thank you, esteemed Elder. The Elder continued. However, your wish may be exceedingly difficult to fulfill. Why is that? The Elder raised his head and spoke slowly. My lifespan is but a few days. Can you reclaim the Dragon Ball for the hands of villains in such a brief span? Otherwise, the Dragon Ball will vanish with my demise. Much like the Dragon Balls of your Earth. Is that so? Gohan felt an inexplicable sadness toward this elderly man he had just met a few moments ago. Piccolo has trained you to be quite powerful, yet there remains untapped potential within you. It seems a tremendous force resides within your being. Let me assist you in awakening that power. Perhaps you could become the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan once more, Gohan curiously inquired, "What is a Super Saiyan, esteemed Elder?" The Elder shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. I only know that they are immensely powerful." As they spoke, a gentle white light emanated from Gohan's entire being. Gohan was astonished. My strength is surging forth. How incredible. We must depart. Time is of the essence. Gohan nodded, feeling a newfound confidence. As long as he could safeguard this Dragon Ball until his father and Uncle Krillin arrived, everything would be well. He took flight, heading towards the spacecraft. Excellent. At this pace, I shall return within mere hours. Nella, what do you think of this child? After Gohan had departed, the Elder inquired about Nella's opinion. Nella replied, though he may not surpass me at present, he will soon exceed my abilities. In the time to come, his strength will continue to grow. The Elder nodded. Indeed, his potential is the most astonishing I have ever witnessed. Alas, he is of mixed blood, otherwise. He could truly be the legendary Super Saiyan. The strength he currently exhibits is merely the beginning of his unleashed potential. Nello asked, what exactly is a Super Saiyan? How does it compare to that monster? The Elder responded, it is said that a Super Saiyan is born with nearly boundless potential and can grow stronger simply by following their instincts. That monster likely does not match the legendary Super Saiyan. The child named Gohan also possesses near-infinite potential, yet he does not align with the legendary Super Saiyan. Nelu fell silent, secretly wishing that Gohan would indeed be the legendary Super Saiyan. Nelu hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. The Elder chuckled. You wish to inquire about that Dragon Clan prodigy, do you not? Nella nodded. Prior to this moment, he had never heard of such a person. But today's revelations had piqued his interest. The Grand Elder began to speak. Long ago, this planet faced a cataclysmic disaster that claimed countless lives. A prodigious talent from the Dragon Clan was sent to Earth for survival, and it was revealed that he indeed possessed extraordinary genius, capable of conjuring Dragon Balls even in incomplete circumstances. Just how remarkable was his genius? To draw a parallel, he could be likened to a Super Saiyan among Saiyans. Had he been whole at that time, no Saiyan could have posed a threat to him. Moreover, the malevolent creature currently wreaking havoc on Namek would also fall before him. Nera bowed his head, lamenting the loss. The Grand Elder lifted his gaze, yearning to glimpse the outside world, but alas, he was unable to do so. He sighed, lamenting the hope that son Gohan might revive him. After dispatching Chui, Vegeta immediately suppressed his power level, although he felt no fear of either Zarbon or Dodoria individually. Facing them together would pose difficulties. Not to mention, there was the even more terrifying Frieza. He activated his power level detector and identified a village with a significant number of inhabitants. Surely, a Dragon Ball awaited there. He also noted the position of Frieza and his cohort, which was a considerable distance from those villages. Based on Frieza's habitual marching speed, it would take him roughly a day to reach the village nearest him. If Vegeta pushed himself to full speed, he could arrive in a matter of hours. However, he dismissed this notion, realizing that at full throttle, his power level would be evident, alerting Frieza to his presence. Thus, Vegeta resolved to head towards the more distant village, where Frieza would likely linger until later. Vegeta thought to himself, only 2 villages remain on Namek, and that scoundrel Frieza has undoubtedly secured 5 Dragon Balls already. This cannot stand. I must first locate a Dragon Ball and conceal it. If Frieza were to obtain immortality, I would have no chance left. With determination, Vegeta set forth in a particular direction when suddenly his detector began to fluctuate. Vegeta was taken aback. What was happening? An extraordinarily high power level suddenly appeared. Could it be a combat-type Namekian? No, there were actually 2 immense power levels in that direction, one of which surpassed his own. Vegeta halted, pondering deeply. It seemed there were only 3 life forms present, and there should be no Dragon Balls among them, as the Dragon Balls of Namek appeared to reside with the elders of the various villages. Therefore, he resolved to disregard them and leave them to Frieza, chuckling to himself. Vegeta continued towards his original destination, knowing that to partake in this grand contest, he must first acquire a Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Bulma hid in the crevice of a mountain near the spaceship, fearfully observing the outside. 2 extraterrestrial beings, resembling Saiyans, floated above the spaceship. One bore a fish-like head, while the other had a pair of horns. They hovered in the air, scrutinizing the spacecraft. They were mere foot soldiers from Frieza's army, dispatched to eliminate the inhabitants of this spaceship. The fish-headed being spoke. It appears that the spacecraft is devoid of life. It must have already departed. The horn being responded. There seems to be a presence of life in the mountains over there. No, the combat power is merely 4. It must be some small creatures. Let us first destroy this spacecraft. Indeed, let us proceed to dismantle this spacecraft. The 2 reached a consensus, raising their laser guns to unleash a barrage upon the spacecraft, circling it and firing from all angles. Bulma, filled with dread, watched the 2 extraterrestrials, too fearful to even breathe audibly, lest they notice her. Suddenly, the 2 halted, having detected a change in the combat power detector, which revealed an exceptionally high combat level approaching at great speed. They naturally understood that this new arrival was not an ally, and the outcome was evident. Gohan, clutching the Dragon Ball, sensed the presence of 2 considerable energies near the spacecraft from a distance. He immediately surged forward, no longer afraid of being detected by the enemies. Upon arrival, he beheld 2 extraterrestrials resembling Vegeta, vandalizing the spacecraft. Gohan shouted, "Aunt Bulma." His heart brimmed with anger and guilt. Had he not abandoned Aunt Bulma, she would not have been endangered. In a flash, Gohan appeared before the fish-headed being, cradling the Dragon Ball in his left hand while delivering a powerful punch with his right, obliterating the fish-headed being and scattering its remains. The horn being turned to flee, but Gohan extended his right hand, unleashing an energy wave that swiftly dispatched the horn being. Upon witnessing this, Bulma rejoiced and rushed out, waving to Gohan. "Gohan, I'm here. You are truly remarkable." Seeing Bulma unharmed, Gohan immediately tempered his energy. He landed beside her and said, "Aunt Bulma, this location has been compromised. We must relocate swiftly." Bulma replied, "Wait, let me retrieve the communication device. I hope it hasn't been destroyed." "Allow me," Gohan offered, dashing into the spacecraft to retrieve the communication device and handing it to Bulma. The 2 promptly began their journey. Along the way, Bulma contacted her father, Professor Brief. From him, they learned that Goku and Krillin had set out 5 days prior and would arrive within a day. The news filled them with elation. Meanwhile, Frieza's entourage was preparing to advance toward the 5th village to seize the 5th Dragon Ball. Dodoria's detector registered Gohan's presence, prompting him to report to Frieza, Lord Frieza. An entity with a combat power of 160,000 has appeared near the unidentified spacecraft. Those we dispatched have been eliminated. Moreover, the entity has now vanished, eluding detection by our instruments. While it poses no immediate threat, it would be prudent to summon the Ginyu Force just in case. Zarbon exclaimed, Is it truly necessary to deploy the Jinya force? Both I and Doria can effortlessly eliminate him. Frisia smiled and remarked, Mr. Sabo, I am merely making the most of my resources. Sabo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, hastily replied, Yes, I shall inform you at once. Chapter 26, The Advancing Frisia Army. Aunt Bulma. Let us hasten to a different location. Bulma nodded, yet her vehicle had already malfunctioned. Thus, she took the Dragon Ball from Gohan's hands and had him carry her. Gazing at the enormous Dragon Ball, Bulma exclaimed, Indeed, the Dragon Balls of Namek are significantly larger than those of Earth. After flying for a while, they discovered a cave and sought refuge within it. Gohan said, Aunt Bulma, you should take the Dragon Ball and hide here while I assess the situation. Bulma urgently responded, since we have already acquired one Dragon Ball, let us leave the rest to Goku and Krillin. They will reach Namek in a day's time. Our mission is complete. Noticing Bulma's worried gaze, Gohan smiled and reassured her. Do not fret for me. I become quite formidable, and I will be cautious. The thought of Frisia mercilessly slaughtering the Namekians unsettled Gohan profoundly. He soared into the air, initially suppressing his energy to distance himself from the area. Once he was sufficiently far from Bulma's hiding spot, he ceased to restrain his power and flew at full speed towards Frisia's target, the location of the sixth Dragon Ball. Although Gohan was somewhat farther away, Frisia's group was marching as a team, thus their pace was relatively slow. In contrast, Gohan's speed was significantly swifter, allowing him the potential to arrive sooner. However, he needed to circumvent Frisia's army and could not engage them directly at this moment, so he opted for a longer route. While on his journey, Gohan continuously sensed the energy of his adversaries, ensuring that none of them would dispatch a formidable opponent against him. He also sensed Vegeta's energy, which was directed toward the more distant area. Gohan was aware that Vegeta aimed for the seventh Dragon Ball, yet Vegeta swiftly suppressed his energy, making it impossible for Gohan to sense him any longer. Frowning, Gohan was taken aback by Vegeta's rapid mastery over energy control. That fellow has grown stronger. I am not yet his match. Although Gohan initially felt emboldened by the potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, reality soon doused his confidence. On this planet, there are 4 beings whose power surpasses his, one of whom possesses unfathomable strength. It seems I must await my father and Uncle Krillin. May they vanquish all the villains. Goku, why have you set the gravity to 100 times? This is far too perilous. Suddenly, Krillin heard Professor Brief's voice, prompting him to exit his meditation and open his eyes. So heavy. The moment Krillin emerged from his meditative state, he immediately felt an overwhelming gravitational pull. As laughter escaped him, Sun Wukong realized he had inadvertently adjusted the gravity to such an extreme level. However, he had fully acclimated to this weight. He gently scratched the back of his head and remarked, We are nearing Namek. I cannot afford to let my guard down. At that moment, a screen aboard the spacecraft displayed the image of Professor Brief. Concerned upon noticing that Sun Wukong had set the gravity to 100 times normal, the professor hastily contacted him through the communication device. What about Krillin? Sun Wukong inquired, turning his gaze toward his companion. Krillin, are you all right? Krillin managed a strained smile and replied, I'm fine. You should focus on your training. You need to become stronger. Surrounded by a crimson aura, it was evident that even Sun Wukong required the assistance of the Kaioken technique to cope with 100-fold gravity. Observing Sun Wukong closely, Krillin noted that his mastery of the Kaioken technique had evidently improved. With that thought, Krillin silently activated the Kaioken, employing a 10-fold increase. Yet, even with this enhancement, he found it challenging to move under such conditions. It was clear that, had Professor Brief not intervened, prolonged meditation in this environment would have been unsustainable for Krillin's body. Wukong, I wish to practice the new Kaioken technique for a while longer. If I cannot endure it, please use a sense of being on me. Sun Wukong nodded in response. Although he surpassed Krillin in both physicality and energy, there was one aspect in which he could not compete, the control of energy. This was the reason he had yet to elevate his new Kaioken technique beyond Krillin's level. With Sun Wukong's affirmation, Krillin confidently began to amplify the Kaioken. 11 times. 12 times. He pushed himself, but soon felt he was nearing his limit. No more. 12 times is the maximum. Or, I might lose control, and the chaotic energy could rupture my body. Seeing that Krillin was progressing well, Sun Wukong relaxed. He himself could only manage a 6-fold increase before risking overload. Professor Brief, you need not worry about us. Professor Brief sighed and replied, even with senza beans, one should not treat their body recklessly. In any case, Bulma has contacted me, They've already obtained 1 Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. However, the enemy possesses 4. In terms of quantity, we are at a disadvantage." Krillin shook his head and said, "It's not about the numbers. Gohan and Bulma have accomplished everything they could. Now, it is our turn to act." Pausing for a moment, Krillin continued, "If we can defeat Frieza, we will emerge victorious. In other words, if we cannot overcome Frieza, true victory will elude us. Indeed, merely gathering the Dragon Balls would not guarantee success. They must vanquish Frieza. Otherwise, even if Krillin and the others collected the Dragon Balls and fulfilled their wish to return to Earth, it would not be considered a triumph. For in that scenario, Earth might face a fate far crueler than that of Namek. Frieza is poised to unleash his formidable army and annihilate the Earth." Krillin cast a glance at Goku, silently urging him, "Goku, you must become a Super Saiyan." Krillin understood that one of the crucial prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan was an overwhelming fury. Naturally, inherent strength also played a vital role. Otherwise, when Tien and the others fell to that monster, Goku and Gohan would have transformed into Super Saiyans as well. If necessary, Krillin did not shy away from the thought of sacrificing himself before Goku. No, he would undoubtedly resort to that method, although a sense of guilt for deceiving Goku's emotions would weigh heavily upon him. If no other options remained, Krillin resolved to act accordingly. He closed his eyes and once again entered a meditative state. This marked his first experience meditating while utilizing the Kaioken technique, and at its highest multiplier, no less. Meanwhile, Goku had severed communication with Professor Brief and resumed his physical training. His thoughts mirrored those of Krillin. To achieve complete victory, he must defeat Frieza. Otherwise, their efforts on Namek would be in vain, or perhaps even worse. Unaware of the extent of Frieza's power, Goku only knew that he needed to grow stronger. Frieza and his entourage arrived at the village housing the 6th Dragon Ball, with the lowly henchmen dispersing, armed with laser guns. The residents of Namek looked on in terror at Frieza's forces as the henchmen aimed their weapons at the Namekians, some even storming into homes and dragging the inhabitants outside. Those who wished to live stepped forward. The Namekians, coerced by threats, gathered before Frieza. Dodoria suddenly glanced to his right, but soon returned his focus. Frieza inquired, "What is it, Mr. Dodoria?" Dodoria promptly responded with deference, "Nothing, sir. I merely detected a faint energy signature that vanished almost immediately. I suspect it was merely some small creatures." Frieza glanced in the direction Dodoria had observed, chuckling, "Is that so? Ha ha ha, of little consequence." He then turned his attention to the Namekians. He held no interest in that insignificant creature, although he regarded Vegeta as nothing more than a pest. Due to Vegeta's treasonous nature, Frieza was particularly inclined to invest extra effort in dealing with him. "You, step forward. Do not dawdle." A henchman shoved 2 small Namekian children to the forefront to prevent their escape. On a mountain to the right of Frieza, Gohan lay hidden, fists clenched as he surveyed the scene below. He recalled the sorrowful expression on the Grand Elder's face when recounting the massacre of his kin at the hands of vile villains. As the Namekians drew near, they finally recognized Dodoria and Zarbin, each clutching 2 Dragon Balls, and their hearts sank as they grasped the intruder's intentions and the tragic fate of their fellow beings. These individuals were inherently malevolent and unworthy of obtaining the Dragon Balls. Frieza proclaimed, "Listen closely, for my name is Frieza, and I am in pursuit of your Dragon Balls. Should you choose to cooperate, I can offer you a planet that surpasses this one in livability by 100-fold. By the way, as far as I know, there should be 10 of you. Where are the others?" The Namekians fell silent, and Frieza, with a smile, added, "No words? Then eliminate them." The elder of the Namekians, who ranked second among the elders, finally spoke, attempting to buy time in their native tongue. Frieza interjected with a scoff, "Humph. Speak in a language we can comprehend." The elder replied, "The others have gone out to work. Only we elders and the children remain." Frieza chuckled, "That's right. If you answer my questions honestly, you shall face no consequences. Now continue. Are there Dragon Balls here? Surely, there must be one in this village." The elder was resolute in withholding the Dragon Balls, stating they were the embodiment of Namekian wisdom and courage, and that Frieza was unworthy of obtaining them. Frieza laughed, turning to Dodoria. "What did the second Namekian we killed say?" Dodoria replied, "He mentioned that only those recognized as true warriors are worthy of the Dragon Balls." Frieza glanced at the elder. Such stubbornness. He refuses to cooperate. Regrettably, we must resort to killing one of you." Fortunately, he divulged information about the Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. He even claimed that someone like me could never acquire them. He informed us there are 7 Dragon Balls, crafted by the most esteemed elder on this planet, and currently safeguarded by 7 elders. To obtain a Dragon Ball, one must compete with these elders in wisdom and strength before making a wish. Yet, I still managed to acquire 1 Dragon Ball, and in my elation, I exterminated them all. Meanwhile, en route to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, Vegeta overheard Frieza's words through his scouter, realizing that Frieza was merely seeking the 5th one. He contemplated the formidable life force that surpassed his own, deducing that another Dragon Ball must be present there. It seemed my direction was not mistaken. There should indeed be a Dragon Ball in that village. Chapter 27. Landing Chapter 28. The Wrath of Gohan. The elder, filled with fury, retorted, "You speak nonsense. The other elders will not so easily relinquish the Dragon Balls to you." Frieza replied, "I have my ways to make them comply. Saiyan, show them." "Yes." Saiyan, clutching 2 Dragon Balls, leaped behind a Namekian. With a cold smirk, he delivered a brutal kick to a Namekian's neck. Before anyone could react, the Namekian was sent flying, lifeless. As some Namekians attempted to resist, Saiyan swiftly dispatched them with ease. How infuriating! Son Gohan was filled with fury, on the brink of losing his composure. Frieza, observing the expressions of the Namekians, was in high spirits. "Well, how about it? Can you all behave and cooperate with me now?" Elder Moru gritted his teeth and inquired, "Why do you wish to collect the Dragon Balls?" Frieza replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a trivial desire. I seek immortality." Upon hearing such a response, Elder Moru resolutely declared, "I would rather risk my life than hand over the Dragon Balls to you." "Ha ha ha. You would prefer death over surrendering the Dragon Balls, would you?" Frieza, unfazed by the elder's words, continued to chuckle. "Ah, I see. The people of this planet are indeed stubborn. Tell me, if I were to eliminate these children, would you still maintain your obstinacy?" An elderly Namekian angrily retorted, "You would dare to harm children? Are you even human? You beast!" Son Gohan stood up, unwilling to wait any longer. He intended to deliver a powerful blow to the man seated arrogantly in his chair. At that moment, he noticed 3 Namekians approaching and calmed himself. Dodoria's scouter detected the 3 Namekians and reported to Frieza, "Lord Frieza, look, powerful energy signatures are approaching." Elder Moru rejoiced upon seeing the 3 figures. They were combat-type Namekians, exceptionally formidable. As the trio descended and beheld the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, veins bulged on their foreheads. Even the typically peace-loving Namekians were filled with rage. "You scoundrels!" Frieza smiled at the 3 Namekian warriors, saying, "How troublesome. Just as I was about to seize the Dragon Balls, you all return. Did you come to abandon your duties and deliver yourselves to death?" He continued, "So it was you who attacked the village and stole the Dragon Balls. You are truly unforgivable." Frieza dismissed the Namekian warrior's fierce words and turned to Dodoria, asking, "Were there power levels, Dodoria?" Dodoria activated the scouter and replied, "Do not be disappointed, but their power levels are around 1,000. There is no need for me or Zarbin to intervene." Elder Moru, witnessing Dodoria's actions, suddenly understood. Was this how they could accurately locate the scattered villages across the vast Namek? The device seemed capable of detecting life forms on this planet. Upon learning that the Namekian warriors possessed power levels of merely around 1,000, the Frieza Force's henchmen were overjoyed, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Hey, this is a joke. These weaklings with power levels of only 1,000 dare to challenge us. Son Gohan observed the 3 Namekians and noticed they had suppressed their energy. He thought to himself, could it be that their true strength approaches that of Mr. Nail? Let us go. Eliminate them. The henchmen charged forward, intent on killing them. The minions have perished, and their demise was remarkably clean. Sabo, perplexed, inquired of Dodoria, what transpired? Wasn't their combat power merely 1,000? Dodoria gazed at the combat power detector with astonishment, for it had already escalated to 3,000. Frieza commended, not bad at all. Yet, despite the enemy's praise, the elder could not find joy in it. Dodoria declared, "I understand now. The Namekians possess the rare ability to control their own combat power." The elder scrutinized the adversary silently, contemplating, including the detector worn by that fellow. Only 3 detectors remain undamaged. Quietly, he urged the 2 children beside him, "Children, swiftly distance yourselves from me." Quickly, though frightened, the children obeyed his command and stealthily withdrew. Dodoria, placing the 2 Dragon Balls aside, lamented, "Honestly, I must take matters into my own hands." Before engaging, he posed a question to Frieza. "May I eliminate all 3 of them?" "Do as you wish," Frieza replied, eager to see when the little mouse on the mountain would make its appearance. Suddenly, the elder extended his right hand, pointing with his index finger at Dodoria's detector. Shattering it instantly, Dodoria scoffed. Do you truly believe that with your meager strength, you could defeat me? The elder chuckled inwardly. My aim is not you. He leapt, directing 2 energy waves with his index fingers. He succeeded, obliterating all of Frieza's combat power detectors. Gohan immediately comprehended that Frieza and his crew lacked dragon radar. This revelation brought him a modicum of relief. As long as Bulma stayed hidden, Frieza would be unable to locate them. Sabo, realizing the situation, exclaimed, oh no, he intends to destroy our detectors. Dodoria was incensed. These wretches, whom he regarded as mere insects, dared to defy them time and again. These scoundrels! I shall annihilate every last one of you. Enraged, Dodoria soared towards the elder, intent on dealing with that old fool. The other Namekians watched the elder with concern, while the 3 warriors shouted in unison, fool! Elder, be cautious. Frieza interjected, hold on. Dodoria, spare him. First, deal with those 3 young ones. Dodoria halted abruptly, casting a glare at the elder, but ultimately complied. Reluctantly, he withdrew, though he was unwilling. He dared not defy King Frieza's orders. Focusing on the 3 Namekian warriors, he sneered, it will take me merely 10 seconds to handle the 3 of you, just 10 seconds. The Namekian warriors turned pale, their leader retorted. Do you truly believe that we cannot contend with you? The disparity between them was vast. They were in entirely different leagues. Son Gohan could distinctly perceive the disparity between them, akin to a brook compared to the vast ocean. He deduced that, had Mr. Nail been present, he alone could vanquish every member of Frieza's army, excluding Frieza himself, provided that Frieza did not intervene. Regrettably, in a strict sense, Nail was the sole combat-capable Namekian on the entire planet. Suddenly invigorated, Son Gohan ceased to suppress his energy, feeling 2 familiar auras. A wave of joy surged through him. He recognized them as belonging to Goku and Krillin. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was en route, also sensed the energies of Goku and Krillin. He halted, disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? This is impossible. How could Kakarot and that little bald-headed warrior's combat power have increased so substantially? Kakarot has even surpassed me, that lowly warrior. Vegeta no longer restrained his own power, having just learned that Frieza's army was devoid of power detectors. Curiously, Frieza's presence now radiated an exceptionally high power level, reminiscent of one he had encountered before. Vegeta recalled that Namekian whose strength exceeded his own. Ha ha ha! Now, only I possess a power detector, granting me the advantage. Vegeta resolved to venture toward Frieza, hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow him to seize an opportunity. Dodoria grinned maliciously at the 3 Namekian warriors, preparing to strike. Yet, one moved faster. Son Gohan launched himself with all his might, delivering a flying kick that struck Dodoria squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Dodoria was sent flying, while Son Gohan positioned his small frame protectively in front of the Namekians. This action was not devoid of strategy, although he quickly descended. The energy emitted by his father moments ago rivaled that of Frieza, and then there was Uncle Krillin, who, though not as formidable as his father, was nonetheless exceptionally powerful. Goku and Krillin's spaceship landed, and they immediately deactivated the gravity device, exiting the Kaioken state. Both had previously engaged in their utmost Kaioken transformations. Goku, you have fully adapted to the 8-fold Kaioken state, which enhances our chances of victory, Krillin remarked, though he was acutely aware that Frieza's strength far surpassed what he had just displayed. Goku responded, is Frieza truly only capable of this level? He doesn't seem insurmountable. He sensed that while Frieza's energy was formidable, it alone did not warrant the kind of caution typically associated with a KO. Krillin suggested, perhaps he possesses a transformation ability similar to that of your Saiyan race, allowing him to become a great ape. Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed, Vegeta had mentioned that a Saiyans power skyrockets tenfold upon transforming into a great ape. If Frieza could amplify his strength tenfold, it would indeed be terrifying. First, let's locate Gohan and Bulma, Goku affirmed, beginning to search for Gohan's energy. Wait, Gohan is with Frieza, Krillin exclaimed, astonished. How could this be? We must hurry to rescue Gohan, damn it. How could I have overlooked this? Sun Wukong remarked. Gohan's combat power has surged significantly and seems to be on the rise. Fortunately, Bulma is not here. We must hurry. Krillin, with a plan forming in his mind, surmised that Gohan must have unlocked his potential after encountering the Elder, leaving him unaware of how much more he could achieve. Both Sun Wukong and Krillin unleashed their full strength with the Kaioken technique, with Sun Wukong reaching 8 times his power and Krillin attaining 15 times. They flew urgently in that direction, driven by a sense of urgency. "Who are you?" "You all should flee. I intend to give them a thorough beating." Gohan glanced at Frieza, confident that if Frieza refrained from intervening, he could hold out until Sun Wukong and Krillin arrived. Frieza looked at Gohan in astonishment, realizing he was not a Namekian but a human from Earth. This implies that those who defeated Vegeta have also arrived on Namek. Dodoria stood up. The kick Gohan delivered was quite powerful, nearly incapacitating him. "Damn it, that little brat." Dodoria charged at Gohan, who stood ready to confront him. Given that Gohan had initially struck Dodoria with a heavy kick, inflicting considerable damage, their battle now seemed evenly matched. The Namekians watched in disbelief, understanding that Dodoria's earlier claims were not exaggerated. He could indeed eliminate them within 10 seconds. Dodoria truly is inept, struggling against a mere child. Sabo set down the Dragon Ball, intending to assist. Upon seeing this, the 3 Namekian warriors exchanged glances, realizing that the child coming to their aid was actually at a disadvantage. If Sabo intervened, the child would surely be defeated. "It's up to you." The other 2 looked at the youngest Namekian warrior, one of them chuckling. Although he may not be as strong as Nail, he can at least be of assistance. The youngest warrior, with resolute determination, placed his hands on the chests of the 2, causing them to dissolve into white light. The remaining warrior then turned his gaze towards Sabo. Sabo was taken aback. What was happening? That Namekian warrior stood before him. Frieza praised. As expected of the Namekians who can create Dragon Balls, they possess all sorts of peculiar abilities. However, it's unfortunate that they are on the brink of extinction. "Sabo, go assess how much his power has increased." The Elder looked at Frieza, thinking, he is truly malevolent. Has he already resolved to annihilate our Namekian race? Alas, we Namekians have always sought peace. How could we end up in such a dire situation? "Baburu, you must do your best." The remaining Namekian warrior, named Baburu, felt his strength surge but lacked confidence. Sabo appeared to be stronger than Dodoria, so he had to intercept him, ensuring that Sabo could not assist Dodoria. Otherwise, the child who came to aid them would be in grave danger. The 2 combatants commenced their fierce struggle, and as Baburu engaged, he swiftly discerned that Sabo's prowess was not significantly superior to that of Dodoria. Having surpassed him in strength, Baburu felt a flicker of hope for victory. Frieza cast a curious glance at Son Gohan, bemused by the fact that the young boy was steadily growing stronger amidst the conflict, while Dodoria seemed increasingly unable to contend with him. This reminded Frieza of a certain race that instilled fear within him, and he found the boy's visage hauntingly familiar. As Baburu and Sabo clashed in a direct confrontation, Baburu suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Sabo's waist and lifting him effortlessly. Startled, Sabo flailed desperately, attempting to break free while striking Baburu's shoulders and head with his elbows and fists. Enduring the barrage, Baburu propelled Sabo into a towering rock formation, which crumbled upon impact, burying both fighters beneath the rubble. Emerging from the debris, Baburu soared above the shattered stones and unleashed a wave of energy towards the site of his escape. The immense force obliterated countless fragments into dust, leaving behind a vast crater. As the dust settled, Sabo lay within the pit, having narrowly evaded direct impact by managing to escape at the last moment, though he was spared from a direct hit. The treatment he received for Baburu had not been gentle. Rising to his feet, Sabo found Baburu charging towards him, and before he could react, a powerful punch landed squarely on his face, leaving him startled and enraged. Yet, before he could retaliate, Baburu dealt him another resounding slap, followed by a devastating blow to his abdomen. The intense pain nearly brought Sabo to his knees. Baburu's relentless assault continued, as he unleashed a flurry of punches targeting Sabo's torso and head. Sabo found himself unable to counter the barrage, and just when he thought it could not get worse, Baburu spun around and delivered a fierce kick to Sabo's midsection, sending him hurtling backward. Baburu then raised both hands, releasing a series of energy waves. This time, the wave struck Sabo directly, and Baburu continued to bombard him with relentless energy blasts. After a moment, to catch his breath, Baburu ceased his onslaught. Meanwhile, Son Gohan was still engaged in battle with Dodoria, and he was astonished to witness Baburu's ability to defeat someone even more formidable than Dodoria. A sense of relief washed over him. How dare that little brat show concern for others while battling me? Dodoria exclaimed, pressing his hands firmly on son Gohan's shoulders before crashing his head against Gohan's forehead, causing him to feel dizzy. Subsequently, Dodoria enveloped Gohan entirely, exerting immense pressure that left Gohan struggling for breath. Vegeta had arrived on the scene, taking refuge behind some rocks. Upon his arrival, he suppressed his energy to avoid detection by the Earthlings. He pondered the sudden appearance of the Namekian, surprised by its formidable strength. Through his energy-sensing abilities, Vegeta realized that this Namekian was of comparable strength to himself, a revelation that left him astounded, as he had not encountered this individual previously. How exhilarating! Vegeta was filled with euphoric delight as he beheld 4 Dragon Balls lying on the ground beside Frieza. Stealthily glancing around, he ascended the mountain to carefully survey his surroundings. He was compelled to concede that at this moment, Kakarot had surpassed him, yet therein lay his opportunity. Kakarot was rushing towards him with all his might, his energy emanating close to that of Frieza's. If he could just hold Frieza at bay, then Vegeta's chance would present itself. Once I attain eternal life, Kakarot and Frieza will be of no consequence to me. Frieza's power was undoubtedly more profound than it appeared, but that mattered little. Once I achieve immortality, surpassing him and transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan will merely be a matter of time. Vegeta cautiously approached Frieza, his gaze fixated on the 4 Dragon Balls, calculating the perfect moment to seize them and the direction in which to flee. Gohan cried out in fury, having managed to break free from Dodoria, much to Dodoria's astonishment. Vegeta was likewise taken aback. Frieza and his minions had lost their ability to detect power levels, and the Namekians could not sense the intensity of energy. Only Dodoria, engaged in direct combat with Gohan, and Vegeta, who had learned to sense energy, could discern that Gohan's battle power had surged dramatically in that fleeting moment. Presently, Gohan's strength was now nearly on par with Dodoria's. Vegeta harbored a ludicrous thought. Could it be that Kakarot's son was destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan? Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. It was impossible. As the Prince of Saiyans, he, the prodigious warrior, should be the one to attain that title. Vegeta sensed that Goku was nearing swiftly. With Kakarot's current strength, Frieza would be compelled to intervene personally. When that time came, it would be my opportunity to ascend to Super Saiyan status. After breaking free from Dodoria, Gohan hastily distanced himself from the foe, who realized that capturing Gohan again would prove exceedingly difficult. Casting a glance towards Zebon, he suddenly unleashed an energy blast aimed at the Elder Namekian while propelling himself forward. Gohan swiftly flew to intercept, launching an energy blast from his left hand to deflect Dodoria's attack. However, Dodoria swiftly maneuvered behind Gohan, delivering a powerful blow to the back of his head. Gohan fell heavily before the Elder, who rushed forward to assist him. Gohan, however, rejected the Elder's help, struggling to rise, feeling disoriented and extremely unwell. Dodoria shouted to Zebon, "Enough of this play. Swiftly finish him off." The Elder, sensing the dire situation, urgently whispered to Gohan, "Child, you must flee. I know you seek the Dragon Balls as well. I'll grant them to you. I will buy you some time. But you must ensure those 2 children escape." The Elder hurried back into the house, emerging nonchalantly once more. All of this was observed by Frieza. He remarked, "Mr. Dodoria, the Dragon Ball is now in the possession of that old man." The Elder, filled with both astonishment and dread, hurriedly thrust the Dragon Ball into Gohan's hands, urging, "Quickly, child, flee. I will buy you some time." Suddenly, the Elder pushed Gohan aside. A beam of light pierced through his heart. It was Frieza's doing. The Dragon Ball fell to the ground as the Elder's expression turned vacant, collapsing lifelessly. He had perished. Gohan sat on the ground, numbly witnessing the unfolding tragedy. The image of the Elder's fallen form overlapped with the memories he held dear. Once again, this was happening. 2 Namekian children rushed to the Elder's side, weeping profusely. Pabul shouted in anguish, "Elder!" Sabo lunged forward, delivering a punch that sent Pabul sprawling, exclaiming, "What are you looking at, you fool? You forced me into this hideous state." At that moment, Sabo's appearance had transformed from handsome to grotesque. Vegeta sensed that Sabo's combat prowess had escalated significantly with this transformation. He had initially believed himself capable of easily defeating Dodoria and Sabo, yet he was taken aback by Sabo's hidden strength. What is this? That little brat actually. Vegeta was once again astonished by Gohan, sowing seeds of doubt within himself. Gohan cried out, his fury reaching a boiling point. A tremendous aura emanated from him, knocking those around him back, including the two Namekian children who were swept away by the force. Dandy witnessed Gohan, as a single tear fell upon his face. It was Gohan's own sorrow. Gohan charged towards Dodoria with a speed that left others stunned. By the time Dodoria reacted, Gohan's fist had already struck him. He watched in horror as his own body erupted. Subsequently, Gohan flashed to Frieza's front, glaring furiously. Frieza exclaimed, "I see now. You are of Saiyan descent." Chapter 29. Arrival of Goku. Frieza floated down from his hovering chair, gently landing on the ground. He spoke, "I never imagined that among those monkeys, a genius like you would emerge. Though I remain skeptical of the so-called Super Saiyan legend, if it were to materialize, it would indeed pose some trouble for me. So, let us deal with you first." In an instant, Frieza appeared before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Gohan retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, causing Gohan to stagger back several meters, while Frieza remained unfazed. The disparity was clear. Frieza wore a nonchalant expression, evidently not exerting his full strength. Damn it! Gohan charged once more, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Frieza. To Vegeta's eyes, Gohan's assault seemed impenetrable, yet Frieza effortlessly evaded each strike. Vegeta's eyes widened. Although Gohan initiated the attack, Frieza refrained from countering. Instead, Frieza advanced steadily, while Gohan found himself retreating. Frieza approached with the ease of a leisurely stroll. This illustrates the disparity in strength between the two individuals, as Sun Wukong becomes increasingly anxious with each confrontation. Frieza chuckles, landing a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling backward. His head collides with a large boulder, shattering it into fragments. Frieza observes Sun Wukong, choosing not to strike again. Sun Wukong rises, his wide eyes glaring furiously at Frieza. How infuriating! Why am I so powerless? Sun Wukong charges forward, aiming a punch, only to have it caught by Frieza. Attempting to retract his fist, Sun Wukong finds Frieza's grip unyielding, rendering him incapable of withdrawing his right hand. Frieza, with a smirk, assesses Sun Wukong, remarking on his unexpected feebleness. Sun Wukong glares back, extending his left hand in an attempt to unleash a wave of energy. Frieza yanks Sun Wukong towards him, leaving him defenseless and unable to release the energy wave. With a grunt, Frieza drives his knee into Sun Wukong's abdomen, releasing his grip on the right fist, only to follow up with a swift kick that sends Sun Wukong crashing into a Namekian dwelling. Emerging from rubble, Sun Wukong clasps his hands together, shouting, "Masenko!" A wave of energy is unleashed, yet Frieza stands unfazed, simply extending his right hand to deflect the attack. In the next instant, Frieza appears before Sun Wukong, pressing his hand against Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong plummets to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. Frieza descends slowly, when suddenly, multiple energy blasts surge towards him. Frieza evades them effortlessly. Just as he assumes Sun Wukong has exhausted his arsenal, a figure lunges forward, delivering a punch to Frieza's face. The blow, though substantial, fails to affect Frieza, who merely tilts his head slightly in response. In retaliation, Frieza delivers a punch of his own to Sun Wukong, sending him flying once more. The difference in their powers starkly evident. Meanwhile, Baburu finds himself in dire straits, as the transformed Sabo's power has surged, rendering Baburu unable to contend with him. Their rapid exchanges clearly favor Sabo, leaving Baburu struggling to withstand the onslaught. Sabo seizes Baburu's left arm, executing a kick that strikes Baburu's neck. Gritting his teeth, Baburu feels the purple blood seeping from between them. Sabo then grips Baburu's left arm with both hands, spinning around to slam him into the ground. Baburu lies face down, his left arm held outward by Sabo. With a foot planted on Baburu's back and hands gripping his arm, Sabo sneers, "You wretched fool, forcing me into this grotesque form. I shall not allow you an easy demise." Huh! With a powerful tug on Baburu's left arm, and his foot pressing down hard on Baburu's back, a scream erupts from Baburu as his arm is wrenched off entirely. Yet Sabo shows no intention of releasing him, lifting Baburu to his feet. At this moment, Baburu clutched the gash on his left arm, weakened by his injuries and struggling to remain upright. Sabo seized Baburu's head with his left hand, while his right unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon him. Ultimately, Baburu collapsed, utterly spent. Son Gohan rushed towards Sabo, and Frieza did not intervene. finding it peculiar that Gohan's speed and strength had diminished significantly compared to before. Sabo, sensing Gohan's approach, felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively attempted to evade. Surprisingly, he easily sidestepped Gohan's advance, an outcome that took everyone aback. Only Vegeta comprehended that Gohan's energy had abruptly plummeted, not merely a decline, but a reversion to a previous state. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta pondered the peculiar nature of the boy's combat prowess, recalling similar instances during Gohan's skirmish with Nappa. Hith hith, Frieza chuckled to himself, realizing that Gohan's earlier surge in power was merely a result of certain factors. Feeling angry? Saiyans truly are a troublesome breed. Sabo, his expression grave, regarded Gohan with trepidation, having just witnessed Gohan dispatch Dodoria in an instant. Though Sabo was significantly stronger than Dodoria, he knew he was no match for Gohan. Gohan stood protectively in front of Boburu, a sorrowful expression adorning his face. Sabo hastily addressed Frieza. Lord Frieza, rest assured, Mr. Sabo, he cannot defeat you now. Frieza replied. Sabo, still skeptical, launched a kick at Gohan's head, striking him and sending him flying. Elated, Sabo respectfully requested, Lord Frieza, may I have this little brat for myself? Seeing Gohan's diminished combat power, Frieza consented with a smile. Then he is yours, Mr. Sabo. He prepared to recline back into his wheelchair. Sabo laughed heartily and flew toward Gohan with such speed that even Vegeta momentarily hesitated to engage him. At that moment, Vegeta was entirely focused, sensing that Kakarot had arrived. Suddenly, as Sabo laughed, an orange figure materialized before him. By the time he registered the presence, he had halted, a fist thrust firmly against his abdomen. The intense pain forced him to drool as he stood, hands clutching his midsection, legs trembling as he staggered backward, mouth opening and closing as if he wished to utter something. Alas, whatever words he had are now lost to him. Finally, Sabo's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. The newcomer was none other than Son Goku. Meanwhile, Krillin was still en route, unable to keep pace with Goku's extraordinary speed. After 6 days of training aboard the spaceship, the gap between the two had widened significantly. Frieza, initially intending to settle back into his chair, now realized he needed to first eliminate these bothersome pests. Gohan, you have worked hard. Son Wukong retrieved the bag containing the magical beans and tossed it to Son Gohan, who caught it with alacrity. Aware of the miraculous properties of the beans, Gohan hastily opened the bag, revealing 4 beans within. During the recent days of rigorous training, Son Wukong had expended considerable energy, consuming one of the beans upon reaching Namek after concluding his training. In contrast, Krillin's physical exertion had been relatively minimal. Thus he had refrained from partaking in the beans. As Gohan ingested one of the beans, he instantly rose to his feet, his body restored to its former vitality. Witnessing this, Vegeta quickly deduced why Kakarot had been able to recover so suddenly during their battle on Earth. Reflecting on his own remarkable recovery from a near-fatal state, he resolved to acquire that extraordinary item for himself. Kakarot must have used it to enhance his training. How cunning! Son Wukong and Frieza advanced towards one another, eventually halting approximately 5 meters apart, locking eyes in a tense confrontation. Wukong's previous speed had been so astonishing that Frieza was compelled to regard him seriously. Will you not submit to me? You're a Saiyan, are you not? Saiyans rightfully belong to my Frieza force, Frieza taunted. Wukong replied calmly. I do not deny that I am a Saiyan, but I will never join you. Frieza shook his head lightly, chuckling. How unwise of you. Do you have any idea of my strength? If you were aware of my battle prowess, you would not dare oppose me. Wukong responded with a grin. On the contrary, that only excites me further. Just how strong are you? Ha ha ha. Vegeta, observing the exchange, had to concede a truth, despite being merely a low-class warrior. Kakarot possessed the indomitable spirit of a true warrior of the Saiyan race. Meanwhile, Krillin lay on the ground, in dire straits, unable to move. He found himself prostrate, having thought his condition was merely the result of overtraining, easily remedied by the beans. However, it seemed far more complicated. When he had rushed to aid Gohan, he had been effortlessly flung aside by Son Wukong, leading to his sudden collapse. Wukong, in his haste and unaware of any abnormality in Krillin's energy, failed to notice his friend's plight. Thus, Krillin lay there, isolated on the ground, while a few frogs occasionally hopped past him. How could this be? He wondered, attempting to adjust his body, but to no avail. After several minutes, he could barely move his fingers. The rest of his body remained completely immobile, devoid of strength. Exhaustion syndrome, he thought, naming it as such. His condition had worsened, Despite his efforts to channel his energy, he could not swiftly restore his body. Damn it! What am I to do now? Wukong, what should I do? Fear began to creep in. Perhaps he should not have engaged in so many unnecessary actions, for he had already altered the fabric of his world. At this moment, Goku was utterly incapable of battling Frieza, yet due to his reckless intervention, the confrontation between Goku and Frieza was hastened. Ironically, the instigator could only lie helplessly here. Goku, please flee. Krillin was uncertain whether Goku would consent to escape. Chapter 30, Vegeta's Triumph. Krillin found himself immobilized, completely devoid of strength, perplexed by the nature of his debilitating condition. Initially, he believed it was merely a consequence of overtraining, a residual effect of physical exhaustion. However, it now appeared to be something else entirely. Krillin had thought he possessed a comprehensive understanding of his own body. Yet he found himself utterly bewildered by this newfound affliction, having previously misjudged the situation. During his bedridden state, due to severe injuries, he had experienced moments of weakness. But this was the first instance of such profound debilitation since being healed by the Senzu beans, this time even more severe than before. If this issue remains unresolved, how could I possibly assist Goku in overcoming Frieza? Krillin felt immense guilt, realizing that he had strayed far from the original plan. He had intended to first take Goku and Gohan to seek the Grand Elder's guidance to unlock their potential, then recruit Vegeta, and with the assistance of Dandy, a future deity more potent than Senzu beans, they could have engaged the three Saiyans in several near-death experiences. Ultimately, if they were still unable to defeat Frieza, he planned to provoke Goku into transforming into a Super Saiyan. This was Krillin's preliminary scheme. Yet now Goku had encountered Frieza prematurely. From the aura currently exhibited, it seemed that Goku was not incapable of fighting back, but Krillin understood that the power Frieza had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Ultimately, I am to blame for my own ineffectiveness. In hindsight, it was perhaps unwise for me to involve myself too deeply in the battle between Goku and Vegeta. After all, my original intention was merely to assist Goku in unleashing the Spirit Bomb. Though I intervened this time, I rendered no assistance whatsoever and ended up injured, failing to reach Namek alongside Gohan in a timely manner. Krillin believed that the current predicament was a direct result of his own incompetence and misguided interventions. A voice descended from above Krillin, unintelligible yet unmistakably the language of Namek. A green figure appeared before him, scrutinizing him, undoubtedly a Namekian. The creature chattered away, but Krillin felt no fear of sudden aggression. After all, Namekians were inherently kind and gentle, even in unexpected circumstances. Even Nail, despite his cold demeanor, was a gentle soul. I apologize, I do not speak Namekian. What is wrong with your body? Are you ill? Or lacking stamina? Krillin responded, perhaps I am somewhat unwell. Without hesitation, the Namekian hoisted Krillin onto his back, stating, I shall take you to the Elder. He will surely assist you. Krillin expressed his gratitude. Thank you. What is your name? My name is Ibuka, and I reside in this village. Ibuka soared into the sky with Krillin on his back. While Ibuka's energy was formidable by Earth-S standards, it was merely average among the Namekians on planet Namek. Krillin, nestled on Ibuka's back, closed his eyes, silently attuning to the energy of Goku, deducing that they were likely in the village where Dandy resided. This implied that if the Elder referred to by the Namekians was not the Grand Elder and his village still existed, then Ibuka must be a villager from the village that Vegeta had decimated. This time, Krillin was determined to prevent Vegeta's slaughter. Suddenly, a sense of panic seized Krillin. What if he encountered Vegeta? Given his current state, persuading Vegeta to ally with him would be nearly impossible. He feared that Vegeta might perceive his lack of combat ability and swiftly eliminate him. Wait, where had that rascal Vegeta gone? Krillin sensed no trace of Vegeta's energy, indicating that Vegeta had suppressed it. Ah, I seem to recall your face. Frieza held his left elbow with his right hand, his right index finger and thumb cradling his chin in contemplation. Ultimately, Frieza spread his hands and declared, never mind, I can't remember anyway. What? Do you wish to fight me? Goku unleashed the Kaioken X8, refraining from unnecessary dialogue as he charged at Frieza. Frieza was taken aback. He was struck by Goku's punch and sent flying, shocked that Goku's speed had increased even further. Frieza had presumed that Goku's punch against Zarbon had been his maximum speed. He had not anticipated that Goku could become even faster. Realizing his oversight, Frieza halted, his expression towards Goku now tinged with irritation. Goku ascended into the air, aiming to lure Frieza away, but Frieza shot upwards to attack him. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Vegeta exploded with rage, dashing at full speed toward the Dragon Balls. The 4 Dragon Balls, previously held by Zarbon and Dodoria, were now clustered together, with the Dragon Ball belonging to the second Elder merely 10 meters away. This time, it took everyone by surprise. Goku thought, damn it, that guy Vegeta can indeed suppress his energy at will. Frieza, seething with anger, exclaimed, "You scoundrels, so you are all in cahoots." Vegeta rapidly pushed the 5 Dragon Balls in one direction. Frieza, unable to disengage from Goku to pursue, could only glare furiously at him. Now, Vegeta was no longer his primary concern. The sudden appearance of this Saiyan, Goku, unsettled him. He had to eliminate him. At this moment, Goku was somewhat bewildered, having just heard Frieza claim that they were all in league together. Clearly, you refer to him and Vegeta, but wasn't Frieza supposed to be allied with Vegeta? What was going on? Before he could ponder further, Frieza launched an assault, forcing Goku into combat. Vegeta cast a glance at Goku and Frieza before charging towards Gohan. At that moment, Gohan was feeding Baburu with Senzu beans, but Baburu had suffered a grievous injury in the previous battle, with his neck broken. Although Baburu's tenacity allowed him to continue breathing, he was unable to swallow the Senzu beans. As Vegeta approached, he seized the bag of beans from Gohan's grasp before Gohan could react, kicking him aside with a swift motion. Subsequently, Vegeta took to the skies. Lacking the confidence to confront Gohan, whose battle prowess had risen to match his own, much to Vegeta's chagrin, Vegeta soared at full speed toward the 6th village. Contemplating the bag of Senzu beans in his possession, he thought to himself, if even that low-class warrior Kakarot and his mixed-blood son could achieve such feats, there was no reason I, a genius warrior, could not do the same. How infuriating! The one destined to attain eternal life shall undoubtedly be me, Vegeta. The recent encounters with Goku and Gohan had spurred him on, and he was unwilling to be surpassed by the father-son duo. I shall become the legendary Super Saiyan and vanquish that scoundrel Frieza. Meanwhile, Gohan once again lifted Baburu's chin, urging him to swallow the Senzu bean that lay in his mouth. At last, through Gohan's relentless efforts, Baburu managed to consume the bean, and in an instant, he was revitalized. Baburu, astonished, marveled at the miraculous recovery and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for stepping forward to help us and saving my life." Upon witnessing Baburu's revival, Gohan let out a sigh of relief. What a relief it was. However, hearing Baburu's words of thanks stirred a pang of guilt within Gohan, for he felt he had not acted swiftly enough. He believed he did not deserve Baburu's gratitude, especially considering that the elder had perished in an attempt to save him. He had not recognized that his decision to act was not merely prompted by his father Goku's arrival, but also by his own courage. He had thought himself cowardly, yet he had bravely stepped forward. Nevertheless, someone had still lost their life, and he felt remorseful for not having acted sooner, even though his timing had ultimately been optimal. Baburu, perceptive to Gohan's nature, understood that he was a kind-hearted child. "You need not feel guilty, for you have saved us. Your timing was indeed the best. Was it not?" He reassured, patting Gohan on the head with a smile. "Your battle is not yet over. Let's pursue him. The conflict ahead is beyond our intervention." Gohan pondered for a moment before refusing Baburu's suggestion. "No, please take your people and flee. I shall face him alone. I am capable of defeating him now," he declared resolutely, silently affirming to himself, "I can do this." Observing the determination in Gohan's eyes and glancing at his own kin, Baburu nodded in agreement. "Who is he to you?" he inquired. With pride, Gohan responded, "He is my father." Babula chuckled, remarking on the remarkable nature of your father, noting your striking resemblance to him. He soared towards his kin, waving goodbye to Sun Wukong. In kind, Sun Wukong waved back, pursuing the energy signature of Vegeta. Sensing Sun Wukong's energy drawing closer, Vegeta swiftly altered his course, evading him with deft maneuvers. He suppressed his own energy, opting for a slower pace, thereby rendering his presence undetectable to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong recalled that one Dragon Ball remained unaccounted for, prompting him to hasten towards Bulma's location, having previously entrusted her with the Dragon Ball radar. Although Bulma lacked the ability to sense energy, she could still track the movements of Frieza and his cohorts, thus enabling her to evade them. Sun Wukong was confident that Vegeta would seek out the final Dragon Ball, with Nail at the Grand Elder's side. There was no need for concern. If only he could reach the 6th village first, he would surely capture him. However, Sun Wukong found it peculiar that he could not detect Krillin's energy. After all, Krillin's energy was formidable, unlike that of most Namekians who were not warriors, and thus possessed weaker energy signatures. If they were too far away, Sun Wukong would be unable to sense them. Chapter 31. The Acquisition of the Sixth Dragon Ball. Bulma huddled in a cave, clutching the Dragon Ball and radar, trembling with fear. Just moments ago, she had witnessed 5 Dragon Balls hurtling towards her at an alarming speed. Clearly, the nefarious group was coming to seize the one Dragon Ball she held. What to do? Oh no, I'm doomed. Bulma regretted her decision to come to Namek. Cursing, damn it, Goku and Krillin, why haven't you arrived yet? Splash. 5 distinct sounds echoed as something fell into the water. Bulma glanced at the radar. Noticing that the 5 signals had suddenly ceased, they had stopped. Bulma fixed her gaze on the cave entrance, silently awaiting the enemy. This is it. I'm finished. Yet, she did not encounter the extraterrestrial beings she had anticipated. Outside remained eerily quiet. What is happening? Bulma stared at her Dragon Ball radar, motionless, as the 5 Dragon Balls outside seemed to have been discarded. Wait, discarded? Bulma scrutinized the radar, taking a couple of tentative steps forward before halting abruptly. After a few more steps towards the entrance, she paused again. The radar remained unresponsive, and it appeared that no one was outside. Cautiously, Bulma peeked out, only to immediately retreat. She saw nothing. Straining to hear any sounds from outside, she found an unsettling silence. Once more, she ventured out, gazing into the void. But there was nothing. Bulma glanced at her Dragon Ball radar, then outside, confirming the absence of any presence. Resolutely, she stepped outside, seizing the opportunity. Though the reason remained unclear, the adversaries had indeed abandoned the 5 Dragon Balls. Please spare me, she pleaded. Upon hearing a sound, Bulma immediately collapsed to the ground. Yet, it was merely the sound of a pebble rolling to the earth, propelled by the wind. Quickly discerning the truth, Bulma rose to her feet, feeling foolish and embarrassed, relieved that no one had witnessed her moment of folly. Aunt Bulma, she exclaimed, turning around in haste, only to find Gohan standing behind her, his large eyes fixed upon her. Trembling, Bulma inquired, "When did you return?" "I just arrived," Gohan replied. "Did you see everything?" "What do you mean?" Gohan asked, puzzled. Upon witnessing his bewildered expression, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. The thought of Goku's son witnessing her embarrassment was mortifying. "By the way, Aunt Bulma, what has happened?" Gohan questioned. It was nothing." Bulma laughed. "That's good to hear," Gohan replied, visibly relieved. "You startle me with your mention of letting go and such." Bulma, momentarily stunned, gaped in astonishment, as if a spectral essence were escaping from her mouth. "Are you all right, Aunt Bulma?" Gohan asked anxiously, scanning the surroundings. He sensed no formidable presence. Only some faint energies lingered nearby. Regaining her composure, Bulma waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine. It seems someone has tossed 5 Dragon Balls into this area." "What?" Gohan exclaimed, surprised. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would have discarded the Dragon Balls in this vicinity. "Where are they?" "They should be in that lake over there," Bulma responded, "but could it be a trap?" Although Gohan was merely 5 years old, Bulma felt a sense of security upon his return. "Let us discuss that later. First, hand me the Dragon Radar," Gohan urged. Bulma complied, handing over the Dragon Radar. Gohan took it and immediately soared into the lake. Before long, 5 Dragon Balls emerged from the water, landing before Bulma. "Aunt Bulma, these 5 Dragon Balls must be hidden in a cave. Stay hidden. They don't have the Dragon Radar and won't be able to find you. Once we retrieve the last Dragon Ball, victory will be ours," Gohan declared excitedly. Bulma's joy surged. Could it be true? Gohan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Dad and Uncle Krillin have arrived." Goku and Krillin had finally come. How wonderful. Goku would surely defeat that Saiyan. "No, I will defeat that Saiyan," Gohan insisted. "Dad will win too." After transporting the Dragon Balls back to the cave, Gohan bid farewell to Bulma and set off in search of the final Dragon Ball, as well as Vegeta. Meanwhile, Krillin lay in bed as an elderly Namekian stretched out his hands towards Krillin's body. This venerable Namekian was the Grand Elder of Namek, a figure of great respect, guardian of a Dragon Ball. At this moment, the 4th Elder's hands radiated a verdant glow which enveloped Krillin's body. Gradually, Krillin sensed a response from within himself. It appeared he could move independently. After a considerable duration, the emerald light emanating from the 4th Elder's hands dissipated, signifying the completion of the healing process. Krillin felt invigorated, his strength fully restored. "Thank you for healing my body," he exclaimed as he hastily rose from the bed to express his gratitude to the 4th Elder. The 4th Elder, wiping the perspiration from his brow, replied, "I have not completely healed you. I have merely alleviated your symptoms temporarily. The issues plaguing your body are significant. You must have neglected your health in pursuit of your training. Reflecting on the arduous year of cultivation, Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. But I had no choice. The fourth elder acknowledged. While treating you, I sense your immense power. Furthermore, there lies a vast reservoir of untapped strength within you. You must have endured rigorous training, leaving your body in a precarious state. Krillin furrowed his brow, realizing that such a condition would hinder him in battle, rendering him incapable of fighting effectively. A wave of apprehension washed over him. What if he were to falter in his fight against Vegeta? In a surge of urgency, Krillin inquired, "Is it possible for you to fully heal me? I desperately need my strength. I cannot afford to lose my combat abilities." The fourth elder shook his head. "To achieve complete restoration of your body, I can think of only two options. The first is to seek the Grand Elder's assistance. He possesses powerful magic and should be able to heal you. The second option is to make a wish upon Purunga, who has the ability to grant any wish." With a sigh, the fourth elder continued, "However, the Grand Elder's lifespan is nearing its end. He will soon pass away. When that occurs, Purunga will vanish as well." Krillin's expression grew grave. Although he had identified potential solutions, their implementation appeared exceedingly daunting. The uncertainty of when his condition might resurface posed a significant risk. Should he collapse along the way, the consequences would be dire. The fourth elder remarked, "I can sense your inherent kindness. Your strength is formidable. Perhaps only Nappa could surpass you on the entire Namek. Thus, in terms of power, you are indeed worthy of pursuing the Dragon Balls. I acknowledge you as a warrior." The fourth elder then produced a Dragon Ball, stating, "Take this and seek the Grand Elder. He will surely assist you. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you." Krillin declined. "There's no need. The Grand Elder is guarded by a very powerful individual, correct?" The fourth elder nodded. "Indeed, that would be Nappa, the mightiest Namekian warrior. I can sense his energy. I will be able to locate him," the fourth elder assured. "Given the risk of your condition relapsing, I will send a Buka to accompany you." Krillin chuckled. "No rush. Let me first handle that individual." The fourth elder, puzzled, wondered who this individual might be. "Come out, all of you." A voice boomed, and it was none other than Vegeta, who had arrived at the village. Krillin addressed the four elders, stating, "This is the one. I shall not allow him to commit such acts again." Chapter 32, Goku vs. Frieza. At this moment, Frieza and son Goku stood face to face. Previously, their brief skirmish had resulted in a stalemate. "Damn it, aren't you and Vegeta enemies? Allow me to deal with him first. Of course, if you're interested, I would not oppose you intervening." As Frieza regained his composure, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Vegeta. This realization filled him with rage. He had no desire to entangle himself further with Son Goku. His singular focus was on eliminating Vegeta and then acquiring eternal life through the Dragon Balls. Although he possessed unparalleled power, he had never been one to flaunt it, for he was not a belligerent being. What he sought was dominion. Otherwise, he need not maintain this form, as he could simply remain in his final state. "What? You and Vegeta are not allies?" Upon hearing Frieza's words, Son Goku finally comprehended that Vegeta and Frieza were, astonishingly, not on the same side. Frieza clenched his teeth, declaring, "That traitor has betrayed me, and I shall not spare him. Why not become my subordinate? I will elevate you to the highest rank beneath me, temporarily." If Son Goku were to agree to become Frieza's subordinate, Frieza would indeed offer him a significant position in the short term. However, Frieza would never tolerate a formidable Saiyan like Son Goku lingering on his territory for long. Son Goku assumed a fighting stance and replied, "Since you are not allied with Vegeta, I can feel a slight sense of reassurance." Frieza narrowed his eyes, gazing at Son Goku, and said, "To deal with you, I need only this current form. It seems I must eliminate you first." Upon hearing this, Son Goku thought, "Indeed, he possesses the ability to transform, akin to a Saiyan turning into a giant ape. How powerful would he be if he unleashed his full strength?" A hint of excitement coursed through Son Goku. As he regarded Frieza, he sensed the incredible strength of his opponent. Before arriving on Namek, he could not fathom how much more powerful Frieza was compared to Vegeta. Now, after their confrontation, he understood that the Kai's reaction was far from exaggerated. Even though Frieza's displayed power was already formidable, it was far from his true potential. One could only imagine the magnitude of his strength if he were to unleash his full capabilities. Son Goku dared not hold back and immediately activated the Kaioken ×8. His body enveloped in a crimson aura. This was his optimal state, Any higher would risk overwhelming his body. If he could not swiftly defeat Frisia, he might very well collapse first. Frisia laughed, unleashing his own aura, and the two energies clashed. The ground around them was uprooted by the force of their combined power, creating a massive crater where they stood. The second elder, along with two deceased Namekians, was nearly swept away by the fierce winds generated by the collision of two immense forces, but fortunately, they were able to hold on just in time. However, the two young Namekians were blown away and fell to the ground. The battle commenced as Sun Wukong launched the first strike. Fully aware that he could not afford to be careless against Frisia, there was no room for probing. This punch represented the entirety of Wukong's strength. Frisia, however, nimbly evaded the blow. Undeterred by the failed attempt, Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Frisia, holding nothing back. Yet, Frisia effortlessly dodged each of Wukong's vigorous attacks, seemingly intrigued rather than retaliating. As their battle intensified, they gradually ascended into the air. Suddenly, Wukong transformed into 5 afterimages, surrounding Frisia without attacking. Frisia's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Observing that the 5 afterimages did not strike, he deduced that one of them must be the real Wukong, while the other 4 were mere illusions. He suspected that Wukong intended to launch a real attack when he struck one of the afterimages, but Frisia was not about to fall for such a ruse. "Watch this," he shouted, simultaneously unleashing energy blasts towards the 5 Wukongs. After firing the energy blasts, Frisia clasped his hand behind his back and remarked, "Nothing impressive after all." However, upon seeing the blast pass through all of Wukong's afterimages, he realized that none of them were real. Just then, a tremendous force struck Frisia on the head. It was Wukong, who had managed to position himself above Frisia and delivered a powerful blow, while Frisia's attention was diverted by the illusions. With a resounding crash, Frisia was sent hurtling down to the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust soaring into the air. Wukong swiftly followed up with a barrage of energy blasts directed at the fallen Frisia, intensifying his assault. One energy blast shot up from below at incredible speed, prompting Wukong to hurriedly retreat. The blast zipped past him, narrowly missing. Frisia, now enraged, erupted, "You wretched monkey! I'm tired of playing with you. It's time for you to die." His battle armor was in tatters, a testament to the relentless onslaught from the Saiyan before him. Frisia's attacks became exceedingly fierce, and Wukong, unable to mount a counterattack, was forced into a defensive stance as Frisia relentlessly pounded him from the air down to the ground. Frisia aimed to exploit the Namekians in the vicinity, hoping to distract Wukong and swiftly defeat him. Frisia, consumed by rage, launched an attack, intending to swiftly eliminate Son Goku. However, Son Goku proved to be far more formidable than Frisia had anticipated. Among the spectators, only Babaru could barely discern the movements of the two combatants. As he witnessed their fierce confrontation, Baburu's eyes widened in astonishment. In his previous understanding, the mightiest being was Neru, yet even Neru paled in comparison to these two warriors. Baburu recognized Frisia's intent and realized that his presence, along with that of the villagers, would only serve as a hindrance, offering no assistance whatsoever. Consequently, he addressed the villagers, suggesting, "Let us depart. We are of no help here." Among the villagers, the eldest Namekian, aside from the second elder, inquired, "Can that warrior defeat that demon?" Baburu responded, "It is hard to say. They appear evenly matched. Both are immensely powerful, and even Neru cannot intervene in their battle. Then we must keep our distance, lest we become a burden to that brave warrior." The remaining Namekians concurred, and Baburu, carrying the body of the second elder, took flight with the others. Although Baburu could perceive that Son Goku was at a disadvantage, he wished to spare his kin from undue worry. Furthermore, he believed Son Goku still possessed a chance of victory. After all, he was able to withstand Frisia's relentless onslaught. With no alternative, Goku resolved to unleash his full potential. Kaioken times 9, he declared, his power surging dramatically. Transitioning from defense to offense, Goku's newfound strength startled Frisia. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a formidable punch to Frisia's face. He continued to rain blows upon Frisia, who attempted to counter but found his right fist ensnared by Goku's grasp. With a firm hold on Frisia's wrist, Goku pivoted and struck a kick to Frisia's neck. He then lifted Frisia by the wrist, spinning him in air before hurling him forcefully to the ground. The impact echoed as Frisia crashed down, debris scattering and dust rising in clouds. Enraged, Frisia seethed, "You wretched scoundrel! I will make you pay. I did not wish for this." I never anticipated you would force me to this extent. Prepare to die with gratitude. Goku furrowed his brow as he landed, placing his hands on his right hip. Kamehameha. Goku summoned all his energy, knowing Frieza was on the verge of unleashing a more powerful transformation. Under different circumstances, Goku might have waited for Frieza to fully exert himself. But that was not an option now. Though he would not kill him, he aimed to render Frieza incapable of continuing the fight. Goku unleashed a blue energy wave directed at Frieza, who clenched his fists and cried out as his body began to swell ominously. The Kamehameha struck Frieza with a resounding impact, enveloping him in a cloud of dust and debris. Goku gazed intently in that direction, sensing that Frieza's energy had not diminished. In fact, it had doubled. At that moment, Goku finally comprehended why King Kai held such terror for Frieza. As the dust settled, a towering figure emerged from where Frieza had stood. No longer the diminutive form he once possessed, Frieza had grown significantly taller, his stature and energy both amplified. He looked at Goku with a sinister smile, declaring, "I will not let you perish so easily. I have plans for you, Vegeta, and that little brat. I must savor the torment I inflict upon you to quell my rage." Chapter 33. The Anti-Frieza Alliance. Krillin stepped out of the house, exclaiming, "Vegeta, it's been a while." Vegeta was taken aback. "You? How did you end up here?" Krillin retorted with a cold smile. "Is it so strange for me to be here? You're here for the same reason, are you not?" Vegeta replied, "In that case, I shall have to eliminate you first." He no longer concealed his power, unleashing his energy. Krillin advanced a step, similarly releasing his own energy. Vegeta laughed triumphantly. "Huh? You are no match for me." Krillin smirked. "Is that so? Take another look." A fiery red aura erupted around Krillin, his powers surging as he activated the Kaioken ×2. At this moment, Krillin and Vegeta's energies were evenly matched, colliding fiercely in a stalemate. Vegeta's expression stiffened. He realized that he could not swiftly defeat Krillin. Should he recklessly engage him, he risked being caught off guard by Frieza or Kakarot, which would spell his doom. Vegeta suggested, "What if we temporarily join forces? You must sense that Kakarot is currently battling someone named Frieza, whose combat prowess vastly exceeds our own. However, do not be deceived into thinking Kakarot can contend with that monster. Frieza has yet to unleash his true power." "Very well." Before Vegeta could finish, Krillin readily agreed. A response that left Vegeta incredulous at how easily he accepted the alliance proposal. Krillin decisively retracted his energy, not bothering to suppress it deliberately, and regarded Vegeta with a steady gaze. Vegeta also lowered his energy, stating, "I seek eternal life, and in return, I will assist you in combating Frieza." Krillin frowned. "Shouldn't we be the stronger side now? What gives you the right to set conditions? You have betrayed Frieza. Haven't you?" Vegeta replied with irritation. "I will become even stronger, and then I will defeat Frieza. You have no idea how formidable he truly is. If he unleashes his full strength, we won't even be able to resist. Moreover, I have already acquired 5 Dragon Balls." Krillin, well aware of Frieza's terrifying power, firmly advises against granting Vegeta such an empty promise. While the Dragon Balls may restore youth, they certainly do not confer immortality. Just as the cycle of life and death cannot be reversed for ordinary beings, neither can it be for the Dragon of Namek or the Earth. With a sigh, Krillin declared, "In that case, I shall agree to your request." Elder 4 hastily interjected, "That individual harbors ill intentions and is unworthy of fulfilling wishes. You must think carefully. The Dragon Balls can only grant 3 wishes. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls cannot." Krillin interrupted Elder 4, saying, "Elder 4, you and the others should disperse quickly. A band of villains has arrived on Namek, and they have slain many Namekians." "What?" Elder 4 gasped, completely unaware of this prior to the revelation. To better develop Namek, they had spread out across the planet, maintaining considerable distance from one another. Communication between villages was exceedingly limited, with infrequent interactions. Vegeta was equally astonished, having been unaware that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes. With this realization, he glanced at Krillin, suddenly finding the short, balding figure quite irksome. Vegeta smirked. "Since there are 3 wishes, I trust you intend to resurrect that Namekian to restore the Dragon Balls on Earth? If so, our collaboration should lead to a mutually beneficial outcome. No?" Krillin readily agreed, recognizing that they indeed required Vegeta's strength. Vegeta's power would significantly increase and play a crucial role in the impending battle. Elder 4 inquired, "You are from Earth? Does your planet also possess Dragon Balls?" "So, that genius boy has indeed reached Earth." Truly, he deserves the title of genius for his ability to create Dragon Balls. How'd he meet his end? Krillin nodded and replied, he perished while protecting Earth. We have come to Namek to resurrect him. He intentionally omitted the detail that Piccolo had been killed by one of Vegeta's companions. Vegeta scoffed. Can that Namekian truly be called a genius? Oomph. He was merely a weakling easily dispatched by that waste of space spew. Elder Four, incensed, retorted, what did you say? Vegeta frowned, contemplating the idea of eliminating the old man, but Krillin was clearly not inclined to allow such an act. With a cold huff, Vegeta urged, let us hasten to find a last Dragon Ball. He pressed Krillin, for he was uncertain how long Kakarot could hold off Frieza. It did not depend on Kakarot, but rather on Frieza himself. Krillin nodded, very well, let us depart. He took the Dragon Ball from Elder Four and advised, you should disperse and flee quickly, or those villains will find and slaughter you. Elder Four nodded, saying, we will set out as soon as those who are working return. Krillin shook his head and asserted, you must spread out. They possess a peculiar device capable of detecting life signs and combat power. If you remain clustered together, they will locate you. They are immensely powerful. Vegeta crossed his arms and replied, their devices have already been destroyed by a Namekian. This is the last one. What if they have reinforcements? A shadow crossed Vegeta's face as he recalled the elite combat squad of the Frieza Force, a group that even he held in considerable apprehension. Krillin, clutching Dragon Ball, urged Vegeta, follow me. With that, Krillin enveloped himself in a crimson aura and soared at full speed, utilizing only double the Kaioken, lest Vegeta be unable to keep pace. If Vegeta were to discover that Krillin was concerned about him lagging behind, he would surely be infuriated. Vegeta pursued, matching Krillin's pace in flight. Where are we headed? He inquired. To find the last Dragon Ball, of course. What else could it be? You should be able to sense it. It's emanating an exceedingly powerful energy. Suddenly, Vegeta furrowed his brow, stating, strange, there is an incredibly potent energy approaching us. Its strength likely surpasses ours. At this speed, it's merely a matter of time before it catches up. It doesn't seem to belong to Frieza's minions. Are there truly such formidable fighters on this planet? Krillin concentrated, his eyes lighting up with surprise. It's Gohan. He has become even more powerful. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured. He had not anticipated that the boy would surpass him in such a short span of time, igniting a sense of shame within the proud Saiyan prince. Noticing that Krillin showed no intention of stopping, Vegeta questioned, aren't you going to wait for him? Krillin replied, time is of the essence. Gohan will catch up. Vegeta nodded in agreement. After all, waiting for Son Gohan would not only waste precious time, but might also require additional time to explain the situation to him, given that, in Gohan's current understanding, they were still adversaries. Gohan chased behind, sensing the energies of Krillin and Vegeta, both aligned with the location of the Dragon Ball. He speculated that Krillin and Vegeta must be engaged in a fierce battle over the Dragon Ball, and he needed to hasten to assist Uncle Krillin. Along the way, he noticed the Namekians had vacated the village, and there were no corpses nearby, which offered him a measure of comfort. It appeared that Uncle Krillin had saved them. I must push myself harder. Before long, Gohan arrived. Uncle Krillin, I'm here to help. Gohan was puzzled to see that Krillin and Vegeta were not in combat, and showed no signs of hostility. What's going on? Krillin and Vegeta continued their trajectory toward their destination, with Gohan following closely behind. Krillin elucidated the circumstances to Sun Wukong, who pondered momentarily before acquiescing to the alliance. Contemplating the formidable adversary, Sun Wukong expressed his concern. Can Father sustain himself? If Frieza is truly as powerful as described, I have gleaned from Vegeta's account that Frieza's might is but the tip of the iceberg. Vegeta pressed a button on his scouter, intending to gauge their combat power. Suddenly, it erupted in a burst. Damn it, I forgot this contraption has its limits. How unfortunate. Krillin's expression turned grave as he sensed the energy of both fighters. What is the matter? He inquired. Currently, Goku's energy slightly surpasses Frieza's. What? He is far too reckless. Vegeta frowned, the situation appearing dire. Sun Wukong, perplexed, questioned, isn't it a good thing if Father's energy is stronger? No, it is not so simple. If Goku's energy were still inferior to Frieza's, Frieza would merely utilize his current power. However, should Goku's energy exceed Frieza's, the latter would escalate his own strength. At that point, Frieza's power would surge dramatically, and the disparity between them would become insurmountable. Vegeta nodded in agreement with Krillin's assessment. Sun Wukong's face paled. Having faced Frieza before, he was acutely aware of the latter's immense strength. Yet, upon his father's arrival, Goku had demonstrated power that rivaled Frisia's, which was why he had left to pursue Vegeta. The thought of Frisia's strength increasing was unfathomable. Krillin halted and addressed Sun Wukong. Do you recall the solar flare technique I taught you alongside Goku? Sun Wukong nodded, albeit with uncertainty, revealing his lack of proficiency in the solar flare, having practiced it for less than half a day. During their time on the spaceship, he had never had the opportunity to train with it, leaving him feeling insecure. This time you must succeed. Chapter 34, Solar Flare. Just then, Sun Wukong was about to inform Krillin that he had already retrieved the Dragon Ball from the Elder, but Krillin interjected, I am aware of what you wish to convey. Now, take this Dragon Ball. It is inconvenient for us to carry it, and although Frisia's scouters are inoperative, we cannot dismiss the possibility of reinforcements. Therefore, exercise caution when you go. As he spoke, Krillin passed the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong, gently tapping the Dragon Radar in his hand. Vegeta had never noticed the radar. He had assumed Sun Wukong relied solely on sensing energy to locate the Dragon Balls. Understanding dawned on Sun Wukong, yet instead of departing immediately, he turned to Vegeta and requested, return the Senzu beans to me. Vegeta, of course, was reluctant. I still have use for those beans. I shall give them to you if I have any left after using them. With no other recourse, Sun Wukong lifted the Dragon Ball and soared away. Elated, he realized Vegeta would never part with the Senzu beans. His earlier plea was merely a casual remark. Now he has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Vegeta is unconcerned, for it requires the collection of all 7 to utilize them, and he possesses 5. Soon, he will acquire the 6th, thus enjoying an undeniable advantage. Vegeta is overflowing with confidence, believing that with 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, he holds the reins of the situation. Coupled with his 3 Senzu beans, he is certain he will emerge victorious in the end. Krillin watches as Gohan departs, pondering, Gohan, you must save Goku. Though Krillin yearns to aid Goku himself, his physical condition is dire, and he fears he may succumb to illness at any moment, becoming a burden instead. Vegeta urges, let us move quickly. The Frisia force is more formidable than it appears. Even if Frisia remains idle, he can summon others to confront us, though they will not surpass Kakarot in strength. Krillin nods, fully aware of the Frisia force's might. However, with his current abilities, as long as he stays healthy, he can easily handle them. Krillin possesses a clear understanding of his limitations. His strength pales in comparison to a fully powered Frisia. He devises a plan to bestow a near-death experience upon Goku and Vegeta, hoping to enhance their strength. Ideally, Goku could ascend to Super Saiyan, and Krillin wishes to be the catalyst for this transformation. The two continue toward the Grand Elder's residence. Vegeta muses, why is there only one powerful energy signature now? I recall sensing another formidable presence. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan is the owner of the energy he once felt. Suddenly, Frisia's power surges dramatically. Cursed be that wretched Frisia, revealing his true prowess. Wait, 5 formidable energies have arrived on Namek. It must be them, the elite combat squad of the Frisia force. Vegeta's expression shifts to one of alarm. The situation has become precarious, and he must hasten his pace. Vegeta inquires of Krillin, do you believe that kid can save Kakarot? Krillin responds, if he arrives in time and successfully executes the solar flare, he just might. As a repeated victim of the solar flare's blinding effects, Vegeta understands its potency all too well. Gohan soon reaches Bulma's location, presenting her with the final Dragon Ball. Overjoyed at obtaining the last one, Bulma prepares to summon the Eternal Dragon. Gohan, unable to intervene in time, watches as Bulma begins to recite the incantation. Dragon, dragon, come forth. Wait a moment, Aunt Bulma. Gohan is too late. Fortunately, the dragon does not manifest. Phew, it is fortunate that the dragon did not appear. Now is not the time. I must rescue my father. Bulma, puzzled, asks, but that doesn't tease conflict. Can't we summon the dragon now? Gohan waves his hand dismissively, explaining it would be too cumbersome. I'll clarify once I bring back my father. Ultimately, it is a relief that the dragon did not materialize. This is far from ideal. Bulma exclaimed, do you realize what my failure to summon the Eternal Dragon signifies? What? She sighed and replied, it indicates that the method we know for summoning the dragon is ineffective. Gohan hurriedly inquired, what shall we do? Bulma suggested, in any case, you should seek out an Namekian, right? I will set off immediately. With that, Gohan soared toward the battlefield where Goku was engaged with Frisia, sensing a sudden surge in Frisia's power, nearly doubling in intensity. Simultaneously, He detected 5 presences previously unknown to him. Among them, one was relatively weak, while the other 4 surpassed both him and Vegeta in strength. One of these powers was second only to Frieza and his father, Goku. Gohan continued his flight toward the conflict between Goku and Frieza, contemplating the technique for the solar flare. His training in this technique had been brief, and his successful attempts were few. Gohan's success rate for the solar flare stood at approximately 90%, which, at first glance, seemed respectable. However, in the realm of martial arts, a success rate below 100% rendered the use of such a technique in battle nearly suicidal. This time, success was imperative. There could be no room for error, as the lives of everyone were at stake. Suddenly, Gohan paused, noticing that one of the 5 presences was approaching him, or rather, heading toward a mutual destination. The remaining 4 were advancing toward Krillin and Vegeta, nearing the Grand Elder's dwelling. Among the 3, one was the strongest of the group, while one of the others was not particularly formidable, and the last 2 were comparable to Nail, exceeding Vegeta's prowess. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan resolved to continue toward the site of Goku and Frieza's battle. Unexpectedly, he spotted the Namekians he had rescued from that village. Gohan descended and urged them, quickly disperse. If possible, suppress your energy as much as you can. Frieza has companions, most likely equipped with that scouter. Hearing Gohan's words, they exchanged glances and promptly decided to scatter. By the way, could I impose upon you for a favor? Please send one of you to a specific location. We have gathered the Dragon Balls, but are uncertain how to use them. Naturally, the Namekians readily acquiesced to Gohan's request. After providing them with the Dragon Radar, Gohan departed, confident they would send someone to investigate the location indicated by the radar, where all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. Meanwhile, Goku was being relentlessly battered by Frieza. In the face of the current Frieza, Goku appeared diminutive both in stature and strength, akin to a child. Frieza's punches were not particularly heavy, yet each struck with remarkable speed, leaving Goku unable to retaliate. Thus, Goku endured a continuous barrage of blows from Frieza. In light of Frieza's overwhelming power, Goku's ability to withstand the onslaught was a testament to his indomitable will. Oh ho, can you still hold on? You must be regretting provoking me. Frieza halted his assault, causing Goku to nearly plummet. He barely floated in the air, his gaze fixed intently upon Frieza. Goku had anticipated Frieza's formidable strength, and an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Frieza was capable of even greater power. With a crisp, resounding slap, Frieza struck Goku with tremendous force. Thud! The impact sent Goku crashing to the ground, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to rise once more. I've had enough of this. It's time for you to perish. Frieza advanced toward Goku, extending his right hand, his index finger pointed menacingly at him. Red energy gathered at the tip of his finger, aimed directly at Goku. Just as Frieza prepared to unleash his attack, a voice called out from above, Frieza. Instinctively, Frieza lifted his head to see Gohan soaring above him. His hands spread wide before his forehead. Frieza instantly redirected his finger toward Gohan, who shouted, Solar Flare. A brilliant, blinding light radiated from Gohan, forcing Frieza to shut his eyes. Frieza unleashed a chaotic energy wave, desperately shielding his eyes with his hands as he screamed in agony. It worked, Gohan exclaimed, elated. He hurriedly flew to Goku, hoisting him up and fleeing to safety. Chapter 35. The Ginyu Force arrives. After flying at full speed for some distance, Gohan suppressed his energy and gently descended to the ground while carrying Goku. He then set off towards Bulma's location, cautiously restraining his energy to evade detection by Frieza's reinforcements. Goku's voice was faint. He had suffered grievously at Frieza's hands, his shirt in tatters. Gohan, tears welling in his eyes, apologized, I'm so sorry, Dad. Overwhelmed with excitement after collecting the final Dragon Ball, he had neglected to ask Vegeta for a senzu bean. He had not considered how badly his father had been hurt. Dad, I've gathered all the Dragon Balls. The Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3 wishes. I will wish for your recovery immediately. Hearing Gohan's words, Goku felt a surge of joy, but the sudden movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him intense pain. Frieza reopened his eyes, regaining his sight. He scanned the vicinity, searching for them, but it was clear they had already escaped. Damn it! Curse them! Frieza bellowed, unleashing energy waves that struck nearby mountains, causing them to shatter. Boom! After venting his fury, Frieza gradually calmed, taking a slow breath as he prepared to return to his spaceship. Without his combat power detector, he could not locate the Dragon Balls alone, unless he were to obliterate the entire planet. Lord Frisia, a familiar voice called out to him. And Frisia turned to see a well-known figure. The individual donned the battle attire of Frisia's army, with red skin and flowing white hair. "I am Red Magma, GYS," declared the figure, striking several poses in succession. Frisia's face lit up with joy. It was indeed Mr. GYS. "You have arrived just in time. Where are Captain Jinyu and the others?" GYS replied, "Captain Jinyu has tracked down Vegeta's whereabouts, and they have gone to pursue him. I am here to pursue someone who was previously with Vegeta." Frisia nodded. "I see. It seems they have truly joined forces. Goose. You are tasked with continuing the pursuit of that individual." Frisia speculated that GYS was after Son Gohan, a young boy accompanying a severely injured adult male. "Go and eliminate them both," GYS inquired. "Did not Lord Frisia kill them? Two life forms of considerable power just vanished, and I assumed you had dealt with them." Frisia replied nonchalantly. "They appear to possess an ability to conceal their combat power. They escaped moments ago." GYS shifted into another pose and declared, "Yes, I shall proceed to eliminate them immediately." Suddenly, GYS burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Frisia, taken aback by GYS's unexpected display of emotion, asked, "Mr. GYS, what troubles you?" Goose, with the back of his right hand pressed against his eyes, wept, "I weep for my failure to execute a perfect pose before Lord Frisia. Only I am unable to achieve perfection." Even Frisia found it difficult to suppress a sweat in the face of such an emotional outburst. "No matter, Mr. GYS. Please resolve the matter promptly. Furthermore, you must extract the whereabouts of the remaining Dragon Balls. Vegeta possesses 5. There should be 1 in the nearby village. And the final one is with the Grand Elder of this planet." GYS reported, "I passed through an Namekian village that was utterly deserted, showing no signs of slaughter. The Dragon Ball there is likely no longer in its original location, especially since Vegeta had been there." Frisia shook his head, asserting if it were Vegeta, the villagers would surely not have survived. This implies that Vegeta may already possess 6 Dragon Balls. Additionally, there exists a life form in the direction Vegeta is heading with a combat power comparable to mine. This could very well be where the 7th Dragon Ball resides. Moreover, he is accompanied by another individual whose strength mirrors that of Vegeta. Frisia waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. They will not stand a chance against Captain Jinyu. Your sole responsibility is to eliminate that boy and his father." Having heard Son Gohan refer to Son Goku as Dad, Frisia naturally understood the relationship between them. "Understood." GYS straightened up and responded loudly. Subsequently, he began to strike peculiar and embarrassing poses, leaving Frisia blushing. Clearing his throat, Frisia urged, "You may go now. Just AO. I kindly ask King Frisia to wait a moment. I shall conclude shortly." At long last, after GIS had completed a series of bizarre and embarrassing postures, he soared into the sky. Vegeta and Krillin came to a halt, forced to pause their actions. Before them stood an extraterrestrial being with azure skin, clad in the battle attire of Frisia's army. Following him were 3 others, 2 large and 1 small, all unmistakably adorned in the same military garb. Vegeta gazed at the alien before him in terror, the appearance of the trio behind him plunging him into despair. Had he still possessed his tail, he might have dismissed them with ease. However, at this moment, he felt utterly incapable of overcoming them. The 3 beings circled around Vegeta and Krillin, positioning themselves directly in front of them. "I am Raikum, representing formidable strength. I am Butter, the Blue Hurricane, possessing invincible speed. I am Guldo, endowed with extraordinary abilities. I am Jinyu, the man referred to as the captain." Raikum was a towering figure with red hair, resembling a human in many ways. Buta, the blue-skinned extraterrestrial who had previously obstructed Vegeta and Krillin, had already demonstrated his speed. Guldo was a diminutive being with green skin. Krillin was aware that his extraordinary ability was to pause time, making him exceptionally formidable unless dealt with swiftly. Finally, there was Captain Jinyu, the strongest among them. Endowed with a rather peculiar power, the ability to swap bodies, a defense that Krillin had yet to comprehend. The 4 of them struck their poses, floating together. "We are the Jinyu Force." Vegeta stared at the quartet in horror. Despite their appearances, they represented the most formidable and ruthless elite combat unit within Frisia's army. The Jinyu Force. Vegeta and Krillin regarded the 4 with utmost caution. Suddenly, the 4 began to weep openly, their expressions sorrowful. "Without JIS, our fusion pose has lost its perfection. JIS, please return quickly." "Ah, it seems we must devise another flawless fusion pose for 4. Yes. We must remain strong and conceive even more perfect poses. Jinyu raised his right fist triumphantly, inspiring the others to do the same. All right, let us do it again. This time it must be perfect. Thus, the four resumed their posturing. The mightiest strength, Raikum. The invincible speed, Buddha. The superpower wielder, Guldo. The captain, Jinyu. They struck their poses in unison, declaring, "The Jinyu force has arrived." Chapter 36. The Decapitation of Guldo. At this moment, Vegeta and Krillin sat on the ground, their faces a picture of astonishment. Suddenly, Bart materialized before them, pressing down on the shoulders of both Vegeta and Krillin, causing them to plummet from midair. Although they could clearly perceive Bart's movements, their bodies failed to react in time. Vegeta and Krillin were unable to resist Bart's overwhelming speed. Each member of the Jinyu Force is an immensely powerful warrior in the universe, possessing unique strengths. Their prowess cannot solely be judged by combat power. This is the Jinyu Force, the most formidable battle squad of Frisia's army. The four members of the Jinyu Force landed on the ground, approaching Vegeta and Krillin. They hurriedly rose to face their adversaries. While Krillin believed he had surpassed them in strength, he was acutely aware of Guldo's psychic abilities and Jinyu's unique talents, which were formidable in their own right. Coupled with Krillin's physical limitations, he felt utterly devoid of confidence in this battle. Gohan had already gathered the Dragon Balls, which provided him some solace. At least there was hope in their confrontation with Frisia. The four members of the Jinyu Force exchanged glances and said, "The usual rules?" "The usual rules." They nodded in unison, seemingly reaching a consensus. They assumed their stances, their expressions grave as they regarded one another. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The outcome revealed that the diminutive Guldo had emerged victorious. Guldo stepped forward and addressed Vegeta and Krillin. "You can come at us together." Vegeta and Krillin exchanged looks, but made no move to engage. Guldo's abilities were quite sinister. When he held his breath, time would cease for everyone except him. Suddenly, Vegeta leaped backward, bounding several times to the side. Guldo mocked, "Vegeta, are you trying to flee?" Bouncing around. Indeed, Saiyans are merely a bunch of wild monkeys. Vegeta clenched his teeth, casting a glance at Krillin. Receiving Vegeta's look, Krillin understood. He recalled how Guldo had met his demise in a previous life. A crimson aura erupted around Krillin as he unleashed a threefold Kaioken. The members of the Jinyu Force were taken aback, astonished by Vegeta's shocked expression. That guy's battle power was an astounding 36,000. It seemed even Vegeta was unaware. How amusing. Vegeta, too, sensed the surge of energy from Krillin. He had initially thought Krillin would be at most his equal, only to discover he was significantly stronger. Reflecting on his acquisition of 3 Senzu beans, Vegeta felt a sense of balance restore within him. He thought to himself, if Kakarot can achieve this, then as a Saiyan warrior of genius, there is no reason I cannot do the same. Suddenly, Krillin launched an energy blast at Guldo while rapidly ascending into the sky. As Krillin unleashed the energy sphere, Guldo hastily held his breath. In his line of sight, the energy blast came to a halt, and everything around it froze in time. Guldo hurriedly retreated, searching for Krillin, only to discover that Krillin had ascended to great heights. Guldo was astonished, reflecting to himself that the fellow possessed quite a skill. He exhaled deeply, and time around him resumed its flow. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He had halted time and then fled. Prior to this, Jinyu had already exerted immense pressure on Krillin, and Guldo's abilities were even more formidable. Although Guldo was unable to attack while time was paused, the prolonged engagement would surely lead to the downfall of both Krillin and Vegeta. Krillin glanced at Vegeta, who simultaneously met his gaze before they both quickly averted their eyes. Krillin raised his hands, unleashing a colossal energy sphere, which subsequently fragmented into numerous smaller energy waves directed at Guldo. Guldo hastily held his breath, once again freezing time. His eyes widened as one energy wave drew perilously close, while others surrounded him, some already striking the ground. Moreover, Krillin was approaching him, having maneuvered to his side. Had he not been vigilant, he might have been deceived. Guldo, suppressing his breath, swiftly exited Krillin's bombardment zone, deliberately fleeing in the opposite direction. Once he distanced himself, he could no longer hold his breath and opened his mouth, allowing time to flow once more. Simultaneously, Guldo unleashed an energy wave aimed at Krillin. From Krillin's perspective, an energy wave surged forth from the barrage he had unleashed, hurtling directly toward him. Fortunately, Guldo was at a considerable distance, enabling Krillin to evade in time. On a nearby low hill, Jinyu and his companions grew displeased, having anticipated that Guldo would swiftly dispatch his opponent, which left them feeling rather bored. Berta exclaimed loudly, "Guldo, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up and deal with that guy, or we shall never share chocolate parfaits with you again." Guldo appeared to receive a devastating shock. Trembling as he pleaded, "No, please. I shall take care of them right away." Rika laughed, then do so quickly. With unwavering resolve, Guldo turned his gaze to Krillin, who had now descended to the ground, staring intently at him. Guldo smirked, gradually approaching Krillin, taunting, "Someone like you is no match for me. Guldo, I was merely toying with you earlier. I hope you don't harbor any misconceptions." Krillin glanced to his right, and Guldo, noticing this, followed his line of sight. It led to the location of Jinyu and his crew, prompting Guldo to hold his breath once more. Redirecting his attention back to Krillin, he saw that Krillin had raised his hand, launching an energy wave towards him. Clearly, Krillin intended to divert Guldo's attention before striking. However, with Guldo's ability to pause time, Krillin's ruse would be utterly ineffective. Guldo chuckled inwardly, "Fool, thinking such petty tricks could work against me. How naive." He circled behind Krillin, arms outstretched, targeting the latter's back. Guldo exhaled, and time resumed its flow as a sphere of energy gathered before his hands. Krillin sensed the aura behind him, but it was too late for him to evade. Jinyu frowned. To him, the diminutive bald man seemed cornered, yet he noticed that Vegeta was nowhere to be seen. "Guldo!" Jinyu shouted, intending to alert him, but it was already too late. Blood splattered against Krillin's back as Vegeta hovered in the air behind him. His right gloved hand stained with crimson, a sinister grin adorning his face. Krillin sighed in relief and turned to Vegeta, saying, "Thanks, Vegeta." Behind Krillin lay the bisected Guldo in a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity while Krillin diverted attention, Vegeta concealed his energy and sank into the earth, ultimately eliminating Guldo at the crucial moment to save Krillin's life. Chapter 37, The Massacre. Guldo is dead. Requiem remarked upon witnessing Guldo cleaved by Vegeta, exhibiting little overt reaction. Berta sneered. That fool Guldo was far too careless. However, even we failed to notice Vegeta's movements, which afforded him the opportunity. In other words, as long as we dealt with both of them simultaneously, preventing their escape from our sight, we would be fine. Hearing Requiem and Berta's words, Jinyu was infuriated. Gritting his teeth, "What are you saying? Guldo is dead. Our fusion can no longer be perfect." Upon hearing this, Requiem and Berta grasped the severity of the situation. How could this happen? Guldo, why did you sacrifice yourself? Requiem cried out. Then let me avenge Guldo. Why? Berta interjected. I often shared the same chocolate parfait with Guldo, so naturally, I should be the one to avenge him. Berta leaned closer, speaking loudly to Requiem. Jinyu pushed with his right hand, declaring, "Enough of your bickering. Leave Guldo's vengeance to me, the captain." Captain Jinyu is so cunning. Always want to take the spotlight. Berta, do you have a problem with me? I am a captain. Requiem refused to back down, suggesting, "Let us decide this with rock, paper, scissors." All right. But that little bald guy and Vegeta are no pushovers. How about this? We choose two people. Whoever wins first will take on the bald guy, and the second winner will face Vegeta. What do you think? Jinyu's proposal elicited nods from Requiem and Berta, and thus the three commenced another round of rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The first victor was Berta, followed by Requiem, leaving Jinyu as the last man standing in defeat. Requiem stepped forward, and Berta complained, "Why are you rushing? Don't forget, I'm the one who won the most." Requiem waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have no intention of competing with you for that little bald guy. I merely wish to greet the little Prince Vegeta." Upon hearing Lycom's words, Bart chuckled and remarked, I shall first deal with that little bald one, and then await your encounter with Vegeta." "What do you mean?" replied Lycom, his irritation palpable. "Surely, it will be the one with the most formidable power, myself, who will vanquish the opponent first." Bart smirked. "Of course I will be swifter. If you wish to know why, it is simply because I am the fastest man in the universe." Vegeta, standing alongside Krillin, felt a surge of anger as he observed the bickering between Lycom and Bart. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, every fiber of his being radiated fury. In a fit of rage, he thought to himself, "Those two fools dare to underestimate me. A genius warrior of the Saiyan race. I will make them regret this." Lycom, grinning at Vegeta, said, "I will swiftly take care of little Vegeta, and you should acknowledge that I am the second strongest of the Jinyu force." Bart retorted, "What are you talking about? Clearly, it is I, with the universe's mightiest speed." who will soon defeat that stronger opponent. Lycum pointed at Krillin, stating, but he is clearly weaker than Vegeta. Huh. Vegeta's battle power is only 24,000, while that little bald one is at 33. Bart exclaimed in shock. What's going on? When I last checked, that guy was definitely at 36,000. How has it suddenly dropped to 12,000? Jinyu recalled that he had previously detected 24,000, then it had risen to 36,000, but now it was 12,000. The constant fluctuations in battle power could no longer be ignored, as it was uncertain how much stronger the opponent could become. The answer was that Krillin had released the Kaioken technique. Maintaining the Kaioken state was incredibly taxing, and prolonged use could lead Krillin to exhaustion without even needing to wait for the after effects to manifest. Disregarding the pondering Bart and Jinyu, Lycum strode forward, standing before Vegeta and looking down upon him. Lycum sneered, "Little Vegeta, allow me to lavish my immense power upon you." "Damn it, you brainless, lumbering fool." Vegeta shot back. Infuriated, Lycum was taken aback. "You dare insult me? It seems I must truly show you some affection. Idiot, fool, trash." Vegeta shouted as he launched a powerful punch toward Lycum. Lycum did not flinch or evade, awaiting Vegeta's wrathful strike. Lycum was sent flying, while Vegeta pursued, both hurtling in the same direction, Lycum facing upward, Vegeta downward. Vegeta extended his hands, shouting to "You scoundrel!" He unleashed a formidable energy wave, driving Lycum into the ground. Vegeta landed with force, propelling himself toward Lycum. Just as Lycum stood, Vegeta was upon him, delivering a fierce kick to his neck. Lycum was once again sent flying, but this time Vegeta did not pursue him. With his hands clasped together, Vegeta focused on the direction where Lycum would land. He did not unleash a wave of energy immediately. Instead, he gathered his strength. Final Flash. Vegeta executed the full force of his Final Flash, a technique inspired by the energy-gathering methods from Earth, enabling him to unleash an attack far surpassing his inherent combat power. Witnessing this, Krillin could not help but exclaim, "That guy Vegeta is truly a genius." No, one must say that these Saiyans are indeed a remarkable warrior race. Panting heavily, Vegeta showed signs of fatigue, clearly finding it taxing to execute such an attack. Jinyu remarked casually, "So that is how it is?" "No, it's not quite the same as that little bald one. Yet, it is indeed astonishing that Vegeta can perform such an attack." Bardock nodded in agreement, adding that Vegeta's combat power had soared to 35,000 at that moment. The Grand Elder wore a sorrowful expression, sensing the imminent large-scale slaughter of his children. Nail inquired, "Grand Elder, what troubles you?" The Grand Elder replied mournfully, "The Devil's reinforcements have arrived, and the massacre has begun anew." Nail furrowed his brow, rarely revealing such sorrow. "Has that child also fallen victim?" he asked. "No, he has not yet perished. However, his time may soon come," the Grand Elder lamented. Nail fell silent, contemplating whether aiding that child might delay the demise of his kin. Yet at this moment, he resolved to prioritize the Grand Elder's safety above all else. Meanwhile, Gohan and Goku were hiding within a crevice of rocks. They had failed to return to the cave where Bulma was. Outside, Jess was leading a group of reinforcements in a massacre against the Namekians. Chapter 38, The Terrifying Jinyu Force. Krillin rushed forward, but after enduring Vegeta's assault, Lycum's energy remained entirely unscathed. Although Vegeta's earlier strikes appeared formidable, their actual effectiveness was minimal, a fact Vegeta was acutely aware of. Suddenly, a blue figure flashed in front of Krillin, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him flying. Krillin landed against a rocky wall, gazing at Bardock. His speed was astonishing. It was no wonder Bardock claimed to be the fastest in the universe. Aside from Frieza and his father, Bardock's velocity was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the Jinyu Force captain. With a grin, Bardock said, "Don't be in such a hurry. After all, the one destined to kill you is known as the Blue Hurricane. I possess invincible speed, so you need not worry about your demise being prolonged." Krillin frowned and immediately employed the Kaioken technique at 5 times its normal level, his body engulfed in a fiery red aura. Bardock was taken aback, recognizing the substantial increase in Krillin's combat power. "What is happening?" Bardock exclaimed, incredulous. "How can his power surpass mine?" It's nothing to worry about. I am the Blue Hurricane." Vegeta, of course, noticed the sudden surge in Krillin's energy, which left him in a state of vexation. Kakarot was one thing, but why could that little bald-headed warrior also experience such a dramatic increase in power? Gritting his teeth, Vegeta glared at the location of Raikum. Realizing he had little time to ponder the matters concerning Krillin and Goku, the dust cloud in the area he was observing gradually dissipated, revealing Raikum's figure. How infuriating! Raikum stood there in an exceedingly comical pose, clearly mocking him. This only intensified Vegeta's fury, already ignited by Goku and Krillin, causing his energy to overflow. Scattering the surrounding debris, Vegeta charged forward once more, delivering a punch aimed at Raikum's abdomen. However, his fist met with an impenetrable barrier. He could neither advance nor retreat. Raikum remained motionless, looking down at Vegeta with a wide, gleeful grin. "Oh, little Vegeta," he taunted, "your punches are so soft, utterly lacking in force. This isn't how one strikes. Let me show you how it's done." Upon hearing this, Vegeta sensed imminent danger and attempted to withdraw, but Raikum's fist was swifter, landing a blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Pain etched on his face, Vegeta clutched his stomach, stumbling backward, his mouth opening and closing in vain attempts to speak. With a thud, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his right hand pressed against his abdomen while his left supported him. Raikum, with a sinister grin, reached out with his massive hand, seizing Vegeta's head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. Bang! Vegeta's face struck the earth, but Raikum was not finished. He seized Vegeta's right ankle, lifting him high. With his right hand raised, Raikum poised to strike Vegeta's face with his left. Hud, hud, hud. A series of energy blasts rained down upon Vegeta's face. "Raikum, hurry and finish off Vegeta," shouted Buddha, casting a wary eye on Krillin, who now seemed quite formidable. Although the situation did not yet warrant Captain Jinyu's intervention, Buddha knew it would be troublesome to face Krillin alone. Each member of the Jinyu force possessed a strength that transcended mere numerical values of battle power. Their capabilities far exceeded what those numbers could convey. Thus, even though Krillin's power level now surpassed Buddha's, the latter still believed he could defeat him, albeit with some difficulty. At that moment, Krillin suddenly soared into the air, maneuvering past Buddha. He refrained from unleashing his full power, primarily due to concerns that Jinyu might intervene, which could spell doom for him and Vegeta. Krillin calculated that his full energy output would still surpass Jinyu's. Should he unleash his full strength, Jinyu would likely intervene, and he might even employ his body-swapping ability, making things exceedingly troublesome. Suddenly, Bart materialized before Krillin, extending his right hand to grasp Krillin's neck with a vice-like grip. "D!" Bart snarled, tightening his hold as he attempted to suffocate Krillin. In the air, Krillin weakly clutched at Bart's hands, his legs flailing helplessly. In the distance, Jinyu crossed his arms and chuckled. "I thought I might get a workout, but they are so weak. Is that little bald one truly only capable of this? Huh, what a disappointment." Bart sneered. "I expected more prowess. Turns out they are merely this feeble." Indeed, strength cannot be entirely equated with battle power. Just as Bart felt assured of his victory, Krillin ceased his struggles, gazing at Bart with a cold smirk. Gohan had gently laid Goku down and finally returned to the cave, where Bulma awaited. It was Baburu who had aided him, drawing the Jinyu force's attention away. Bulma exclaimed, "How could Goku be so severely injured? Are there no senzu beans left?" Gohan, looking dejected, replied, "Vegeta took all the senzu beans. I'll go retrieve one." With that, Gohan soared into the sky, determined to confront Vegeta for a bean. Bulma opened her mouth to say more, but Gohan had already taken flight. Sighing, she began to tend to Goku. Meanwhile, the Namekians had not reached Bulma's cave. They were discovered by Frieza's forces. Outside, Frieza's henchmen patrolled incessantly, killing anyone they encountered, and several Namekians had already fallen. Baburu stepped forward, his strength far surpassing that of the grunts, easily dispatching them, allowing Gohan to escape. Baburu had resigned himself to the possibility of being killed by Frieza, but wished to take down more enemies and save his kin first. At that moment, a being with white hair and red skin appeared. "I am Guise, known as Red Magma, the second in command of the Jinyu force." Baburu regarded Guise, who struck a rather peculiar pose. For reasons unknown, Baburu refrained from launching an immediate attack. Guise, glancing at the reading on his scouter, chuckled. "A Namekian with a battle power of 25,000. Quite impressive. I thought Namekians were generally weaklings." "Huh, what?" Baburu shouted, swinging his fist, but Guise effortlessly dodged. Baburu then unleashed an energy wave, which Guise deflected with his hand. Guise retreated, and as Baburu attempted to pursue, Guise's speed increased, widening the gap between them. "Ha! Now I shall kill you." Baburu halted, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. Guise also came to a stop, looking at Baburu with derision. "Magma Sphere, A red energy sphere formed in Gaiza's right hand. Upon seeing it, Baburu understood the source of his dread. Guys laughed maniacally. The crimson energy sphere struck Baburu, causing his form to disintegrate in an instant, resulting in his demise. Son Gohan was taken aback. Baburu's essence vanished abruptly, and it was not Frieza who dealt the blow, but rather an adversary whom Gohan deemed less formidable. He could sense that the foes confronting Krillin and Vegeta were even stronger than Guys. Chapter 39. The Launch of Lickum. Lickum twisted Vegeta's body halfway around, embracing him from behind. With a malevolent grin, Lickum remarked, "Vegeta, my little darling, while I would relish extending our playtime, Bart is already urging me on. Yes, let us proceed and indulge in a final moment of merriment." Vegeta, with one eye closed and blood streaming down his face, panicked at Lickum's words, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Wait, what are you planning? Damn it, stop. Stop it now." Lickum ascended into the sky with Vegeta in his grasp, and Vegeta quickly comprehended Lickum's intentions. Hehehe. Lickum halted in midair, chuckling, "If we go any higher, you won't be able to breathe. What a pity. I cannot survive in the vacuum of space." Vegeta struggled with all his might, flailing his legs and forcefully craning his neck back in an attempt to escape. But Lickum remained unfazed. Lickum laughed heartily. "It seems you can hardly wait, my little darling Vegeta. Ha ha. Please no." Lickum propelled himself downward with full force, reaching maximum velocity before ceasing his flight and allowing himself and Vegeta to plummet freely. Yahaha. At this speed, hitting the ground will surely be fatal, but only for you. As they neared the ground, Lickum released Vegeta and halted his descent, while Vegeta, despite his efforts to stop himself, collided with the earth. Phew, that was close. Lickum exhaled, having narrowly avoided a mishap. At that moment, Vegeta lay on the ground, his upper body buried beneath the surface with only his lower half exposed. Ha ha ha. I never imagined my little darling Vegeta possessed such tenacity. Even in this state, he continues to kick. Lickum laughed uproariously, finding joy in Vegeta's plight, the feeble kicks appearing exceedingly comical. Bart, gripping Krillin's neck tightly, turned to Lickum with a grin, saying, "Lickum, I am nearly finished with my opponent. Why is Vegeta still alive? Are you even capable?" According to Bart's power level scanner, Vegeta had not yet drawn his last breath. "Wait, why is your power level not diminished at all?" Jinya frowned, sensing a considerably high power approaching at great speed. Jinya muttered in dissatisfaction, "That guy's fellow. Did he really fail to eliminate him? A power level of 26,000? Just sufficient for a bit of exercise." Son Gohan had arrived, witnessing Krillin being throttled by Bart, and his heart raced with urgency. He soared towards Krillin at full speed, determined to save him. As Jinyu prepared to strike, he watched Bart and Riku mercilessly vanquishing their opponents, his anticipation growing. Suddenly, Bart furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly, "Riku, swiftly dispose of Vegeta. The fellow in my grasp feels amiss." He tightened his grip. Observing Krillin's slight struggles, Bart sensed something was off, yet he couldn't articulate precisely what it was. Bart thought to himself, surely, he must be on the brink of death, yet not only does he remain alive, but his fighting spirit seems undiminished. Could it be that his kind does not require breath? This grip is unyielding. Understood, Riku replied, raising his right hand, poised to finish off Vegeta. Gohan rushed to save Vegeta, exerting all his strength to send the towering red-haired giant flying, proclaiming, "I'm all right." Suddenly, Krillin's voice echoed in Gohan's mind, and he noticed Krillin slightly waving his right hand, which was gripping Bart's wrists. Gohan instantly comprehended the situation. He redirected his charge towards Riku, causing Jinyu, who had just regained his footing, to miss his target. Riku was about to bring his hand down, glowing with white energy, an attack capable of annihilating Vegeta. "Riku!" Bart shouted, attempting to draw Riku's attention to Gohan. Riku turned, only to meet a crushing blow to his chin. With a resounding thud, Riku was sent hurtling into the ground. Gohan glanced at the fallen Vegeta, hesitated for a moment, and then pulled him free. Vegeta gasped for breath, squinting at Gohan. His condition was dire, teetering on the brink of death. Yet he had survived, and even Gohan couldn't help but admire Vegeta's tenacity for life. Gohan said earnestly, "Hurry and give me a Sensabine. There should be 3 left. I need to save my father. I implore you." With a sudden shove, Vegeta knocked Gohan to the ground, as an energy blast soared overhead, obliterating a nearby hill. Gohan stared blankly at the shattered hill before turning back to Vegeta, saying, "Thank you for saving me." With great difficulty, Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from his attire and consumed it. Upon ingesting the bean, he felt his body rejuvenate, marveling at its miraculous properties. Standing upright, he clenched his fist, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, as he had surmised, each time a Saiyan narrowly escapes death, their power dramatically amplifies. Bart was astonished. What? His power level has surged to 36,000. How is this possible? It was merely 24,000 moments ago. Just as Bart finished speaking, he felt Krillin's grip on his wrist suddenly strengthen, and he heard Krillin chuckle. Humph, it seems you were far too jubilant too soon. Bart gazed at Krillin in disbelief, the crimson aura surrounding Krillin amplifying his formidable presence. Grasping Bart's wrists tightly, Krillin squeezed with all his might, compelling Bart to release his hold on Krillin's neck in agony. In the present moment, Krillin's entire head had turned a vivid shade of crimson, as he struggled against the grip Bart had on his throat. Fortunately, Son Gohan arrived just as he had anticipated. Krillin seized Bart's wrist and yanked it towards himself, delivering a swift kick to Bart's chin. Yet, this was not the end. Still gripping Bart's wrists firmly, Krillin followed up with a powerful kick to Bart's abdomen. Then, with both hands clenched into fists, he struck down heavily upon Bart's head. The force of the blow sent Bart crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Jinyu abandoned his pursuit of Son Gohan and flew towards Krillin. Vegeta turned to Rikum and addressed Son Gohan, stating, "Indeed, we still possess 2 senzu beans. Should we emerge victorious in this battle with any remaining, I shall return one to you. If they're all consumed, I will confront Frieza, and you may utilize the medical facilities of the Frieza Force." Vegeta had a premonition that once his body recovered from the brink of death, his fighting prowess would undergo a profound transformation. At that time, he might very well ascend to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 40, Exchange. Jinyu spread his arms wide, positioning himself in front of Krillin. He chuckled. "It seems I underestimated you. Your fighting power appears to be quite formidable." Krillin's expression shifted, and he immediately ceased utilizing the Kaioken, resulting in an instant decline in his power level. Jinyu furrowed his brow, musing to himself, "How peculiar. It has suddenly dropped to 12,000. No matter. I shall observe the situation further before making any decisions." Jinyu laughed heartily. "Surely, your strength exceeds this. The ability to control your own power level is truly remarkable. However, when battling me, it is unwise to conceal your true strength." Krillin scrutinized Jinyu carefully. He was acutely aware of Jinyu's intentions. However, his knowledge was still insufficient, as he remained oblivious to the method Jinyu employed to seize others' bodies. Coupled with his physical condition, Krillin dared not act recklessly, seeking to resolve the confrontation swiftly. He glanced towards Vegeta and Son Gohan, recognizing that the two of them together could gain the upper hand against Rikum. With a sinister smile, Jinyu bellowed, "Bart, how long will you sleep? Go assist Rikum in dealing with them." Bart, having just risen and shaken his head, immediately stood at attention upon hearing Jinyu's command, exclaiming, "Yes. Captain Jinyu, allow me, the Blue Hurricane, to take care of them." Rikum, displeased, protested loudly, "They're all my prey." Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan executed a sweeping kick that struck Rikum's neck, sending him flying. Vegeta laughed. "Rikum, meet your demise." He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Rikum, who, caught off guard, bore the brunt of Vegeta's assault. Soaring into the sky, Vegeta shouted to Son Gohan, "You fool, don't just stand there, attack swiftly." Son Gohan, upon hearing this, quickly positioned his hands together at the location of Rikum and shouted, "Masenko." A wave of energy was unleashed. With his left arm raised defensively, Rikum effortlessly absorbed Son Gohan's magical flash, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. Above, Vegeta was not a mere spectator. He recognized that Gohan's assault lacked the potency to vanquish Rikum. Vegeta unleashed countless energy spheres towards Rikum. Rikum deftly thwarted Vegeta's onslaught. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan lifted his right arm, releasing a concentrated ball of energy from his palm that detonated upon contact with the ground, creating a tremendous explosion. Son Goku erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Vegeta, splendid work." "Haha." Vegeta chuckled with pride, his hands clasped behind him as he gathered formidable energy. "Ha! You oversized fool, taste my powered cannon." Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. As the smoke cleared, Rikum floated unscathed amidst the shattered earth, leaving behind only a vast crater. Son Gohan's attack had missed its mark, and Rikum remained unharmed. "Ha ha ha!" Rikum's laughter echoed through the sky, resounding with exuberance. "Little monkey, I shall dispose of you first," he declared with mirth. "Oomph." Son Gohan gritted his teeth, glaring at Raikum, and swung his right hand again, launching another energy sphere. "Hey!" Raikum sneered, sending forth a powerful energy wave towards the sphere. Boom! The energy sphere was obliterated, yet the wave continued its relentless assault towards Son Gohan. Just as Vegeta prepared to unleash his own energy wave, he felt a sudden, forceful blow to his head. Staggering, Vegeta turned to find Buddha grinning mischievously with his hands clasped. Raikum, witnessing this, bellowed in frustration, "You fool, that was my prey." Buddha shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It's Captain Ginyu's orders. You simply couldn't eliminate them swiftly." "You scoundrel!" Vegeta roared, pivoting to deliver a punch. Ding ding ding. Buddha was taken aback, shocked by Vegeta's sudden surge in power. He failed to react in time and was struck squarely in the abdomen. Following this, Vegeta brought his fist down heavily upon Buddha's head. "Ah!" Buddha cried out, his body losing balance as he plummeted towards the ground. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed his powered cannon towards Buddha. Alarmed, Buddha hastily rose to evade. However, Son Gohan had already arrived before Buddha, delivering a kick that sent him reeling back, forcing him to confront Vegeta's powered cannon head-on. Buddha could only extend his hands, releasing his own energy wave to counter Vegeta's assault. Yet the might of Vegeta's powered cannon was overwhelming, surpassing Buddha's own battle power at that moment. "Raikum, come help me," Buddha shouted urgently. Raikum chuckled foolishly, replying, "Do you think I'm an idiot? If I assist you, you'd surely try to claim the prize for yourself. Ha ha ha, I won't aid you. Captain Ginyu," he added with a scoff. Ginyu curled his lip, a surge of fury enveloping him as he sped towards Bart. In an instant, Ginyu stood beside Bart, extending his right hand to unleash a wave of energy, pushing back Vegeta's power blast. Bart let out a sigh of relief. However, Vegeta immediately felt an intensification of pressure, as Ginyu's energy wave bore down upon him. Damn it! Vegeta seethed with rage, channeling all his energy in an attempt to counter the force. Yet, Ginyu's wave continued its relentless advance, impervious to his efforts. At that moment, Gohan intervened. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Ginyu, creating a disturbance that slowed the momentum of the energy wave, yet it still pressed toward Vegeta. Strangely, Vegeta's power level was on the rise. 41,000, 42,000. Boom! Ginyu's scouter exploded, damaged by Gohan's relentless assault. Enraged, Ginyu shouted, "Raikum, finish off your prey, quickly. And Bart, safeguard your scouter." "Why yes, Captain Ginyu." Bart stammered, sensing Ginyu's displeasure. Ginyu immediately turned to Raikum's direction, only to find him motionless on the ground. Krillin was about to charge in, moving with incredible speed. Ginyu swiftly seized Bart and fled, abandoning Vegeta. Vegeta sighed in relief, hovering in place, panting heavily. Sensing Krillin's energy, he was astonished. That power was far beyond Ginyu's. "Bart, what is his power level?" Ginyu eagerly inquired. Bart replied, 180,000, Captain Ginyu. That bald-headed fighter possesses a power level of 180,000. Ginyu was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Splendid." At that moment, Krillin was enveloped in a crimson aura, employing the Kaioken at 15 times his normal power, swiftly closing the distance to Ginyu. Ginyu casually tossed Bart aside, preparing to confront Krillin with full focus. Krillin, undeterred, fired an energy blast at Bart, then redirected his attention entirely to Ginyu, intent on resolving the situation with utmost speed. With a powerful punch, Krillin struck, and Ginyu was unable to evade. Following that, Krillin unleashed another energy blast. "Ah!" Ginyu screamed, instantly overwhelmed. Yet, Krillin did not relent. He extended his right hand, aiming for Ginyu's head. If he could obliterate it this time, it should bring an end to the conflict, he mused. Suddenly, Ginyu shouted, "Swap." Krillin's heart sank as he released the energy blast, but it was too late. A wave of disorientation washed over him. Power levels: Ginyu, 960,000. Gohan, 280,000. Vegeta, 360,000, 380,000, 440,000. Krillin, 120,000 in base form, 180,000 in 15 times Kaioken. Chapter 41, Crisis. Ginyu's body crashed heavily to the ground, charred by the energy wave. Krillin hovered in the air, gasping for breath, his body heaving with each intake of air. Krillin wore a broad grin, unable to contain his excitement. The last time he felt such exhilaration was when he pledged his loyalty to King Frisia. At this moment, the soul within his body was no longer Krillin, but rather Captain Ginyu. Ginyu finally released his suppressed laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. "Uncle Krillin!" exclaimed Gohan, stunned as he rushed towards Ginyu. In response, Ginyu turned and unleashed a ki blast, but Vegeta swiftly intervened, positioning himself in front of Gohan and deflecting the attack with a flick of his left hand. Gohan halted, gasping, "Uncle Krillin, what happened to you?" Vegeta, gritting his teeth, replied, "Listen, kid, that guy's no longer Krillin. His body is now occupied by Ginyu." "Ha ha ha. That's right, I am Ginyu." The captain bellowed with mirth. "Splendid. Captain Ginyu has succeeded." Barda, struggling to rise, was gravely injured and his combat power significantly diminished. He might not even stand a chance against the current Vegeta, despite Vegeta's own poor condition, as a real fight could go either way. Vegeta gazed solemnly at Ginyu, who had taken over Krillin's body. Though he perceived Jinyu's strength as not particularly formidable, he remained perplexed by Krillin's unpredictable power. Every time he thought Krillin had exhausted his capabilities, the latter revealed an even greater strength. Vegeta couldn't fathom how that diminutive figure had managed to augment his power so drastically in such a short span. "Captain Ginyu, please allow me to handle these two," Barda interjected, eager to familiarize himself with his new form while demonstrating his prowess. Nodding, Ginyu replied, "I don't need to acclimate to this new body. You may take care of these two, but be sure they do not escape." Bardo, filled with delight, nodded vigorously. "No problem. You can count on me." Adjusting his power level detector, Barda aimed it at Vegeta and Gohan. The readings were 250,000 and 230,000, respectively. A sinister smile crept across Barda's face as he fixated on them. Following their earlier battle, Vegeta's power had dropped to 230,000, while Gohan was in acceptable condition. Yet, Barda felt confident that he could handle them both alone. "Wait, how can this be?" Barda suddenly changed his demeanor, exclaiming, "Captain Ginyu, how is your combat power only 5,000? Ginyu nonchalantly responded, "I merely need some time to adapt to this body. This fellow's power is variable. Once I fully master it, all will be well." "Ha ha ha. Barda, this guy's combat power is actually 180,000. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Barda's anxiety dissipated. Their exchange had been overheard by Vegeta and Gohan, prompting Vegeta to urgently inform Gohan. "Did you hear that, kid?" "Huh?" Seizing the opportunity while Ginyu had yet to fully master Krillin's body, we swiftly resolved to eliminate him. Otherwise, our chances of success would be bleak. Gohan hesitated, envisioning a life back on Earth with Krillin's form possessed by Ginyu. Vegeta placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder and urged, "Hurry, we have but this one chance." Gohan nodded, directing his gaze towards Ginyu, who occupied Krillin's body. "Masenko." Gohan unleashed a sudden blast of energy, but Barda immediately shielded Ginyu with his right hand. Phew, the little brat packs quite a punch. Gohan's attack failed to pressure Barda significantly. Despite a decline in his battle power, he still surpassed both Gohan and Vegeta. Noticing the moment, Barda swiftly maneuvered behind Ginyu, raising his right arm. A fist struck Barda's arm. It was Vegeta who intended to flank and directly assault Ginyu. As Barda prepared to counter, Vegeta shouted, "Hurry up, kid." Barda released an energy wave with his left hand and quickly spun around. Ginyu, still unfamiliar with his new body, found himself overwhelmed by Gohan's assault and was swiftly knocked down by him. Just as Gohan aimed to continue his onslaught, Barda approached and kicked him away. With remarkable speed, Barda reached Gohan, seizing his head and flinging him away, causing him to collide with the incoming Vegeta. Barda's claim of being the fastest in the universe was no mere boast. His speed was indeed astonishing. In the next moment, Barda reappeared before Vegeta and Gohan, ready to unleash an energy wave. Vegeta interposed himself in front of Gohan, delivering a punch that Barda effortlessly evaded. However, Vegeta anticipated this, lowering his head just as Gohan's Masenko was readied and unleashed upon Barda. Without delay, Vegeta followed up with a barrage of strikes against Barda, who found himself unable to escape the relentless assault. Gohan ascended to the skies, releasing a wave of energy in the opposite direction and propelling himself towards Ginyu. His speed was unparalleled, and Ginyu gritted his teeth, preparing to retaliate. In a single blow, Ginyu was toppled by Gohan. Barda, taken aback, turned to react just as Vegeta seized the moment to strike him towards Gohan. Gohan, spinning midair, landed a kick to Barda's side, sending him crashing into Ginyu. The two colliding forcefully. As Vegeta and Gohan descended, Gohan approached Jinyu, demanding, Jinyu, return Uncle Krillin's body at once. Vegeta interjected, just eliminate them. Gohan shook his head, insisting, no, if Uncle Krillin dies, the Dragon Balls cannot revive him. I must reclaim Uncle Krillin's body. Vegeta, at a loss, realized he could not decisively defeat Gohan without the use of Senzu beans, so he acquiesced for the time being. Berta shouted, Raikum, how much longer will you sleep? Vegeta's heart raced. Raikum was still alive? Ugh, the pain is unbearable. That little bald-headed one is truly merciless. I nearly met my demise. The voice came from behind Vegeta and Gohan. It was the voice of Raikum. The two hastily turned around, astonished to find that Raikum was still alive. With a thunderous roar, Raikum swiftly charged at Vegeta, sending him flying, while simultaneously launching a fierce strike towards Gohan. Caught off guard, Gohan was knocked to the ground, rolling several times before regaining his footing. On Vegeta's side, Buddha quickly advanced, delivering a powerful blow to Vegeta's side as he soared through the air. Vegeta fell to the ground, and Buddha flew above him, hands stacked together. Vegeta, my little one, do savor the affection of Lord Buddha, he cackled, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts. Vegeta, Gohan gasped in alarm, about to rush to Vegeta's aid when Raikum interrupted him. Where do you think you're looking, little one? A massive fist struck Gohan in the face, sending him hurtling backwards into a large boulder, where he was buried beneath the rubble. Do not kill them. We still need to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Jinyu shouted. Hearing this, Buddha and Raikum halted their assault, dragging the weakened Vegeta and Gohan out from the debris. Meanwhile, Dan, while evading pursuers, stumbled upon a crevice in the mountains and quickly concealed himself within. Oh ho! A little one has been discovered. He was spotted by Jisoo, who, however, chose not to end his life immediately, having detected 2 other faint life signals within the crevice. Indeed, it was Bulma and Goku hiding there. As Jisoo stepped into the crevice, he immediately noticed the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground beside the incapacitated Saiyan, Goku. Ah, I see. It seems I have made a significant contribution. He realized that the figure lying there was the Saiyan injured by King Frieza, now devoid of any fighting capability, while Dan and Bulma went unnoticed. With the formidable foe who had forced King Frieza to transform, now incapacitated, the advantage was mine. Chapter 42, Counterattack. Jinyu exhaled deeply, grinning. I have adapted to this body. I have become even more powerful. Congratulations, Captain Jinyu. Buddha and Raikum chorused, delighted at Jinyu's newfound strength. Suddenly, the 3 exchanged serious glances, nodding to one another. Buddha, Raikum, Jinyu, they exclaimed in unison, striking an exaggerated and comical pose. Jinyu exclaimed, No, my new body is far too short. We must redesign our poses. Raikum replied, Indeed. With Guldo gone, perhaps we need to recruit someone new. Buddha waved his hand dismissively. Don't be foolish, Raikum. We do not require new allies, for individuals can indeed devise the perfect poses. Vegeta and Gohan sat to one side, observing the trio as they continually shifted their stances, bickering over trivial matters, which ignited Vegeta's ire. However, he was already battered and bruised, utterly incapable of contending with those 3 monsters. As for Jinyu, he was tolerable, but that hulking brute, Reborn, was nothing short of beast. Previously struck down by Krillin, he was thought to be nearly defeated, yet here he stood, vibrant and full of life once more. Vegeta's expression darkened as he stealthily reached into his pocket, where 2 Senzu beans lay. Casting a glance at Gohan, he gritted his teeth and halved one of the beans. Vegeta thought to himself, I hope this proves useful. Gohan stared blankly at the 3 members of the Jinyu force, seemingly a loss. Kid, open your mouth. Vegeta suddenly whispered to Gohan, who turned, confused. Without delay, Vegeta tossed half of the Senzu bean into Gohan's mouth and inquired, How do you feel? Upon consuming the half bean, Gohan immediately sensed his body restored to full vitality. Thus, he replied, I feel completely rejuvenated. Vegeta mused. It seems half a Senzu bean does have an effect. In that case, he quickly consumed the remaining Senzu bean, simultaneously suppressing his own power level. Kid, follow my lead. I will confront that hulking Reborn and Jinyu, while you take on Berta. Do you understand? Vegeta felt a significant surge in his power. Gohan nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the 3 members of the Jinyu force. Just as the trio reveled in their artistic expressions, Vegeta suddenly launched an assault, charging directly at Reborn. The Jinyu force members were caught off guard, and Reborn was sent flying by Vegeta's punch. Vegeta remained where Requiem had stood, pivoting to deliver a kick toward Jinyu. Jinyu was taken aback. He found himself unable to evade, taking the full impact of Vegeta's kick and toppling to the side. Berta hastily ascended into the air, while Gohan had already positioned himself above Berta, unleashing a powerful ki blast. Ha ha ha. It seems you remain oblivious. My battle power is a staggering 180,000. Jinyu suddenly erupted in laughter. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Vegeta hesitated for a moment, prompting Jinyu to quickly create distance. Berta was struck down by the ki blast, and just as Gohan prepared to continue his assault, he noticed Requiem was rapidly approaching. Gohan quickly altered his course to evade Requiem. Jinyu unleashed his full power, laughing. This is my ultimate strength. Berta, quickly measure my battle power and relay the results. Vegeta looked stunned, his face a mask of confusion. Berta's eyes widened in disbelief at the reading from his scouter. Ha ha! Laughter echoed from behind Jinyu, who swiftly turned to discover that the source of the laughter was none other than Krillin, housed within Jinyu's body. Enraged, Jinyu shouted, "Damn it! What are you laughing at?" Krillin mocked, "Why not inquire with your teammates? Ask him about your current battle power." Jinyu turned to Bart, who replied, "Your battle power is merely 12,000. Moreover, Vegeta and that little brat's power has inexplicably surged. Vegeta stands at 64,000, while that little one boasts 38,000. Amidst the mountain crevice where Bulma and Goku were situated, Jiraiya stood at the entrance, grinning as he proclaimed, "What a fortuitous turn of events. I'm grateful for the monumental achievement you have unwittingly bestowed upon me. Initially, I was somewhat disgruntled that the captain and the others had abandoned me to pursue Vegeta." Bulma had been elated, believing that everything was about to conclude. Dandy entered the crevice and immediately discovered the Dragon Balls and the savior, Goku. He promptly informed Bulma that he could heal Goku and assist in summoning Shenron for wishes. In that moment, Bulma envisioned completing her mission and returning to Earth, only to be discovered by JIS. Bulma hastily exclaimed, "I will hand over the Dragon Balls to you, to spare US." JIS chuckled, "That is out of the question. You shall all perish at my hands." He extended his right hand, conjuring a crimson energy sphere. With a booming laugh, he declared, "You will meet your end beneath my magma sphere. Rest assured, you will be reduced to ashes." Bulma retorted vehemently, "You scoundrel! How can I feel at ease with such a threat? What if the Dragon Balls are damaged, you imbecile?" Alas, JIS had overlooked the fact that his formidable magma sphere posed a risk to the Dragon Balls. He lamented his own overwhelming strength, pondering how many in this universe could rival him. Fearful of incurring King Frisia's wrath should he damage the Dragon Balls, he retracted the magma sphere and approached Bulma. As he drew near, he noticed the little brat's peculiar actions. Upon closer inspection, he saw Dandy's hands resting on Goku, emanating a green luminescence. This unsettling glow stirred unease within him, quickening his heartbeat. JIS suddenly accelerated, positioning himself behind Dandy with the intent to strike. In that critical moment, a hand seized Jesus' right arm. "Goku!" Bulma exclaimed joyfully, "Wonderful! You have recovered." Dandy, upon seeing Jesus' hands so close, swiftly rolled away in panic, his heart racing at the brush with death. "Thank you for saving me," he murmured. Hearing Dandy's gratitude, Goku turned to him with a smile, saying, "I should be thanking you. It was you who saved me." With that, Goku gripped Jesus' wrist tightly. "Ah!" JIS cried out in pain, clearly feeling the force of Goku's grip. Goku then pulled JIS deeper into the crevice. After a moment, he emerged, addressing Bulma, "We must depart swiftly. I am not yet capable of defeating Frieza." Bulma wholeheartedly agreed with Goku's words. After all, she had witnessed the brutal beating Goku endured at the hands of Frieza, and could easily envision the latter's formidable strength. Bulma believed that once they used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo, they could swiftly depart, deeming it unnecessary to engage Frieza in a futile struggle. With that thought, Goku led Bulma and Dandy away from the scene. Chapter 43. The Demise of the Ginyu Force. Cough. Krillin coughed heavily. The state of his body was abysmal. Had he not utilized his ki to stabilize himself, he might have already succumbed. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing just in time. Otherwise, Vegeta might have killed him in his weakened state. The thought sent a shiver of fear through Krillin. However, what should he do next? He was deeply troubled, as Jinyu's abilities were truly unpredictable. What? Do you wish to kill your own body? Jinyu suddenly burst into laughter. Krillin frowned, realizing that Jinyu intended to use his own body as leverage against him. Seizing the opportunity while Vegeta was distracted, Berta lunged at him. raising his right hand to unleash a ki blast. Vegeta, unable to pivot in time, frantically attempted to evade Berta's attack. Yet, Berta's hand was already mere inches from Vegeta's back, forcing him to ascend into the air. A ki blast struck Vegeta's back, causing him pain as he was propelled away by the force of the blast. To his dismay, Berta was faster. Vegeta's heart sank. Were all members of the Ginyu Force monsters? He turned his gaze in another direction, where Goku's son, Gohan, was locked in combat with Rikum, who seemed to be gaining the upper hand. But where was Berta? Just as Vegeta prepared to counterattack, Berta, who had been in front of him, suddenly vanished. Vegeta furrowed his brow in confusion. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his head pounding as his body plummeted to the ground like a bullet. Hey. This is Berta's true power. This is the terrifying aspect of the Ginyu Force. Even Vegeta was caught off guard by Berta's super speed, let alone Gohan. Rikum grew even more vigorous in battle, resembling a monster. Although Krillin had previously faced him with the intent to defeat, he was now pushed back. And empowered by Senzu Bean, Gohan was still being suppressed. Berta spread his arms wide, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts directed at Vegeta. However, Vegeta quickly regained his composure, curling his body and using his limbs to shield himself. Krillin, feeling anxious, suddenly found himself targeted by Ginyu, who flew in with a punch aimed at him. Krillin retaliated by swinging his right arm, landing a blow squarely on Jinyu's face. The punch sent Ginyu crashing to the ground, astonishment etched on his features. How could this be possible? That body should be extremely weakened. My current body should possess a combat power of 180,000. I have no reason to lose. Ginyu once again rose to his feet, launching a kick towards Krillin. However, with a slight shift of his body, Krillin evaded Jinyu's flying kick as it passed by his right side. Raising his right hand, Krillin forcefully brought his arm down onto Jinyu's side as Ginyu approached. Ginyu fell heavily at Krillin's feet, who then stepped upon him. This is absurd. Why on earth did I exchange bodies? Jinyu's heart was lamenting. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Krillin turned his gaze and devised a cunning plan. He spoke, Ginyu. Do you know why you cannot unleash the true power of my body? Ginyu immediately inquired. Why? Every body possesses latent potential, yet most individuals fail to unlock it. Merely adapting to my body will not allow you to access its full strength. Taking a deep breath, Krillin continued, and Ginyu eagerly asked, how can I attain my full power? The moment the question escaped his lips, Ginyu mentally berated his own foolishness. To his surprise, Krillin answered him, observing Jinyu's keen interest. Krillin felt a wave of satisfaction and continued to elaborate. You must seek that power. Once you find it, it will be at your disposal. However, this requires time. If that power is discovered by chance, subsequent searches will be simpler. Casting a glance at Ginyu, Krillin pondered whether he had been too forthright. Would he truly believe him? Ginyu bowed his head, lost in thought. Fine, he believed it. Gazing at Vegeta in the distance, who was being toyed with by Buddha due to his speed advantage, Krillin noted that Vegeta had completely fallen into Buddha's trap and lost his composure. If Vegeta had maintained his calm, Buddha would have posed no threat. Meanwhile, Gohan was faring better. His strength had been steadily increasing through his battles with Rikum, and he had now surpassed him. With a newfound resolve, Krillin decided to stoke Jinyu's ambition further. Let me make this clear. I no longer care for my original body, for I have discovered the latent power within this one. Krillin removed his foot from Ginyu and unleashed the Kaioken times 40, disregarding the strain it might impose on this body. A crimson aura enveloped him, and Ginyu felt an immense pressure at his feet, reminiscent of Frisia's overwhelming presence. This is incredible, Ginyu thought. Does my body possess such formidable strength? Krillin proclaimed loudly, Buddha, witness the magnitude of my current battle power. While Buddha could not sense Krillin's energy, he could feel the tremendous pressure radiating from him. In a hurry, Buddha activated his scouter, his eyes widening in disbelief as the readings soared. Suddenly, the scouter exploded, indicating that Krillin's battle power had surpassed 200,000. Ginyu also took notice. He was well aware that Krillin's combat prowess far exceeded a mere 200,000. Such an overwhelming pressure was something he had only sensed from Frisia, his father King Cold, and Frisia's brother Cooler. With a hearty laugh, Krillin proclaimed, let me tell you, my current battle power is 4 million. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. He could feel the enormity of the energy, which was likely even greater than that of Frisia. What are you dawdling about, Vegeta? Quickly deal with Bart, Krillin said, exasperated, as he unleashed 2 energy waves. One grazed Bart's side, while the other obliterated the entirety of Raikum's right arm. The speed was so astonishing that even Bart could not evade it. Jinyu, oblivious to the beads of sweat trickling down Krillin's forehead, wore a grimace. The 40 times Kaioken was still too taxing. The two attacks he had just executed were aimed squarely at annihilating Bart and Raikum, but they had merely gone astray. Suddenly, Jinyu turned and shouted, "Swap!" Krillin, momentarily disoriented, opened his eyes to find himself back in his own body. With a cry of agony, Jinyu lamented his return to his original form, as excruciating pain engulfed him, nearly rendering him unconscious. In the next instant, he lost consciousness entirely, as Krillin ended his life. "No!" Bart screamed, having been brutally slain by Vegeta, his entire left chest pierced through. Raikum fell to the ground, and Gohan hesitated as he gazed at Raikum. An energy wave struck, as Vegeta took action and killed Raikum. Chapter 44, Exhausted Again. Bang! Frieza furrowed his brow, for his scouter had malfunctioned. Could it be Vegeta? No. He couldn't possibly possess such formidable power. Ah, it matters not. It can't exceed mine. Frieza departed his spaceship aboard his pod, having reverted to his first form. After all, in his second form, his immense bulk would not permit him to fit within his vessel. Frieza muttered to himself, "It seems that Jisoo has also been subdued. Is it that Earthling? Regardless, I must search for Vegeta. If he realizes his wish before I do, I shall be in a precarious position." Unbeknownst to both Frieza and Vegeta, Goku and the others had gathered the Dragon Balls. Frieza assumed that Vegeta possessed 6 Dragon Balls and was on the hunt for the 7th, a notion Vegeta shared. Thus, Vegeta exerted all his strength to seek out the 7th Dragon Ball, which had already been acquired by Gohan, while Frieza pursued him fiercely, intent on seizing the 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta's grasp. It could be said that both Vegeta and Frieza were being played. Fortunately, I had noted the location of the final Dragon Ball. Although I could not ascertain their precise positions at present, reaching that site first would suffice. Frieza maximized the power of his pod, heading towards the Elder's location. "Wonderful!" the Kai exclaimed, raising his fists in exhilaration. Hearing the Kai's words, Piccolo and the others ceased their training and gathered around him. Did Wukong and his companions manage to defeat that fellow named Frieza? Upon witnessing the king of the world's evident joy, Yamcha mistakenly believed that Wukong and his allies had emerged victorious and exclaimed, "Have Wukong and the others vanquished that Frieza demon?" The king of the worlds rolled his eyes and replied, "It's not that simple. Frieza is extraordinarily powerful, operating on an entirely different level than you." Hearing this, Tianjin Fan inquired, "Is Frieza truly invincible?" The king sighed and recounted, previously, Wukong engaged Frieza and was nearly slain, and at that time, Frieza had only exerted less than 10% of his strength. Beside them, Piccolo remarked coolly, "This is hardly a cause for celebration. Have they gathered the Dragon Balls?" The king nodded, confirming that they had indeed collected all 7 Dragon Balls, with some Namekians willing to assist in granting their wishes. However, he abruptly halted, tempering the excitement of Tianjin Fan and Yamcha. Dumpling, puzzled, said, "If we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, shouldn't that mean we've achieved victory?" The king sighed, opened his mouth to speak, but was preempted by Piccolo. "Yet, Frieza's presence prevents Wukong and the others from freely using the Dragon Balls, correct?" Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Tianjin Fan and the others fell silent. If Frieza was truly as formidable as the king claimed, the pressure on Wukong and his companions would undoubtedly be immense. The king smiled. "The current situation is not dire. We will surely realize our wishes. The challenge lies in how they will escape Frieza's clutches and return safely to Earth. Once back on Earth, they must also defend against the potential invasion by Frieza's forces." Tianjin Fan stated, "When we are revived, we will certainly be of use." However, Tianjin Fan himself lacked confidence in confronting Frieza, especially since the king spoke of him as a beast capable of swallowing a planet whole. Suddenly, Krillin collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. "Ugh, this is just terrible. We're doomed." Krillin's condition was dire, to say the least. Vegeta, observing this, attributed it to sheer exhaustion and declared, "We have but 1 senzu bean left, and I will not be giving it to you." Gohan urgently pleaded, "Please, grant me half a bean. I must rescue my father." Vegeta, unwilling to part with even half, naturally refused Gohan's request. Gohan, filled with rage, fixed his gaze on Vegeta, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. Vegeta was unconcerned about revealing his position. Given Krillin's outburst, all power detectors on Namek should have been rendered inoperative like Bart's. Currently, only 3 individuals posed a threat to him. Frieza, who could no longer track him, Wukong, severely injured and barely able to move, and Krillin. now sprawled on the ground as if lifeless from exhaustion. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Vegeta's eyes darted as a cunning plan formed in his mind. How about this? Once I have fulfilled my wish, I shall grant you a single sense of being. Perfectly, Kakarot and Krillin can share it equally. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Vegeta erupted into laughter. Gohan, filled with indignation, was about to retaliate when Krillin's voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the time he urged him to save Vegeta. Gohan, agree to his terms. Gohan stared incredulously at Krillin, perplexed by his rationale, for he was not without strength in this moment. Vegeta furrowed his brow, having prepared himself for battle, only to find Gohan's resolve wavering. Krillin's voice resonated again in Gohan's mind. Goku has recovered. I sensed his power just now, and he is even stronger. Yet, we cannot confront Frieza, so we must not turn against Vegeta. Gohan felt a twinge of confusion. Vegeta's strength paled in comparison to that of his father and Krillin, and they possessed all 7 Dragon Balls. He could not fathom why Krillin still wished to recruit Vegeta to their side. Krillin sighed internally, feeling somewhat guilty towards Yamcha, yet he planned to turn enemy into ally with Vegeta. Even in the bleak future, his bond with Vegeta could never compare to that with Yamcha. However, in that desolate future, Krillin had supported Bulma for a decade. He understood why Bulma had fallen for Vegeta, and thus, in this new life, he sought to alter as little as possible to ensure Trunks' safe arrival. Gohan, trust me. Gohan suppressed his own anger. Remember your promise. After you realize your wish, you must give us the sins of beings. Vegeta chuckled. Now it's more like it. Stop frowning. The Dragon Balls of Namek are not like those counterfeit ones on Earth. They can grant 3 wishes. You can revive anyone you wish, along with your own Dragon Balls. Vegeta no longer cared for them, as long as he could attain immortality. What did it matter how strong Kakarot became? Chapter 45, The Grand Elder. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression hardened. Frieza is on the move. Krillin urged, we must leave at once. We need to reach our destination before Frieza. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, both Vegeta and Gohan casting puzzled glances at Krillin. Baldy, how much longer are you going to sleep? Vegeta complained, time is of the essence. If we are caught by Frieza at this crucial moment, it will be the end. Gohan, could you carry me? I think I was ambushed by Jinyu, Krillin awkwardly admitted. I can't move at all right now. He refrained from disclosing his true condition, muscle fatigue. After all, he could not yet fully trust Vegeta, and revealing the truth was not an option. TCH. Vegeta clicked his tongue and soared into the air, determinedly heading towards the Grand Elder's location. In a flurry, Gohan hastily hoisted Krillin onto his back, exerting every ounce of strength to keep pace with Vegeta. Realizing that Gohan could indeed match his speed, Vegeta felt an unsettling apprehension. Gohan's power had evidently surged significantly. As he contemplated this, Vegeta estimated that Gohan's current strength was likely comparable to that of the formidable Rikom during his prime. It was merely a matter of time before Gohan would catch up to him. With this thought, a murderous intent briefly flickered in Vegeta's heart, only to be swiftly quelled. Engaging them as enemies at this juncture would be unwise, especially with Frieza lurking menacingly. As long as he could achieve immortality, he would no longer need to fear anyone. Deep down, Vegeta firmly believed he would undoubtedly become the legendary Super Saiyan. He had never doubted this, being the most exceptional elite warrior of the Saiyan race. He was destined to surpass any other Saiyan. They soared at full speed toward the Grand Elder's location, while Vegeta sensed Frieza's aura and silently calculated. He arrived at a time frame that offered him a modicum of reassurance. 20 minutes. They had 20 minutes to acquire the Dragon Balls and evade Frieza to fulfill their wishes. At their current pace, by the time they reached the Grand Elder, Frieza would still require 20 minutes to arrive. A subtle smirk curved Vegeta's lips, filled with pride. The cosmic tyrant, Frieza, was being outmaneuvered by him, while Goku and Krillin, whom he had nearly slain, were now compelled to cooperate with him. Ha ha ha! Vegeta chuckled inwardly, though he refrained from displaying it, aware that Gohan and Krillin were nearby. Gohan regarded Vegeta with wary eyes, unwilling to place his complete trust in him. Similarly, Krillin harbored doubts about Vegeta's sincerity. He believed that to alter Vegeta's current disposition, it was imperative for Vegeta to witness Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku needed to become Vegeta's aspiration, a fixation. In such a scenario, Vegeta would no longer see them as adversaries, for he would become indifferent to their presence. And animosity would be a thing of the past. Krillin was convinced that through interaction, they could indeed transform Vegeta, much like Bulma had done. Although the future Vegeta had not openly acknowledged this change, Krillin was aware that Vegeta had indeed evolved. Presently, Vegeta had begun to recognize Goku and Gohan as exceptional Saiyans. Taking a deep breath, Krillin's mind began to devise the forthcoming strategy. He had roughly calculated their time differential with Frieza, yet he remained uncertain how long the Grand Elder would take to alleviate his exhaustion. To be prudent, once they reached the Grand Elder, it might be wise to persuade him to help unlock Vegeta's potential. Vegeta had always adhered to strict combat training since childhood, rarely engaging in the life-and-death struggles akin to Goku. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that his potential was immense. Krillin harbored no concerns about Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan at this moment. He possessed unwavering confidence in that regard. After numerous simulations, it is evident that in this war, the only one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan is Son Goku. Vegeta lacks the most crucial element. Since he did not ascend to Super Saiyan during the battle on Namek in that timeline, he cannot do so this time either. Therefore, although Krillin cannot fully trust the present Vegeta, he will endeavor to make him stronger, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. This is to prepare for the possibility that Goku may not have the time to transform into a Super Saiyan before being slain by Frieza. While they triumphed over Frieza in the previous timeline, there is no guarantee that Goku can achieve Super Saiyan status and defeat Frieza again. The thought leaves Krillin with a throbbing headache. Extreme rage, perhaps? Vegeta seemed to experience something similar when he was provoked by the sudden appearance of Trunks and Goku transforming into Super Saiyans. Sighing inwardly, Krillin mused that this might be a last resort. Yet, perhaps it could also present an opportunity. Get out of the way, Vegeta shouted, his gaze fixated on Nail. Poised for action. Before them stood Nail, blocking their path. Nail, we're pressed for time. Frieza is on his way. We must escape. Gohan urged. Nail replied, the elders summon us to welcome you. Please come in. Upon hearing this, Vegeta relented. Nail guided Krillin and the others into the elders' abode, where the massive elders sat in a notably poor state. With a kindly expression, the elder spoke, Children, I believe I have been waiting for you. Vegeta declared loudly. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly hand over the Dragon Balls, and I shall assist you in defeating Frieza. While he spoke thus, Vegeta's thoughts were quite the opposite. I have no intention of battling Frieza at this moment. Once my wish is granted, I will let Kakarot and the others handle Frieza. I shall hide and train until I become a Super Saiyan before returning to vanquish Frieza. The elder disregarded Vegeta's rudeness and turned his gaze to Krillin, stating, Step forward. Let me take a look. Noticing that the elder was addressing Krillin, Gohan promptly pushed Krillin forward. Vegeta, incensed, exclaimed, We are running out of time. Do not waste it any further. Just as he was about to advance, Nail blocked his path. The elder gently patted Gohan's head, instantly restoring his energy. Vegeta, keenly observant, exclaimed, What just happened? Gohan placed Krillin beside the elder and positioned himself in front of Vegeta. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta hastily urged, Let us acquire the Dragon Balls quickly. Frieza will be here soon. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he hoped it was unfounded. Chapter 46, Unleashing Potential. Observing the elder's benevolent countenance, Krillin felt puzzled. Do you know me? The Grand Elder squinted and replied, I do not know. This left Krillin even more perplexed, prompting him to inquire further, but you just said. Observing their conversation, Vegeta grew increasingly irate. He could not fathom why, in such a dire situation, Krillin remained unhurried, engaging in nonsensical banter with the Grand Elder. What vexed him further was his own helplessness in the matter. Though he possessed 5 Dragon Balls, the circumstances were far from favorable. Enough with the idle chatter. We must swiftly take the Dragon Balls and leave. Vegeta gritted his teeth, contemplating violence. Had it not been for the presence of Nail and Gohan, he would have acted. He cast a glance at the location of the Senza beans, his thoughts rife with hesitation. Krillin, having received a rather ambiguous response, stated, I do not know who you are, but I am indeed waiting for you. I cannot articulate it myself. Vegeta chuckled derisively. I believe you are the one who is confused. Krillin, stop wasting time with him. Ignoring Vegeta, Krillin continued, I trust you. Perhaps you can find the answer, and so can I. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, extending his left hand to gently touch Krillin's head. Upon contact, Krillin's memories flooded into the Grand Elder's mind. Their battle against Frieza in a past life, and the subsequent calamities they faced, culminating in the massacre by Cell. The Namekians, ravaged by Frieza's forces, had been reborn, yet ultimately faced extinction at the hands of that malevolent foe. the Grand Elder became aware of an entirely unrelated future, comprehending the entirety of Krillin's impending tribulations. You have done well. Have faith in them. At these words, Krillin felt tears welling in his eyes, understanding that the Grand Elder was fully cognizant of their plight. The Grand Elder glanced at Vegeta and assured Krillin, "Do not worry. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Furthermore, I am grateful for your efforts in saving the Namekian people. I will also endeavor to unlock the potential of the young man named Vegeta. Had it not been for Krillin's intervention, Vegeta would have slaughtered an entire Namekian village. And given that Vegeta had already severed ties with Frieza, there would have been no means to revive those Namekians." The Grand Elder was aware of this and sensed the malevolence emanating from Vegeta. Yet, he was still willing to cultivate the potential of this wicked individual. "This time, I entrust you with this task. The future is uncertain. Act boldly." The Grand Elder encouraged Krillin, also serving as a warning. This time, there was no guarantee that Goku could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza. The entire situation was fraught with uncertainty, and the battle would be exceedingly arduous. Because of Krillin, the Grand Elder glimpsed hope in overcoming Frieza, yet also perceived the despairing might of Frieza's full power. "I will strive to do my best," Krillin declared resolutely. "May I ask for your assistance?" At that moment, the Grand Elder appeared exceedingly frail, as if he might pass away at any moment, leaving Krillin uncertain whether he could endure any longer. The Grand Elder chuckled and remarked, "Conservatively speaking, you still have about 15 minutes left. My children have perished too many times, and this weighs heavily upon me." Krillin felt a profound sense of sorrow. One should not lament for an elderly man on the brink of death. Rather, one ought to congratulate him for the peaceful end he is about to embrace. The Grand Elder attempted to comfort Krillin, yet his current situation was far from serene. He was not destined to pass away naturally. The brutal slaughter of his children had curtailed his lifespan. At that moment, he was enduring immense torment. "Your name is Vegeta, isn't it?" The sudden inquiry from the Grand Elder made Vegeta wary. "What is it?" he responded. The Grand Elder dismissed Vegeta's attitude and continued, "I can unlock your potential. This as I did for Gohan. You must have felt his remarkable growth and strength. If you have yet to tap into your own potential, your power could increase manifold. What do you think?" Vegeta instantly comprehended the reason behind Gohan's rapid advancement. An enhancement in combat prowess by several multiples piqued his interest. However, a sense of unease crept in as he recalled something he had overlooked. Suddenly, the truth dawned upon him. He had been deceived. Enraged, Vegeta exclaimed, "You have already taken Dragon Balls from here. You have other companions. I see now. You possess specialized instruments for locating the Dragon Balls. Your comrade has been searching for mine, and you have tricked me." Krillin ceased his attempts to placate Vegeta, realizing that exposure was inevitable. Now that their side held the advantage, there was no need to compromise with Vegeta. Considering the time, if Goku sensed that Frieza was approaching, he would understand the necessity of distancing himself from Frieza. He could then summon the Eternal Dragon at the appropriate moment to fulfill his wish. The advantage was on their side. Krillin proclaimed, "Now that the Dragon Balls are in our possession, Vegeta, do not be ungrateful. Our primary objective must be to unite and defeat Frieza. Do you wish to suffer a greater loss for the sake of minor grievances?" Vegeta's fury erupted, and he shouted, "You have betrayed me, you scoundrel." Both Gohan and Nail were similarly incensed, ready to engage in battle at the slightest provocation. Krillin hastily interjected, "Vegeta, think carefully. If you accept the potential enhancement like Gohan did, you may very well become a Super Saiyan, if such potential resides within you." At this, Vegeta was initially consumed by rage, nearly ready to strike, but then paused and inquired, "Where did you hear of the Super Saiyan?" The Grand Elder replied nonchalantly, "I informed them of the legend of the Super Saiyan. This fabled warrior, said to possess boundless potential, is renowned even among us humble folk in this remote region." Krillin chimed in, "Indeed, the Grand Elder mentioned that you possess formidable potential. With development, you might truly become the legendary Super Saiyan." The Grand Elder cast a glance at Krillin, for he had never uttered such words, yet he refrained from disputing Krillin's statement. In the future, it is indeed true that Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan. Thus, it is not incorrect to assert that he possesses the potential to transform into one. Upon hearing such words, Vegeta could hardly remain composed, immediately bursting forth with excitement. "Is it true? Do I truly have the potential to become a Super Saiyan?" His foremost ambition has always been to attain the status of a Super Saiyan, overshadowing even his desire for immortality. Once he achieves the transformation, His aspirations shift towards surpassing Goku. As for his wish for eternal life, it fades from his thoughts thereafter. Chapter 47. Confronting Frieza. Vegeta finds it impossible to refuse the call to become a Super Saiyan, especially since the Dragon Balls are now in the possession of Krillin and the others, rendering any further resistance futile. Although he is perplexed by Krillin's willingness to assist him in unlocking his potential, considering they are adversaries, Vegeta remains confident that once he becomes a Super Saiyan, no foe can defeat him. However, upon reflection, he considers that they may be seeking his aid against Frieza, which lifts his spirits. Thus, he consents, exclaiming, "If I truly become a Super Saiyan, I will hunt down Frieza. Of course, I may choose to spare you." Vegeta calms himself and approaches the Elder, only to find Nail standing resolutely in his path, with Gohan mirroring his stance. The Elder speaks, "Nail, let him through." Krillin adds, "Gohan, allow him to pass." Vegeta strides up to the Elder, gazing upward. "Nail, step aside for a moment." The Elder suddenly calls Nail closer, and Nail complies. A massive hand rests upon Nail's head as the Elder prepares to impart the future he has gleaned from Krillin. Nail must make a choice, for if he assimilates, the Dragon Balls will be unable to revive him. Upon learning the truth, Nail looks at Krillin in shock. Gohan watches Nail with curiosity, as this is the first time he has witnessed such an expression on Nail's face. "What do you think?" the Elder inquires. Vegeta, irritated, finds the Elder's words perplexing. Nail responds respectfully, "Please guide me, Elder." The Elder sighs and says, "You must choose for yourself. In truth, your decision will not alter much beyond your own fate." Nail bows his head in contemplation, quickly arriving at an understanding. "I see." The Elder exhales, having anticipated this predictable outcome. "Now, let's commence the unlocking of your potential. And as for your body." Krillin nods in acknowledgement. Vegeta, comprehending that the Elder's latter remark pertains to Krillin, becomes agitated. "What is wrong with your body? Wait, when did your body start having issues? Was it from the very beginning that your body was flawed, leading you to propose an alliance out of concern for not being able to defeat me? You scoundrel, you have been deceiving me from the very beginning." As Vegeta relentlessly pressed on, Krillin let out a sigh, feeling that the current Vegeta was somewhat different from the one he remembered. It was no wonder Vegeta felt this way. Throughout their journey, he had believed himself to be in complete control, playing the tyrant Frieza like a fool. Now, he was confronted with the harsh reality that he had been the one manipulated. Who could accept such a bitter truth? In simple terms, his mental state had crumbled. It was indeed a treacherous scheme by Jinyu, whose abilities were rather peculiar. This was a benevolent lie. Krillin reassured himself inwardly. Vegeta was aware that Krillin was not being entirely truthful, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was Krillin's body, and whatever he said stood as the truth, with no one possessing evidence to refute it. The only one capable of countering, Jinyu, had already met his demise, leaving Vegeta to accept Krillin's narrative, choosing not to pursue the matter further. This thought only added to Vegeta's frustration. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be Frieza, who was now hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. It would not be long before he arrived. "How long would it take for you to unlock your potential?" Krillin sensed the urgency as well, his heart racing, for his body still harbored significant risks. "I will need 3 minutes," he replied. Vegeta furrowed his brow and said, "At this speed, Frieza will be here in 2 minutes. Damn it, it seems I have been deceived." At that moment, Nail stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to intercept him." The Elder did not deter him. He could sense the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Frieza and understood the magnitude of his full power. The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Before Frieza, Nail was merely a robust ant. He was aware of his impending fate and felt no regret, as long as he could be of assistance. If he could merely delay Frieza for a moment. Nail had already made up his mind. The Elder recognized Nail's resolve and refrained from stopping him, instead saying, "Your decision may not alter the course of this battle. You need not choose this path." Nail replied calmly, "My mind is made up, Elder. I fear I can no longer serve you." Vegeta was infuriated since his arrival. Nothing had gone his way. Being deceived by Krillin was one thing, but the Elder's cryptic words only fueled his anger. Before Vegeta could unleash his wrath, Nail prepared to set off. "Wait, I shall go too." Gohan exclaimed eagerly, "If I join, we might be able to buy more time." "Gohan, you..." Krillin began, only to be interrupted by Gohan. "Uncle Krillin, we can no longer retreat. Until now, I have followed your decisions, but this time, please allow me to act according to my own judgment." "Very well," Krillin conceded, saying no more. Son Gohan, filled with an overwhelming surge of energy, pursued Nail, whose silhouette evoked memories of Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo and Nail bore a striking resemblance. Both were taciturn, exuding a cold exterior while harboring gentle hearts. Vegeta, striving to compose himself, addressed the elder with urgency. "Old man, let us commence without delay." He stepped forward, positioning himself before the elder. The elder turned his gaze towards Krillin, who smiled and suggested, "Let's unlock his potential first." Consequently, the elder placed his right hand upon Vegeta's head. Although Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance at this gesture, he chose to endure it for the sake of unlocking his potential. In the next instant, astonishment washed over Vegeta's face, swiftly giving way to euphoric joy. He sensed an unending flow of power surging from within him, as if it had always belonged to him. No, it was the latent energy that had resided within him all along. Now, under the elder's mystical influence, his hidden capabilities erupted forth. Frieza hastened towards the elder's abode, having abandoned his spacecraft. "Ha ha, Vegeta, you had better still be there when I arrive. Otherwise, I shall obliterate this planet, and you will be reduced to ashes along with this desolate world." Frieza's visage twisted with madness. Chapter 48, Purunga. Goku halted in a valley, addressing Bulma. "This will suffice. We must act swiftly. Krillin and the others are in grave danger." Bulma nodded and retrieved 7 Dragon Balls from her capsule, placing them upon the ground. "Eternal Dragon, please grant our wish," Bulma shouted, while Goku gazed eagerly at the magnificent Dragon Balls, intrigued by the Dragon of Namek and curious about its distinctions from the Dragon of Earth. 3 seconds passed. Then 5 seconds. What was amiss? Goku looked to Bulma, perplexed by the dragon's absence. Could it be that the creator of the dragon had perished? A look of panic crossed Goku's face. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Bulma lowered her head, realizing, "I must have forgotten the incantation to summon the Earth's dragon. Besides, if the creator had died, the Dragon Balls would have turned to stone. Fool." Goku suddenly understood, observing the Dragon Ball's transformation, which aligned with Bulma's explanation. "Oh, is that how it is?" Goku exclaimed, pointing at the petrified Dragon Balls. Bulma glanced at the Dragon Balls again, nodding, "Yes, that's correct." "Huh." Bulma took another look, now certain. "Yes, I was not mistaken." Dandy rushed forward, confirming that all the Dragon Balls had indeed turned to stone, and then burst into tears. Goku, having learned Dandy's name along the way, inquired, "Dandy, why are you suddenly crying?" Bulma scolded, "You idiot, I just explained this? You must be aware that the Dragon Balls can only turn to stone under 2 circumstances. 1 year after a wish has been granted by the Eternal Dragon, or upon the death of their creator." Sun Wukong paused, realizing that they had yet to make a wish, which implied. He turned his gaze towards Dandy, who was weeping uncontrollably on the ground. Through his tears, Dandy managed to utter, "The Elder has passed away." This revelation cast a heavy pall over Sun Wukong and Bulma. They had ultimately failed. Furthermore, it could be said that the calamity befalling Namek was a consequence of their actions, having led to the suffering of the Namekian people. Sun Wukong thought of Krillin and Gohan, still in peril, and resolved to rescue them. Just then, the Dragon Balls, previously turned to stone, began to shimmer once more. Dandy lifted his head and murmured, "It is the Elder." An aged voice, frail and weak, emerged from an unknown source, evoking concern, although faint. The voice resonated clearly with Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Dandy. "My time is short. Please fulfill your wish promptly." "Dandy, dear child, you must assist them." Dandy nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "The incantation to summon the eternal dragon of Namek is the same as that of your Earth, but it must be spoken in the Namekian language." Dandy's words, laced with sorrow, tugged at Bulma's heart. Rising to his feet, Dandy faced the 7 colossal Dragon Balls and declared, "I shall begin." He took a deep breath, wiping his nose, and commenced the incantation. "Eternal Dragon, please grant our wish." Here, the incantation is in the Namekian language. Vegeta frowned. What just happened? A moment ago, the Elder had halted his potential development. The Elder remained silent, focusing his energy to continue enhancing Vegeta's abilities. Krillin stood up and whispered, "The Elder has just died, and now he is on the verge of death once more." Krillin's body was once again capable of movement. Hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta inexplicably felt a twinge of sorrow, perhaps influenced by Krillin's emotions. Vegeta's heart was fraught with unease. Although he felt power surging within him, the increase in his combat strength was minimal. How much longer? 1 minute. The Elder seemed to be on the brink of death, having misjudged his endurance. Just moments ago, he had truly passed away, a sensation he could feel. Yet, inexplicably, he had returned to life. A force compelled him to cling to existence, as he endured excruciating pain. Krillin, his expression despondent, turned to the elder and softly murmured, "I'm sorry." With great difficulty, the elder raised his trembling hand and placed it on Krillin's head. Krillin wanted to cry, but the tears would not come. He found himself questioning the significance of his revival. Was it merely to burden an elderly soul, frail and suffering? He began to loathe himself. Until now, no one had ever smiled because of his efforts. Krillin discovered that the Grand Elder was striving to lift Krillin's head. In a daze, Krillin raised his gaze, only to behold a smile breaking through the many wrinkles on the Grand Elder's face. Logically, it should not have appeared appealing. It was the most exquisite sight Krillin had ever witnessed. The Grand Elder's voice resonated in Krillin's mind. "Child, there are more important matters awaiting your attention. You need not feel this way. I should be grateful for the life you have granted me, allowing me to depart for heaven without regrets." Vegeta remained oblivious to Krillin's distress. At that moment, he felt a slight sense of relief, for Gohan and Nail had managed to intercept Frieza's advance. After calculating the time, Vegeta was confident that he would soon transform into a Super Saiyan capable of vanquishing Frieza. Frieza surged forward rapidly, launching an energy wave. Casting a glance, Frieza nonchalantly deflected it. Almost immediately, an arm stretched infinitely, pressing against his head. Frieza frowned, then quickly relaxed, revealing a cruel smile. Suddenly, a severed arm flew away. Purple blood sprang forth. Nail gritted his teeth, pressing his left hand against his severed arm. Gohan exclaimed, "Mr. Nail, be careful." Nail forcefully shoved Gohan aside. But a tiny red energy wave pierced through his left shoulder. An energy blast followed suit, striking Nail and sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn it," Gohan seethed. Charging at Frieza. The sudden surge of power he unleashed astonished even Vegeta. Frieza effortlessly parried, seeking an opportunity to strike. But a multitude of energy waves erupted from the ground, colliding with him and causing him to lose his chance. It was Nail, his right arm extending once more, unleashing several energy waves towards Frieza. Seizing the moment, Gohan landed a punch on Frieza's face, followed by an energy blast to his visage. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gohan relentlessly targeted Frieza's head. Enraged, Frieza retaliated with a punch, sending Gohan flying. Nail unleashed dozens of energy waves upon Frieza, preventing him from immediately seizing Gohan. Gohan quickly steadied himself, noticing Frieza charging towards him. In a panic, Gohan plummeted rapidly, attempting to use the terrain against Frieza. But Frieza was swifter, grasping Gohan by the head with his left hand while delivering an energy blast directly to Gohan's face with his right. As two arms came crashing down, Nail intervened once again, seizing Frieza's horns. Frieza, infuriated, released Gohan and clutched Nail's wrists. Nail hastily severed his own arms and leaped away from his previous position to escape Frieza's grasp. Gohan seized the opportunity to catch his breath, quickly clasping his hands together and unleashing a powerful Masenko. This energy wave was remarkably potent, forcing Frieza to momentarily halt. Vegeta was astounded. Gohan's energy was continuously escalating, significantly boosting his confidence in the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential. At that moment, the sky of planet Namek became shrouded in ominous clouds, turning a somber shade of black. Frieza gazed up in confusion. With three suns illuminating Namek, darkness should have been an impossibility. "Damn it, you have summoned the Eternal Dragon." Frieza looked up, but it was not there. He turned around and furiously exclaimed, "You wretches, is this your scheme? It is too late now. I shall kill you. I shall make you suffer." Frieza was acutely aware that he could no longer attain immortality. Goku lifted his gaze to behold the magnificent being before him, a far grander entity than the Earth's Eternal Dragon. This was the Dragon of Namek, Porunga, capable of granting any wish. Chapter 49, The Emergence of Cooler. "Humans, speak your wishes. You may have 3 wishes granted." A voice of solemn authority resonated, that of Porunga, the Eternal Dragon of Namek. Bulma's face lit up with joy. Truly, the Namekian dragon could grant 3 wishes. "Bulma, hurry. Gohan is already engaged in battle with Frieza." Goku sensed the intertwining energies of Frieza and Gohan. It was evident that they had begun their conflict. Bulma hastily declared, "Please revive all those on Earth who were slain by the Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Goku couldn't help but ponder. Since he too was a Saiyan, Would this wish also resurrect those he had killed? Purunga remained silent, and Dend interjected. We must speak in the Namekian language. Allow me to assist you. Dend raised his voice towards Purunga. Please revive all those on earth who were slain by the Saiyans. In Namekian, the wish was acknowledged by Purunga, who regretfully stated, only one person can be revived at a time. Please restate your wish. Goku furrowed his brow. This was indeed problematic. Bulma quickly suggested, then let us revive Yamcha, Tin, and Kaiatsu. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Goku felt a sense of unease. Though Yamcha and the others were his friends, he believed there were better choices to make. Frowning, Goku said to Bulma, you decide. I must hurry to aid Gohan. Just as Goku was about to depart, he suddenly halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. An aura of malevolence, far more potent than Frisia's, loomed over him. He cannot leave just yet. Bulma, we must hurry and make our wish. Goku urged, suppressing his energy. He sensed that the enemy had not yet fully descended upon Namek. However, they were perilously close, and once they landed, they would undoubtedly choose this location. Outside of Namek, a colossal spaceship hovered, yet it appeared they had no intention of landing. Inside the main chamber, an alien sat in a craft similar to Frisia's, gazing at the large screen before him. The sudden arrival of Frisia on this desolate planet must surely have a reason. An alien nearby hastily remarked with utmost respect, Lord Cooler, this barren world appears to be planet Namek. It is likely that Lord Frisia intends to pursue the Dragon Balls. Cooler chuckled, the Dragon Balls? I cannot fathom how my foolish brother could place any belief in such a ludicrous myth. Takulo, do you share his belief in this tale? Takulo replied, I was once a skeptic myself. However, it is said that one of Lord Frisia's subordinates discovered Dragon Balls crafted by the Namekians on another planet, which may have led Lord Frisia to acknowledge their existence. Cooler nodded and commanded, launch surveillance satellites to capture footage of planet Namek and transmit the recordings back to us. Takulo swiftly relayed the orders, and once completed, he curiously inquired, my lord, are you not concerned that Lord Frisia might acquire the Dragon Balls and fulfill his wishes before us? Cooler shook his head, grinning. A glance at your power level detector will clarify everything. My foolish brother appears to be encountering some difficulties. Upon hearing this, Takulo gazed at the enormous screen, deftly manipulating the controls to begin assessing the energy readings from planet Namek. Beep, beep, beep. 530,000, 136,042. Takulo exclaimed in astonishment. Lord Frisia is engaged in battle with two formidable warriors, yet the Ginyu Force's energy signatures are absent. Were they not dispatched to planet Namek by Lord Frisia? Cooler and his followers had only decided to visit planet Namek upon noticing the unusual activity of the Ginyu Force. It's only natural. The Ginyu Force must have been utterly annihilated. The warriors Lord Frisia brought to planet Namek must be dwindling in number, huh? Cooler reveled in his brother's misfortunes, finding great joy in his struggles. How splendid it would be if Frisia were to perish on planet Namek. Gazing at the dim, grayish Namek, Cooler murmured to himself. Hearing this, Takulo promptly sealed his lips. Although he pledged loyalty to Cooler, King Cold still held dominion over both Cooler and Frisia. Thus he refrained from speaking ill of Frisia. He could hardly utter a single commendation either, as his fealty lay entirely with Lord Cooler. In times like these, it was best to remain silent. Cooler sighed, lamenting, what a pity it is that our kind can survive throughout the cosmos. If only Frisia could be obliterated alongside this barren planet. Then, with a mere gesture, I could eliminate him. Lord Cooler, the video has been transmitted. Takulo announced as he operated the controls to display the footage of Frisia in action. Witnessing his brother in combat, Cooler burst into laughter. My foolish brother. He could easily dispatch those two pests with just a modicum of his true abilities, yet he insists on resorting to that grotesque form. Takulo interjected, my lord. One of those pests is rather formidable. His battle prowess seems to be escalating with each clash. I suggest. Gula waved his hand dismissively and remarked, there is no need. My brother will soon eliminate him. He is merely enduring for the time being. Wait, what is that? Takulo switched to another video, revealing a colossal and enigmatic creature on screen. Is that the Eternal Dragon? Gula exclaimed excitedly. Quick, zoom in. Has it already been summoned? Those below do not seem to be Frisia's minions. They appear to be Saiyans, perhaps. No, that cannot be. The only remaining Saiyans should be Vegeta and his companions. And they lack tails. Open the hatch. I shall go directly. Suddenly, the dragon in the video vanished, and 7 stones plummeted to the ground. What is happening? Takulo exclaimed in panic. It's He stammered, fearful of Gula's wrath. It is said that after a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls turn to stone, only to revert after a year. Additionally, there are legends that upon the death of their creator, the Dragon Balls will also turn to stone. Gula sank back, pondering, so, does this mean we have no opportunity left? Takulo nodded. Whether it be due to all wishes being fulfilled or the demise of the Dragon Ball's creator, King Frieza would undoubtedly obliterate this planet, leaving us with no chance to utilize the Dragon Balls again. Gula lamented. Then we have no reason to remain here. It seems the Dragon Balls are not as remarkable as we thought. Since they are enemies of Frieza, they must have attempted to wish for his demise. Yet, Frieza appears unscathed, suggesting the dragon's power is not as formidable as believed. Takulo hastily agreed. Indeed, King Gula. Takulo cried out in terror as Gula seized his head and hurled him away. With a crash, Takulo exited the spacecraft, while Gula's voice echoed after him. You may as well chase after it through space. After all, you can survive in the cosmos. As Takulo witnessed all spaceships departing, he hurriedly exerted all his strength to pursue them. Chapter 50. The Resurrection of Piccolo. Gazing at the 7 stones on the ground, Son Goku felt a swirl of emotions. They had successfully made 3 wishes, which could be deemed a success. Yet now, how would they defeat Frieza? Moments earlier, as Bulma prepared to resurrect Ten, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, the voice of King Kai resonated. Goku! Son Goku exclaimed joyfully. King Kai. King Kai replied, Goku, Piccolo wishes to speak with you. Behind King Kai, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, resolutely upright. Piccolo must have grown immensely stronger now. King Kai chuckled heartily. Indeed, they have become exceedingly powerful. King Kai's voice drew the attention of Tien and Yamcha, with Yamcha smiling. Have Goku and the others already defeated Frieza? The King of the Worlds admonished sternly. I have repeatedly warned you all not to entertain thoughts of battling Frieza. Yamcha hastily gestured. I was merely sharing a jest. Esteemed King, there is no need for alarm. Tien inquired. What is the current situation, dear King? The King replied with a smile. Goku and his companions have successfully summoned the Eternal Dragon, and the Dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. More importantly, there are no limits on the number of resurrections it can perform. This means that an individual can be revived multiple times. Tien exclaimed with excitement. That is splendid. This means Kaiatsu can be revived. Floating nearby, Kaiatsu beamed. That is wonderful. Tien, Yamcha, too, was elated, for he could finally return to life. Although King Kai's planet was a sacred training ground, being deceased merely added a halo to his existence. Yet, as someone with a girlfriend, Yamcha was eager to be resurrected. Just as the group was celebrating, the king doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Do not rejoice too soon. The Namekian dragon is indeed remarkable, but it can only revive 1 person at a time, meaning the 4 of you can only resurrect 3. What? Tien exclaimed. Piccolo, are you implying that you wish to speak to Goku for the sake of? Piccolo thought there was nothing to conceal, and it was preferable they remained unaware. He nodded and articulated his plan. I intend to have Goku wish for my resurrection and transport me to Namek. Then Tien interjected. That's impossible. You would occupy 2 wishes by yourself. What about us? Yamcha concurred exactly. We have all made significant progress during our training. Why must it be you who is revived? We are capable as well. Piccolo retorted calmly. You are quite foolish. If I am revived, both the Guardian of Earth and the Dragon there can also resurrect you. At that point, you all can return to life. And 1 wish can be reserved for that little fellow who has already been revived once. What do you think? Indeed, that is a viable plan. Thus, we can all come back to life. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the group instantly comprehended and unanimously agreed to allow Piccolo to be revived first. Piccolo placed his right hand on the king's shoulder and addressed Goku. Old son, you right. We can revive Piccolo first. Goku exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Piccolo's voice. How did I not think of this sooner? If Piccolo is revived, then the Guardian and the Earth-S Dragon can also resurrect everyone. At that point, all of us can return. Thank you, Piccolo. Piccolo, perplexed, responded, I haven't said anything yet. With a head full of questions, he quickly regained composure and smiled. I entrust this to you, Goku. Goku replied, no worries, but it seems Kaiatsu has already been revived once. Let this second wish be for him. Piccolo nodded and added, as for the last wish, could I be transported to Namek? Son Wukong readily agreed to Piccolo's request, which left Bulma somewhat perplexed. Was the final wish truly to be bestowed upon the Demon King Piccolo? I have no objections to resurrecting Piccolo. After all, His revival could also lead to the resurrection of the Supreme Kai and the Earth-S Dragon. However, must we really send the Demon King Piccolo to Namek? Dandy, may I inquire if Porunga can transport individuals? What is the maximum number of people he can send? Following Bulma's inquiry, Dandy asked, how many individuals can you transport at once? Are there any limitations? In Namekian, there are no restrictions. However, if their power exceeds mine, I must seek their consent. Porunga replied. Dandy relayed Porunga's words to Bulma. Sun Wukong nodded and declared, then, the first wish is to resurrect Piccolo. Dandy hurriedly made the wish to Porunga, requesting the resurrection of Piccolo, who had been slain by the Saiyans on Earth. In Namekian, with a flash of crimson light in his eyes, Porunga caused a halo above Piccolo's head, far away on King Kai's planet, to vanish. He had been resurrected. Your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. In Namekian, Dandy turned to Sun Wukong, who immediately stated, for the second wish, let the dragon transport Piccolo to Namek. What? Wukong, Piccolo won't be of much help on Namek. Bulma interjected, aware that the foe who had slain Piccolo was merely a lackey in Frisia's army. Even if he trained under King Kai and significantly increased his strength, he would still not surpass the current powers of Sun Wukong and Krillin. Sun Wukong chuckled. It's a pity that Piccolo, having finally unearthed his origins, might not even get a glimpse of his homeland before its destruction. At this, Bulma reflected on how Sun Wukong himself was in a similar predicament. Very well then, for the third wish, let us resurrect Kaiatsu. If we miss this chance, he cannot be brought back again. Sun Wukong nodded, and thus, the three wishes were firmly established. Dandy, using Namekian, articulated the other two wishes, which Porunga fulfilled in succession. Humans, your wishes have all been granted. A radiant glow enveloped Porunga. He was meant to transform into 7 Dragon Balls, which would revert to their original form in the following year. Suddenly, with a low roar, Porunga vanished, leaving 7 stones to fall to the ground. Sun Wukong hastily remarked, Bulma, let me ensure your safety first. Huh? Have they departed? What? Sun Wukong replied, the energy I sensed earlier is receding. It seems they realized the dragon has vanished and retreated. Bulma rejoiced and urged, in that case, you must hurry to assist Gohan and Krillin. Sun Wukong nodded and cautioned Bulma, you two must also remain safe. Bulma patted her chest and assured, rest easy. I will keep Dandy hidden. Dandy mustered his courage and declared, I want to help too. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. Now, the combat prowess of Frisia's army was reduced to Frisia alone, as the rest had either been vanquished or incapacitated by Sun Wukong. With Dandy's healing abilities, he could potentially provide invaluable assistance in confronting Frisia. Thus, Wukong instructed Bulma to seek refuge near the spaceship he had arrived in, while he would accompany Dandy to face Frisia. Meanwhile, the King Kai on King Kai's planet was nearly beside himself with rage, as he had forgotten to instruct Sun Wukong to wish for everyone but Frisia to be transported to Earth. Chapter 51, The Shadow. Vegeta departed from the Grand Elder's abode, feeling a continuous surge of power within him, a testament to his unlocked potential. Moreover, his strength was still on the rise. However, he did not immediately confront Frisia. Instead, he resolved to seek the Dragon Balls, having already glimpsed the immense form of the dragon. He estimated it would take him merely 10 minutes to arrive there, and if there remained a chance to fulfill a wish, he would seize that opportunity at any cost. Should time run short, he could join forces with Sun Wukong to tackle Frisia together. At this moment, Vegeta assessed that he was only slightly stronger than Frisia's base form, unable to match Frisia's power once he transformed. Thus, he needed to engage in battle to further enhance his strength. Yet, he still lacked the confidence to confront Frisia alone and required a companion to fight alongside him, to ensure he would not be slain by Frisia before achieving Super Saiyan status. He did not believe Gohan's abilities were sufficient. Gohan's ability to withstand Frisia was contingent on Frisia not having transformed, compounded by the support of Nail. Once he approached Frisia, the latter would undoubtedly transform, rendering Gohan's current combat power utterly ineffective. Vegeta speculated that Gohan had likely reached his limit, and his strength would not significantly increase any further. Vegeta! Suddenly, Krillin's voice echoed in Vegeta's mind, prompting him to clutch his head in surprise. What was happening? Vegeta halted and scanned his surroundings, but Krillin was nowhere to be seen. Vegeta, hurry and assist Gohan. Krillin's voice resounded once more, and Vegeta cursed under his breath, casting a reluctant glance at Porunga. Vegeta bellowed, you promised me immortality. You wretched fiend, You have deceived me. At that moment, the Grand Elder's aged voice chimed in. If Purunga could truly grant immortality, would I have aged so? It can only revert you to youth, not grant you eternal life. Vegeta contemplated testing the waters to see if he could indeed attain immortality. Just then, the skies cleared. Vegeta gritted his teeth and soared towards Gohan's location at full speed. Piccolo stood atop a mountain peak, gazing at the landscape around him. Is this truly my homeland? It feels oddly familiar. Piccolo turned swiftly, furrowing his brow devoid of eyebrows, pondering the immense and malevolent aura surrounding him. Was it Gohan who was battling? He had undoubtedly surpassed me by an extensive margin. There was also a formidable presence nearby aiding him, allowing Gohan to endure for so long. This disparity between them was insurmountable. I must hasten to assist Gohan. With all his might, Piccolo soared towards Son Gohan, simultaneously attuning himself to the energies around him. He glanced towards the Elder's abode. Was that energy emanating from Krillin? And there was another, increasingly feeble presence, surely that belonged to the Elder of Namek. It appeared that his time was drawing to a close. A wave of melancholy washed over Piccolo as he shifted his gaze towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta, that fellow had become astonishingly powerful, even surpassing the current Frieza. However, Piccolo was acutely aware that Frieza possessed even greater strength. Whenever King Kai spoke of Frieza's might, Piccolo appeared indifferent, yet in his heart, he held Frieza in high regard as an adversary. He harbored no doubts about Frieza's formidable nature. A villain so fearsome that even King Kai regarded him with trepidation could not merely be as simple as he currently presented, including the form Frieza utilized to vanquish Goku. Piccolo believed that was not Frieza's ultimate power. One day, I shall settle that score. But for now, I cannot afford to lack his combat prowess. Then, Piccolo sensed Goku's energy, his expression turning grave. He mused, Goku's current energy is merely on par with mine. Yet should he employ the Kaioken, his strength would undoubtedly surge tenfold. With such power, Piccolo felt uncertain about his ability to triumph over Frieza. At that moment, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Goku raced towards the battlefield, where Gohan clashed with Frieza. Among them, Piccolo was the closest, followed by Vegeta, with Goku trailing the farthest. Yet, it was Vegeta who first reached the battlefield, his speed eclipsing the others. Upon his arrival, Gohan was already embedded within a small mountain, having sustained grievous injuries. Frieza extended his right hand, gathering a ki blast, and Gohan was in dire peril. Nail, battered and bruised, once more extended his arms in a desperate attempt to rescue Gohan, despite never having faced Frieza directly. Even so, Nail was left battered and bloodied. Frieza casually hurled the ki blast towards Nail, striking him head-on. Boom! Nail was sent crashing into a mountainside, cornered with no escape. Just as Frieza prepared to finish Gohan, Vegeta charged at him, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's face. Frieza was sent sprawling from the impact, and Vegeta swiftly unleashed a barrage of ki blasts at him. Simultaneously, Vegeta pressed the attack, closing the distance in an instant, his fist aimed squarely at Frieza's face. Frieza had no time to evade and was struck directly. Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Frieza's face, forcing Frieza to raise his hands defensively over his head. Subsequently, Vegeta positioned his left hand before Frieza's abdomen and released a blast of energy, sending Frieza hurtling backwards once more. Just as Vegeta was poised to pursue, Frieza retaliated with a wave of energy directed at him, compelling Vegeta to halt his advance. Frieza, seething with rage, declared Vegeta, although I'm baffled as to how this traitor has grown so powerful. This is where your journey ends. With a thunderous roar, Frieza swiftly transformed, regaining his towering and formidable stature as he entered his second form. In the Grand Elder's abode, the Elder placed his left hand upon Krillin's head, unlocking his potential while simultaneously treating him for a debilitating condition. This affliction was unprecedented, even for the Elder, who could only examine and treat it concurrently. It could be said that the Elder was engaged in 3 tasks at once. Your potential has been fully realized. You have always harnessed it quite well. However, I am unable to completely cure your ailment. It resembles a disease, perhaps even beyond the capabilities of Purunga to mend. The Elder fell silent, and Krillin, understanding the grim reality, lowered his gaze. He was acutely aware that this was not the time for sorrow. He still had to confront Frieza. Thus, he lifted his head. In that moment, Krillin froze, only to be consumed by fury the next second. A shadow wielding a colossal scythe loomed over the elder, its other hand clutching a chain that ensnared the spectral visage of the elder himself. That was the elder's soul. Krillin was certain that this shadow was not a harbinger from the underworld. Chapter 52, Assimilation. Piccolo furrowed his brow, sensing Frisia's energy surge to an alarming extent, doubling in power. At this juncture, Vegeta's energy paled in comparison, filling Piccolo with unease. Moreover, he detected Gohan's energy diminishing. Gohan, you must hold on. Piccolo propelled himself towards the scene at full speed, unwilling to slow for even an instant. Goku and Krillin also felt Frisia's energy escalate, with Goku growing increasingly anxious. Noticing a lack of enemy presence in the vicinity, he left Dandy to fend for himself and hastened towards the battlefield. Damn it, Vegeta is still no match for such a formidable Frisia. 5 times Kaioken. Goku estimated that he would need even more power. Unable to calculate further, he resolved to employ the 5-fold Kaioken and rush towards the clash involving Frisia, Vegeta, and Gohan, his expression taut with tension. Frisia was overwhelmingly powerful, and even with his strength on the rise, Goku felt no confidence in defeating him. At that moment, Krillin, being the closest, found himself ensnared, unable to advance. Before him loomed a sinister shadow, brandishing a massive black scythe in its right hand, while its left hand gripped a chain. At the other end of the chain, it was entwined around the neck of the Grand Elder, while the shadow was tugging at the chain. In Krillin's eyes, he witnessed the Grand Elder being slowly extracted from his own body by the shadow. Krillin leaped forward, delivering a kick at the shadow, but it met only empty air. Furrowing his brows, he felt he should have landed the blow. He attacked again, yet all his attempts were futile. The Grand Elder's head had been entirely drawn out, his expression one of profound agony. In a moment of desperation, Krillin unleashed a blast of energy. Bang! This time, it finally struck true. As the smoke cleared, the immense figure of Frisia materialized, having transformed into his second form. Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Had it been his former self, he would have turned and fled at the sight of Frisia's transformation, but now it was different. He could sense his own power overflowing, and he would grow even stronger, surpassing all others. Ha ha! Frisia, your end is nigh. Vegeta laughed heartily, while Frisia remained unperturbed, merely smiling at him. Vegeta extended his left hand, thumb pointed at himself, declaring, I have transcended my former self, and soon I shall surpass you and bring about your demise. Frisia raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy, which Vegeta effortlessly dodged. Just as Vegeta was about to taunt him, Frisia appeared right before him. Ugh! Frisia's fist struck Vegeta in the abdomen, causing him immense pain. Yet, he quickly recovered and retaliated with a punch, but Frisia vanished from sight. Vegeta hastily attempted to turn around, but before he could fully pivot, he was struck hard from behind. The force of the blow sent him flying. Yet he quickly turned and unleashed a wave of energy towards Frisia to accelerate himself. Damn it, I was too careless just now. I am still no match for him. The gap in strength is too vast. I must devise a strategy. As Vegeta contemplated his next move, his expression suddenly changed, and he released a wave of energy towards the ground, propelling himself upwards at great speed. Where he had just been standing, Frisia was now positioned, looking up at him with a cruel smile. Vegeta halted his ascent, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts towards Frisia. Frisia remained stationary, enduring the onslaught, which quickly enveloped him in smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged towards Frisia, relying on his ability to sense energy to reach him. He succeeded, landing a punch on Frisia, who was forced back several steps. With the momentum on his side, Vegeta pressed the attack, delivering punch after punch, driving Frisia backward. Suddenly, Frisia seized Vegeta's right wrist, leaving him startled. In a swift motion, Vegeta twisted and delivered a kick to Frisia's neck. The force of the kick compelled Frisia to release Vegeta's wrist, nearly toppling him over. As Frisia momentarily stabilized himself, Vegeta clasped his hands together, positioning them before Frisia's face. Ha! Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy that struck Frisia squarely. Frisia was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into a mountainside. Just as Vegeta was poised to capitalize on his advantage, an energy blast erupted, compelling him to hastily ascend and evade. In quick succession, Vegeta waved his arms, releasing a multitude of energy spheres directed at Frisia. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, prompting him to dodge swiftly. Frisia emerged from the smoke at an incredible speed, hurtling directly toward Vegeta. Unable to outpace Frisia, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, hoping to halt Frieza's advance. However, Frieza simply absorbed the hits without flinching. Before long, Frieza caught up to Vegeta. With a rapid pivot, Vegeta mustered all his strength to confront the oncoming threat. As Vegeta charged at him, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast. Faced with Frieza's attack, Vegeta was forced to abandon his offensive stance, raising his arms in defense. The energy blast hit him, yet due to his timely guard, it inflicted minimal damage. However, Frieza was now mere moments away, lifting his right hand to deliver a swift chop. Vegeta's left shoulder was struck, sending him crashing violently to the ground. Frieza descended with a sinister grin, preparing to strike Vegeta again. Vegeta gasped in shock, clutching his injured shoulder, and expelled a wave of energy. The blast collided with Frieza, yet the tyrant showed no signs of slowing, continuing his relentless assault on Vegeta. Just as Vegeta thought all hope was lost, Naru, dragging his wounded form, collided with Frieza from the side. The impact diverted Frieza's trajectory. A thunderous sound echoed as Frieza landed, creating a deep crater. Slowly, Frieza emerged from the pit, brushing off the dust and muttering, "How tiresome. You all are as tenacious as cockroaches. How should I reward you, my loyal subjects?" Vegeta quickly ascended, distancing himself from Frieza, while Naru lay incapacitated on the ground, clearly unable to continue the fight. Vegeta shouted, "You little brat, as a descendant of the Saiyans, you shouldn't be this feeble." Just then Gohan cried out, once again unleashing his energy. He had regained some strength. With Vegeta struggling to fend off Frieza alone, it was imperative for him to join the battle. Father must have resurrected Uncle Piccolo by now. Once Father arrives, together we can surely defeat Frieza. Gohan fervently hoped for Goku's swift return, envisioning the moment they would collectively vanquish Frieza. Vegeta and Gohan joined forces to confront Frieza. Frieza raised his hand, shooting forth an energy wave, prompting Gohan and Vegeta to swiftly evade. Frieza rapidly closed the distance to Gohan, who now appeared more vulnerable to attack. Vegeta, unwilling to relinquish the task of dealing with Frieza to anyone else, charged forward. In an instant, Frieza had seized Gohan by the throat, and before Gohan could mount any resistance, Frieza hurled him towards Vegeta. The impact sent both warriors hurtling through the air. Frieza immediately pursued Gohan, prompting Vegeta to unleash an energy blast, which Frieza effortlessly deflected as he continued his relentless advance. Gohan hurriedly clasped his hands together and unleashed a powerful Masenko towards Frieza, momentarily slowing his advance, allowing Gohan to create some distance. Nevertheless, Frieza remained undeterred, relentlessly chasing after Gohan. At that moment, Vegeta collided forcefully with Frieza's back. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan drove his elbow into Frieza's abdomen, effectively trapping the tyrant between them. With the distance between them eliminated, Frieza found himself in a precarious position, vulnerable to both attack and defense. The choice to strike or protect lay solely in Frieza's hands. He could easily embrace Gohan, while sending Vegeta flying with a mere turn. Just as Frieza prepared to execute this maneuver, Vegeta's speed surpassed his own. Vegeta pivoted, embracing Frieza back-to-back, not wrapping his arms around him, but rather seizing Frieza's horns. This unexpected action forced Frieza to abandon his assault on Gohan, raising his hand to grasp Vegeta. At that moment, Gohan latched onto one of Frieza's arms, driving his knee forcefully into Frieza's face. As Frieza attempted to seize Gohan with his other hand, Vegeta yanked on Frieza's horns and bent forward, thrusting into Frieza's waist. A cry of pain escaped Frieza's lips, and due to Vegeta's interference, he failed to capture Gohan. Gohan, still gripping Frieza's arm, circled around and struck Frieza's face again with his knee, causing purple blood to spill forth. Frieza was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his nose. Just then, Piccolo arrived on the scene, witnessing the fierce struggle between Vegeta, Gohan, and Frieza, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a dire situation, considering the vast difference in power between Frieza and the duo. Furious, Frieza whipped his tail around, ensnaring Vegeta's waist and tightening his grip. Vegeta cried out in agony, his hands loosening, allowing Frieza to free himself. In the next instant, Frieza grasped both of Gohan's arms and lifted him high. Piccolo, sensing the imminent danger, quickly placed his right hand on his forehead, preparing to unleash the special beam cannon, charging towards Frieza to rescue Gohan. Frieza, noticing Piccolo's approach, savagely slammed Gohan against his horns. The sharp tips pierced Gohan's body, crimson blood gushing forth. Piccolo's eyes turned a fiery red as he clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his mouth. Frieza grinned cruelly, forcefully tossing Gohan onto Piccolo. In a moment of desperation, Piccolo had no choice but to release the magical light-killing cannon, catching Gohan and propelling them both backward. Frieza's tail constricted around Vegeta with fierce intensity, and Vegeta gritted his teeth, knowing that if this continued, he would surely perish. Just as Piccolo was about to rush to Vegeta's aid, a voice halted him. "Please wait." The voice was faint, and, as Piccolo turned, he discovered Neru lying on the ground. Neru was so incapacitated that he could barely move. He spoke in a weak tone. "You are Piccolo, aren't you? I know you. You are indeed powerful, far stronger than I am. However, even with your current strength, you cannot compare to that child. You are of no assistance." Piccolo furrowed his brows, perplexed by this fellow countryman's derision. Neru then explained the process of assimilation, revealing that it would be entirely under Piccolo's control, with his own will fading into oblivion. Glancing at the weakened Gohan and the battered Vegeta, Piccolo consented to the assimilation. He placed his right hand upon Neru's chest, and in an instant, Neru vanished. An immense power surged through Piccolo, who marveled. This power, it is simply astonishing. He sensed that his strength now far exceeded that of Frieza. No one could possibly lose now. Laughing heartily, Piccolo charged at Frieza. Shocked by Piccolo's speed, Frieza was sent flying, thus saving Vegeta, whose body fell to the ground. Chapter 53, Piccolo vs. Frieza. Krillin's actions seemed to infuriate the shadowy figure, which swung a scythe fiercely at him. Krillin hastily dodged to the side. Before the shadow could retract its scythe, Krillin unleashed another energy blast, sending the figure flying. He quickly rushed to the Grand Elder, attempting to break the chain that bound him. When he reached out to grasp the chain, his hand merely passed through it. Astonished, Krillin observed that the Grand Elder still had another head atop his own, bound by a chain and wearing an expression of agony. Krillin deduced that the shadow was imprisoning the Grand Elder's soul. Suddenly, Krillin felt a lightness in his body, only to be startled as a chain wrapped around his neck. His body floated upwards, and upon looking down, he was horrified to see his own corpse. Had he really died? Turning his head, he noticed that the other end of the chain was held by the shadow. Krillin struggled desperately to free himself, but the chain seemed to restrain him. The silver lining was that he could now touch the chain. I can touch the chain now? The shadow continuously pulled Krillin towards itself, and he found himself powerless to resist as his soul was drawn closer. Resolute, Krillin decided to follow the direction of the chain. The shadow, noticing that Krillin no longer resisted but rather approached, felt a surge of delight, believing that this prey would soon be ensnared. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld will surely commend me. The shadow, filled with glee, began to envision his future rise to prominence. Suddenly, a fist struck his face with undeniable force, sending the shadow reeling backwards. As Krillin grasped the chain in an attempt to pull the shadow back, he found himself being yanked forward instead. With no choice left, Krillin placed a foot upon the shadow's face. Enraged, the shadow seethed at the audacity of this mortal daring to lay hands upon him. How could he, who had toiled tirelessly to guide souls to the pleasures beyond, be met with such insolence? What? Was the original objective singular? This was not merely for the sake of performance. No, it was to liberate more souls from their suffering. This mortal's blatant disrespect was utterly intolerable. Lost in these thoughts, the shadow began to weep. Were it not for the Lord of the Underworld's command to remain silent in the realm of the living, lest he be reduced to ashes upon uttering a word, he would have certainly confronted this little bald head. If Krillin were to learn that the shadow had referred to him as a little bald head, he too would have had much to say. While the term bald head might be tolerable, the addition of little was utterly infuriating. Krillin, pinning the shadow down, grasped its neck with both hands, demanding, "Will you speak or not?" He shook the shadow while inquiring, causing its head to rattle like a bell, leaving it feeling as though its brain had turned to mush. The shadow thought to itself, "I will absolutely not speak, yet you could at least ask a question." Krillin, weary from this exertion, found his strength waning, while the shadow too was fatigued. After years of inactivity, he had finally encountered a soul not yet claimed by the underworld. Believing he could earn the Lord's favor and bring glory to his name, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. "Release me at once," Krillin commanded, gesturing towards the chains around his neck. The shadow obediently approached to unfasten them. Krillin felt a tightening around his neck, and instantly realized the shadow's treachery, promptly seizing the shadow once more. Ugh, how infuriating. Krillin noticed his strength was being siphoned into the shadow through the chains. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The impact left the shadow dazed, and Krillin seized the opportunity to drift back. There was no choice but to try this approach. Meanwhile, on another front, Sun Wukong was still en route, with a considerable distance yet to cover before reaching his destination. Is this Baiku's power? So formidable. With him present, Gohan should be safe. Yet, in truth, Gohan was far from unscathed. Frisia's horn had pierced his chest, leaving him in a dire state, barely clinging to life. As for Vegeta, every bone in his body had been shattered, rendering him immobile and struggling to consume a senzu bean, with no one available to assist him in taking it. After all, if Vegeta's possession of the senzu beans were to become known to Piccolo, the latter would undoubtedly prioritize his own interests over those of Gohan. Vegeta can only place his hopes in his own regenerative abilities to restore some semblance of power before consuming the beans. It is perplexing how that Namekian has suddenly grown so formidable. Although Vegeta owes his survival to Piccolo's assistance, he harbors no gratitude towards him. Once they defeat Frieza, they will inevitably revert to being adversaries. The energy of that Namekian has now surpassed even the current Frieza. He is truly a force to be reckoned with. However, Frieza must possess even greater powers yet to be revealed. Vegeta has an inkling that when he next recovers, all his latent potential will erupt forth. This so-called potential resides within the body, untapped and dormant. The reason Saiyans experience significant power increases upon recovering from near death is that they can trigger their potential through such experiences. Thus, Vegeta need not rely on the Elder to unlock his potential. A few brushes with death will suffice to fully unleash it. Nevertheless, having the Elder assist him certainly alleviates many burdens, especially since he has only one senzu bean at his disposal. At this moment, Piccolo has engaged in battle with Frieza, and he has evolved into a being far beyond his former self, boasting a combat prowess that far exceeds Frieza's current capabilities. After exchanging a couple of blows, Piccolo seizes the opportunity, extending his left hand to unleash a wave of energy aimed at Frieza, who is too close to evade. Struck by the energy wave, Frieza momentarily falters, allowing Piccolo to dart behind him and land a powerful punch to Frieza's lower back. Frieza cries out in pain, propelled forward by the force of the blow. Instantly, Piccolo appears before Frieza, arms outstretched as a blinding energy beam strikes true. Curse that Namekian! Frieza, regaining his composure, swiftly maneuvers to evade further attacks, but Piccolo is faster, delivering a sweeping kick to Frieza's back, sending him flying. Unrelenting, Piccolo pursues, intent on continuing his assault. Frieza can do little but defend himself against Piccolo's onslaught. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes emit beams of energy directed at Frieza. Reacting quickly, Frieza ducks, causing two beams to miss, with only one grazing the edge of his horn. Frieza bellows in fury as Piccolo, with both hands clenched, delivers a crushing blow directly to Frieza's head. Bang! Frieza plummets rapidly, colliding with the ground. Is this truly all the power of the universe's tyrant, Frieza? Piccolo hovers in midair, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he taunts Frieza. Is this truly your limit? It seems I have become exceedingly powerful. Below, Frieza rises, casting a cold glare at Piccolo. With a sudden burst of speed, he charges towards Piccolo, his massive form colliding with him head-on. Piccolo stands his ground, ready to face Frieza's assault. Frieza launched a punch toward Piccolo, who deftly intercepted it with his palm and retaliated with a strike of his own. Each combatant grasped one of the other's hands, rendering their arms occupied, and thus they resorted to using their legs to attack. Finding their kicks ineffective, Frieza forcefully headbutted Piccolo, who, undeterred, responded in kind. Their heads collided, the recoil separating them momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo extended his left arm with remarkable speed, catching Frieza off guard and seizing him by the throat. With a swift motion, Piccolo retracted his elongated arm, drawing Frieza closer before delivering a powerful blow to his nose. Following the strike, he forcefully pushed Frieza away while simultaneously launching energy blasts from his right hand, preventing Frieza from mounting a counterattack. Piccolo then whirled around, extending his arm like a serpent, propelling Frieza into a mountainside. The impact caused an explosive collapse of the terrain. Retracting his left arm, Piccolo gazed in Frieza's direction. With his right index and middle fingers aligned, he pointed them to his forehead. It seemed there was no need for Goku to intervene any longer. Frisia, I have grown weary of this. Prepare to meet your demise, he declared, as an astonishing and terrifying energy coalesced at his fingertips, arcs of electricity dancing around it. This was Piccolo's ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. Chapter 54, The Excited King Kai. It actually worked, Krillin exclaimed, rising to his feet and bouncing slightly in disbelief. He had successfully returned to his own body, leaving him questioning his own reality. Touching his neck, he found no chains, yet he could distinctly sense their presence. Suddenly, Krillin's body lurched backward, and to his astonishment, he caught sight of his shining bald head. Enraged, he trembled all over, turning to face the shadowy figure wielding the chains. This is no way to treat someone. With determination, Krillin propelled himself forward, re-entering his body and charging at the figure. The shadow replied, I'm just helping you unlock it. No need to be so aggressive, okay? As Krillin approached, he unleashed a wave of energy with his right hand. What the? The shadow was sent flying by the blast, and Krillin's spirit was also carried along, both of them soaring outdoors. Infuriated, Krillin, in his spiritual form, leapt onto the shadow's back. You scoundrel, is this amusing to you? He shouted, raining down punches upon the shadow's face, growing increasingly fervent in his assault. This wretched creature is infuriating. What time is it? You're so weak, yet you insist on joining this fray. Do you not fear for your life? As he continued to strike, Krillin's anger boiled over, and he thrust both hands in front of the shadow, exclaiming, Die, you bastard, forgetting that in his spirit form, he could not unleash energy waves. Krillin grasped the chain around his neck, exerting all his strength to sever it, yet the chain proved remarkably resilient, defying his attempts. The shadow, observing Krillin perched upon him with hands clasped around the chain, was filled with elation. He quivered and, to Krillin's astonishment, floated free from beneath him. With fervor, he waved his hands, exclaiming inwardly, My lord of the underworld, I have finally succeeded. Krillin, bemused by the shadow's erratic movements, could not comprehend the rationale behind such behavior. Suddenly, he noticed the shadow relinquishing its hold on the chain and drifting toward the residence of the Grand Elder. The shadow aimed to seize the Elder's soul. Krillin, resolute in thwarting the shadow's intentions, immediately pursued it. The shadow, sensing Krillin's pursuit, was filled with exhilaration. Truly, he was willing to accept his extradition. Thank you for your blessings, my lord of the underworld. After 5 million years, I, Isby, have finally become a qualified soul reaper. He thought, Father, you can rest assured and become a warrior of the underworld. Isby was a soul reaper from the underworld, tasked with guiding lost souls from the mortal realm to the underworld for eternal bliss. In the underworld, aside from the lord of the underworld, all inhabitants either served as soul reapers or became warriors. Compared to the latter, many preferred the path of a soul reaper due to its safety. The demand for underworld warriors was immense, leading to a significant shortage, which often resulted in underperforming soul reapers being reassigned to become warriors. However, the underworld had policies in place to prevent even those with poor performance from becoming warriors, stipulating that if only one person in a household served as a soul reaper, they would not be compelled to become a warrior. Regrettably, in Isby's case, both he and his father were soul reapers, leaving him without such assurance. In this era of an increasingly refined underworld system, lost souls were rarely encountered. Isby, by sheer chance, had stumbled upon the Grand Elder. The Elder should have perished long ago, but Krillin's forceful extension of his life had delayed his timely passage to the underworld, rendering him a lost soul. After many years without opportunity, Isby had finally completed his first soul-reaping task. Had he been able to speak in the mortal realm, Isby would have begun to extol the virtues of becoming a noble and dedicated warrior of the underworld. Alas, he nearly cried out, for he had been ambushed. The audacity of that young man, barely in his 20s, to attack a soul reaper of over 5 million years was utterly disgraceful. Once you are escorted to the underworld to become a warrior, we shall be comrades. How could you engage in infighting? Isby was consumed with indignation. He turned, brandishing his scythe, which immediately expanded to an enormous size, piercing through the ceiling as if it were but a phantom. Krillin returned to his corporeal form, his expression grave as he turned to Isby. Is this some sort of trick? The scythe swung down, aimed at Krillin. He hastily dodged, and, at that moment, Isby seized the chains once more. Are you done yet? Krillin quickly halted, preventing his soul from being dragged out again. Do you think you are the only one capable of inflicting harm? Raising his right hand, a circular energy disk began to coalesce, spinning incessantly. With a swift motion, Krillin unleashed the energy slash, but Isby, in a frantic attempt, swung his scythe, only to have it cleaved in two by the energy attack. The energy slash surged toward him unabated, causing Espy to leap aside in fear. Seeing the energy slash so effortlessly sever Espy's scythe filled Krillin with elation. He immediately deduced that if it could cut through the scythe, it could likewise sever the chains. Thus, Krillin conjured a minuscule energy orb, imparting it with rotation and compression. A miniature energy slash materialized in his grasp, and without hesitation, he sliced through a segment of the chain around his neck. Ha ha ha! Now I can truly contend with you. Espy was taken aback. Not long ago, he had cradled the chains, expressing a desire to be guided by them. Cunning human. How insufferable. With that, Espy decisively retreated. Krillin furrowed his brow. He sensed not even a trace of death energy from his opponent. The enigmatic shadow bore no semblance to a living being, departing as mysteriously as it had arrived. Uncertain of its origins or destination, it vanished in an instant. Krillin. The voice of the king echoed suddenly in Klin's mind, startling him. Krillin, you have been locked on. The king spoke with fervor, leaving Krillin somewhat bewildered. Forget about the elder of Namek. I will handle that matter. You must assist Goku and the others. It was then that Krillin realized Son Goku had already arrived on the battlefield, while Frieza had completed his final transformation. Chapter 55, The Terrifying Frieza. Frieza stood upon the ground, surrounded by debris, his form now grimy and disheveled. His current state was indebted to the hovering Piccolo. What is happening? Frieza mused, irked. Powerful foes keep appearing one after another. And Vegeta, since his visit to Earth, not only has he betrayed me, but also grown immensely stronger. At that moment, Frieza's mood soured significantly. He had deigned to come to this planet in search of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes, yet in the end his desires remained unfulfilled, and his minions had perished. Frieza exhaled, striving to regain his composure. If Kula were to see him in such a disheveled state, he would undoubtedly be subjected to ridicule. Piccolo did not rush into action. He had yet to ascertain Frieza's true capabilities and thus resolved to bide his time. Thus, Frieza refrained from making a move, while Piccolo merely fixed his gaze upon him. Observing his demeanor, it appeared he had reserves of strength left. Could he possibly transform once more? If that were the case, I must exercise caution. Piccolo pondered, hoping to devise a strategy. He had not forgotten the words of King Kai. Although he had briefly believed that his newfound power could vanquish Frieza, it now seemed evident that Frieza harbored even greater strength in reserve. Before Piccolo could contemplate further, Frieza suddenly launched an attack. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, and his body moved with an ethereal lightness, his cape billowing behind him. Frieza's face contorted with malice as he unleashed a flurry of punches at Piccolo, yet each blow met only the fabric of his cape. Frieza's fist struck nothing but air, his vision consumed by the white of Piccolo's cloak. Gritting his teeth, Frieza released a wave of energy, shredding the cape to tatters. Alas! Frieza's eyes widened in surprise as Piccolo had vanished. What a pity! I rather fancied that cape. Piccolo's voice echoed from behind Frieza, calmly inquiring. Are you not yet prepared to reveal your true power? Do you not perceive the vast chasm that lies between us? Upon hearing this, Frieza's fury ignited, and he turned to charge at Piccolo. Unhurriedly, Piccolo removed his hat and hurled it towards the rapidly approaching Frieza. Frieza swatted it away, his speed undiminished, but suddenly, his expression shifted, and he retreated in alarm. Noticing Frieza's startled state, Piccolo smiled faintly and pursued him. Frieza's demeanor darkened as he extended his hands, unleashing hundreds of energy blasts towards Piccolo. Piccolo, not daring to be complacent, swiftly deflected the incoming blasts, engulfed momentarily by the smoke. Frieza, begrudgingly aware that the weight of Piccolo's discarded hat was not trivial, realized he had been toyed with. Piccolo had not exerted his full strength. With a resounding pop, hundreds of energy blasts erupted from the smoke, forcing Frieza to defend himself. Such attacks were mere trifles to him. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Piccolo had inexplicably vanished. Frieza gritted his teeth and turned his head, only to find Piccolo grinning as he grasped Frieza's tail. If one were to employ such tactics against Goku, it might prove insufficient, but against someone like you, it is perfectly adequate. Frieza prepared to retaliate, but Piccolo moved with swiftness, gripping Frieza's tail and soaring towards the ground. Frieza was yanked down by his tail, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, creating a substantial crater. Curse be you! I shall not let you escape my wrath. Piccolo, unfazed by Frieza's furious declarations, merely smiled, saying, It's not over yet. Do not be hasty. With that, He lifted Frisia's massive form and hurled him down once more, the speed and suddenness leaving Frisia utterly unprepared. Frisia's form was relentlessly hurled by Piccolo, crashing into the ground with a series of resounding thuds. Each impact transformed the surrounding terrain into a myriad of small craters. Piccolo's movements were swift and precise, leaving Frisia unable to escape this torment. Although Piccolo held the upper hand, he grew increasingly wary of Frisia. Nearby, Vegeta lay in astonishment, bewildered by Piccolo's sudden surge in strength. Anger welled within him as he realized that Goku must have wished for Piccolo's revival. He could sense Goku approaching, his energy rivaling Vegeta's own. Though confident that he could surpass everyone once healed, Vegeta found himself unable even to retrieve a sense of being from his attire. Silently, he attuned himself to the energies of Piccolo and Frisia, their powers intertwining in stark contrast. The sounds of battle and the energies at play painted a vivid picture in his mind. An utterly one-sided affair, with an Namekian toying with Frisia, yet something felt amiss. Frisia's energy remained undiminished. Realization struck Vegeta with fury. That damned bald fool should have perished by now, yet he had not yet arrived. He hoped fervently for Kakarot's swift arrival, for if Frisia were to conquer the Namekian, Vegeta would be the first to meet his demise. Cursing under his breath, he recalled Frisia's voice and the energies of the two combatants, envisioning Frisia, suspended by his tail, being mercilessly battered. A sigh of relief escaped Vegeta. Perhaps this would buy enough time for Kakarot to arrive. Damn it, what was that little bald fool up to? Reflecting on his encounters with Krillin on Namek, Vegeta realized he had been manipulated at every turn. Suddenly, he noticed the energies of the two warriors diverging. What was the Namekian scheming? Was he attempting to elevate Frisia to a more formidable form to showcase his own strength? It was no wonder Vegeta struggled to maintain his composure. Even a usually collected Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Holding Frisia's severed tail, Piccolo was astonished that Frisia would resort to severing his own appendage to escape. With a powerful shout, Frisia broke free, sending himself crashing into a mountain, which crumbled under the force of his impact. Piccolo's heart sank as he realized the dire situation. However, Frisia's overwhelming energy soon shattered the debris, sending rocks soaring into the air. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly, and a figure reappeared before Piccolo. Vegeta silently cursed his misfortune. He could already sense the formidable aura. Frisia's energy had doubled. Chapter 56, Piccolo's Awakening. The footsteps were distinctly audible, and beads of sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as the pressure emanating from Frisia weighed heavily upon him. As the dust settled, Frisia's form became visible. After his second transformation, Frisia had shrunk in stature, unlike his towering second form. Although he had become smaller, his energy had grown even more potent. Piccolo had long since matured beyond the notion that size equated to strength. He could discern an opponent's power through their aura. Thus, confronted with Frisia in his current state, Piccolo furrowed his brow, sensing that Frisia's energy surpassed his own. Nonetheless, he did not believe that he was entirely without the strength to engage in battle with Frisia. The disparity between them had yet to reach a point where combat was futile, and Piccolo was resolute that he could defeat his present adversary. Piccolo assumed a fighting stance, his gaze fixed intently on the advancing Frisia, striving to reveal no weaknesses. "Are you afraid?" Frisia inquired with a smile, standing before Piccolo. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, and he pressed his feet into the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack as he attempted to retreat from Frisia. Frisia pursued him, grinning. "Are you leaving so soon? I still have some pent-up energy to unleash." With that, he reached out to grasp Piccolo, who swiftly caught Frisia's approaching hand with his left while positioning his right hand against Frisia's abdomen. A powerful energy wave struck Frisia's midsection, halting his movements. Subsequently, Piccolo turned and hurled Frisia to the ground. "I truly cannot underestimate you." Frisia sneered as he gazed at Piccolo. Startled, Piccolo was about to release his grip on Frisia when Frisia seized his hand instead. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo found himself slammed to the ground. Cracks appeared beneath him as Frisia hovered above, maintaining his grip on Piccolo's left hand. "You pitiful insect dare to resist me, the Emperor of the Universe?" Frisia taunted, and his fist descended upon Piccolo's face, leaving a bruise in its wake. Piccolo raised his left hand to retaliate, but Frisia pressed down with one foot on Piccolo's left hand, causing him excruciating pain as if his hand might shatter. With a sinister grin, Frisia's knee pressed into Piccolo's abdomen, and Piccolo gasped in agony. He Frieza continued to rain blows upon Piccolo's head with his right fist, his smile growing increasingly cruel and terrifying. Huh! Piccolo unleashed an energy wave from his mouth, compelling Frieza to stagger backward slightly. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was off balance, Piccolo extended his right arm, prompting Frieza to relinquish his hold on Piccolo's right hand. Frieza's body lost its balance and staggered to the right. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo unleashed a beam of energy from his eyes, striking Frieza's shoulder and forcing his body away from Piccolo, who then hastily retreated from Frieza's proximity. Vegeta was filled with concern, realizing he was still unable to move. If Piccolo faltered, his own fate would be sealed. At that moment, Frieza held an undeniable advantage. Breathing heavily, Piccolo gazed at Frieza and remarked, "You possess an even greater power, don't you?" His eyes fixated on Frieza, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Frieza smirked and replied, "Indeed, I possess a more formidable strength, but it is unnecessary to deploy it against you." A knot tightened in Piccolo's chest as he discerned the truth behind Frieza's words. Frieza indeed had the potential for a more advanced transformation, although Frieza's current power was already formidable. Surpassing Piccolo's, the Namekian warrior did not yet concede defeat. However, if Frieza were to unveil an even greater force, victory would be beyond Piccolo's reach. Goku was on his way, but if he only wielded his current level of strength, together they would still be unable to overcome Frieza. Feeling Goku's energy, Piccolo began to contemplate his options. "How about this?" Frieza proposed whimsically. "I offer you a chance to become my subordinate." After having just thoroughly defeated Vegeta, Gohan, and Piccolo, Frieza's energy had diminished significantly. Now, he had concocted a rather amusing game that he wished to play. "Simply destroy this desolate, wretched planet, and you shall be my second-in-command in the Frieza army. Second only to me, of course. Naturally, should you refuse, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." Piccolo, seeking to buy time, replied, "So if I obliterate this planet now, you will not only spare my life, but elevate me to the rank of your deputy in the Frieza army?" Frieza nodded with a sinister grin. "Precisely. Just unleash a powerful energy wave towards the planet's core. It's a simple task. Wouldn't you agree?" A chill ran through Piccolo, yet his expression remained unchanged. Destroying planet Namek in such a manner would also mean his own demise in the ensuing explosion. He thought to himself, "It appears Frieza can indeed survive in the cosmos. This complicates matters." With this newfound understanding, Piccolo increasingly recognized the terrifying nature of his adversary. "I need to deliberate," Piccolo stated. Frieza watched Piccolo's hesitation with a gleeful smile, never once contemplating the possibility of sparing him. He had no need for powerful subordinates. His own strength was sufficient. "King Kai! King Kai!" Piccolo silently called out in his mind, attempting to reach out to North Kai. The King of Worlds had been closely observing the fierce clash between Piccolo and Frieza, and he immediately sensed Piccolo's call. "I have warned you countless times against engaging Frieza in battle, yet you vowed with unwavering confidence. Yet, upon arriving on Namek, you sought out Frieza for a fight. Now, you comprehend the extent of Frieza's might." The king exclaimed in exasperation. Piccolo, lacking the time to indulge the king's grievances, hastily communicated in his mind, "Please, notify the Earth-S Guardian to gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron. When I deem it impossible to overcome Frieza, I wish for us to be transported to Earth." Upon hearing this, the king responded joyfully, "Excellent. I shall promptly instruct the Guardian on Earth to grant your wish for transportation. It is long overdue." Piccolo, in a state of urgency, thought, "Wait, now is not the time." The king, filled with ire, retorted, "There is no chance of victory against Frieza. The wisest decision is to utilize the Dragon Balls to relocate you all to Earth. I too can sense Frieza's overwhelming strength. However, allow me a moment to strive for the salvation of my homeland. Though I have never dwelled here, I still wish to make an effort to save it." After a brief moment of silence, the king acquiesced. "Very well, but when I believe all hope is lost, I shall inform the Guardian of Earth." Upon hearing this, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Son Goku. Are you merely stalling for time?" Frieza discerned this tactic, yet he remained unfazed. In this world, no one possessed greater power than he. Annihilating Planet Vegeta was but a trivial task. "Enough! I'm beginning to grow weary of this. You may as well perish." With that, he extended his right index finger and unleashed a laser beam. Piccolo swiftly evaded while hurling an energy sphere at Frieza, who effortlessly deflected it with a raised hand. Frieza continued to bombard Piccolo with energy waves emitted from his finger, forcing Piccolo to dodge incessantly. If your attacks are of such a feeble caliber, even if I stood still, you would be unable to harm me, Frieza mocked, continued flitting about like a mere insect. Rest assured, I shall soon crush you. Piccolo clicked his tongue in annoyance and retorted, Then why don't you stand still and allow me to strike you? Oh, certainly. Frieza readily agreed, ceasing his onslaught. Piccolo, taken aback, quickly distanced himself from Frieza. Unexpectedly, Frieza placed his hand behind his back, observing Piccolo with a leisurely demeanor. Aren't you going to attack? Upon hearing this, Piccolo surged towards Frieza at full speed. As he closed in, he aimed a kick at Frieza's head, but Frieza merely tilted his head aside, causing Piccolo's attack to miss entirely. Angrily, Piccolo exclaimed, Didn't you say you would stand still? Frieza replied nonchalantly, My feet have indeed remained stationary. While Frieza spoke, Piccolo launched another offensive, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Frieza. However, each of Piccolo's strikes was deftly evaded by Frieza. Damn it! Piccolo clasped his hands together, thrusting them before Frieza's face as he bellowed, Demon Flash. A resounding crash echoed as he fell to the ground, the sound unmistakably clear. It was Piccolo. Could it be that the wretched fiend was on the verge of defeat? Vegeta could distinctly sense the diminishing energy emanating from Piccolo, while Frieza appeared utterly unfazed. Oh, how regrettable. You startled me just now. I had no intention of striking you. As compensation, I shall remain completely still for you to hit me. How does that sound? Frieza grinned maliciously at the fallen Piccolo. Rest assured, this time I shall not move, nor will my body. Piccolo's right hand grazed his abdomen. Remembering how Frieza had unexpectedly landed a punch there, just as he was about to unleash the Demon Flash. Since you have said as much, I shall return the favor with this technique, he declared, placing his fingertip against his forehead, gathering energy. As the energy intensified, arcs of electricity began to dance around his fingertip, manifesting his unique skill, the Demon Cannon. Crackling sounds filled the air as Piccolo's fingertip crackled with energy. Ah, I see. Frieza mused to himself. Such a technique can unleash power beyond one's own combat abilities. Is that it? While gathering energy, Piccolo kept his keen eyes fixed on Frieza, wary of any potential treachery. Are you truly willing to await the completion of my technique and take it head-on? Piccolo shouted at Frieza. If so, do not attempt to evade. Frieza nodded, addressing Piccolo. I can certainly agree to that, but your skill is ready, is it not? Piccolo's brow furrowed. Sensing danger. Has he discovered my intention? Sigh. Frieza sighed. It was the same before, and it remains so now. Are you merely stalling for time? Do you have companions waiting for you? If you are delaying for their sake, I can only assume their prowess is on par with yours. Am I correct? How peculiar that this planet continually births formidable warriors. Of course, I shan't concern myself with how strong you are. You will not surpass me, right? Piccolo's eyes widened as Frieza suddenly vanished. He immediately sensed Frieza's energy materializing behind him. Exhausted from his previous exertions, he had unwittingly allowed Frieza to slip behind him. Should I offer you another chance? Frieza taunted. Giving you an opportunity is futile. Quickly, Piccolo spun around, intending to unleash the Demon Cannon at close range. Yet, Frieza was swifter still, extending his right hand to unleash an energy wave that pierced through Piccolo's chest. Damn it, you bastard. Quickly, Piccolo unleashed his special beam cannon. Yet his attack veered off course as he succumbed to his own fall, failing to strike Frieza. Internally, Piccolo chastised himself for being overly careless. Although he could not triumph in a direct confrontation, he could have at least prolonged the battle. Instead, he had relinquished the chance to engage Frieza head-on, leading to a loss of spirit and a defeat before the fight had even commenced. Ah, there is no need for haste. Your companions will soon come to your aid, Frieza remarked, raising his right hand towards the fallen Piccolo. A sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, aimed directly at Piccolo, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Frieza! A voice thundered, calling out the tyrant's name, causing Frieza to momentarily halt. There stood Goku, his body enveloped in a fiery red aura, charging furiously towards Frieza. A familiar visage from a distant past. With a mighty punch, Goku struck Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into a rocky mountain. Gasping for breath, Goku turned to Piccolo. I'm glad I made it in time. You can still move, right? Struggling to rise, Piccolo managed a strained smile as he replied, Barely, but I may not be of much help in the ensuing battle. If you cannot defeat Frieza, I will have the Namekian Den wish us back to Earth. If that happens, it could mean... Goku nodded, comprehending Piccolo's implication. If they could not vanquish Frieza here and retreated to Earth, Frieza would likely follow, potentially bringing ruin to their home. Goku steeled himself, determined to defeat Frieza on planet Namek. It seems my presence here might only hinder you. I should take my leave. Piccolo decided. Gohan lay unconscious. Yet Piccolo could sense his faint energy. He was not yet lost, but prolonged neglect would be perilous. Don't worry. Goku reassured him with a smile. Someone will come to heal you soon. Piccolo recalled Dend, the Namekian healer, sensing his energy approaching, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then I shall depart, Piccolo declared, ascending towards Gohan's location. Suddenly, an energy blast shot towards him. Goku swiftly moved in front of Piccolo, deflecting the attack, allowing Piccolo to leave without concern. As Piccolo soared toward Dend, he spotted the lifeless form of Vegeta, still sensing his energy. Initially contemplating to eliminate Vegeta, he reconsidered in light of the unfathomable threat posed by Frieza, ultimately deciding to spare him. Once Dend arrived and they were all healed, they could join Goku in confronting Frieza. Thus, Piccolo hoisted Vegeta and flew towards Gohan's position. With a resounding crash, Piccolo knew that Goku had engaged Frieza in battle. Chapter 58, Frieza's Unease. Oh, it's you. Frieza appeared before Goku, who immediately adopted a defensive stance, every pore on his body tightening in anticipation. He dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. 10 times his power might not suffice. Thus, he resolved to increase it to 20 times. Instantly, Goku elevated his Kaioken to 20 times its normal intensity, the overwhelming surge causing him to grimace in pain. Observing this, Frieza chuckled. It seems your physical condition is not as robust as one might expect. You were severely beaten by me earlier, and yet you have recovered so swiftly. Ah, I see you have resorted to the Dragon Balls. Such a waste. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at Goku. Goku deftly evaded the blow and countered with a kick. Frieza raised his arm to deflect the kick, the clash of their energies generating a fierce gust of wind. Frieza attempted to seize Goku's leg, but Goku swiftly withdrew it, unleashing a ki blast with his left hand. Frieza chose not to evade, absorbing the attack without flinching. Damn, insolent monkey. It was evident that Frieza's reception of the blast was not as effortless as before. He had indeed felt the sting of pain. Goku retaliated with a right hook aimed at Frieza's face, while his left leg subtly shifted, preparing for another strike. Yet, Frieza was no simple adversary. He swept his left arm to deflect Goku's punch. Just as Goku's right leg was about to strike, Frieza crashed into him with a fierce headbutt. Staggered by the impact, Goku found himself vulnerable as Frieza seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. The strikes fell like torrential rain, and Goku, realizing the peril he was in, struggled to escape Frieza's onslaught. Frieza laughed maniacally. Though it appears your battle prowess has improved, you will never be a match for me. Frieza the Great. Meanwhile, Piccolo, carrying Vegeta, had just reached the location of Gohan, atop a rocky hillside. With little time to gently set Vegeta down, Piccolo turned his gaze toward the battlefield. His keen eyesight allowed him to observe the fierce clash between the two warriors. Noticing Goku in a precarious situation, Piccolo furrowed his brow. Goku's aura should have surpassed Frieza's. How could the battle be so lopsided? Was it the side effects of the Kaioken? Piccolo was well aware of the Kaioken technique, yet due to its considerable difficulty and the desire to enhance their combat capabilities within a limited time frame, he and Tien had refrained from mastering it. Watching Goku endure relentless blows, Piccolo felt a strong urge to assist, but his body was burdened and battered. Frieza had pierced him, nearly inflicting a fatal wound. Even if he attempted to intervene now, he would only serve as a liability. Exhausted, Piccolo sank heavily to the ground, sweat pouring from him. Observing the dire circumstances, he muttered to himself, if only I had some Senzu beans hearing this. Vegeta, who had been furious at being carelessly discarded by Piccolo, swallowed his retort. Vegeta pondered, I never anticipated that Kakarot would grow stronger yet again. But how did he achieve this recovery? Did he utilize a wish from the Eternal Dragon? Damn it, that immortality was rightfully mine. Once I consume the Senzu bean and restore my body, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan. At that point, no one will be my adversary. I merely need to move, just a slight motion will suffice. Meanwhile, Goku was relentlessly enduring blows, causing great concern for King Kai, who was observing from North Kai's planet. King Kai muttered to himself, it seems utterly hopeless. Perhaps I should wish for the dragon to transport them back to Earth right now. Piccolo, I fear there may be no way out. Even Goku cannot contend with Frieza. Piccolo quickly communicated in his mind to King Kai. No, it is not yet time to despair. We must summon a Namekian to heal us. King Kai immediately recognized that it was the Namekian child who was meant to heal Goku. Undoubtedly, Den possessed the innate abilities of the Dragon Clan. This sparked a flicker of hope in King Kai, prompting him to continue observing before making a decision. By the way, what about that peculiar fellow named Krillin? King Kai had long harbored questions for Krillin, as he was not easily deceived like Goku. He could not believe that Krillin had inadvertently created an improved version of the King Kai fist. If that were true, it would be quite embarrassing for him. I should check on him. The Grand Elder of Namek has passed on, so he should be on his way. Thus, King Kai assessed Krillin's situation, hoping to find a glimmer of new hope. To his astonishment, the scene before him was shocking. The situation over there was far more dire than Frieza's antics. It appeared that beings from the afterlife had manifested near Krillin. As Goku continued to withstand Frieza's assault, he soon found himself battered and bruised. Frieza grew increasingly exhilarated. Laughing maniacally, I haven't encountered such a delightful punching bag in ages, haha. Frieza had never relished combat, as others were simply too weak. Now, as he relentlessly pummeled Goku, he experienced a strange thrill. When was the last time he felt this exhilarated? It was during his childhood when he bested Kula. Haha, that arrogant fool was utterly defenseless against me. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Frieza's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, staring incredulously at Goku, who was now a mass of wounds and drenched in blood. Frieza felt an unsettling unease as he noticed Goku was smiling. That expression reminded Frieza of images from over 20 years ago, memories he had once dismissed. Now, those images were becoming alarmingly vivid, causing Frieza considerable agitation. Chapter 59, Frieza's Final Form. Ha ha ha, now everything will go according to plan. Though son Wukong bore numerous wounds, he now wore a joyful smile. Frieza, seething with rage, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Surely, from our recent battle, you must comprehend that you are no match for me. Is that so? I would beg to differ, ha ha." Son Wukong had significantly diminished the pain inflicted by 20 times the gravity of King Kai's realm through enduring Frieza's onslaught. He could now move his body with ease, which meant he was not necessarily at a disadvantage against Frieza. Understanding son Wukong's intentions, Piccolo's heart, though still composed, relaxed slightly. The two combatants resumed their fierce duel, each matching the other blow for blow. Observing their clash, Piccolo mused, "This is not a battle I cannot intervene in, yet alas. Even rising to my feet is a challenge at present." Seizing an opportunity, son Wukong delivered a powerful punch that bypassed Frieza's defenses, striking him in the abdomen. Ugh! Frieza cried out, the force of the blow momentarily stunning him. With this opening, son Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Frieza, however, was not one to be easily subdued and quickly regained his composure to retaliate. Son Wukong maintained his calm, continuing his aggressive rhythm. As they exchanged blows, they collided with rocky outcrops, causing them to crumble. I must draw Frieza away from Gohan and the others. Son Wukong skillfully maneuvered their battle away from Piccolo and the others, and Frieza, unaware of his intentions, unwittingly facilitated son Wukong's scheme. Damn it! Why is this wretched foe so difficult to contend with? Frieza's fury escalated as son Wukong demonstrated superiority in power, inciting Frieza's ire. Although Frieza had yet to unleash his true strength, being pressed by son Wukong, even in his third form, was infuriating. "You insolent fool, I am truly enraged." Despite his efforts, Frieza found it impossible to gain the upper hand against son Wukong. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate form to vanquish his opponent. Cursed be it, this pestering onslaught is relentless, and I cannot find a moment to extricate myself. Frieza realized he was thoroughly ensnared in son Wukong's rhythm, unable to create the distance necessary for transformation. In simpler terms, Frieza was now being thoroughly outmatched by son Wukong. Although Frieza managed to block all of son Wukong's attacks, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Frieza relaxed his stance, allowing son Wukong to land a punch that sent him flying away. As soon as he had created some distance from son Wukong, Frieza sped away, intent on escaping. Son Wukong quickly grasped Frieza's intentions, mistaking his retreat for a mere ploy to buy time, and promptly gave chase. The 20-fold Kaioken of son Wukong cannot be sustained for an extended duration. Should he fail to vanquish Frieza within a limited time frame, he would inevitably succumb to the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken without Frieza even needing to intervene. Observing Sun Wukong's approach, Frieza nonchalantly unleashed energy waves towards him. Sun Wukong, undeterred, charged forward, though his speed had noticeably diminished, preventing him from closing the gap with Frieza. The latter executed a mid-air flip, stabilizing his form. "You foolish monkey, do you believe this is my ultimate form?" Frieza bellowed, emanating a formidable aura. As his energy intensified, a powerful gale radiated outward from him, halting Sun Wukong in his tracks. Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. Frieza's power was continuously escalating. Frieza's appearance began to transform. His head rounded, and his horns vanished. His skin took on a striking white and purple hue, far from the grotesque visage he previously bore. Although Frieza now appeared more aesthetically pleasing, Sun Wukong found himself preferring Frieza's former, hideous form. Under different circumstances, he would relish the opportunity to confront such a formidable opponent. But now was different. If he failed to defeat Frieza, all would perish. He cannot afford to retreat. Suspended in midair, Frieza seemed to revel in his superiority. Sun Wukong hesitated to strike, wary of exposing any vulnerabilities. "Roar! In this form, I need not exert myself to easily conquer you. You Earthlings should possess the ability to gauge strength without a power scanner. You must sense my overwhelming power," Frieza taunted, looking down on Sun Wukong with a mocking laugh. "Let me inform you of a little secret. This is not even my full strength. On top of this, I can unleash an even greater power." Ha ha ha. With that, Frieza extended his hand, directing a crimson laser towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, his pores tightening as his body instinctively reacted, narrowly evading the onslaught. Though he escaped Frieza's attack, he was left astonished by the sheer speed of it. Even Piccolo, observing from a distance, was taken aback by Frieza's casual yet lethal strike. He had not even registered the threat in time. Piccolo pondered whether he could have evaded such an attack. After meticulous calculations, he concluded that he would have stood no chance. A direct hit could have pierced his heart, resulting in his immediate demise. Had he confronted Frieza in his ultimate form, even with all his might, he would have lasted mere moments. Perhaps he would have met his end before Sun Wukong could arrive. With his keen hearing, Piccolo was further astounded by Frieza's revelation. The notion that this was not even Frieza's full power was unfathomable. Damn it, just how strong could that fiend be when he unleashes his full might? Can we truly triumph over such a monster? In a state of self-doubt, Piccolo pondered whether Sun Wukong could truly continue to battle against Frieza. Even if the three of them were to recover, would they be able to assist? At this moment, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. His body had finally regained some mobility, and with a little more effort, he could reach the Senzu Beans. If Sun Wukong failed to withstand Frieza's onslaught now, it would spell disaster for him. Vegeta thought to himself, "Kakarot, you must hold on. Once I am healed, I can unleash my full potential and become the legendary Super Saiyan. Then I shall avenge the planet Vegeta by vanquishing that scoundrel Frieza." Chapter 60. Krillin to the rescue. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza. The sheer terror emanating from Frieza was overwhelming, and Sun Wukong felt utterly incapable of engaging in combat. Wait, that Krillin's energy. Is he also fighting? Damn it, I can't sense the energy of Krillin's opponent. Sun Wukong believed that with Krillin's assistance, they might still have a chance against Frieza. However, at this moment, he could not confront Frieza alone. Wait, Krillin? Yes. I recall Krillin mentioning that the limit of the Kaioken technique should be 40 times. Perhaps I could give it a try. Observing Sun Wukong's fluctuating expression, Frieza assumed he was merely frightened and chuckled. Are you afraid? With that, he shot another red laser towards Sun Wukong. Drawing from his previous experience, Sun Wukong evaded once more. 30 times Kaioken. Sun Wukong unleashed the 30 times Kaioken, the intense pain contorting his face. Such an extreme exertion was still too taxing for him. His body struggled to withstand the intense burden. You've employed some skill to boost your battle power in a short span. Haven to you? I see now, haha. Frieza laughed heartily at Sun Wukong's painful expression. Piccolo watched Sun Wukong with a serious demeanor. While Sun Wukong's battle power had surged dramatically, his energy still paled in comparison to Frieza's. Moreover, the strain of the Kaioken left Sun Wukong with little chance of victory against Frieza. If Frieza's words were not mere bravado, he possessed an even greater power yet to be revealed. Piccolo began to contemplate surrender. After all, If they all perished, hope would be lost. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted as he charged at Frisia, who leisurely evaded his attack. In stark contrast to Frisia's nonchalant demeanor, Sun Wukong's features were tightly contorted in pain, leaving him no respite. His mind was clouded. He could only focus on attacking with all his might. At this rate, he would soon reach his limits. Frisia, seemingly amused, did not rush to attack Sun Wukong, merely evading his every move. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, his body enveloped in a crimson aura, as he extended his arms and unleashed hundreds of energy blasts in all directions. Frisia, underestimating the threat, did not evade, believing he would remain unharmed. However, the energy blast struck him, causing him to stagger, while some blasts impacted the ground and mountains, creating deep craters. Frisia, feeling a surge of anger, pointed a finger and fired a red laser. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out in pain as the beam pierced through his right shoulder. Just as Frisia began to smirk, Sun Wukong swiftly closed the distance, pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to Frisia's head. The force sent Frisia hurtling back, and without regard for the wound on his shoulder, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. The onslaught was so dense that Frisia, regaining his balance, retaliated with an energy blast of his own. The blast struck Sun Wukong, sending him crashing to the ground and creating yet another crater, enveloping him in dust and debris. In the next moment, he emerged from the haze, charging towards Frisia. A heavy blow from Frisia sent Sun Wukong crashing back to the earth, creating yet another deep pit. Undeterred by the dust obscuring his vision, Frisia targeted Sun Wukong with another energy blast. Piccolo, witnessing the chaos, resolved to teleport everyone to safety when a youthful voice interrupted. "You must be the Namekian from Earth." Piccolo turned, realizing too late that Dandy had arrived amidst his focus on the battle between Sun Wukong and Frisia. "Please, help us heal our wounds quickly. Sun Wukong can't hold on much longer," Piccolo urged. Seizing the opportunity, he wished to try once more. Dandy rushed forward to heal Piccolo, noticing Sun Wukong had already been down by Frisia. Dandy's power rivaled that of Earth's deities, placing his hands on Piccolo. He swiftly restored him to full strength. "Please revive them all. I must hurry to assist Sun Wukong." With that, Piccolo dashed towards Frisia, unaware of the impending attack. Frisia was caught off guard as Piccolo collided forcefully with his back. Yet, Frisia's strength was overwhelming. He swiftly regained his balance. "Namekians truly are remarkable. Wait, you have fully recovered," Frisia exclaimed, acknowledging the peculiar abilities of the Namekians. Piccolo sensed Sun Wukong's lingering life force, which brought him a measure of relief. Frisia, noticing Piccolo's gaze, raised his hand to launch an energy blast towards Sun Wukong. Alarmed, Piccolo rushed forward to save him, but Frisia swiftly positioned himself to block Piccolo's path. Just as the energy blast was about to strike Sun Wukong, Gohan appeared and punched the blast away. "Oh, even that little brat has recovered? It seems your Namekian abilities are truly extraordinary. Very well, if you can conjure the Dragon Balls, I shall grant you the opportunity to join my Frisia force," Frisia declared. Piccolo chuckled. "I possess no peculiar abilities. My only expertise lies in combat." With that, he assumed a battle stance, his gaze fixed intently on Frisia, fully prepared for an impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Gohan soared into the scene, hovering beside Frisia. Piccolo sensed a significant increase in Gohan's battle power, which filled him with immense satisfaction. "You two inexplicably recovered from your injuries, and it is neither the power of the Dragon Balls nor your own abilities. What could it possibly be?" Piccolo inquired, directing his gaze toward Gohan. Noticing Piccolo's look, Gohan received his unspoken message and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving this response, Piccolo immediately launched an assault on Frisia, striking with a knife hand attack. Frisia gracefully ascended, evading Piccolo's strike. Just as Frisia was about to taunt him, he heard a shout, "Demon Flash!" A wave of energy struck him in the back, momentarily halting his movement. Without hesitation, Piccolo advanced and delivered a kick directly to Frisia's abdomen. Gohan also closed in, aiming a punch at the back of Frisia's head. Frisia gritted his teeth, swinging his tail to send Gohan flying. In a swift turn, he kicked Piccolo in the head, sending him tumbling backward while unleashing two energy waves that struck both Gohan and Piccolo. Gohan was slammed to the ground, and Piccolo fared little better. Breathing heavily, Piccolo thought despairingly, "Is there truly no way out? It seems I must concede." Frisia, with a smirk, remarked, "Enough of this. You are simply too dull. I shall dispose of you directly." As he raised his hand to eliminate Piccolo, A wave of panic surged through Piccolo as he attempted to contact King Kai. But to no avail. What is happening? He lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Just then, a flash of red light appeared, and Frieza was kicked away. The energy was both familiar and powerfully strange. Upon closer inspection, Piccolo realized the newcomer was none other than Krillin. Chapter 61. The Super Saiyan Creation Plan. Initially steeped in despair, Piccolo had not anticipated that Frieza's final form could wield such immense strength without fully unleashing its power. His and Gohan's combined efforts had barely lasted against Frieza, who now seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Just as Piccolo resolved to abandon his quest to save Namek, Krillin made his entrance. Like a warrior descended from the heavens, he effortlessly sent Frieza flying. This rekindled a flicker of hope within Piccolo. He was determined to save his homeland and his people. Frieza, having been kicked away once more, seethed with fury. Why does everyone insist on making such grand entrances? Is it truly so impressive to kick me? He thought, incredulous. Frieza glared at Krillin, deciding that he would enjoy toying with him before ultimately eliminating him. As Krillin turned to face Piccolo, he remarked, "Leave the next part to me. You should check on Goku and lunch." Piccolo, upon hearing this, looked at Krillin and replied, "You alone are certainly no match for Frieza. With the god of destruction resurrected, we can handle this together." Krillin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am well aware of the situation. It is not yet time to resort to such measures. I will manage it appropriately." Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. He could sense Krillin's formidable strength. At that moment, Krillin's energy was significantly greater than Frieza's. Yet Piccolo believed Frieza still harbored even greater power yet to be unleashed. While Krillin and Piccolo conversed, Frieza hovered nearby, watching intently. "You need not rush your conversation. After all, once you are in hell, there will be ample time." With that, Frieza launched an attack. Piccolo quickly warned, "Be careful." Krillin, unfazed, allowed Frieza's punch to strike him. What? Frieza's entire body passed through Krillin's form, his eyes widening in confusion. It was an afterimage technique. Piccolo was astounded. He had completely missed the moment Krillin executed this skill. Where was Krillin now? Suddenly, they heard Krillin's voice resounding from above Frieza, calling out, "Frieza!" Frieza looked up to see Krillin facing him, his hands at his waist, gathering a blue energy sphere. Huh! Krillin seized the opportunity, unleashing the Kamehameha wave without giving Frieza a moment to react. The energy wave collided forcefully with Frieza's face, and he felt an immense impact, sending his body flying. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was propelled into the ground, creating a deep crater. Krillin gestured to Piccolo and soared above the new crater. At this point, Frieza was engulfed in the dust raised by the impact, rendering him invisible to the naked eye. However, Krillin could sense Frieza's position through his energy perception. Piccolo marveled. "I never imagined Krillin could become this powerful. I thought I would be of use after my resurrection. If it weren't for the assimilation, I wouldn't be able to participate in such a battle at all." Seeing Piccolo remain still, Krillin waved his hand again. Piccolo, understanding the urgency, hurried to lift Gohan and Goku, flying them towards Dandy. Krillin glanced at the crater. Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, which was why he had managed to catch Frieza off guard earlier. With a determined shout, Krillin raised his right hand high, forming a rapidly spinning energy disc. His signature technique, the Kienzan. "Damn you, you bastard!" Frieza roared as he emerged from the crater, intent on settling the score with Krillin. Upon seeing Frieza ascend, Krillin immediately released the Kienzan, directing it towards Frieza. Initially, Frieza dismissed the attack, continuing his advance toward Krillin. He intended to withstand Krillin's energy sphere slash and then proceed to overpower him, seeking to vent his frustrations. Suddenly, Frieza inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His expression shifted drastically, and unease settled in his heart, prompting him to soar into the air to evade. The energy sphere slash failed to strike its intended target and continued on its original trajectory. Upon colliding with a colossal rock mountain, it sliced through it smoothly before gradually dissipating. Observing the immaculate cut on the rock, Frieza immediately grasped the brilliance of Krillin's technique, leaving him astounded. Krillin, witnessing his skill miss its mark, felt a twinge of regret. In the next moment, his eyes widened as he realized Frieza had vanished from his previous location. Sensing Frieza's energy behind him, Krillin hastily ascended, but Frieza had already seized his right foot. With a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Frieza forcefully hurled Krillin towards the ground, his body offering no resistance, akin to casting down a weighty object. The impact nearly shattered Krillin's bones, flooding his body with pain. Frieza, his fists clenched and arms extended towards Krillin, lunged forward, intent on delivering a devastating blow. Witnessing Frieza's renewed assault, Krillin furrowed his brow in frustration. Damn it. It seems the 20-fold Kaioken is utterly insufficient. In that case, I'll escalate to 30-fold. At this moment, he was already utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken. Yet he still couldn't match Frieza's speed. With a surge of power, Krillin unleashed the 30-fold Kaioken, enveloping himself in a deep crimson aura that scorched the ground beneath him. Frieza closed in rapidly, but Krillin swiftly pivoted and delivered a clean kick to Frieza's face, sending him hurtling away. Frieza winced in pain, his body propelled backward. Faced with Krillin's suddenly augmented strength, Frieza was filled with trepidation. Seizing the opportunity from his successful strike, Krillin unleashed energy blasts toward Frieza, before Frieza could regain his balance. The energy blast struck him relentlessly. After struggling to stabilize himself, Frieza found Krillin already upon him, launching a rapid flurry of punches and kicks. Piccolo, carrying Goku and Gohan, stared in astonishment at Krillin's relentless assault on Frieza, having just sensed a significant surge in Krillin's energy. At that moment, Krillin's power far surpassed Frieza's. If Frieza possessed such a level of combat ability, Krillin alone could vanquish him. Damn you, filthy monkey! Frieza roared, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy that forced Krillin to retreat. Frieza was igniting his full potential, and everyone could feel the overwhelming power emanating from him. Piccolo thought to himself, this energy exceeds anything I can fathom. Perhaps it would be wise to use the Dragon Balls to escape. Krillin hastily withdrew, sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Frieza. With a sense of resignation, he glanced back at Goku, who was being carried on Piccolo's shoulder. Very well. It is time to devise a plan to manifest a Super Saiyan. Chapter 62. Goku's third battle with Frieza. Dandy watched Vegeta from a distance, his heart filled with hesitation. He neither wished to treat Vegeta nor felt compelled to do so, for a sinister aura enveloped the Saiyan. Dandy was acutely sensitive to such darkness, and instilled a sense of fear within him. Vegeta, visibly irate, barked, "You little rascal, why aren't you hurrying to treat me? Otherwise, you will never defeat Frieza without my power, the strength of a Super Saiyan." Vegeta relentlessly pressured Dandy, but the latter remained obstinate, leaving Vegeta in a state of frustration. Damn it, if I were not immobilized at this moment, I would teach that brat a lesson. Just as their impasse reached a peak, Piccolo arrived, carrying Goku and Gohan. Upon reaching Dandy and Vegeta, Piccolo noticed Dandy cowering to one side, while Vegeta remained sprawled on the ground. Curiously, Piccolo inquired, "Dandy, why aren't you helping Vegeta with his injuries?" Dandy timidly responded, "He possesses an evil aura. He is a villain." Piccolo mused, "He is willing to treat me. Does he perceive me as a good person? No, I'm the great Demon King Piccolo. He must simply see me as a fellow member of the same race." Upon hearing Dandy's explanation, Vegeta quickly grasped the situation. "So, it is due to my own malevolent aura, is it? You could have mentioned that sooner. Though it cannot be changed." Vegeta seethed inwardly, "Damn that little brat. Once I consume the Senzu Bean, I will surely eliminate you." Piccolo interjected, "Right now, we require additional fighting power. You should proceed to treat him." Dandy nodded in agreement, stating, "I will first tend to Mr. Goku and Brother Gohan." Piccolo acquiesced and gently laid Goku and Gohan on the ground. Dandy approached, preparing to heal them, which only further infuriated Vegeta. He fumed internally, "Damn that little rascal. Does he not understand the order of precedence? Who knows if Krillin can endure long enough for me to complete my treatment?" Frieza's energy is simply too terrifying at this moment. Krillin narrowly dodged a punch from Frieza, who had yet to unleash his full power, while Krillin had already amplified his Kaioken to 40 times. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, he thought, "It seems you are utterly exhausted." Frieza reverted to his suave demeanor, now possessing an indisputable advantage. Frieza was an oddity, a gentleman in favorable conditions, but a rabid dog when things turned against him. Suddenly, Krillin struck, launching a punch at Frieza, who effortlessly evaded the attack. With that, Krillin pivoted and launched a kick towards Frieza. Frieza swiftly turned, his tail sweeping toward Krillin with astonishing speed, yet it struck nothing but air. A frown creased Frieza's brow, for he had only hit an illusion. In an instant, Frieza executed a backward kick, connecting with Krillin's abdomen as he appeared behind him. Subsequently, Frieza unleashed a right roundhouse kick that struck Krillin's side. "Ugh!" Krillin cried out in pain, sent flying by Frieza's blow. Frieza pursued relentlessly, but Krillin quickly recovered his balance, directing energy waves from his hands beneath him, propelling himself upward at great speed. Frieza looked up and beheld Krillin, his entire form seemingly merging with the sun. With his hands placed upon his forehead, Krillin bellowed, "Solar Fist!" In that moment, Frieza was overwhelmed by a blinding light and hastily shut his eyes. Krillin seized the opportunity, darting above Frieza, his hands clasped into a fist, and struck down upon Frieza's head with tremendous force. Bang! Frieza plummeted to the ground, deepening the already existing crater. Just as Krillin sighed in relief, his eyes widened in shock as a hand grasped his head from behind. Gritting his teeth, Frieza seethed, "I cannot afford to underestimate you." Krillin desperately clawed at Frieza's fingers with both hands, kicking wildly in an attempt to escape his grip, yet Frieza held on with unwavering strength. Krillin clenched his jaw, the pressure from Frieza's grip causing his head to throb painfully. Just when Krillin thought all hope was lost, a furious roar echoed. "Frieza, release Krillin at once." A powerful energy blast struck Frieza's arm where he held Krillin, causing his grip to loosen slightly, and Krillin fell. A dark figure caught him midair, swiftly maneuvering to bring Krillin before Dandy. After setting Krillin down, Son Goku flashed to stand before Frieza. Frieza regarded Son Goku with a glint of surprise, saying, "How have you regained your strength? If it is not the power of the dragon, then it must be that of the Namekians. Very well, I shall eliminate you one by one. After all, no one can match my power. Killing you will be as effortless as breathing." Son Goku smirked. "Is that so?" Having returned from the brink of death, Son Goku felt a significant surge in strength, now fully confident in his ability to defeat Frieza. With a fierce cry, a red aura erupted around Son Goku as he activated the Kaioken tenfold. He was now able to withstand the immense strain of the tenfold Kaioken with ease, even capable of using the 20-fold without concern for the burden it imposed. However, he knew that further enhancements would prove taxing. Frieza threw a punch, and Son Goku countered with one of his own, their fists colliding with tremendous force. In that instant, a powerful shockwave radiated from their clash. The two were evenly matched. After setting Krillin down, Son Goku moved to confront Frieza. At this moment, Dandy had just finished healing Son Gohan and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Son Wukong accompanied by Krillin. After glancing between Krillin and Vegeta, Dandy promptly decided to treat Krillin first. Vegeta noticed that Piccolo had not sustained any serious injuries, so he accompanied Son Gohan to observe the fierce battle between Son Wukong and Frieza. The two combatants were engaged in an intense clash, exchanging blows without yielding to one another. Son Gohan and Piccolo were astonished to witness the energy levels of both fighters continually escalating. Frieza was relentlessly unleashing his inherent power, while Son Wukong was perpetually enhancing his Kaioken technique. The battle was perfectly matched, with the outcome hinging on whose limits would prove superior. Chapter 63, Vegeta's Request. Curse be it, this level of combat is utterly beyond our reach. Son Gohan clenched his fists, as the speed of the conflict between Son Wukong and Frieza intensified to the point where he could barely perceive their energies. Piccolo turned to Son Gohan and advised, "Do not fret. If you concentrate on sensing their energy, you will surely succeed." Son Gohan nodded in response. "Gohan, listen carefully. We cannot get too close now. Otherwise, we will only bring trouble to your father." Son Gohan quickly agreed, "Yes, but how can we assist my father? There will always be an opportunity. If it comes to a dire situation, we may have to resort to that last resort." Piccolo was now entirely devoid of confidence, uncertain of Frieza's upper limits. Each time they approached with power surpassing Frieza's, he would swiftly unleash an even greater force to defeat them. At this moment, Son Wukong and Frieza continued their relentless exchanges, their speed so rapid that Piccolo felt completely outpaced. Even more astonishing to Piccolo was that both Frieza and Son Wukong were still escalating their energies. Their powers were continuously growing stronger, and their velocities were likewise increasing. Son Wukong, his entire being flushed with intensity, gazed gravely at his opponent. "Damn it, this fiend is incredibly strong. If this continues, I will be the first to falter." Piccolo furrowed his brow as he observed the struggle between Frieza and Son Wukong. The situation was dire. Son Wukong's rate of enhancement had noticeably diminished, while Frieza persisted in augmenting his energy. Son Gohan exclaimed, "Does this mean Dad is starting to falter? What should we do?" Son Wukong accelerated his offensive, aiming to swiftly subdue Frieza. In response, Frieza countered and struck Son Wukong squarely in the face. Son Wukong spun around and attempted a kick, but Frieza deftly blocked it. Subsequently, Sun Wukong gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza retracted the hand he had intended to use to seize Sun Wukong's foot. Before he could mount a defense, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha struck him directly, sending Frieza's body careening backward uncontrollably. Son Goku hastily pursued, while Frieza raised his right arm, unleashing a wave of energy that sent Goku flying. Frieza steadied himself, extending his hands to release a multitude of energy blasts aimed at Goku. In midair, Goku spun around to regain his balance. Just as he prepared to chase Frieza, he was met with Frieza's barrage of energy blasts. Faced with hundreds of them, Goku struggled to defend himself. Piccolo shouted urgently, "Gohan, attack!" With that, he swiftly darted to Frieza's right side. Gohan quickly reacted, positioning himself on Frieza's left. Special Beam Cannon. Both unleashed their attack upon Frieza, causing him to stagger and halt his assault on Goku. Piccolo seized the moment, leaping above Frieza's head, signaling to Gohan with a glance. Gohan nodded and hurriedly flew beneath Goku. Seeing this, Piccolo executed a spinning kick, striking Frieza's head, propelling him towards Gohan. At the same time, he shouted, "Goku!" Frieza, upon hearing this, immediately located Goku's position, on high alert. Gohan, inverted in the air, delivered a kick to Frieza's back, sending him towards Goku. Frieza, taken aback, was thrust toward Goku. Without hesitation, Goku retaliated with an elbow strike to Frieza's face. With a resounding impact, Frieza was driven into the ground, creating several fissures in the earth. Just as Frieza regained his footing, he spotted a golden energy disc hurtling towards him. It was Krillin's Destructo disc. He had fully recovered. Frieza, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly took flight to evade the attack, fully aware that being struck would result in his instant dismemberment. Before Frieza could breathe a sigh of relief, a roar echoed from above. Frantically, he looked up to see Goku, surrounded by crimson aura, gathering energy for his Kamehameha at his right side. Kamehameha! Goku unleashed the red glowing attack, having amplified his Kaioken to 30 times. This was the pinnacle of his strength. Any further increase would be counterproductive due to the intense strain. Frieza was struck head-on by the attack, plummeting into the ground and creating a deep crater. Goku hovered above, but the area was shrouded in dust, leaving him only able to sense Frieza's energy. Goku's expression turned grave, for he could feel that Frieza's energy remained unyielded. Meanwhile, Den, having healed Krillin, began his treatment of Vegeta, who could now move slightly. It would not be long before he could reach the Senzu Beans for his own recovery. Den's healing proved swift. Before long, Vegeta had returned to full strength. Vegeta suddenly rose to his feet, startling Dandy, who fell to the ground in fright. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at Dandy, raising his hand as if to teach him a lesson. However, contemplating the potential utility of Dandy later, he chose to spare him for the time being. Clenching his fist, Vegeta could feel that all of his latent power had been unleashed. Yet, as he gazed in the direction of Frieza and Goku's battle, he sensed their formidable strength. How infuriating! Have I not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan? No, perhaps my power surpasses theirs. I simply have yet to realize it. Vegeta soared toward the battlefield, determined to confront Frieza. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from Goku. Vegeta turned toward the sound, witnessing a colossal energy wave erupt from the ground, engulfing Goku. "Goku!" Krillin exclaimed in alarm, hastily ascending into the air, followed closely by Piccolo and Gohan. The three of them unleashed their energy waves toward the source of the attack, targeting Frieza. At last, Frieza's energy wave dissipated, and Goku nearly plummeted, saved just in time by Krillin's quick reflexes. Goku floated back up, signaling to Krillin that he was fine and did not require assistance. Frieza emerged slowly from the deep pit, feigning surprise upon seeing a seemingly unscathed Vegeta. "Ah, my capable subordinate, Vegeta, have you come to assist me?" he remarked. At this, Vegeta furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he responded, "Kakarot." Hearing his name, Goku turned his gaze toward Vegeta, eager to hear more. Vegeta continued, "Allow me to battle Frieza alone. Do not intervene." Chapter 64. A great crisis. Goku regarded Vegeta with a solemn expression, sensing that Vegeta's energy was far inferior to Frieza's. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frieza, declaring, "I must put an end to this. I will become a Super Saiyan." Krillin, eyeing Frieza warily, advised Goku, "You should go and heal yourself. Frieza is not an opponent to be faced alone." He added, "I will buy some time. You look for an opportunity to reach Dandy. Goku nodded in agreement and proclaimed, "If that is the case, I shall comply." Krillin gazed at Goku in surprise, while Goku continued, "We should hold off on intervening until Vegeta has lost. Let them duel one-on-one." Then, in a hushed tone, Goku confided to Krillin, "I also need to find a chance to reach Dandy. We must not let Frieza discover his presence. He surely knows that Dandy is here to heal us." Upon hearing this, Krillin nodded, stating, "If Vegeta falls, I will act immediately." Goku regarded Krillin with a puzzled expression, feeling something was amiss. Yet he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Vegeta flew before Frieza, pointing an accusatory finger as he declared, "Frieza, from this moment on, I shall be your opponent." Frieza sneered. "Have you forgotten how you were left sprawled on the ground like a dog just moments ago? How absurd." Vegeta clicked his tongue and replied, "I have become the Super Saiyan you fear the most. The reason you destroyed planet Vegeta was your fear of Super Saiyans, wasn't it?" Goku, puzzled, inquired, "What is a Super Saiyan? How is it different from a Saiyan?" Krillin, somewhat at a loss, found himself in a predicament. As the only one present who had witnessed a Super Saiyan, how could he explain it? Should he say that a Super Saiyan is merely a Saiyan with golden hair, whose power multiplies exponentially upon transformation? After some contemplation, he finally settled on a succinct answer. "I don't know." At that moment, Gohan interjected, according to the Elder, "A Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior of unparalleled strength." Excited by the revelation, Goku exclaimed, "Really? If one truly appears, I would love to spar with him." Krillin pondered for a moment and smiled. There will surely be a chance. With that, he patted Goku on the shoulder. "Ah!" Goku cried out in pain, clearly suffering from the effects of the 30-fold Kaioken and Frieza's attacks. Shaking his head, Krillin leaned closer to Gohan and said, "When Vegeta and Frieza engage in battle, you must take Goku to find Dandy. Remember to be discreet." Gohan nodded earnestly. "I will do my best." Then Krillin quietly advised Piccolo, "If Vegeta begins to falter, we must act together. But remember, do not confront him head-on. Focus on distractions. If Frieza targets you, run immediately. Do not hesitate, for if you perish, we are all doomed." Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Piccolo nodded. As they conversed, Vegeta had already launched his attack. Frieza remained still, watching as Vegeta advanced. Vegeta's eyes widened. His punch met only air as Frieza had inexplicably vanished. "Mr. Vegeta, that was quite the bold jest." Frieza's voice echoed from a nearby mountaintop, where he stood leisurely. Krillin urgently urged Gohan, "Hurry, Gohan." Gohan nodded and assisted Goku as they flew towards Dandy's location. With gritted teeth, Vegeta charged at Frieza once more, declaring angrily, "I was merely careless before. Let us do this again." Frieza regarded him with indifference, only beginning to move as Vegeta closed in. Vegeta smiled this time. "I see you." With that, he executed a sweeping kick, yet once again struck nothing but air. Frieza stood aside, chuckling. I merely shifted a little, and you cannot keep up. Is this truly what you call being a Super Saiyan? Or is the legendary Super Saiyan merely of such meager caliber? Vegeta, both astonished and enraged, could hardly believe the vast chasm that lay between them. How could this be? He shouted in frustration, unable to accept that he was incapable of contending with Frieza. Crossing his arms, Frieza remarked with a smirk, "To speak frankly, at your level, you stand no chance against me. Spare yourself the embarrassment. The legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed laughable." Vegeta retorted vehemently, "My power is certainly beyond this. I am a Super Saiyan, the Frieza." He unleashed his ultimate technique, the final flash, directed at Frieza. Observing the energy wave approaching, Frieza did not flinch. Instead, he met it head-on, effortlessly kicking Vegeta's attack aside. He hovered before Vegeta, grinning. "Is that all you've got?" Vegeta, horrified, stared at Frieza, his body trembling uncontrollably. That last attack had been his utmost effort, yet Frieza had dismissed it with ease. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly apparent, and Vegeta now comprehended the reality of their power difference. For the first time in his life, he experienced genuine terror. His previously unshakable confidence was shattered. He felt despair, overwhelmed by Frieza's might, extinguishing his will to resist. Tears streamed down his face as he wept for the first time from despair and fear. Seeing this, Frieza revealed a chilling smile. With a flick of his tail, he ensnared Vegeta, delivering a brutal blow to his body. Krillin sensed the dire situation and exclaimed, "This is bad. Vegeta has completely lost his fighting spirit. He is in despair." His words served as a warning to Goku and Gohan. They were running out of time. Suddenly, Gohan shouted in fury. Damn you, you scoundrel! Krillin noticed that Dandy's energy had vanished. It seems Mr. Jisoo has succeeded. Frieza sneered. Chapter 65, Krillin vs. Frieza. Gohan brought Goku to Dandy's location, only to find him lying in a pool of blood. Hee, you arrived just in time. Now you can no longer heal yourselves. Ha ha. Jisoo stood with one foot on Dandy's lifeless body, laughing mockingly at Goku and Gohan. Gohan seethed. You vile wretch, I will make you pay. Jisoo, still chuckling, replied, Is it really just you, little brat? Ha ha, how amusing. The individual upon your back is gravely injured. If I can eliminate those two wretches, I shall achieve a significant accomplishment. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong was filled with regret, cursing himself for not ensuring that his opponent had completely lost the will to fight before letting him go. To his astonishment, JIS had recovered so swiftly. He turned his gaze towards Dandy, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Dandy had saved him on numerous occasions, yet due to his momentary weakness, Dandy had fallen victim to JIS. How infuriating. He vowed never to show such weakness again. After experiencing death, Sun Wukong had become reluctant to take lives, for he understood how abhorrent death truly was. However, his lapse in judgment had led to the demise of another, which once again altered his perspective. Gohan, eliminate him. You can certainly do it. Trust in yourself. Gohan gently set down Sun Wukong and, with solemn determination, addressed Jis. I am about to end your life. You may attempt to flee, but I will pursue you relentlessly until you are dead. Jis paused, momentarily taken aback by Gohan's fury, and suddenly realized, you are father and son. No wonder you resemble each other so closely. Fear not. I shall ensure that both of you embark on your final journey together. Have you finished speaking? I hope you have, for that shall be your last utterance in this world. Jis opened his mouth, intending to say something, but his eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Just as he opened his mouth, Gohan had already dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The excruciating pain rendered him speechless as he clutched his stomach and staggered back. Ha! Gohan shouted, landing a kick squarely on Jesus' chin. Bang! JIS was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his neck snapping upon impact. Thus, JIS met his end, and the elite squad of Frieza's forces, the Ginyu Force, was utterly annihilated. Krillin glanced toward Sun Wukong and Gohan, then at Vegeta. He had been careless, failing to notice Jesus' energy. Their focus had been solely on Frieza, completely disregarding Jesus' pursuit of Dandy. I must step in. Krillin exhaled deeply. Vegeta was currently being mercilessly beaten by Frieza, and if he did not intervene, Vegeta would surely be killed. With Sun Wukong gravely injured and unable to confront Frieza, he was the only one left to take action. Piccolo, hearing this, quickly inquired, Can you withstand it? Krillin shook his head, asserting that he must endure regardless. Although they still had one final strategy left, it would merely prolong their survival for a short time. Piccolo, you understand, do you not? Frieza will undoubtedly pursue us to Earth. If we retreat now, that would signify true defeat. Piccolo was well aware of the consequences of their retreat, yet at that moment, he saw no glimmer of hope. Though Piccolo himself harbored no fear of death, he had come to cherish those dear to him, especially after having faced death once. He was even more reluctant to witness the demise of his loved ones. Krillin asserted, As long as Goku is alive, we have not yet reached the end of our road. You could trust in Son Goku. Victory shall be ours. With that declaration, crimson energy erupted around Krillin as he charged towards Frieza. How formidable! Piccolo was taken aback. Krillin had not trained in the sacred world, nor on King Kai's planet. Yet his strength, now, far surpassed theirs. In a flash, Krillin appeared at Frieza's right side. Frieza cast a glance at him, only to find Krillin's knee already before his face, and before he could react, he was sent flying. With a thud, Frieza crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop, visibly astonished. Vegeta, having been released by Frieza, plummeted, but Piccolo deftly caught him. Krillin remarked coolly, It is not yet a time of despair. Perhaps the legendary Super Saiyan will truly emerge here and defeat Frieza. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze falling to the ground, lost in thought. Ha ha ha, I never expected you possess such power. Are you a Saiyan as well? Frieza ascended, casting a cheerful glance at Krillin. Krillin smiled back and replied, I'm afraid I am not a Saiyan. Frieza rested his left hand on his right elbow, propping his chin with his right hand, nodding with a grin. Is that so? You bear a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. You both resemble monkeys. Ha ha. I thought you all looked alike, which is why I assumed you were a Saiyan too. As Krillin and Frieza exchanged pleasantries laced with tension, Piccolo silently carried Vegeta away. Seeking a flat area to set him down, Krillin remained vigilant, his gaze shifting constantly over Frieza, searching for any vulnerabilities he might expose. Noticing Krillin's silence, Frieza continued. Then you must be from Earth, I presume? Since you remain silent, I shall take that as agreement. Once I deal with you, I shall pay a visit to Earth. I will first send my subordinates to wreak havoc there. Then, like the destruction of planet Vegeta, I will orchestrate a grand and splendid fireworks display. Krillin furrowed his brow in response. At that moment, Frieza was rife with openings. You will never have the opportunity to reach Earth. Do you know why? Oh, Frieza chuckled, but in the next instant, his smile faded as he turned, clenching his right fist and launching a punch. Simultaneously, Krillin unleashed his own fist, and their blows collided with force. The two powerful strikes caused the air to crackle with friction, generating arcs of electricity. Krillin gritted his teeth, roaring, because someone will be here to defeat you. Frieza smirked slightly, but soon his amusement faded as Krillin's power surged unexpectedly. Frieza felt an overwhelming force collide with him, as if a tremendous power had struck his entire right arm. What is this? Frieza's expression changed dramatically. Krillin's punch exceeded his expectations. Chapter 66, Krillin vs. Frieza 2. Frieza cried out in agony, retreating and clutching his right arm. At that moment, his hand was smeared with a mixture of purple and red blood. Just moments ago, Frieza and Krillin had exchanged blows, initially evenly matched, as Frieza prepared to unleash his might to teach Krillin a lesson. He barely had time to retract his fist when Krillin suddenly exerted force, injuring Frieza's right arm. Krillin's own right hand was in worse condition, yet his demeanor remained undeterred. Instead, he smiled at Frieza. Watching the battle, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Krillin could unleash such formidable power. He sensed that Krillin's energy had not surged unexpectedly. Rather, he was employing a skill that enhanced his offensive capability. Piccolo murmured to himself, "It seems Krillin has surpassed us. Perhaps he can truly defeat Frieza and save the entire Namek." Piccolo had long devised a restoration plan for Namek post-Frieza's defeat, although he had once considered giving up. Krillin's performance reignited his hope. Uncle Krillin is so powerful. I can hardly believe he has wounded the mighty Frieza. Gohan, accompanied by Goku, approached Piccolo, gently placing Goku against a large rock. Goku smiled and said, "Krillin has become incredibly strong. If he succeeds in defeating Frieza this time, I must challenge him to a serious match." At that moment, Vegeta interjected, "Kakarot, one day I will surpass you." Gohan found Vegeta's sudden proclamation perplexing, while Goku responded earnestly, "I will be ready whenever you are." Hearing this, Vegeta lowered his head, deep in thought, yet he could not make a decision, at least not now, as he still lacked a reason. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Gohan chose not to press him further, nor did he inquire about whether Vegeta had any sense of beans left. After all, only one bean remained, and given the prolonged battle with Frieza, Vegeta must have consumed them long ago. Otherwise, after sustaining such severe injuries, he would have already used one if he had any left. Frieza, glaring at Krillin, seethed with rage. "You wretched monkey, how dare you injure me, the great King Frieza? This is amusing. Aside from my parents, you are the first to have harmed me." Frieza suddenly broke into laughter, raising his right arm and continuing, "Even my foolish brother has never managed to wound me. Though I have yet to unleash my full power, I shall commend you nonetheless." As he spoke, Frieza let out a sigh, seemingly filled with a sense of regret, and remarked, "Unfortunately, I do not require formidable subordinates, for I am already sufficiently powerful on my own. Had it been my foolish brother, he would undoubtedly attempt to recruit you, haha." Krillin smirked and replied, "Well, I must say, I am truly honored. However, my ambitions extend beyond merely inflicting harm upon you." Upon hearing this, Frieza chuckled, declaring, "This marks the first time in my life that I feel such exhilaration. Let me ponder how best to deal with you." Krillin's expression turned serious as he twitched his right fingers, ever ready to strike. Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, even if Krillin identified a flaw in him. Frieza swiftly countered Krillin's attack. Suddenly, Frieza erupted into laughter, extending his arms and stepping forward, exclaiming loudly, "I shall employ 50% of my power to contend with you, as a reward for your efforts." Haha. Frieza's aura surged, palpable to all present, and Piccolo gritted his teeth, muttering, that bastard can become even stronger. And this is merely 50% of his power. Damn it. How formidable must he be at full strength? Their hopes were swiftly crushed as Frieza unleashed an even greater force, plunging them into despair. Vegeta, too, wore a face of utter hopelessness. He had exhausted his potential and could no longer envision surpassing Frieza. The vast chasm between them left Vegeta in total despair, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Even Goku, sensing Frieza's overwhelming presence, could not suppress a hint of anxiety. Clenching his fists, Goku thought, Krillin, you must be cautious. You've already faced death once. Should you perish again, the Dragon of Earth will be unable to revive you. Goku could not bear the thought of Krillin dying a second time. Fully aware of the abhorrence of death, unbeknownst to him, Krillin had already experienced death 3 times. In contrast to the others, Krillin, facing Frieza directly, could acutely sense the terror emanating from him. A bitter smile crept onto Krillin's face as he thought, Goku, if you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan this time, we may all meet our end. Frieza inquired with a smirk. So, are you beginning to regret opposing me? Krillin shook his head defiantly, asserting, the one who should be regretting is you. We will undoubtedly triumph over you. Your right hand is trembling. That last punch we exchanged left me a bit numb. Krillin's response was a mix of truth and deception. Indeed, the punch had left him somewhat numb, but in reality, his right hand was not just slightly tingling, it throbbed with pain. Observing Krillin's right hand, Frieza wore a mockingly amused expression as he gazed at the scattered rubble on the ground, contemplating, let us toy with him a bit longer. He also noticed Piccolo and the others, yet paid them no mind, as escape was futile. Frieza extended his right hand, grasping at the void, causing the debris on the ground to levitate. With a swift motion, dozens of stones hurtled toward Krillin, the majority aimed directly at his right hand. Krillin, filled with rage, transformed the stones into dust upon contact with his crimson aura. Chapter 67, Krillin vs. Frieza 3. In a flash, Frieza appeared before Krillin, delivering a swift kick. Krillin's eyes widened. Although he perceived Frieza's movement, his body was unresponsive in time. Gritting his teeth, Krillin opened his mouth. "Huh," he shouted, instinctively retreating to evade Frieza's strike. At the same time, he unleashed a blast of energy toward Frieza, the distance too short for Frieza to react. Frieza deftly dodged the energy blast. However, Krillin did not relent. He spun around, landing a kick on Frieza. Frieza raised his arm to deflect the blow, then retaliated with a punch aimed at Krillin. "Huh." Krillin directed both hands at Frieza, releasing a wave of energy, which Frieza did not evade this time. The impact caused Frieza to stagger, and, seizing the opportunity, Krillin delivered a decisive punch to Frieza's face. Frieza quickly regained his composure, lifting his right hand to block the blow. Yet, Krillin was relentless. He raised his right knee, only to have it seized by Frieza's left hand. TCH, Krillin, with his still free left hand, formed a sword-like gesture pointing at Frieza's abdomen, unleashing a laser. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he narrowly avoided the strike. Seizing the moment, Krillin maneuvered behind Frieza, driving his elbow into Frieza's lower back. Caught off guard, Frieza was momentarily incapacitated. Not letting the chance slip away, Krillin gathered both hands at his right waist, a blue energy sphere coalescing between them. He invoked the signature technique of the Turtle School, the Kamehameha. Unlike the original Kamehameha, Krillin's version was enveloped in a layer of crimson energy. He amassed an impressive sphere of power. Could this strike defeat Frieza? Piccolo, arms crossed and serious, observed the clash between Krillin and Frieza. He sensed that Krillin had elevated his energy to a new level, one that could potentially harm Frieza. Gohan, fists clenched in excitement, exclaimed, "Uncle Krillin's energy is now on par with Frieza's. He can surely win." The energy indeed radiated strength, but it was feared that Frieza would not grant him the opportunity. Vegeta came to the realization that he had consistently underestimated that little bald man. Observing Krillin's steadily rising energy, Vegeta pondered, how is it that this planet, Earth, with its relatively low combat prowess, can repeatedly cultivate such unparalleled masters? While it was understandable for Goku, a lowly warrior, to possess strength, and for Piccolo, a genius Namekian, to attain such power, the question remained, how could Krillin, a mere earthling, become so formidable? What kind of enchantment does Earth possess? As Vegeta contemplated, Goku calmly remarked, "Vegeta is correct. No matter how potent the energy, it holds no significance if one cannot land a blow." Yet, Krillin is not oblivious to this fact. Goku fixed his gaze on Krillin and confidently stated, Gohan, you must pay close attention to Krillin's upcoming performance. If you aspire to be an even greater martial arts master, you must observe intently. Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded gravely, his expression serious as he turned to watch Krillin. Meanwhile, Frieza had caught wind of Krillin's preparations and swiftly executed a flip to stabilize himself. As he observed Krillin gathering energy, Frieza furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding. He promptly unleashed an energy blast aimed at Krillin, attempting to thwart him. However, as the energy blast made contact with Krillin's aura, it unexpectedly dissipated. Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it truly be done this way? Unlike Frieza, they could sense energy. Thus, while Frieza found it peculiar, he did not dwell on it. In contrast, Gohan and the others understood precisely where Frieza's energy blast had gone. Only Goku appeared unsurprised, clearly aware of Krillin's remarkable technique. This particular move had also been taught to Goku in Master Roshi. Although Goku grasped the underlying principles swiftly, he struggled to execute it. Not only Goku, but even Master Roshi could manage to use it only on rare occasions. To date, Krillin remained the sole practitioner capable of wielding this technique with ease. Even with diligent instruction, others found it exceedingly difficult to replicate. It is crucial to acknowledge that in that bleak future, Krillin often battled against a much stronger little cell. In such encounters, relying solely on the 40 times Kaioken would not suffice for Krillin's survival. This extraordinary technique was devised by Krillin to combat those diminutive foes. It not only served as an offensive maneuver, but also alleviated, to some extent, the physical strain imposed by the Kaioken. It was a threefold advantage. Unfortunately, even the two young warriors he had trained could not master this exceptional skill. The future version of Master Roshi had learned it, but his combat power proved utterly ineffective. Certainly, with Master Roshi present, the remarkable technique of Krillin will not fade into obscurity after his victory over Cell in the future. Goku remarked with a smile. According to Krillin, this move is called the Absorption Fist. The name of this extraordinary technique was bestowed by the future Master Roshi and was gladly adopted by Krillin. Frieza, astonished to see the energy blast he unleashed dissipate suddenly, launched another energy attack. However, upon reaching the aura surrounding Krillin, it vanished once more. Frieza furrowed his brow and clicked his tongue in annoyance as he propelled himself towards Krillin, throwing a punch. Oh no, Krillin hasn't finished gathering his energy. Piccolo exclaimed in alarm, ready to assist Krillin, but was halted by Goku's voice. Piccolo, it's not your time to intervene yet. Krillin's current attack is far more intricate than it appears. Piccolo cast a puzzled glance at Goku, wondering if Krillin's absorption fist could truly absorb even Frieza's power. Gohan was equally baffled. He could see that Krillin was still gathering energy, indicating that he believed his current power was insufficient to defeat Frieza. If he were to be interrupted and forced to release his energy prematurely, it would all be in vain, wouldn't it? Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Krillin, eager to discern what method Krillin was planning to employ. Was he considering hastily unleashing an energy wave? Goku patted his chest confidently. You can all relax and watch. Krillin has already refined the Kamehameha to an unimaginable degree. Chapter 68, Krillin vs. Frieza 4. With Frieza's fist soaring towards him, a flash of white light erupted as Krillin unleashed an energy wave from the energy sphere between his hands, striking Frieza's fist. Frieza halted, his punch barely grazing Krillin's energy wave, causing only minor abrasions. Piccolo and Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws agape. They were so astonished that they bent at the waist. Could it truly be played this way? In a gathered state, Krillin's energy sphere could actually emit an energy wave, far beyond the trivial explosion of energy spheres in midair. Furthermore, Krillin skillfully directed the trajectory of the energy wave, which left Piccolo utterly astounded. Understanding Goku's unwavering faith in Krillin, Piccolo quickly grasped the source of Goku's confidence. Frieza, with outstretched arms, propelled a wave of energy towards Krillin. Gohan exclaimed excitedly, Frieza has lost his sanity. The energy wave he launches will merely be absorbed by Uncle Krillin. He is only hastening his own demise. To Gohan's surprise, Krillin directly unleashed the Kamehameha wave. The two energy waves collided, generating a powerful gust that surged in all directions. Piccolo and Gohan instinctively shielded Goku and Vegeta, who were compelled to raise their arms for protection against the fierce winds. Gohan queried, why doesn't Uncle Krillin continue using the absorption fist? Has he exhausted his ability to gather energy? Without waiting for Son Wukong and Piccolo to speak, Vegeta began to elucidate to Son Gohan. It is evident that Krillin cannot absorb an unlimited amount of energy from others, or rather, he cannot absorb too much energy at once. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Son Gohan instinctively glanced at Son Wukong, who nodded in affirmation and continued. In fact, Krillin has been employing the absorption fist throughout his battle with Frieza. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure for so long under Frieza's onslaught. Piccolo furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, does Krillin have a chance of defeating Frieza?" Krillin's martial prowess had surpassed Piccolo's expectations, and even now, Piccolo found it challenging to discern the situation of Krillin's battle against Frieza. Son Wukong replied earnestly, "At present, it seems that Krillin possesses a chance of triumphing over Frieza. He still has other trump cards yet to be revealed, so he is not completely cornered. However, it remains uncertain whether Frieza has yet to unleash even greater power." At this moment, a colossal energy sphere was formed between Frieza and Krillin, with Krillin slightly at a disadvantage as the sphere slowly advanced toward him. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming urgency to assist Krillin, but he was restrained by Piccolo and Son Wukong. "If you rush in now, you will only hinder Krillin. Given our current strength, any assistance we provide must be part of a well-thought-out strategy." Son Gohan glanced at Krillin, who was being suppressed by Frieza on his left. His heart filled with anxiety. Even Vegeta wore a tense expression, for if Krillin were to lose, he too would likely face dire consequences. Son Wukong gazed intently at the clash between Krillin and Frieza, rising several times in anticipation. Suddenly, he sensed something and broke into a smile. "There is no need for concern. Focus on feeling Krillin's energy." Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, the three immediately began to sense Krillin's energy. To their astonishment, his energy was not diminishing but rather increasing. "So that is how it is." Piccolo quickly discerned the intricacy of the situation. Krillin was gradually absorbing Frieza's energy. Vegeta also recognized this, his expression brightening. Son Gohan cheered. "Uncle Krillin is truly remarkable. Perhaps he really can defeat Frieza." The energy sphere generated by the clash between Krillin and Frieza ceased its advance, resulting in a stalemate. Frieza furrowed his brow, exerting force to push the energy sphere toward Krillin, yet it remained immovable. Krillin too frowned, realizing that Frieza as 50% energy was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The disparity between them was immense. Even with the Kaioken combined with the absorption fist, Krillin could barely bridge the gap in their combat power. Progressing further would prove exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Frieza was unable to overpower Krillin, and Krillin could not propel the energy sphere. Both were caught in a tense stalemate, unable to extricate themselves for the time being. Frieza pondered to himself, "Little did I anticipate that this small, bald one would prove to be so formidable. Had I known, I would have unleashed my full power from the outset to swiftly eliminate them." Yet at this moment, he found himself unable to extricate himself and could not employ his full energy. Krillin gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he sought a method to break the stalemate and triumph in this battle of wills. Currently, employing the absorption technique would merely stave off exhaustion or overload, preventing him from securing victory. Goku felt a twinge of concern, sensing that Krillin had reached his limit, a realization mirrored by Frieza. However, if the delay continued, it was certain that Krillin would be the one to falter. Gohan recognized the dire nature of the situation. Krillin was incapable of directly defeating Frieza. Piccolo observed the intense clash between Krillin and Frieza with a grave expression. He placed a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder and said, "Gohan, it's our time to assist. This is the perfect opportunity. Even we can aid Krillin." Gohan looked up at Piccolo, his expression serious. "Uncle Piccolo, I will coordinate with you effectively." Piccolo nodded, stating, "We will flank Frieza from both sides and launch our assault simultaneously. If Frieza makes even the slightest error, Krillin will seize victory." Hearing this, Gohan nodded emphatically, and the two swiftly prepared to take action. Goku declared, "Piccolo, Gohan, I entrust this to you." Piccolo glanced back at Goku with a smile before setting off with Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan and Piccolo rushing to assist, Krillin felt a surge of elation. This bolstered his confidence, prompting him to ready himself for the final confrontation with Frieza. Frieza, however, took note of Gohan and Piccolo, yet found himself unable to divert his attention from Goku and Krillin. He had to focus entirely on countering Krillin. At this juncture, the two were evenly matched. A single misstep from either side could lead to total defeat. Chapter 69, Krillin vs. Frieza 5. Piccolo shouted, channeling all his strength into an energy wave aimed at Frieza. Bang! Piccolo's eyes widened as his attack struck Frieza, yet failed to even rattle him. Demon Flash. Gohan, witnessing this, unleashed his own Demon Flash at Frieza, but similarly, he too had no effect on Frieza. TSK. Frieza bared his teeth, remaining wholly focused on Krillin. The distractions from Piccolo and Gohan could not be entirely dismissed, yet he had no choice but to endure. Piccolo urged Gohan, "Don't give up, keep attacking him." Gohan promptly replied, "I will give it my all. I will unleash everything against Frieza." Subsequently, the two began an unrelenting barrage on Frieza, energy blasts continuously striking him. In the face of Krillin, Frieza dared not relax for an instant, unable to turn his attention to Gohan and Piccolo. Krillin, too, was unyielding, gritting his teeth as he pushed forth with his energy wave. In the present moment, although neither party can truly gain the upper hand against the formidable Frieza, it is Krillin who bears the greater burden. Despite having the assistance of Goku and Gohan to distract Frieza, beads of sweat continually emerge on Krillin's brow. It seems that for Frieza, victory is merely a matter of time, and without a viable strategy, defeat is inevitable for Krillin. A bitter smile crosses his face as he contemplates his predicament. What on earth am I to do? Goku, how on earth can you transform into a Super Saiyan? If only Goku could achieve that transformation, all the challenges they face would be effortlessly resolved. Regrettably, inducing Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan is exceedingly difficult to manage. Krillin is overwhelmed, as his rebirth has altered many circumstances. In the original timeline, Goku's power during his confrontation with Frieza was significantly greater, ultimately leading to his successful transformation into a Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza. After much toil, King Kai finally returns to his home on King Kai's planet, where he wipes the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Upon seeing his return, Tien and Yamcha rush to greet him. "King Kai, what is the current situation with Goku and Krillin?" they inquire. They have long since abandoned their training, having ceased all practice after the resurrection of Kairatsu. Eager to glean information about Goku and Krillin's current battle status, they are taken aback as King Kai's expression suddenly shifts, muttering, "Impossible, impossible," before hastily departing King Kai's planet, leaving them in suspense regarding his destination. Seeing King Kai's hurried return, Yamcha quickly asks, "King Kai, may I inquire if something urgent has occurred?" With a deep sigh, King Kai replies, "You are about to be revived. This matter does not concern you, and it would be best if you remain uninformed." Upon hearing this, Yamcha responds, "King Kai, you have imparted so much knowledge to us. If you're facing any difficulties, we will not stand idly by." King Kai shakes his head, reluctant to involve them, as the situation is overwhelmingly complex. Even the mightiest heroes in the underworld struggle to navigate this impending disaster. A moment's carelessness could lead them astray. It is noteworthy that the shadowy figure that briefly engaged Krillin, proving to be quite troublesome, is merely a non-combatant bureaucrat within the realm of the underworld. The foes they confront are far more ancient than those in the underworld, harboring unfathomable powers of which they are entirely unaware. In any case, the enemy's strength is inscrutable. In comparison, Frieza seems almost endearing. King Kai naturally wishes to keep them away from this turmoil, as it bears no relevance to the living. Even if a war were to break out in full force, the living would remain entirely unaffected. Seeing that the King of the North Realm was unwilling to speak, Yamcha refrained from pressing further, deciding to wait until after resurrection to inform Goku and Krillin. The incident causing such tension in the King of the North Realm was undoubtedly significant. Even though Yamcha had a somewhat jaded outlook, he maintained a sense of propriety regarding such matters. Tien Shinhan, too, refrained from inquiring about the matter the king was reluctant to discuss, instead asking about the current situation of Goku and Krillin. Tien respectfully inquired, "Lord King, what is the status of Goku and Krillin at present?" The King of the North Realm promptly began to assess the situation on Namek. Currently, Krillin and Frieza were locked in a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand in the ongoing confrontation. Intrigued, Yamcha asked, "What about the others?" The king replied, "Gohan and Piccolo are doing their utmost to assist Krillin, constantly distracting Frieza in an effort to induce an error on his part. At present, it is difficult to determine superiority. Only a mistake from one side can lead to the other achieving victory." Tien then queried, "And what of Goku?" The king sighed and continued, "Both Goku and Vegeta have sustained severe injuries and are currently unable to contribute to the fight." He added with a chuckle, "I never anticipated that Krillin could hold his own against Frieza in his final form. I had underestimated him." Yamcha, invigorated by this revelation, exclaimed, "So, does this mean we have a chance to win?" Tien expressed his astonishment, reflecting, "I never expected this. Not only Goku, but even Krillin has far surpassed us. It seems I must strive even harder. I cannot bear to be left behind like this." The king nodded in agreement, joyfully stating, "To contend with a master like Frieza and achieve such a balance, Krillin has already proven himself to be among the finest in the universe." Despite the king's growing confidence, Krillin found himself in dire straits, struggling to maintain his composure. Frieza, fixing his gaze upon Krillin, bore down on him like a venomous serpent. Goku furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is bad. If this continues, Krillin will surely lose." The efforts of Piccolo and Gohan are simply insufficient against Frieza. Their attacks cannot compel Frieza to falter. However, if this prolonged struggle continues, it will inevitably be Krillin who makes the first mistake. The king of the North Realm, far from Namek, could not directly sense the energies of Frieza and Krillin, but he could discern that their auras were closely matched. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, experiencing the overwhelming energies of Frieza and Krillin up close, could sense that Krillin was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Piccolo and Gohan persisted in their relentless assault, anxious that their efforts were failing to distract Frieza, preventing him from making a mistake in his battle with Krillin. Chapter 70, Krillin vs. Frieza, Energy Explosion. Damn it. If this continues, I will surely be defeated. Is there truly no other option? Prolonged utilization of the 40-fold Kaioken had rendered Krillin's skin a deep crimson. Even though he managed to alleviate the adverse effects of the Kaioken through absorption, it was merely a mitigation, not a complete remedy. As he felt Frieza's unwavering gaze upon him, Krillin clenched his teeth, resolved to make a desperate stand. Cursed be it, our assaults are utterly ineffective. In light of this, after numerous fruitless attempts, Piccolo decided to unleash his ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. He aligned his right index and middle fingers and pressed them to his forehead, instantly gathering a formidable surge of energy. As the energy intensified, arcs of electricity began to emanate from Piccolo's fingertips, crackling ominously. Frieza, with a slight sidelong glance, sensed impending doom. He had not anticipated that the Namekian possessed such a formidable skill. These beings ought not to be underestimated. A premonition gnawed at Frieza's mind. Should he fall victim to Piccolo's attack, Krillin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. Frieza bellowed, his body swelling momentarily before reverting to its original form. The energy wave he emitted suddenly surged in magnitude. The collision of their energy waves birthed a massive energy sphere that began to advance toward Krillin. Gritting his teeth, Krillin exerted every ounce of strength to push it back. Yet he could not prevent Frieza from advancing. This is bad. Observing the situation, Goku sprang to his feet, only to stumble precariously, nearly collapsing to the ground. His condition was far from optimal. Frieza's attack, combined with the strain of the Kaioken, had left him in a prolonged state of recovery. Even now, Goku struggled to rise. Damn it, Krillin, you must not perish. Should you die again, the Earth-S Dragon Balls will no longer be able to resurrect you. The Namekian Dragon Balls, capable of reviving a person multiple times, had perished alongside their creator, so you absolutely cannot die. Goku pounded the ground, filled with regret over his current impotence. At this moment, Krillin was in dire peril, and they were utterly powerless. Damn it, special beam cannon! Gohan shouted, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Frieza, causing the tyrant to shift slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Krillin mustered his strength, halting the advance of the energy sphere toward him. Goku lifted his head, sensing that Gohan's energy had surged dramatically in that instant, granting his attack a modicum of effect on Frieza. It was this slight effect that afforded Krillin a moment of respite. What on earth is happening? Even that little brat has suddenly unleashed a power far surpassing my own. Although that surge of strength dissipated swiftly after the special beam cannon was executed, it was precisely this fleeting display that left one in awe. It is truly perplexing. Ever since his journey to Earth, Vegeta has witnessed a series of bewildering events. Although he harbors resentment, the sight of Gohan's assistance allowing Krillin to withstand Frieza brings him a modicum of solace. As long as Krillin has not faltered, he still clings to life. Vegeta has since lost his fighting spirit and harbors no desire to continue battling Frieza, yet he is not ready to embrace death. There are matters he grapples with, necessitating further contemplation before he can arrive at a resolution. Krillin gazes gravely at Frieza, acutely aware that he nearly succumbed moments ago. Fortunate that Gohan unleashed his formidable power just in time. Cursed be the near miss. Krillin has long been preparing to employ that technique. Despite the excruciating toll it took on his right arm previously, it is the sole maneuver capable of breaking the stalemate and securing victory for him. He must concentrate, harnessing a devastating surge of energy, the explosive technique known as Ki Blast. In a desolate future, he nearly obliterated Cell with this very technique. Alas, he ultimately failed to annihilate Cell's core, leading to his defeat. In the oppressive silence of a barren, lightless realm, a shadowy figure emerges. It traverses the desolation, where neither end nor beginning can be discerned. The figure drifts languidly, murmuring to itself, "That wretched living soul, initially meant to guide you towards an eternal bliss, has instead been subjected to my humiliation. You not only insulted me, but forcibly delivered one who was destined for my passage to that nefarious gathering of spirits. I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." Suddenly, the shadow erupts in a sinister laughter. "Let be done. Bring me to Lord of the Underworld. Summon 2 warriors of the Nether Realm to capture him, transforming him into a denizen of the afterlife. Ha ha ha. Not only will this quench my ire, but it shall also yield great merit." The shadow then darts into the somber sky, thrashing about. "Once I achieve this feat, my beloved father shall be transformed into a warrior of the underworld by the Lord himself. Indeed, he is Espy, the enigmatic creature that previously caused Krillin considerable distress. He is also the Soul Reaper, feared by the North Kai, who regards him as a formidable adversary far exceeding Frisia." Espy continues his chaotic flight until a majestic palace suddenly materializes before him, into which he crashes. Moments later, his voice, imbued with reverence, resonates throughout the palace. "Oh, great Lord of the Underworld, your loyal servant, the Soul Reaper Espy, pays his respects." Silence envelopes the space, transforming the once grand palace into a foreboding abyss. After a prolonged pause, a thick fog arises, engulfing the palace. An eerie, maniacal laughter echoes within the mists. As the fog dissipates, 2 imposing shadows stand beside Espy. Krillin remained oblivious to the fact that an inexplicable enemy had begun to plot his revenge. He was wholly focused on delivering a decisive blow to Frisia. "Special beam cannon," Piccolo shouted. At last, Krillin had readied his strike, confident that this technique would significantly impact Frisia. Gritting his teeth, Frisia realized he had no choice but to endure the impending assault. However, Krillin would not let this opportunity slip away. He immediately unleashed his meticulously prepared ultimate move. Energy explosion. The energy wave surged forth rapidly towards Frisia, whose expression shifted dramatically. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself powerless to prevent the energy wave from engulfing him.